41. Myriad Clashing Motives. Chapter 041 Myriad Clashing Motives. The start of the newest loop differed little from the previous one. He got on the train to Cyoria with Curiel in tow, entertained her with feats of magic as well as disguised, and more than a little embellished, accounts of his own adventures to stave off boredom, and even talked with Ivory for a bit. Just for a bit, though, she wasn't terribly interested in him this time, since he'd finished telling stories to Curiel by the time they stopped at Corsa, and didn't demonstrate any amazing spellcasting skills while she was in the compartment. "Here we are," said Zorian, stepping off the train and helping Curiel finagle her luggage through the train wagon door. It was kind of cute how she insisted she would carry her luggage on her own, but he knew from previous restarts that this resolution wouldn't last very long. Well, whatever, he'd let her live in denial for now. "Welcome to Cyoria, dearest sister." "I'm your only sister," she shot back, curious eyes looking around the massive train station she found herself in. "You know I'm telling the truth, then," Zorian said blandly. Curiel ignored him in favor of studying the colorful storefronts, the huge clock hanging from the train station ceiling, and the flowing masses of people milling around the place. Truth be told, she handled the sight a lot better than Zorian had when he disembarked in Cyoria for the first time ever. "Big," she concluded eventually. "Cyoria is a big city and an important transport hub," said Zorian simply. "They get lots of traffic. Do you mind if we look around for a bit?" Curiel asked. "You mean browse some stores for interesting trinkets?" Zorian guessed. She pouted at him. "Sure, we can do that. I'm only buying you one souvenir, though, and nothing too ridiculous." "What qualifies as too ridiculous?" she asked, eyeing the storefront speculatively. "Use your common sense," Zorian deadpanned. Like hell was he getting into a definition game with her. "And if I'm not sure about something," she prompted. "Ask," he immediately fired back. He could probably buy anything she set her eyes on, especially considering he was about to get a massive cash infusion in a few days, but he didn't think it a good idea to encourage her excesses like that. Curiel had never been very keen on restraint to begin with, and he shuddered to think what would happen if he decided to pander to her whims too much. For the next hour and a half, Zorian simply followed Curiel around as she flitted from one store to another like a drunken butterfly, following no pattern he could discern. Then again, he didn't really invest much thought into figuring it out. He mostly spent his time practicing his mind sense, trying to process the information he was getting about the crowds around them. Large, closely packed crowds like the ones at Cyoria's main train station still tended to ruin his mind sense, reducing the feedback into an incomprehensible, blurry blob of emotions and strange signals. He was getting better at picking specific minds out of that background fog, though. He practiced the procedure by constantly keeping track of Curiel's mind, turning her into a sort of a telepathic anchor, and then trying to pick out the minds of random people from the crowd to get a better feel for them. It was slow, annoying work. But he was getting sick of having his empathy and mind sense effectively shut down every time he encountered a crowd. She picked a snow globe in the end. Admittedly, it was a very nice snow globe. The little house and the trees inside it were incredibly detailed and well done, almost as if someone had literally shrunk a house and its immediate environs and placed them in a glass sphere. Clearly some fairly sophisticated magic had been used to produce the thing, even if the end product was completely non-magical to his senses, and the globe was priced accordingly, but it was better than Zorian had feared, so he bought it without complaint. Idly, he wondered if his alteration skills were good enough to produce a globe like that. With Curiel's trinket hunting done, they set off towards the main plaza and its fountain, just like they had in the previous restart. Unlike the previous restart, Zorian took them through the park right from the start. There was really no need for them to meet the cephalic rat swarm. Quite the contrary, it was an unnecessary and unacceptable risk, as Curiel's mind was completely unshielded and there was always a possibility that the rats could figure something important or attention-grabbing from Curiel's stray thoughts. As it turned out, that had been a pretty important change. Having never seen the cephalic rats, Curiel obviously couldn't tell Ray about them, so the topic simply never came up. And apparently he greatly underestimated how much he'd disturbed Ray in their previous first meeting, because keeping quiet about the terrifying mind-reading powers of the rats made Ray a lot less on guard around him this time around, as well as much more insistent about them staying for a while. Humph. He let Ray and Curiel convince him to delay their departure. As far as he could tell, this was the best moment to find something out from Ree's mind, before she had time to grow suspicious of him, and he had every intention of using it to the hilt. A student of Scioria's Royal Academy? Pretty prestigious place to study at for a boy hailing from a small rural town, if you don't mind me saying, Ray remarked. Not that there is anything wrong with being from a small rural town, we're from one ourselves, after all, but doesn't Scioria's Royal Academy accept only the, only the very talented or the very well-connected, guessed Zorian. It was what most people who weren't personally involved with the institution thought, after all. Seeing Ray nod in agreement, he continued. Not really. The admission process is a combination of how well you do on the entrance exams, whether you receive a recommendation from a member of the academy staff or someone else suitably famous, and whether denying you admission would offend someone particularly powerful and influential. Basically, so long as you can pay the admission fee and do well enough in the entrance exams, you are guaranteed to get in. Is that how you got in? Ray asked curiously. I was in the top 50 based on exam results, said Zorian proudly. He was 48th, but he wasn't going to mention that. Brother is plenty talented, Curiel said suddenly. But, they probably also accepted him because of our brother Daimen. At least that's what Mother said happened. What? Asked Zorian flatly. Curiel stammered. Please don't be mad because Mother told me not to tell you this because you would get mad at me, but Mother said you and Fortov were only accepted so easily because Daimen got so big and successful. Daimen had nothing to do with it, Zorian said, grinding his teeth in annoyance. I achieved good enough results that my admission had never been in question. Mother is, like usual, ascribing everything good in the world to Daimen and lumping me with that lout Fortov in order to dash. I believe you, Mr. Kaczynski, Ray interrupted him. Calm down. There is no reason to jump down your little sister's throat like that. Right, sorry, Zorian said, with a little bit more bitterness than he intended. There was a short, awkward silence for a few seconds. Great. Real smooth there, Zorian. Damn it, why did he let this get under his skin like that? So, I'm assuming your brother is that Daimen Kaczynski? Ray asked finally. The famous one? Yes, Zorian sighed. The famous one. Wait, your other brother is famous? Nachka asked Curiel innocently. What for? Things, Curiel shrugged uncomfortably, saying nothing else on the topic. Probably trying not to upset him further by continuing the discussion. Daimen is an adventuring archaeologist, Zorian said, doing his best to suppress his annoyance with the whole thing. He leads expeditions to dangerous areas in search of lost artifacts and ruins. Or even rare plants and magical creatures, even though that should technically be outside the purview of archaeology. He has been very successful in this, so he gets a lot of attention from people. There. It was an incomplete explanation, yes, but not really misleading or anything. Hopefully it would suffice. I haven't heard anything about him for more than a year now, Ray remarked. He's in Koth, Zorian said. Apparently he found something very important in the jungle, but he's been very secretive about it. I'm sure you'll hear all about it when he finally deigns to unveil it to the world. Thankfully, the topic of conversation shifted away from Daimen at that point. Zorian decided to take advantage of the somewhat personal nature of Ree's questions to ask about their personal details. Her story was functionally identical to what she told him in the previous restart, but her surface thoughts were far easier to read this time, what with her not being primed to defend her secrets from a swarm of thought-sharing, mind-reading rats. Her surface thoughts told him an interesting story. For one thing, Saul was not a cat shifter. Only Ray and Nachka were. Ray had been a criminal, but then she met Saw and decided to leave that life behind to be with him. How romantic. Except that neither Ree's former associates nor the rest of the townsfolk were willing to let Ray forget what her past was, so the family packed up their things and left to somewhere where nobody knew who they were and where they could start anew. Where Nachka could grow up without her mother's past sabotaging her at every turn. Damn, he was really starting to get mad about what the cult of the World Dragon had in store for them. He didn't think he could just coldly watch as Nachka's parents are murdered and she herself kidnapped. Though, thinking about it now, it wasn't such a problem in this particular restart. His memory reading was nowhere near good enough yet to get much out of high-ranking cultists, even if he could track them down by following Nachka's movements. And who said he was even capable of preventing her kidnapping in the first place? It wasn't like he had a foolproof plan to stop it. After all, if the kidnapping proceeded under some different schedule than the one in the previous restart, he'd basically have to monitor the Satchel family day and night to intercept it. He decided to put his original plan on hold for now and see how things developed. Who knows, maybe the last restart was a fluke and kidnapping Nachka wasn't something the cultists routinely did in every loop. He would have to put some kind of tracker on her just in case, though. By the time they were done talking, the rain had already started falling outside. Ray tried to argue that they should wait for a while until it lessened, but Zorian knew that wasn't happening for quite a while and refused. He enveloped himself and Kiriel in a weather shield to block the rain and bid the Satchel family goodbye. He considered it a proof of his growing skill and mana reserves that his shield held strong for the entire length of their journey, letting them arrive at Amaya's place completely dry and unwinded. Break. The next few days were fairly routine. He went to Nyazov Dveri to get himself plenty of crystallized mana, sold said crystals in various stores in Syoria for large amounts of cash, accepted Taven's offer of joining her team in running monster-killing missions and tested whether his stored notebooks had survived the restart. They had. With the start of classes on Monday, however, Zorian decided to go out of his comfort zone a little and initiate contact with one of his classmates. Specifically, Rainey. He was currently investigating shifters, after all, and she was supposed to be a wolf shifter herself. Maybe she knew some crucial information. It didn't hurt to ask. There was one big, obvious problem with his idea, however. Rainey got a lot of love confessions and date invitations from her many love-stricken fans, and would probably assume his attempt to talk to her was just more of the same. And she was not interested in love and dating, she made that very clear over the years. How could he ensure his attempt to talk to her wouldn't be misunderstood? He agonized for an entire day over which method of approach he should use, before deciding he was being stupid. So what if she got the wrong idea when he asked to talk to her? Though she categorically rejected every man who tried to court her, her rejections had always been polite and non-violent to his knowledge, except for that one time she punched a guy in the face, but everyone who was there agreed that guy got a little grabbier than was proper. Bottom line was, he could just approach her directly before class and ask for a talk, and the worst that could happen was that she could tell him to get lost without hearing him out. Hardly the end of the world, and with the time loop in place he would have a chance to try again in the next restart with a different approach. The worst didn't happen, though. When Zorian asked to talk to her after class, Rainey simply gave a little sigh and spared a lingering glance at the ceiling, as if asking the gods what she had done to deserve this, before agreeing to his request. The class came and went, and the classroom gradually emptied of people until only Zorian, Rainey, and Kiana were left. Why was Kiana there? Hell if Zorian knew, but her presence was clearly not unintended by Rainey, so he opted not to say anything. Did Kiana know about her friend being a shifter? If not, then broaching the topic in front of her was probably not something Rainey would appreciate. How annoying. Sorry about this, Rainey said. I know you probably wanted this to be private, but Kiana insisted on staying behind too, and, well. She shrugged helplessly. She sounded honestly apologetic about it, and if he were incapable of sensing people's emotions, he would have probably believed her too. He gave Kiana a glance, and she quickly straightened her posture and fixed a small scowl on her face. Probably trying to look intimidating or something. Her real emotions were a mix of boredom and impatience, though, she probably considered the entire thing a massive chore. Zorian almost cracked a smile at the whole setup. The funny thing was that if he was going to ask anyone out, it would probably be Kiana, not Rainey. He'd kind of had his eyes on her before he'd gotten stuck in this whole time loop business, in an idle, daydreaming sort of way. If he remembered correctly, Zack caught him staring at her once, in that fateful first restart. A part of him wanted to ask Kiana out right now, just to see how the two of them would react to such a development. But no, that would only be amusing for a short while and he would have to live with all the created drama for the rest of the month. Besides, his reasons for liking Kiana were extremely shallow and based entirely around her looks. He felt she was just as beautiful as Rainey, and preferred her black hair to Rainey's red. That was it, really. For all he knew, her personality could be absolutely atrocious. If you're okay with her presence, then so am I, Zorian said. That said, do you mind if I erect a privacy bubble around us? Nielu and company are hanging by the door, trying to eavesdrop, and I think we'd all be happier if they did not hear this. Ugh, Rainey grunted, rising from her seat and marching off towards the door. There is no need for that. I'll be back in a moment. Through his mind sense, Zorian could feel the 4 mental signatures of their eavesdroppers flee before Rainey's approach. They were already halfway down the corridor by the time she opened the door, and in less than a minute Rainey was back in her seat. Well then, she began, now that the spy brigade is gone, we can finally get this over with. What did you want to talk to me about, Mr. Kaczynski? Does Kiana know about shifters? Zorian asked. Evidently she did, if her shocked reaction was any indication. What? Rainey stammered. How do you know about that? I asked a scholar named Vani to tell me about shifters and dash. Vani from Nyazov Dveri? Rainey asked, interrupting him. Aren't you supposed to be from Siren? I am, Zorian confirmed. That doesn't mean I am forbidden from visiting Nyazov Dveri on occasion. I have friends there. Of course you have, Rainey sighed. Look. Zorian. I kept this a secret for a reason. Zorian nodded in agreement. That's why I asked whether Kiana knows. I know, Kiana piped in, crossing her arms in front of her. And I'll be charitable and assume you'll keep it a secret, just as I have, despite being friends with that blabbermouth Benesek. So what exactly do you want from Rainey anyway? I made acquaintances with a couple of cat shifters, and I wanted to hear an opinion of another shifter about some things related to that, said Zorian. I figured I'd ask Rainey first and see if she was willing to answer some questions. There was a brief silence as both girls digested this. This is way too heavy of a topic for a free period, Rainey decided. Our next class is about to start soon. Well, yes, agreed Zorian. It doesn't have to be now. I just want to know if you're even willing to help me out. I might as well, Rainey said dismissively. My main concern about shifter talk had always been about not wanting people to know I was one to begin with, and the cat is apparently already out of the bag. Besides, if you're hanging out with the likes of cat shifters, you're going to need some advice. No offense to your new acquaintances, but cat shifters tend to be unsavory characters. I did hear some rumors about that, Zorian admitted. So how is this going to work, then? I don't know, Rainey admitted. I'm going to have to think about it. You've ambushed me out of nowhere with this. I'll get back to you when I figure out a time and place. Don't contact us, we'll contact you, Kiana summarized. And then they were out of time and ended the meeting in favor of rushing to the next class. Overall, Zorian was pleased with the outcome, even if the looks and whispers of his classmates signified they had noticed the interaction and that the resulting fallout had yet to be determined. Break. Rainey didn't seem to be in a hurry to organize a meeting with him after their talk, but Zorian didn't hold it against her. It was nothing urgent, and he had plenty of things to busy himself with in the meantime. Currently, that meant combing the Arania settlement for any hints regarding where they kept their treasury. He wasn't having much luck yet, but then again he didn't expect to be lucky so soon. It would be a pretty terrible secret treasury if all it took was a single day of dedicated searching to track it down. Zorian wandered the tunnels of the settlement, his mind sense straining in an attempt to detect some surviving Urania hiding somewhere. He didn't find any. The Uranian settlement was a silent tomb, unmoving corpses of giant spiders scattered throughout its expanse and undisturbed by scavengers due to the wards the Urania had placed on it. Occasionally his mind sense detected a mental signature, but it inevitably turned out to be some dungeon denizen trying to sneak past the wards of the settlement or one of the few surviving male Urania. Not that the latter were wholly useless, though sub-sapient, they were still representative of what the Urania were like, and didn't have the mental defenses that female Urania did. Zorian made sure to capture each one he encountered so he could read their minds for information about the location of the treasury, more out of desire to practice his memory reading on something related to Urania than out of any real hope that they knew something. Though he had to say the males were a lot smarter than Zorian had thought they would be, considering what he'd been told by the female Urania, they were actually closer to animals such as ravens and pigs than something dumb like a horse or a dog. 3 of them even worked together in order to ambush him, and Zorian only narrowly avoided getting bitten by the one of them. The Urania were only weakly venomous, according to what he'd been told by them, but he would still rather not tempt fate like that. Damn, Zorian swore. Nothing, not even a clue as to where he should look next. That's it, I'm done with this for today. Kale, you done with your examination yet? Kale shifted his attention from the curled, motionless corpse of some unfortunate Urania towards him, his mind slowly switching gears from his focused work state into something capable of holding a conversation. Oh, that, Kale mumbled. Yes, I checked them over for soul magic ages ago. I can find no traces of any soul magic being performed on them. None whatsoever, and it's honestly freaking me out. If you hadn't told me what really happened, I'd have assumed these bodies to be very sophisticated meat puppets devoid of souls to begin with, not sapient creatures whose souls have somehow been removed. I've just finished a more comprehensive medical scan, however, and there is no way these bodies are meat puppets. I'm baffled. This doesn't look like the aftermath of any soul spell I know of. Damn. He had really been hoping Kale would be able to find something. You really can't tell me anything else? Zorian urged. Anything? No. Well, maybe, Kale said, hesitating. Zorian urged him to continue. While my medical scans show these spiders indeed died on the first day of the restart, they died somewhere after 2 in the morning. Ah, I see where you're going with that, Zorian said after a brief pause. That implies that the time loop starts almost 6 hours before I wake up. Yes, Kale agreed. I'm not sure how useful that is to you, but it's interesting. Very, Zorian agreed. Especially if I can somehow force myself to wake up at the start of the time loop as opposed to when I usually do. Kale nodded and before suddenly checking on his pocket watch. Ah, I didn't even realize so much time has passed. I promised Kana I would take her to the park today, do you think we could dash? Yes, Zorian preemptively agreed. That's why I interrupted you in the first place. I've had enough of this place for one day. Just gather your things and I'll recall us back to the basement. 5 minutes later Kale and Zorian were teleported back to Amaya's basement, or rather, the large stone that served as an anchor for Zorian's recall spell. The recall spell was quickly becoming one of Zorian's favorites, due to its ability to cut through many forms of magical interference and anti-teleportation wards. It would be even better if maintaining a recall link with each anchor stone didn't incur a running mana cost, but you can't have everything, he supposed. He bid goodbye to Kale, who had his own duties to attend to, and went out to seek out Kiriel. He found her in the kitchen, telling stories to Amaya and playing with the miniature golem he'd made for her. Amusingly, no one in the house seemed to realize just how much money and skill it took to create that thing. It was just a fancy magical doll to them, and they barely gave it a second's thought. To Zorian, though, that little golem was very special for one simple reason: he had created the blueprint for it in the previous restart. Although Zorian had spent a lot of time in the restarts messing with spell formula and magic item creation, the truth was that he had been somewhat reluctant to truly sink a lot of his time into the field because he had to effectively recreate his designs purely from memory with every restart. While that was good in a sense, as it forced him to re-evaluate and refine his designs each time instead of relying on tried-and-true designs, the fact of the matter was that it slowed things down to a crawl whenever he was forced to recreate everything from scratch over and over again. He had effectively been limited to fairly simple projects, but now that he could actually transfer notebooks across restarts, he was freed of these limitations and could truly start advancing in the field. He greeted Amaya, announcing his return, and then turned to his little sister. "Hello, Kiri," he greeted. "Are you ready for your magic lesson?" "Yes," she agreed enthusiastically. "So does that mean you read the first 3 chapters of that book I gave you?" Zorian asked. Yeah," she agreed, much less enthusiastically than before. "I may have skipped a few parts." Zorian gave her a knowing look. He had a feeling that if he quizzed her on what she read, he would find she skipped far more than a few parts. "All right," he said, putting a small black cube on the table in front of them. "This here is the mana absorption cube. Its function is very simple, it will absorb any mana you let out, after which the carved lines you see on its surface will begin to glow. It sounds useless, but beginner mages like yourself have trouble sensing their own mana flow, and thus cannot really determine whether their efforts are achieving any results. This will help keep you on target. Later, when you start extruding mana out of your body reliably, we can move on to purposely feeding mana into the cube in order to build greater control." Kiriel took the cube carefully into her hands, as if afraid it was going to bite her, and started tracing the lines carved into its surface with her fingers. "Did you also learn using one of those things?" she asked. "I thought that was done using one of those glass balls you brought home after your second year." "I did, but I discovered those things aren't really the best tool for the job," Zorian said. "They're mass-produced, with an eye for price instead of maximum effectiveness. That cube you're holding in your hand is a bit better than that." "Oh," she said, giving him a surprised look. "Was it expensive?" Well, technically Zorian had produced that cube on his own, but the materials he used weren't exactly cheap. "Yes, but don't worry about it," he said dismissively. "I don't mind spending money on this, so long as you actually take your lessons seriously." "And Kiriel?" "Yeah?" she asked curiously. "You really need to actually read those 3 chapters for our next lesson, and I'd appreciate if you didn't lie to me like that in the future," he said. At least she had the decency to blush in response. Break. The first week of the restart was a pretty big success in Zorian's eyes. True, he never did manage to find the Iranian treasury, but everything else was going along nicely. Red Robe had once again neglected to give any information to the invaders, so they were stumbling around just as badly as they had in the previous restart. This was the second time in a row that he had done that, and that was taking into account just the restarts that Zorian knew about. It had probably started way earlier than this. Did Red Robe completely give up on supporting the invasion after their confrontation? That was more than a little strange, considering how dedicated he'd been about helping them out before. Maybe he supported the invasion primarily as a way to keep Zack busy with something and mask the aftershocks of his own actions. If so, the fact that he revealed himself to Zack would kind of make such trickery pointless. Regardless of the reason, Red Robe's absence made things very convenient for Zorian. The moment he realized Red Robe was once again ignoring the invaders, he immediately launched a series of raids on the known invaders and their cultist allies. He found nothing new yet, but every memory dive he did made him one step closer to opening the Matriarch's memory packet, so he considered himself successful there regardless. He also scouted a couple of the emergency resource caches that he'd found in the last restart, and even looted a particularly badly defended one. That particular cache held nothing except a large quantity of unlabeled potion bottles, which was slightly disappointing. He handed them off to Kale to see if he could figure out what they were and find a use for them. He'd feel bad about taking advantage of the Morlock boy so much, except that Kale actually seemed enthusiastic about all the work Zorian was sending his way, so Zorian figured it was okay. His monster hunts with Taven were more successful this time around as well, since he had knowledge of where the monster nests and main migration routes were from his previous restarts. Taven was ecstatic at their results, though Zorian had noticed her giving him some strange looks when she thought he wasn't paying attention. Did she somehow realize how improbable his claim of divining the locations of the monsters was? Well, no matter, since she never actually confronted him about it, he decided to continue using his foreknowledge to improve results of the hunts and deal with the fallout when, and if, it came. His quest for getting himself a better library pass was also going along nicely, even though it was still in the beginning stages. The method he chose was extremely simple. He hung around the library entrance during its busiest hours and covertly scanned the minds of everyone who entered and left, looking for people with higher passes who weren't regular visitors of the library. After all, while the academy was stingy about giving higher authorizations to its students, actual holders of higher authorizations weren't exactly rare. Plenty of mages had them, and few of them were using them with any degree of regularity. If he chose his target correctly, they would never even realize their library pass had gone missing. And hopefully, the library would also never realize the holder of the card was not the same person whose name was printed on it. The crowning achievement of this week, however, was the session with Svim he was currently attending. Svim was usually extremely punctual about their sessions, ending them at exactly their mandated time, no more, no less. Today, however, Zorian had been so good about meeting his ridiculous demands that Svim decided to quietly extend their session beyond their allotted time. Zorian said nothing, simply continuing his endless repetition of the tasks Svim gave him, but internally he was smiling. Even if Svim retained his stony facade, the fact he decided to break off from his usual routine told Zorian that he was definitely making progress in unnerving his annoying mentor. Unfortunately, as much as he'd like to see how long Svim intended to keep him here if he did not complain, Zorian had other obligations to fulfill today. A training session with someone else, you say? Svim asked curiously. And what, pray tell, is this training session about, to trump the meeting with your mentor in importance? It's something Professor Zalady arranged for me, Zorian said, invoking the authority of another teacher. I'm meeting another student so we can practice our mind magic together. Svim stared at him for a second. If Zorian had expected some kind of shock at his admission, or a request at confirmation that, yes, he indeed meant mind magic, he was disappointed. Svim just stared at him for a bit, tapped his finger on the table once, and then reached some kind of decision. Why have you not notified me of this sooner? He asked. I meant no offense, sir, Zorian assured him smoothly. It's just that this was our first meeting, and you immediately had me start with shaping exercises when I entered the room. I felt it would be imprudent to interrupt your lesson for such an ultimately irrelevant detail. Humph. And you say you're practicing with another student? The blind teaching the blind, Svim said, shaking his head in disapproval. He then made a dismissive gesture with his hand, shooing him away. Well, then. Go. I'm not going to keep you from your duties. Thank you, sir, Zorian said, rising from his seat. I am to see you on next Friday, then. No, come see me on Monday after classes, Svim said. I need to see this mind magic of yours in action before I can plan for our next session. Ha! Now this he did not expect. Was Svim implying he could help him develop his mind magic somehow? He did have a very good mental shield, admittedly, but Zorian was still skeptical that the man could help him in that regard. And he was also more than a little baffled that Svim was even willing to help with that, even if it did turn out that he was some kind of mind magic expert. He thought the man was all about the shaping exercises and other basics. Deciding he was going to have to wait till Monday to see what Svim had in mind, Zorian left the man's office and went off to meet Tinami for their mind magic practice. Well, he technically did not know he was meeting Tinami in particular, but considering that the setup was largely the same as it was the last time around, he told Ilsa about his mind magic and requested a practice partner. He didn't think the identity of the other student was that much of a mystery. And indeed, when he arrived at the assigned classroom, he found Tinami already there, waiting for him. "You are the other mind mage?" Tinami asked incredulously. "Yes," he answered telepathically, causing her to flinch in shock. She narrowed her eyes at him in response. "You're late," she complained. "Sorry," he apologized. "Svim unexpectedly decided to extend our tutoring session beyond bounds. I only managed to get out of it a few minutes ago." "You chose Svim as your mentor?" Tinami asked. "Why?" "I live in Siren," Zorian explained. "That's pretty far from Syoria. By the time Ilsa managed to get to me, all the other mentors had filled their quotas and Svim was the only one left." "Is he as bad as they say?" she asked. "He had me do shaping exercises for 2 hours straight today." "Ouch. Okay, I guess that justifies being a few minutes late," she admitted. "We should probably reschedule our future meetings, just in case this keeps happening." "Probably," Zorian agreed. Not even he knew what Svim would choose to do next, and he had lived through this month many, many times by now. "Anything important I should know before we start?" Just like the last time they did this, Tinami was largely interested in practicing her telepathy and ability to read surface thoughts. She was rather bad at it by Zorian's standards, but she improved rapidly under his direction. As for himself, he mostly practiced tapping into other people's senses with her. He could access the senses of other humans quite easily at this point, but trying to actually function while getting 2 sets of sensory inputs was a massive challenge. Especially if he and Tinami were looking in completely different directions and such. Truthfully, there was very little that practicing with Tinami could offer him that he could not also do with Curiel, Kale or some random stranger, but this way he got to talk to one of his classmates, which was one of his resolutions for this restart. It didn't hurt that cooperating with Tinami could be potentially quite useful, considering who her family was. Also quite dangerous, since they were known to dabble in mind magic and necromancy, but he was willing to take that chance. It was too bad he was essentially starting from scratch with her, though. The last time he'd done this with Tinami, he had introduced her to the Arania and they'd overshadowed him in her eyes by quite a margin. Because of that, they'd interacted very little outside their practice sessions. Then again, considering he had simply viewed her as a mind magic practice dummy back then and never even tried to get to know her, he had no right to complain. Now, though, there was no convenient nearby Arania to introduce her to, even if he wanted to, he would have to catch her attention in some other way. "Okay, I've just got to ask, where on earth did you learn how to perform mind magic so well?" Tinami asked. "I've been learning these things for years, under some very good tutors, and you're just effortlessly one-upping me in every application of it I can think of." "How come?" "It's a secret," Zorian said bluntly. "Ask me later when we get to know each other better." She quirked her eyebrow at him. "When, huh?" "When, if, whatever suits your fancy. The point is that we don't know each other well enough for me to reveal something that personal to you." "That's fair enough," she sighed, leaning back in her chair. "It's really annoying, though. I know I'm not exactly a genius in the field but dash." There was a knock on the door. Zorian and Tinami both looked at each other and shrugged, mystified about who could be knocking on an empty classroom door at this time of day. "I'll go check," Zorian said, rising from his seat. Chances were that it was someone looking for one of them, and knowing his luck that meant they were looking for him. He opened the door, only to find Kiana standing behind it. Hi." Zorian said uncertainly. "Hi," Kiana said, sticking her head inside the classroom quickly in order to see if they were alone. She did a double take when she saw Tinami and gave him an incredulous look. "It's private," Zorian said crankily, preempting any sort of question. He stepped out of the classroom and closed the door behind him so they could have some semblance of privacy while they talked. "I didn't say anything," she said, raising her hands in front of her defensively. "I just came to tell you that Rainey has finally decided to meet with you again. It's at 10 in the morning tomorrow, at this address." She pushed a folded piece of paper into his hands. I shouldn't have to tell you this, but don't spread this around, okay? Like I'd feed the rumor mill like that, Zorian scoffed, rolling his eyes. Will you be there too, standing guard again? No, but the owner of that restaurant is a friend of Rainy, so don't get any funny ideas, she said. Oh, that reminds me, Rainy wants you to know that this is definitely not a date. Even though it's a private meeting in a restaurant between two teenagers. She smiled mischievously at him. Hey, aren't you supposed to be on your friend's side? He complained. I was just joking, she sighed. Gods, you're just as humorless as she is. Heavens help us if you two really do end up getting together in the end. See you around, Zorian. And then she just turned and left without even waiting for his response. She wasn't really how he'd imagined her to be. Shaking his head, he stuffed the paper with the address in his pocket and went back to the classroom. Sorry for the interruption, he told Tinami. It was a small personal matter I had to. Why are you looking at me like that? No way, she mumbled. I heard you were going after Rainy, but to think you got her to agree to it, however did you do that? I thought that was impossible. I don't have a date with Rainy, Tinami, Zorian calmly assured her. You are jumping to conclusions. Unless, of course, she exclaimed. Of course a mind reader could figure out her weak spot. Hey, he protested. Now that's just insulting. I would never violate the privacy of her thoughts like that. Why not? Tinami asked curiously. I would, in your place. Are you sure you want to admit so readily to something like that? Zorian asked incredulously. Please. I don't believe for 1 second you are being perfectly moral and responsible with your mind magic, Tinami accused. You're far too good at it to have developed your powers the legal way. This topic is over as far as I'm concerned, Zorian stated. Why don't we go back to practicing mind magic? You know, the thing we're supposed to be doing. I have to ask though, what is it that you people see in that girl? Tinami asked, completely ignoring him. What does she have that I don't? Is it the red hair? It's the red hair, isn't it? Zorian let his face fall into his hands. And it had been shaping up to be such a nice day, too. 42, Sum of its Parts. Chapter 042 Sum of its Parts. Not far from the restaurant where he was supposed to meet Rainy, Zorian sat on a bench and waited. There was no sign of her yet, but that was in no way unusual. He had misjudged the amount of time it would take him to find the place, and was thus a little early. He didn't let it bother him, choosing instead to pass the time by experimenting with his mind sense on the passing crowds, tapping into the eyes of pigeons flying overhead and practicing his shaping skills on the handful of pebbles he had taken to carrying around on his person at all times. Honestly, shaping exercises were kind of relaxing when he didn't have Svim breathing down his neck and being a jerk. He should try finding one that was actually challenging, really challenging, but not Svim's patented you haven't really mastered this bullshit, and set aside some time to, He drew the pebbles currently floating in front of him back to his palm and pocketed them, before leaning over a nearby ornamental bush where his mind senses had detected an extremely faint mental signature. Despite knowing exactly where to look, it took him 2 whole seconds to spot the mantis camouflaged against the leaves. He stared at the bug for a while, before an idea occurred to him. He pointed his palm towards the insect and concentrated, trying to telekinetically draw it towards him without crushing it like a, bug. Something that was greatly complicated by the mantis holding on for dear life to the twig it was standing on. He had hoped to surprise it with this sudden maneuver, but its reactions were surprisingly fast for something that had been moving so slowly and ponderously just a second ago. Nonetheless, Zorian wasn't so easily deterred. 5 minutes later, he had finally managed to detach the mantis from the twig without hurting it and was levitating it in front of him. The mantis twisted and flailed around in the air, clearly unhappy with its predicament, but Zorian had established too firm a hold on it for his telekinetic control to lapse just from that. At least until the mantis decided it was finished with this annoyance, then suddenly unfurled its wings and flew off. Oh, right, mantises can fly if they need to. He totally forgot about that. Shrugging, he focused on his mind sense for a moment, checking if Rainey had arrived yet. She had. She was still hidden by the nearby building from where he was standing, but her mental signature was unmistakable. He set off in the direction of the restaurant, and was soon back at the entrance, trying not to stare at the street corner he knew she was going to emerge from. When she did finally round the corner, however, she stopped in her tracks and just sort of stared at him in apprehension instead of coming over to meet him. Honestly, what was up with that? He already agreed with her that it wasn't a date, so what was she apprehensive about? He accidentally turned in her direction, pretended he'd just noticed her and gave her a little wave. She stopped stalling and came over to greet him properly. "Sorry if I'm cutting it a little close," she said. "With most people I know, it's a miracle if they're only 10 minutes late, so I've learned not to be too early to this sort of stuff." "You didn't wait long, did you?" "It was a bit of a wait," admitted Zorian. "But to be fair, I was rather early. Don't worry about it, I found things to amuse myself with." "Oh?" she asked. "And what would that be, if you're willing to share?" "Nothing too interesting. I was just doing some shaping exercises," said Zorian, retrieving the pebbles from his pocket and making them float in a rotating ring above his palm. "Silly, I know, but it passes the time." Rainey stared at the rotating ring of pebbles for a second before shaking her head, mumbling something unintelligible and motioning for him to follow her into the restaurant. He returned the pebbles to his pocket and hurried after her. The moment he stepped inside the dining hall of the restaurant, he understood the reason behind the restaurant's somewhat unusual name, fearsome catfish, indeed. Hanging from the ceiling of the dining room was a preserved body of a massive catfish, big enough to swallow a grown man whole. An interesting choice of ornamentation for a restaurant. Rainey seemed both amused and pleased that the taxidermically preserved trophy gave him pause for a moment, although he only knew that because of his empathy. She neither reacted nor said anything to him as she led him to a nearby table where they took their seats. He half expected Rainey to order a plate full of meat, what with her being a wolf shifter and all, but she actually ordered a grilled trout and a plate of vegetables. Ha! He supposed he shouldn't be so quick to assume, though speaking of assuming things, was he expected to pay for them both? His cynical side was saying yes, since her choice of meal was on the pricier side of things, but then again she was the daughter of a tribal chief. Maybe she had plenty of money and this was perfectly normal for her. Maybe she'd be offended that he's trying to pay for her share of the food and think he's trying to court her after all. "It will take some time for the chefs to prepare the food," Rainey said. "Why don't you tell me about these cat shifters of yours while we wait?" Zorian scanned the other tables in the dining hall for any eavesdroppers. They were by no means the only people in the restaurant, and Zorian kind of thought this was way too public of a location to be having this sort of conversation, but it was mostly Rainey's secrets that were at stake here, so if she felt this was fine, then it was. None of the other diners were paying any attention to them, so at least there was that. He told her as much as he could without bringing up the invasion or information about Ree's background that he obviously shouldn't know about. Even so, he sincerely hoped that Rainey wouldn't want to speak with Ray after their talk, because he would almost certainly find himself in a bit of a hairy situation if that were to happen. He could scarcely explain how he came by some of his information without admitting he had spied upon the Satchel family in some fashion. "I don't think they intend to harm you in any way," Rainey said once he was done. "They wouldn't be willing to leave you alone with their daughter like that if they did, nor would they let her get attached to your little sister if they meant to make you into a target. Most cat shifters are dishonorable, but they don't target their own neighbors, friends, contacts and the like. They never make trouble in their own territory." Well, Zorian had already known that the various shifter groups are by no means united, but it seemed they weren't even on particularly good terms either. Or at least Rainey's group didn't seem to like cat shifters much. "I'm guessing the cat and wolf shifters don't get along, then," surmised Zorian. "We hardly ever interact with each other." "Our relations are not bad because they're mostly non-existent," said Rainey. I personally think they give the rest of the shifters a bad name, and I know I'm not the only one in my tribe with that opinion. You should watch yourself around your new friends. I know I just said earlier that they are not plotting against you, but that doesn't mean they're not dangerous. Cat shifters are rarely just cat shifters, they are the shifter group that has embraced Icosian magical traditions the most. They especially like to dabble in illusionism, mind magic, scrying and other shady disciplines. I wouldn't put it past them to spy on you in some fashion. I'll keep that in mind, Zorian nodded. I'm curious, though, is that a general thing? Do different shifter groups usually avoid each other? No, not at all, Rainey said, shaking her head. We try to maintain contact with other shifter groups, it's just that cat shifters are, well, it's a long story, and I can smell our meals coming. We'll talk more after we've eaten. She was right, the food was indeed brought over to their table not long after that. And Rainey was either very hungry or an extremely fast eater, because she scarfed down her meal in half an hour flat and then kept giving Zorian impatient looks while he ate his own food at a much more sedate pace. Rude. He refused to hurry up just because of her. All right, said Zorian eventually, setting his plate aside to signal that he was done eating. We were talking about shifter relations. Yeah, Rainey agreed. Well, the first thing you need to keep in mind is that the current image of shifters as some sort of weird mages living on the fringes of normal society is something very modern. Before the flood of Icosian refugees came to the continent and conquered everything, shifters didn't live on the fringes of anything, partly because the rest of the natives hated us and would have never allowed us to live near them, but also because we didn't have to. We had our own tribes and territories to live in. The other natives hated you so much? Zorian asked. Oh yes, Rainey confirmed. Even today, the scattered remains of the original tribes that lived in the region, the people you collectively call Kuski, can't stand the sight of us. Thankfully for us, they have managed to thoroughly marginalize themselves over the years and no longer have any say in how shifters are treated. That's the good thing that came with the Icosian conquest. The Icosians didn't find shifters nearly as threatening or inhuman as the Altasian natives did. As far as they were concerned, we were just your typical group of over-specialized native mages that they hoped to absorb into their society. But? Zorian prompted. But their attempts to absorb us never quite succeeded properly, Rainey shrugged. We speak Icosian and follow the laws of the land, but most shifter groups have stubbornly clung on to every shred of autonomy and independence that we could. Wolf shifters were the most vocal and successful in that regard. Ah, I see, said Zorian, understanding. And since the cat shifters decided to discard their autonomy in favor of assimilating more closely into the rest of the population, you don't get along with each other. Yes, she sighed. We're not enemies, but they have completely rejected our politics and went their own separate ways. Both sides agree that they've got nothing to say to each other and avoid contact. Zorian hummed noncommittally. Somehow he doubted that the wolf shifters really didn't consider cat shifters enemies. He'd buy the idea that the cat shifters really were apathetic over the issue, but the wolf shifters must be pretty bitter over the other side breaking ranks like that. They were just powerless to do anything about it. So how successful are cat shifters, then? Zorian asked curiously. Very successful, Rainey admitted. Eldamar's government loves to point them out to shifter tribes worried about what would happen to them if they gave up on their traditional rights. It's why they are so reluctant to seriously crack down on them, despite their shady behavior. If the biggest success story of the shifter integration program comes under fire, it would likely cause all those other shifter tribes considering going down that path to back off and dig in harder. Right, totally not enemies. So if cat shifters were so very successful, doesn't it make sense to copy them to some degree? Zorian asked. I mean, I can understand not wanting to be criminals, but what stops you getting yourself some classical mages among your ranks? I'd be willing to bet their decision to acquire Icosian-style spellcasting had a lot to do with their success. What do you think I'm here for? Rainey asked him with a smile. Ah, well, Zorian fumbled. While you're clearly training to be a classical mage, you are a rare exception from what I'm hearing, not the rule. Why is your tribe only sending someone to learn this now? Why not earlier? There is a reason why the shifter group most successful in adopting Icosian-style magic is also the group that cares the least for our traditional rites, she said. While the idea sounds simple in principle, in practice it amounts to opening a backdoor for the central government to influence the tribe. Members trained as mages have a tendency to make power plays and bring the mage guild, and through them the central government into internal tribal disputes when they don't get their way. Ah, nodded Zorian in understanding. And the central government is all about abolishing autonomous groups like yours when given a chance. Yes, she agreed. Plus, the tribal elders are very traditional and often react badly if the new mage shows too many outside influences upon return. Many times the mage simply walked out of the tribe in disgust after a few years of clashing with them. So what changed to make you come here? Asked Zorian. A flash of indecipherable, but decidedly negative emotion welled up in the girl in front of him. Or is that too personal a question? It's, not really, no, she said, scowling for a moment before schooling her features. She was annoyed at something, but she didn't seem to blame him for it. I guess there are two main reasons. Ever since the splintering of the old alliance, the centralization policies that characterized its twilight years have been somewhat discredited, lessening the pressure on shifter tribes to assimilate. This makes outsider-trained members less threatening to many in the tribe. On top of that, the recent colonization drive to the Sorokian highlands has many shifter tribes wary, since their lands are directly in the path of settlers. If a group of mages decides to settle inside of our borders, it is not at all certain we could get them to leave without asking the central government for help. Help for which they would demand concessions, Zorian guessed. Well, they are actually obliged to help us in that regard for free, Rainey said. It's their duty. But every time we fail to resolve problems ourselves, we weaken our authority and credibility. If we do it too much, our supposed autonomy will end up being only on paper. So it would be best if we had some of our own mages to handle things. Anyway, those two come together into a situation where the tribal leadership felt we had to acquire some mages of our own, and could afford the risk that comes with such attempts. Zorian nodded and spoke no more of the topic, even though he could tell there was more to it. It wasn't as though Rainey had lied to him, he detected no intent to deceive from his empathy, but there was clearly some factor she didn't want to discuss there. Something personal, he guessed. Something that made her angry and bitter at her tribe, which she otherwise spoke about with pride and reverence. He had a feeling that her coming to Scioria was something of an exile. He asked her to give him a rundown of other shifter groups and she jumped at the chance to change the topic to something else. Shifter politics were surprisingly complex. Aside from cat shifters, the raven and owl shifters had also fully abandoned their tribal roots in favor of assimilation into regular society. They were not quite as successful as cat shifters, but both were doing decently for themselves. The viper shifters had also tried to pursue that path, but theirs was not a successful story. They failed to integrate and were nearly wiped out when they launched a short-lived rebellion during the Splinter Wars. The wolf, deer and boar shifters provided the core of the autonomous faction, which sought to preserve their traditional tribal structure and their special privileges. The bear and fox shifters were aligned with the autonomists, but had been slowly wavering in their support over the years and had powerful assimilationist factions working inside of them. Finally, there were three more shifter groups that stood out from the rest for a couple of reasons. First, there were the eagle shifters, who couldn't accept being ruled by anyone, autonomy or not. They simply transformed and flew off in the direction of the Winter Mountains, where they somehow survived till modern times. How they dealt with such a hostile, monster-infested environment nobody was quite sure, and they wanted nothing to do with the rest of humanity. Not even the other shifters. The second one were seal shifters, who got on the wrong side of Eldamar during the Necromancer's War and were mostly killed off as a result. The survivors left for Oquan Ebesa along with other losing groups, and were never heard from again. Rainey suspected they wouldn't want to talk to other shifters, even if they still survived in their new home. Finally, there were the pigeon shifters, who were never a tribe to begin with, they were a product of an eccentric mage that managed to get a hold of a shifter transformation ritual and was dedicated enough to create his own shifter clan with it. They were mocked and looked down upon by the other shifters, but Rainey admitted, after some prodding, that they were actually doing quite well for themselves. Being able to turn into a flying animal at will had its uses. "I'm surprised there aren't more attempts like that, to be honest," Zorian said. "There are," Rainey said. "They just tend not to go anywhere. They start well, but then run into problems when the first-generation shifters start having children. If not handled properly, shifter children tend to grow up somewhat dysfunctional. Established shifter groups have centuries of tradition to draw on in this regard. New, experimental shifters are stuck with no guidance and must tread with utmost care for the first few generations. Something that a lot of new shifters have no patience for." The conversation drifted away from the topic of shifters after that, shifting to a discussion of the recent monster invasion of the city and how it affected them. Zorian largely deflected Rainey's questions about what exactly he did in his team whenever they went hunting, as he suspected Rainey would be a lot less willing to just accept Zorian's implausibly high skills than Taven was, and she didn't push the issue too much. He was rather surprised how big of an effect the monster invasion had on her, though. "Honestly, this whole monster crisis is making me very self-conscious," Rainey revealed. "I was sent here to learn magic and become an asset to the tribe, and I thought I was doing fine in that regard, but now I know that many of my classmates are good enough to go after real dangers already and I'm not. I thought I was among the top of the class, but it seems that's true only academically. I don't like it. I should have been among those of you going out there to fight those things." He had no idea how to respond to that, so he just kept silent. The conversation died down after that, and they went their separate ways. There was no mention of a second meeting, but she did mention he was welcome to ask her more questions if he thought of anything else. That was more of an approval than he'd expected to get, really. And yes, she did indeed expect him to pay for both of them. Break. Zorian turned his new library pass in his hands, idly studying the identification glyphs etched on its surface. The name on the pass was not his, of course, since he'd brazenly broken into someone's house and stolen it, but the chances he would get confronted over that were, surprisingly enough, negligible. As he quickly learned when he tried to use his new pass, the higher passes weren't just a slip of inert paper like his old one was, they were small wooden panels imprinted with a magical identification array of glyphs. To use them, one just had to walk up to the doors leading to the restricted section of the library, and then insert the panel into the depression next to the door. If the pass authorization was high enough to access that particular section, the door would unlock and the visitor could walk inside. No interaction with the librarians was necessary, and nobody asked to see his pass when he tested it, even after he'd spent several hours in the mind magic section. Honestly, he was feeling rather foolish at the moment. He expected the restricted sections to be guarded by some fiendish bit of security and identity checks around every corner, and instead he found a security system a child could break. If he knew it was this easy, he would have done this far earlier. As far as he could see, the only danger was that the man he'd stolen from might realize he'd been robbed, and Zorian really wasn't worried about that. He had picked his target carefully, took nothing except the library pass from the house he'd broken into, and had done his best to leave no evidence of his entry. Even if the man suddenly started caring about the library pass he hadn't used for months and noticed it was missing, Zorian really doubted he would conclude somebody stole it. Who the hell breaks into people's houses in order to swipe their library passes? All that said, Zorian suspected that if he tried the same trick to access some really deeply restricted section, he would be stopped cold by firmer security. He would have to acquire a top-level pass at some point and test it out near the end of a restart. Right now, though, he had to see just what Svim had in store for him. He pocketed the library pass and approached the door. He frowned. What the hell was happening? This was where Svim's office was located, he was sure of it, had been here countless of times, and everything else was exactly where it should be. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting the mental shield snap shut over his thoughts. The compulsion to ignore the door to Svim's office melted away, and his eyes finally stopped skimming over it like it didn't exist. No, now that he thought about it, it was more like he had dismissed it as irrelevant. As obviously not what he was looking for. If he'd been less sure of himself, who knows how long he would have looked for the door before figuring it out. Opening his eyes and forcing down his annoyance at Svim's antics, he knocked on the door and then immediately entered without waiting for permission to do so. He found Svim calmly staring at him, fingers steepled together. Pitiful, Svim declared. That such a crude trap managed to snare you, even for a minute, shows how woefully unprepared you are for the dangers of mind magic. Yes, sir, agreed Zorian easily. He was too inured to Svim's attitude to really get worked up by it anymore. That is why I professed a desire for a training partner to Miss Salady. Svim waved his hand through the air once, as if warding away a particularly annoying fly, wordlessly letting him know how little he thought of that idea. I understand, from talking to Ilsa, that you are a natural mind mage, yes? Svim asked. It was apparently a rhetorical question, because he didn't wait for Zorian's response before continuing. It is commendable that you are trying to correct your deficiencies on your own initiative. Too many mages with such natural talents mistake their inborn advantage for actual mastery, wasting their potential and putting everyone around them at risk. Even themselves. Especially themselves. Wow, was that actual praise from Svim? Sadly, Svim continued, your attempt, much like the shaping skills you displayed at our session last Friday, falls embarrassingly short of achieving actually worthwhile results. It is up to me, as your mentor, to mold you into something resembling a competent and responsible spellcaster. Ugh. Never mind. I see, he said, somewhat sourly. Please forgive my impertinence, but I was not aware that you were an expert in mind magic. I thought you taught advanced shaping exercises for fourth-year students. I also do private lessons for particularly talented first and second years, Svim said, a ghost of a grimace flickering over his face for a moment before he smoothed it into his usual impassiveness. Svim probably didn't think much of their talent. And, more relevantly, I teach a fourth-year elective dealing with defense against hostile magic. Obviously, this includes mind magic as well. Ah, said Zorian. That did a lot to explain Svim's constant mind shield. Still. I feel I should point out that my innate ability grants me a very powerful and flexible mental shield. Oh. How interesting, Svim said speculatively. Tell me, is your ability purely defensive or can you reach out and touch other people's minds too? The second one, Zorian admitted. That's why I asked Miss Salady for help, I needed a willing target that would let me practice telepathy and mind reading on them. In that case, you probably already know about the mental barrier I'm currently sporting, Svim stated. Well, yes, but not because I tried to access your mind or anything, Zorian lied. It's just that the base form of my talent is a passive form of empathy that tells me what other people are feeling, and I cannot sense anything from you. As far as I can tell, that only happens when they are shielding their minds somehow. I am certain that is the only reason why you know of it, and that you have never even entertained the thought of getting revenge on your insufferable mentor by taking a quick peek at his mind, Svim said indulgently. As it happens, though, I want you to try and invade my mind. Please do your best to get past my mental barrier and tell me how it compares to your own. Oh, this was absolutely perfect. A chance to attack Svim and get away with it. How could he refuse? Still, as annoying as his mentor was, he didn't really want to hospitalize the man, so he didn't immediately launch the strongest mind spike he could form into his unprepared defenses. No, instead he first ran some light probing attacks to see if he could find any obvious imperfections, he couldn't, and then launched a quick succession of weak attacks to gauge the strength of Svim's shield. It was a very solid thing, comparable in strength to what Zorian and the Urania could create, which surprised him a great deal. On the other hand, that meant he didn't really have to hold back. He powered up his strongest, most focused mind spike and slammed it directly into the mental barrier. Though outwardly calm and composed, Inwardly Zorian grinned in savage glee as he felt Svim's mental shield crack and buckle under his sudden onslaught. And then the moment passed, and Svim's mental barrier immediately snapped back into place, as perfect and unyielding as it was at the start. Zorian's eyes involuntarily widened in shock. And no way, he repaired it. How? He wasn't a psychic, he was sure of it, and no spell he knew of could repair itself. Certainly not that quickly. Zorian couldn't fix his mind shield that quickly. Hell, the Urania he practiced with couldn't make their defenses snap back to an intact state that quickly. He launched 3 more powerful attacks in quick succession with the exact same result. The attacks did damage to Svim's mental barrier, but it was repaired so quickly and thoroughly that a lesser attacker could have been fooled into thinking it had never been damaged at all. He narrowed his eyes. No. No, he was not going to be foiled in this. Brute force wasn't working, but he hadn't been trained by the Urania for nothing, he had far more than that at his disposal. He started executing basic attack patterns taught to him by Mind Like Fire, treating Svim like a fellow psychic instead of a mage using a structured spell, and slowly the limits of Svim's defenses revealed themselves to him. For one thing, Svim did not seem to feel his probing attacks, anything not strong enough to crack his mental barrier was effectively undetectable to him. Secondly, his barrier was completely uniform, he never reinforced a spot he was attacking, even if he repeatedly targeted the same place over and over again. When he next attacked, he did not use a powerful but momentary mind spike, he picked one part of Svim's mental shield and started crushing it. He didn't let up, and slowly it began to crack under his mental pressure. No repair was possible, his attack was overwhelming the shield's regeneration, widening the cracks and bringing it closer and closer to total collapse. He diverted a few tendrils of power from the main attack into the widening holes in Svim's defenses, causing the man to visibly flinch as telepathic forces seared his surface thoughts. Stop! Svim ordered, raising his hand into the air in a halting gesture. Zorian immediately withdrew, letting Svim recreate his mental defenses and regain his composure. Well, his mentor said, massaging his sinuses. An afternoon headache, just what I needed today. I suppose that will teach me to tempt my students. Nonetheless, it was a fascinating experience. Less classical mind magic, and more akin to something a memory moss, an azure sea hermit crab or a cephalic rat swarm would employ. That wasn't a spell you were using to shield your mind, was it? Zorian asked. No, it was not, Svim confirmed. It was unstructured magic, much like your own abilities. But how? Zorian asked. I can tell that you aren't, well, a natural mind mage like me. Mind magic shaping exercises, Svim said simply, as if that explained anything. There are shaping exercises for mind magic? Asked Zorian, surprised. There are shaping exercises for every field of magic, Svim said. They are essential for building a proper foundation around which you can base your spells. Right, stupid question. What he should be asking was how doing shaping exercises allowed Svim to do a reasonable impression of a full-blown psychic. He was a bit of a one-trick pony, but to be fair, it was a very nice trick. I was not aware that doing shaping exercises can give you unstructured magical abilities, Zorian remarked. Really? Svim asked him curiously. What did you think shaping exercises were, if not unstructured magical abilities? Do enough of related ones over the years, and they're bound to build up to something greater than the sum of its parts. In the case of mind magic, the ability to defend against it is so universally coveted that countless training regimens for gaining mental defenses have been devised over the centuries. What I displayed is not a common skill by any means, but is not particularly rare either. Zorian frowned. Come to think of it, a fair number of people he'd encountered in the past had some form of mental defense that didn't really feel like a structured spell. Alanik for instance, as well as Ray. Zack also had some sort of mental shield, according to Spear of Resolve, one she did not feel comfortable tampering with. He really should have suspected something like this earlier. Can you also use telepathy and mind reading in an unstructured manner, too? He asked Svim, acting on a hunch. Me, personally? No. I've never had an interest in anything other than defending myself, Svim said. But if you're asking whether it's possible, the answer is yes, with caveats. It requires great dedication for rudimentary results. Such an aspirant would never be able to duplicate the attack you just casually did, for instance, even after a lifetime of honing their skills. He knew it was just like soul sight. Getting a reduced version of the ability that affects only yourself was doable with a lot of work, but reaching out and applying it to someone else was all but impossible. So? Svim said impatiently, breaking his contemplation. The comparison? Right. Your shield seems to give you far less feedback than mine does, it's too uniform in composition and your response to attack is very predictable and exploitable for someone who knows what they're doing, said Zorian, relishing the chance to make Svim on the receiving end of criticism for a change. Svim simply nodded, giving no indication that his pride was wounded by the barrage. On the other hand, your shield has far fewer imperfections and you can repair it a lot faster than me. Well then, Svim said, leaning back on his chair. I guess we know what you'll be practicing today, then, don't we? All right, said Zorian. He was fine with the idea, really. Improving his mental defenses was always welcome in his mind. How is that going to work, though? I don't think any classical mind spell can do much to me, barring surprise attacks like that trap you put on the door. Surprises come in many forms, Mr. Kaczynski, Svim said, reaching into his drawers and retrieving a spell rod, which he promptly pointed at Zorian's face. Allow me to demonstrate. Zorian hurriedly strengthened his mind shield, determined to weather the incoming mental attack Svim was launching at him, but what hit him wasn't a mind magic spell. It was some sort of dispelling wave, and his mental shield evaporated upon contact with it like a raindrop hitting a burning oven. Then the knockout spell hit him. He resisted. He may have been stripped of his mental shield and caught off guard, but he was still an experienced mage and he went through Kiran's resistance training, too. The relatively minor spell Svim used could not subdue him. But the point was made, regardless. A proper mind mage, Svim said, would have reconstructed his shield before the second spell had been even cast. Zorian sighed. Of course they would have. Start over, he guessed. Start over, Svim confirmed. In a scene that Zorian would rapidly begin to hate with every fiber of his being, Svim once again pointed the spell rod at his face and blasted his mental shield into oblivion. Break. Following their Monday session, Svim largely replaced their regular sessions with mind magic-related ones, constantly pushing his defenses and giving him long lists of mind magic shaping exercises to try. Most of these exercises were absurdly easy for Zorian, teaching things he already had an instinctive grasp of, but searching the restricted section of the library with his brand new pass yielded some less intuitive ones that actually taught him something new. He didn't intend to duplicate the circumstances that led to Svim's new attitude in future restarts. While he'd definitely learned some stuff from Svim when it came to mental combat, Svim was ultimately an annoying teacher to learn from and nothing he wanted to teach Zorian absolutely required his help to work. Besides, his meetings with Tinami weren't really getting anywhere. He wasn't really getting much from them himself, and Tinami basically turned his every attempt at interaction into an interrogation attempt, trying to figure out who had taught him to be as good as he was currently. She also seemed to have blabbed about his meeting with Rainey, since everyone in class seemed to know about it when he came to the academy on Monday. Probably as revenge for refusing to answer her questions. In any case, that pretty much killed any sort of goodwill he may have had with Rainey. She accepted that he was not at fault when they talked later in the day, but she still didn't want to be seen anywhere near him after that. It was probably Benesek loudly congratulating him in front of the whole class that really screwed him over when it came to that. Why did he ever think that hanging around that guy was a good idea? Oh well, live and learn. Seeing how his social endeavors were in tatters for the rest of the restart, he focused his energies on finding the Iranian treasury, his personal experiments, and tracking down and interrogating the invaders. The latter two were doing just fine, but his quest for the Iranian treasury stubbornly yielded no results. He resolved to take the filigree sages up on their offer to take them to the Siorian settlement in exchange for their help with memory manipulation. Maybe Iranian explorers would be more successful than him, and more help with his memory reading skills was always welcome. He should also save the Yellow Cavern Guardians from their invader again, just in case they had something new to tell him now that he had some actual experience with mind reading under his belt. His invasion-related activities steadily continued as weeks passed, yielding no revolutionary results or critical revelations, but his memory reading skills were getting pretty good and he had found some interesting targets that might actually know something interesting. Unfortunately, his constant attacks had made the invaders cautious and paranoid, and everyone important was always armed and under tight security. Zorian didn't feel confident going after them under such conditions. He would go after them in a future restart, when they hadn't had the forewarning that he was coming for them. As the end of the restart approached, Zorian laid off the cultists a little, limiting himself to raiding their caches and monitoring their activities. The caches held no crucial clue or amazing treasure, but one of them did have a whole lot of cash, which Zorian intended to put to good use in future restarts, and the potion collection he stole at the start of the restart looked promising. Kale claimed he would need another restart to finish going through them, but some of them were clearly advanced combat potions that produced clouds of acidic vapor upon breaking, doused everything in unquenchable fire and similar effects. That sounded quite compatible with Zorian's fighting style, in all honesty. And then, several days before the summer festival, his spying effort finally gave him the alert he had been waiting for. The leadership of the Cult of the World Dragon issued an order to one of their low-ranking groups to kidnap Nachka. It wasn't the same team as it was the last time, nor was the kidnapping scheduled to occur on the same date it had in the previous restart, but his efforts had caught the order anyway. He ambushed them halfway to the Sashel family house, when they were still herding their giant centipedes through the sewers. His initial idea was to seize control of the centipedes and make them turn on their masters, making it look like they lost control of the beasts. Unfortunately, the mage controlling them knew what he was doing. The moment Zorian attempted to influence the minds of the monsters, he clamped down on his control over the centipedes and shouted a warning to the rest of the group that they were under attack. So Zorian used his backup plan and chucked one of the combat potions he recovered from their cache into their midst. The centipede controller, as well as 3 of his centipede minions, died on the spot, frozen solid when the bottle broke and the glittering blue liquid made contact with the air. Alas, that revealed his hiding spot, forcing him to shield himself from a barrage of offensive spells the 3 surviving cultists had started peppering him with. Fortunately, with no more controller mage to contest his control, the last centipede was child's play to commandeer. Before his 3 attackers had realized what was happening, the centipede's venomous fangs bit down on the leg of one of them, and they had to defend themselves from a danger in their own midst. They never stood a chance from that point on, though they had managed to kill the centipede before Zorian finished them off. His task done, he left the scene, wondering what the Cult of the World Dragon was going to do now that its plans had been foiled. Were they going to come after Nachka again, with more resources this time? Just how important was she to them, anyway? He supposed he would find out soon. Break. To Zorian's surprise, Nachka was never attacked after that. Instead, the cultists attacked another family the day after that, this time a rather prominent officer serving in Eldamar's military who happened to be one of those pigeon shifters that Rainey didn't think much of. The man and his wife were unharmed, but their 8-year-old son was kidnapped by their unknown assailants and no ransom demand had been issued. Unlike the cultists' attack on the Sashel family, this one garnered a great deal of attention from the newspapers and the authorities. After all, their new target wasn't just some random nobody, but a member of Eldamar's military, and they didn't bother with some flimsy, monster attack set up this time, choosing instead to just barge in and kidnap a kid during the night. Quite a bit more attention-grabbing. So, clearly the cultists needed a shifter, probably a shifter child, for some purpose. Primordial summoning, most likely. They needed one so badly they were willing to kick over an anthill just before the invasion, exposing it to a huge risk of discovery. But it didn't have to be Nachka, apparently. "Hey, Zorian," Kiriel called out, distracting him from his musings. He looked towards her and found her trying to paint a face on the next generation wooden golem he had made for her. It had a whole bunch of minor improvements over the old one, but Zorian suspected Curiel only really cared about one of them. The new version had long, brown hair attached to its head, based on her request. Apparently she decided that it wasn't lifelike enough for her. "What?" he asked. "Who are you taking out to the dance tomorrow?" she asked. "It's none of your business," said Zorian. Ugh, he would have to make sure to be out of the house by tomorrow evening, just in case Ilsa sent someone after him again. "Are you going out with the red-headed girl you're dating?" she asked. "And, wait a minute, how do you even know about that?" Zorian protested. "Kale told me," she said, biting the wooden end of her paintbrush for a minute before adding some fine touches on the golem's new eyebrows. Stupid Kale, he probably thought this was all so terribly amusing. "I think you could use a girlfriend," Curiel said, before turning towards her new golem. "Don't you agree, Kostyenka?" Just as it had been made to do when presented with something that sounded like a question, the golem nodded its head gravely. "See, even Kostyenka agra dash." "Kiri," Zorian cut her off. "Yes." "Shut up." 43, Overwhelmed. Chapter 043 Overwhelmed. Perhaps it was because she knew that Zorian already had a date, much like everyone else seemed to believe, or perhaps it was simply a matter of Zorian being more circumspect with his intentions this time around, but Ilsa didn't send any girl after him in the end. Not that Zorian had stayed at Amaya's place long enough to see that in person, of course, that could have easily left him stuck with an unplanned date for the evening again, but he had left a scrying beacon in the house so he could check up on it periodically. A part of him was annoyed he even cared about that. In the grand scheme of things, such petty drama did not matter in the slightest. There wasn't enough time left in the restart for the consequences of ignoring it to really catch up to him. And besides, he could hardly be blamed for not showing up on a date he had never arranged to begin with. But, well, he was curious, and it wasn't like checking up on the house from time to time was some huge commitment on his part. No, most of his time was spent on hovering on the edges of the invasion proper, trying to spot breakaway groups small enough to ambush. Well, that and repeatedly telling himself that he didn't have to interfere every time he saw the invaders kill helpless civilians, since they were going to be just fine when the loop restarted. The first thing was complicated by the variety of monsters that accompanied the mages, who all had very good senses and came in great numbers. The second was complicated by the sheer brutality the invaders displayed to everyone in their path. For heaven's sake, some of them were breaking into random houses and murdering entire families inside. Not even looting anything, just committing mindless slaughter of non-combatants for no real reason. Madness. He knew stuff like that happened during the invasion, of course, but it was never this personal for him. He was there this time, witnessing the behavior in detail and cold-bloodedly deciding where to engage the invaders and where to move on. And he wasn't talking about avoiding groups that were straight up too big for him to handle. Those were easy to ignore, since he had never felt compelled to help others if doing so would cost him his own life in return. No, he was talking about groups that were entirely manageable with his current skills, except that he couldn't figure out a way to deal with them without killing everything. And what would be the point of that? He needed a basin mages alive so he could read their minds. That was what this was all about. An ambush that did not result in subdued mages to interrogate was a waste of time and mana, as well as liable to summon Quatakikal to dispatch him. The ancient lich always personally intervened when someone got too successful against the invading forces. And that was without even considering the possibility that Red Robe was secretly lurking somewhere out there in the city, waiting for a big enough disturbance to clue him in that a time traveler was back in Scioria. He didn't think that option was very likely, what with Red Robe completely abandoning his support of the invasion lately, but it was not an option he felt completely safe discounting. No, sticking to his original plan and avoiding unnecessary engagements was definitely the right choice to make. Maybe it was a good thing his mind kept going back to the stupid date drama. If nothing else, it gave him something to distract himself with. Fortunately for his deteriorating mood, he soon found a duo of Abasan mages that had strayed too far from their main group and were only lightly defended. Well, relatively speaking. They had 2 war trolls and 12 skeletons as bodyguards, with another 6 war trolls vandalizing shopfronts not too far from where they were standing, but he was confident he could deal with that if he could surprise them. He made his way towards the group, mentally nudging the iron beak whose senses he was tapping into to fly closer to his targets so he could examine them more closely. There was something deliciously ironic about using the invaders' own scouts against them like that, but the real reason he was using the iron beaks instead of simply scrying on the invaders was that iron beaks had much better vision than he did and could also see in the dark. Very useful, that. He had also tried to employ the same trick on the war trolls that hung around the invaders, but found their senses very hard to process. Trolls had terrible eyesight, and were colorblind to boot. Their main sense was their ridiculously good sense of smell and, to a lesser extent, their hearing. Not to mention they were far less mobile than the iron beaks, and the Abasans kept a much tighter leash on the brutes than they did on their iron beak flocks. He wondered. Acting on a hunch, Zorian focused on the nearest iron beak flock and tried to dominate the one flying on the tail's end of the flock. It was surprisingly willful for an animal, but his attempt was not contested by anyone and the iron beak soon broke off from its group and made its way toward Zorian. That worked. Nobody seemed to be reacting to his actions, either. Convenient. Apparently the iron beaks were a bigger weak link of the invasion than he'd thought. He removed a potion vial from his pocket and handed it to the dominated iron beak that had landed next to him. It took some time, but eventually he managed to telepathically convey to the magical corvid that it shouldn't clutch the vial too tightly in its claws unless it wanted bad things to happen to it. That done, he directed it to dive bomb the Abasan duo with the vial. He would not have been surprised at all if his ploy had ended up as a failure. A lot of it depended on the iron beak executing everything flawlessly, since Zorian was only dominating the iron beak, not puppeteering it. A dominated creature executes orders to the best of its own ability, not the controller's. That was nice, in the sense that there was no way Zorian could have puppeteered the bird precisely enough to pull off something this complicated. It did mean he was a bit of a helpless observer as a result, though. Oh well, even if the ploy failed it should at least act as a proper distraction for his own attack. The iron beak exceeded his expectations. Not only did it approach the 2 mages from behind, entirely on its own initiative, it dropped the vial at the exact spot Zorian told it to aim at. The exact spot. That had got to be some innate magic ability at work. They were uncannily accurate with their feather attack too, come to think of it. In any case, once the vial hit the ground it exploded into a cloud of yellow gas that knocked out the 2 Abasans in a matter of moments. Their bodyguards weren't affected, the war trolls because their magically enhanced metabolisms kept the knockout gas from working, and the skeletons because they had no metabolism to affect, but once their controllers went unconscious, it became ridiculously easy to goad the war trolls into attacking the skeletons. It took less than a minute before every skeleton was reduced into dust and splinters. He directed his iron beak to make a few passes at the 2 trolls, and the bird interpreted that as, send a couple of feather volleys straight at their eyes, ouch, after which the 2 former bodyguards ran off to chase the bird in blind anger, leaving Zorian free to approach the 2 knocked-out mages unopposed. This was the 5th group he ambushed tonight, and the first one where everything had gone so smoothly. He didn't even have to personally fight in the end. He really should use iron beaks more extensively in the future. After dragging the 2 unconscious bodies to some less exposed place, he took a deep breath and dived into their memories. Memory reading, more than any other branch of mind magic, deeply resembled divination in the way it functioned. You had to decide what you wanted to look for, and if you were asking the wrong question, your answer would be worthless or misleading. In Zorian's case, there were 4 main things he looked for whenever he read the minds of Abasan mages: whether they knew about any mage in a garish red robe, where the primordial, summoning, ritual was supposed to take place, what they knew about the goals of the invasion and, last but certainly not least, whether they knew anything about the time loop or time travel in general. The same thing he probed the minds of cultists about, really. He was lucky this time, in that one of the two mages lying before him was a higher-ranking mage that should hopefully know more than the common grunts he had been dealing with thus far. None of the Abasins knew anything about a mage wearing red robes, and the two men he currently had at his mercy were no exception. Follow-up questions regarding missing members which had left the group around the start of the time loop revealed that despite their inability to maintain discipline during the actual invasion, the Abasins ran a pretty tight ship during the lead-up to it. Anyone who stepped out of line was severely punished by the Abasin leadership, and the handful of cases where someone tried to abandon the invasion resulted in Quatakikl hunting them down like dogs as an example to everyone else. Consequently, all such attempts had stopped long before the time loop had begun. As far as Zorian was concerned, that pretty much killed the possibility of Red Robe being an Abasin invader. He had suspected as much, considering how Quatakikl treated Red Robe during that evening, but it was nice to have more confirmation. It was still possible he was connected to the cult of the World Dragon, which didn't, and couldn't, exercise anywhere near the same control over its members. As far as the location where the primordial ritual was concerned, none of the Abasins officially knew anything about it, but it was apparently a sort of public secret among group commanders, such as the one whose mind Zorian was currently reading, that the summoning was supposed to take place on top of the hole, or at least as close to it as humanly possible. Zorian felt pretty stupid when he found that out. Of course. Of course it was the hole, the city's biggest and most obvious landmark. He had even known that the cult assigned special significance to the damn place, he just never, damn it. He shook his head. In his defense, the lower-ranking cultists were convinced that the ritual was going to take place in some super-secret place that nobody knows about. As for the goals of the invasion, that was something Zorian found very easy to extract from the minds of his victims, as they knew very few actual facts about that. Only the very top of the Abasin leadership seemed to know what they were really trying to accomplish here, and the common grunts were going along with the whole thing almost entirely because Quatakikl was going along with it too. The ancient lich was held in very high regard by the Abasins. As a 1,000-year-old lich, he was an almost impossibly ancient mage, and had power and skill to match his age. He was alive back when the gods still spoke to humanity, and was rumored to have been blessed by several of them. On top of all that, he had a reputation for being harsh but fair, as opposed to a lot of other Abasin leaders who simply had a reputation for being harsh. He was something of a saint to these people, as strange as that looked to Zorian. The mindset was that if Quatakikl said this was possible and worthwhile to pull off, then it was. It was just that simple. Also, there was a general feeling among the Abasins that Altasians were all a bunch of degenerate weaklings that would surely fall like wheat before the mighty men and women of Ulquin Abasa. Then again, that particular brand of rhetoric was common in Eldamar too, so he didn't think it all that notable in the grand scheme of things. As for time travel, his current victim knew nothing of it, just like everyone else. Wait. There was something. It wasn't about the time loop, or time travel, but apparently Eldamar had a secret research facility deep within the dungeon, dedicated to researching time magic. Time dilation, to be more precise. The facility was heavily defended, with insanely good security measures, as they had to be, considering the sheer depth the facility was located at, so the invaders had decided to leave it alone. Some of the Abasin leaders, notably Quatakikl, were known to be unhappy about that. They felt something important had to be there, if Eldamar was willing to maintain a research facility in such a dangerous environment, and wanted to have it. Unfortunately for them, the rest of the leadership felt the number of troops and effort required to crack their defenses could not be justified with such speculative gains. That was interesting. Although the Abasin mage he was memory reading did not know the exact location of the facility, Zorian was pretty sure he did. The map left to him by the matriarch had a number of locations marked on it, two of which he had never been able to reach to check out. One was surrounded by Abasin forward bases and patrolled too heavily for him to ever approach it successfully. Zorian presumed this was their main base. The other was ridiculously deep, and he never even tried reaching it. He did not think he could survive a journey into such depths. Frankly, he was kind of amazed the Arania managed to map the dungeon that deep, considering even powerful mages would think twice about descending to that depth. He had no proof, but he strongly suspected this was the time magic research facility discovered by the Abasins. And considering the matriarch had marked it down as important, it almost certainly had some relevance to his situation. He dived deeper into the man's mind, looking for more information. He felt his victim's mind quake under the severity of the probe but persisted anyway. Any compunction about hurting these people had evaporated after watching them rampage around the city for several hours. The path outlined by the matriarch wasn't the only one, apparently, or even the main one. The government did not supply the facility through a perilous journey down the winding tunnels of the dungeon proper. They did it by descending down through the hole until they reached the desired depth, where they had drilled an artificial tunnel into the wall in order to connect the facility with the outside world. Of course, while that path avoided most of the dangers associated with such extreme depths, it was still insanely dangerous for anyone without authorization to be there, so that did not help him much. Maybe if he... Oops. He pushed it too hard, overwhelmed by his, still rather crude and unsophisticated, memory probe. The man's mind collapsed into a chaotic, undecipherable mess. He would be getting nothing more out of him. Damn it. He fired 2 piercers at the unconscious mages, killing them both, and turned to leave, only to find an iron beak watching him closely from a nearby window sill. It was non-hostile, simply scrutinizing him. Zorian checked the feel of its mind, and found that it was indeed the very same iron beak he had dominated earlier, just like he suspected. His influence over it had dissolved a while ago, though, so that couldn't be the reason why it was so docile towards him. Ha! If nothing else, he'd expected it to resent him for overriding its will. He sensed no animosity from the bird, however, just satisfaction and schadenfreude at seeing the Abasin mages dead. Either the iron beaks didn't like the Abasins much, or this particular iron beak was not a fan. So, Zorian said. How do you feel about helping me kill more of these? The iron beak cocked its head to the side, uncomprehending. Right, still only an animal, if a very clever and willful one. He sent the bird a telepathic impression of 2 of them killing more invaders. The iron beak answered with a shrill screech and a burst of bloodlust so strong Zorian found himself taking a step back from the animal. Hate. Grudge. Kill. Right, he mumbled to himself. I'll take that as agreement. He didn't bother to dominate the bird this time, he just instructed it to find another small group of invaders and started looking for more iron beaks to possibly subvert. Break. Zorian subdued 2 more groups after that, neither of which had anything new to teach him, before Quatakikl suddenly teleported in front of him and blasted him in the face with one of those jagged red disintegration beams he loved so much. He died instantly, unable to raise any defenses in time. Oh well, the night had been coming to a close anyway. At least he'd managed to experiment a little with the iron beaks flying around. Sadly, he had discovered that only a tiny minority of them were receptive to his control, and contacting the wrong ones invariably caused the entire flock to descend upon him like a murderous mob. The previously subverted birds also immediately switched sides back to their brethren when this happened, which he really should have expected but somehow was still taken entirely off guard the first time it happened. In any case, the iron beaks definitely hated the invaders for some reason, but turning them against their masters was very difficult. Something kept them loyal, and the few mages whose minds he had questioned for an answer didn't know what it was. They thought of iron beaks as dumb animals and paid no heed to their thoughts and motives. He began the restart in the same general way he had started the last 2, by scouting the state of the invasion, getting his mana crystals, helping Taven clean up the dungeon of monsters, and so on. Except, of course, that he was far more effective at all of those this time around. He also stole a better library card for himself immediately and recreated Kistjenka for Kiriel, among other minor additions. The newest restart, much like the 2 that preceded it, showed no sign of future knowledge by the invaders. This was the 3rd consecutive restart where Red Robe unceremoniously ditched them, and Zorian was starting to suspect this was now a normal situation rather than just a momentary whim. Most likely, Red Robe had completely lost interest in the invasion after their confrontation. The question was, why? Why do that after he had spent all those restarts stubbornly handing out knowledge to them? Well, perhaps a better question would be, why had he been doing that in the first place? What did helping the invaders do for him? Was it just a way to keep Zack focused on some highly visible, but ultimately irrelevant quest so he wouldn't question things? Or perhaps a way to muddy the waters, so to speak, and hide the aftershocks of his own actions by regularly inducing a big splash at the start of every restart? Maybe. But the sheer amount of information he provided to the invaders made him think there was more to it than that. It was incredibly optimized to do as much damage to the city as possible. Red Robe must have sunk an enormous amount of time and effort to produce something like that. The outcome of the invasion mattered to him in some personal way. So why stop? What changed? Zorian tried to think of it with a properly paranoid mindset. Red Robe thought that the Urania had brought an unknown, but large number of people into the time loop. These people were organized and also crafty enough to evade his notice for years. Not something that would be easy to hunt down and purge. Zorian had also displayed mind magic in their battle, so the one encounter Red Robe had had with these people involved one of the few types of magic that could permanently deal with him. All of this meant that the time loop got infinitely more dangerous for Red Robe all of a sudden. There was a legion of enemies plotting against him and lurking around every corner. If Zorian was in Red Robe's place, would he immediately begin to plot against this group, laying down traps and ambushes and trying to track them down? No, definitely not. He would get away as soon as possible, not just out of Scioria but out of the entire wider region around the city. If he began the restart somewhere in the city, he would get the hell away at the start of the restart, much like Zack seemed to be doing. He wasn't sure how long he would stay away, but Zack had yet to stop leaving the city at the start of every restart, and he was the reckless one out of the three of them. Maybe it wasn't so strange that Red Robe was staying away from the city at the moment. In hindsight, that bit of misdirection by Spear of Resolve had been far shrewder than Zorian had given her credit for at the time. But how long would it be before Red Robe realized that the legions of enemy time travelers simply didn't exist? There was another option. If Red Robe was helping the invasion in an attempt to optimize it, so that it could be as effective as possible once the time loop ends, and if the Urania were only ejected from the time loop instead of soul-killed, as Red Robe claimed, then any further optimization attempts would be a total waste of time. Once the time loop ended, the Urania would be alive and well again, and any plan developed in their absence would give worse results than the one Red Robe had previously developed. Admittedly, Zorian mostly liked this option because it meant that the Urania were recoverable, but it would also explain a lot of things. Such as Red Robe's reluctance to use his soul kill spell more liberally. If soul-killed persons were only gone for the duration of the time loop, that would neatly explain why he didn't use it on non-loopers. That would be entirely counterproductive, since he would still have to deal with them eventually. Except that he wouldn't have the option to try out different tactics against them in the time loop, and couldn't find out what worked best. Zorian could only hope that investigating the invaders would bring some answers to his questions. Though if everything else failed, he supposed he could always behave like Zack and simply launch an endless stream of suicidal missions aimed at breaking into the time magic research facility, since that was clearly relevant to the time loop somehow. He was bound to succeed eventually, right? If Zack was able to kill Ogange with that method, then surely he could break into one measly facility. Maybe he was thinking about this wrong. He should outright recruit Zack into the attempt. He was still a bit leery of contacting the other boy, both because that would mean revealing himself to Red Robe if he was monitoring Zack and because he was not at all sure Zack would be of any actual help to him at this point, but if he was reduced to metaphorically banging his head on the wall, then he might as well involve someone who has spent gods know how many years in the time loop honing the skill at doing exactly that. Something to keep in mind when the time comes, anyway. Break. With the start of classes, Zorian decided to approach Rainy again while skipping on the mind magic training with Tinami. He still hoped to get to know the Aopair better, but it was clear that trying to get close to both Rainy and Tinami at the same time was unfeasible, and Rainy seemed the easier one to handle. He did not recreate his initial request as closely as he had intended, but Rainy agreed to set up a meeting between them nonetheless. Benasek had a spontaneous attack of clumsiness when he had tried to loudly congratulate Zorian and ended up sprawling on the floor of the classroom after tripping over his own 2 feet. It was a funny and mysterious thing, and Zorian hadn't had absolutely anything to do with it, but it sure was nice that he'd only made a scene out of himself instead of himself and Zorian, wasn't it? Still, while he had high hopes that his attempt to get to know Rainy better would go better this time around, the fact was that interacting with her involved a lot of waiting time. He might as well try to get to know another one of his classmates in the meantime. And since female classmates had a high chance of producing the same kind of problems that Tinami had in the previous restart, because that was just how his luck worked, damn it, that someone should probably be a guy. Which one of his fellow male students looked interesting? Oh. Edwin was really interested in golems, wasn't he? He had both of his parents in the golem-making business and couldn't shut up about them the last time Zorian had asked a mildly topical question about the subject. Well, he might as well show Edwin his own golem designs and ask him what he thought. It would be interesting to see how his designs compared to ones made by someone hyper-focused on the field. He waited until classes were over and then walked over to where Edwin and Naeem were talking. Like always when he saw them together, he found it interesting how different the two of them were, both physically and in terms of personality. Edwin was a short boy, with pitch-black hair and slightly darker skin tone that hinted his ancestors were relatively recent arrivals from the south, or perhaps even from Mycena. Naeem was a relatively unassuming brown-haired boy of average height, distinguished only by the fact he was rather athletic and fit for your average student. Edwin was talkative and expressive, getting excited easily and often gesticulating heavily when he spoke. Naeem was calm and restrained, like some sort of serene monk who had achieved enlightenment and could thus no longer be fazed by anything anymore. They were like the sun and the moon, yet somehow they'd ended up as inseparable. He had to admit, he felt just a little bit intimidated by the prospect of approaching them. He was worried they would be suspicious of him, suddenly approaching them out of the blue like that. Zorian's previous relationship with the two was polite, but very, very distant. They had hardly known each other. Then again, that was an accurate description of his relationship with most of his classmates bar Benasek. But he need not have worried. Edwin was naturally a friendly sort, and only got friendlier when he found out why Zorian was talking to him. And while he did sense some exasperation from Naeem, that was solely because of the topic of the conversation rather than Zorian's presence as such. He was not as crazy about the topic as Edwin. "That's a nice stabilizer for the kind of small doll this is intended for," Edwin said, tracing the relevant glyph sequences with his finger. "I don't think it would work for something larger and heavier, like a proper, man-sized golem made out of solid steel, but it's downright inspired for this. I'll have to remember this. I don't understand why you put these in, though," he said, jabbing his finger at the trio of compressed nodes he used to fine-tune the design. "They're inelegant and just plain unnecessary. The design works perfectly without them, and they don't seem to do anything except randomly tweak things with no rhyme or reason." "Actually, the design doesn't work without those," Zorian said. "All of the prototypes were breaking down on me until I got sick of trying to make it work like it was supposed to and just forcibly tweak things in the manner you're looking at. It works fine now, but it makes altering the design a real pain. I'm hoping you can help me find the underlying issue that's tripping me up." Edwin gave him an incredulous look. "Wait, so this is, like, an actual design? Not just theory work? You've built one of these?" "Well, yeah," Zorian said. "What would be the point, otherwise?" "But isn't that super expensive?" Edwin asked curiously. "No, it's just moderately expensive," said Zorian. Though in all honesty, his sense of what was expensive and what wasn't had probably gotten utterly skewed while he was in the time loop. "But I'm funding it out of my own pocket and no one can really stop me from spending my money on whatever I find appropriate." "Oh no, I'm not criticizing you," Edwin grinned. "Hell, I wish I could do the same. You sure you don't need an assistant or anything?" "It's a possibility," Zorian said hesitantly. He could see that Edwin was very serious about his suggestion, and it surprised him. He had thought he would have to make an effort to get him to cooperate on specific projects, and here he was proposing partnership. How much time can you dedicate to this? Naeem gave a short, amused laugh. He was largely content to quietly sit on the sidelines thus far, but apparently he couldn't resist reacting to this. That sort of thing is all he does in his free time, Naeem said with a light smile. The real question is just how long your patience will last before you tell him to knock it off already and go home. Oh, shut up, you, Edwin complained. Like you are any better, Mr. Training. You have your martial arts, and I have my golems. I have a lot on my plate lately, so I'm not exactly sure how much time I can dedicate to this. But I think I can spare a couple of hours every 2 or 3 days if you're up for it. I'm up for it, said Edwin. For a chance to see how my designs work in practice, I'd even be willing to wake up before noon during the weekend. What's keeping you so busy anyway? The classes are only starting. Ah, well, I do a lot of independent studies, said Zorian. The golem experiments you already know about, but I also do a lot of studying into spell formula in general, as well as alchemy, general-purpose utility magic and so on. I do advanced shaping exercises and practice combat magic whenever I find the time. Sounds a bit unfocused, Edwin said. Impressive that you managed to fit all of that into your schedule, though. Yes, and you still found time to join in the monster hunts, Naeem noticed. I think of that as combat magic practice, Zorian said. Naeem gave Edwin an amused look. Edwin scowled back at him. What? Zorian asked. When I told Edwin I wanted to join a hunter group to practice my combat skills in real situations, he called me an idiot. He said no one else would be dumb enough to risk their lives for training, Naeem said, patting Zorian on the shoulder like an old pal. Well, it seems there are 2 of us. Welcome to the Idiot Club, Zorian. Right, Zorian mumbled. But wait, what other reason would a student like us have to join a monster hunter group? Naeem shrugged. Money. Fame. Duty. Oh right, some people get paid to do that stuff. And aren't stuck in a time loop that made stuff like fame and duty utterly unattainable. Before he could actually say anything, another one of their classmates suddenly decided to enter the conversation. Forgive me for butting in like this, said Eston Greer, suddenly speaking up from behind Zorian. But I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Do you mind if I comment a bit? There was a brief pause, as the 3 of them stared at the newcomer. In the end, it was Edwin that broke the awkward pause. We're just talking, man, Edwin huffed. It's not a private club or anything. Go ahead and say whatever you want to say. Zorian glanced at Eston, studying him for a bit. The boy was one of the students he once suspected might be Red Robe, well, just the 3rd time traveler, back then, since he hadn't met the guy yet, since his family emigrated to Eldamar from Oquinabesa. If he was being truthful to himself, the boy's appearance had contributed to those suspicions. Eston was a tall, severe-looking fellow, with sharp facial features, dour expression, thick eyebrows, black hair and eyes of such dark brown they looked almost black too. Him being very withdrawn and rarely speaking unless prompted by someone or something did nothing to dispel the rather sinister impression he got from the boy. But as far as Zorian was able to piece out, Eston was really just a normal, albeit extremely intimidating student. He had no links to the invaders and didn't really behave like someone aware of the time loop. Very well, Eston nodded seriously. I was going to note that while most of the students didn't join the monster hunts solely in order to test and hone ourselves in the crucible of battle, they surely considered that an additional point in favor of participating. One can have multiple goals for deciding something. So, you also like combat magic practice? Naeem surmised. Yes, Eston agreed. That is one way to interpret that. And with that, we can see that there are 3 of us who wish to test our combat skills and grow. Perhaps we could help each other. Have a meeting so we can trade news and personal styles, spar, and other such things. For someone who stayed quiet most of the time, Eston sure was very verbose once he got going. Still, he was all for Eston's idea, since he'd been curious about their level of combat skills ever since he'd heard they participated in monster hunts. Naeem was also interested, so after discussing it for a while, the three of them decided to ask Ilsa to let them borrow a training hall sometime in the future. One with actual ground, because apparently Eston's magic didn't work well with indoor environments, whatever that meant. Eston also asked about Edwin joining them, but he wasn't interested. Edwin didn't like to fight, and had no interest in honing his combat skills. Zorian assured the golem enthusiast that he still intended to work with him on their golem designs. He just had to figure out a way to fit these two new obligations into his already overloaded schedule. Break. Finding a training hall suited to their needs turned out to have been largely a non-issue. The academy had lots of training halls, and most of them were free to use by any student. Not all of them were billed as combat magic training grounds, but they all had basic safety wards in place and could be unofficially used as such. According to Ilsa, such misuse of academy resources had been rampant for quite some time already, and was accepted as normal even by the teachers these days. As such, she recommended they just commandeer whatever place they needed for a few hours instead of waiting a week for the academy to give them an official time slot that may or may not suit them, at a training hall that may or may not be what they needed. They just had to make sure they weren't interrupting a sanctioned study group or some such. Armed with that knowledge, they toured some of the available options until they found a training hall that was really just a walled-off and warded section of academy grounds, and thus had plenty of soil and rocks that Eston apparently needed to really show off. Eston, as it turned out, was one of those people with an innate magical ability. Specifically, he could manipulate earth, rocks and similar materials in an unstructured manner, much like how Zorian could work his mind magic. Eston was rather cagey about the specifics of how his ability worked, since it was apparently his family bloodline and they were trying to keep it semi-secret, but it apparently wasn't immediately usable in its untrained form, and Eston's current abilities were a result of considerable talent and a lot of work. In the handful of mock fights they did to familiarize themselves with each other's skills, Eston used the ability exclusively to levitate large clumps of earth and rocks around himself, interposing them between himself and incoming spells with unerring accuracy. Well, if he could see the attack coming anyway, he didn't fare so well when Zorian made his magic missile loop back and come at him from behind his back. It also took some time for him to form a sphere, and he didn't seem capable of controlling more than 4 at any particular time, because when Zorian launched an 8-missile swarm at him he simply surrendered and asked him to tone it down in the future. Still, it was a pretty useful trick he had there. Blocking with the spheres didn't seem to take any attention from Eston, allowing him to focus purely on peppering his opponent with offensive spells while his spheres defended him. If he had something more dangerous than magic missile in his arsenal, or if he could actually weave a homing function into those magic missiles, he might have actually posed a problem for Zorian. Well, a problem for him so long as he held back so very badly. He decided in advance that the only spells he was going to display was his mastery of magic missile and basic shield spells, and that appeared to have been a good choice because he was beating both of them pretty decisively even with that. Especially Naeem. As a first-generation mage with no special magic or familial history to draw on, he was limited to the same magic missile and shield combination that Zorian claimed to be limited to, but without the years in the time loop to hone his skills at those two spells to near perfection. If he were fighting against pre-time loop Zorian, Naeem would have wiped the floor with him. He had more than twice the mana reserves that old Zorian had, and had clearly known how to cast those two spells years ago and had been slowly honing them all that time. On top of that, he was highly fit and agile, and in his fight against Eston he simply dodged every projectile that the other boy sent his way. The old Zorian couldn't weave a homing function into his magic missiles, and would thus not be any more successful than Eston in that regard. But sadly for Naeem, he wasn't fighting Zorian's past self, and thus ended up overmatched in his own game. Zorian's shield was impenetrable to anything the other boy could dish out, and dodging didn't work against Zorian's attacks. After this, Naeem and Eston decided to move on to hand-to-hand combat, probably specifically to spite and one-up Zorian. Knowing he was useless in a fist fight and would just embarrass himself, Zorian immediately bowed out of that, conceding he had no chance against either of them. They were both very smug about that. Well, whatever, let them have their consolation prize. Better than being bitter at Zorian for besting them, that's for sure. In any case, the two of them had no less than 5 rounds of that, and it became obvious by the end that Naeem was just plain better at that than Eston was, despite Eston's greater size and bulk. He would later find out that this was what Edwin had been talking about when he implied that Naeem was just as obsessed with martial arts as he was with golems. He practiced martial arts religiously every single day, and was good enough to get invited to national contests in the field. After that, they decided to share training methods and other advice, something that ended up surprisingly useful to Zorian, since both of them had found some neat little shaping exercises that Zorian never thought to look for, but which ultimately ended up with Zorian doing most of the talking and demonstrating. He expected as much to happen, though. He was the most experienced person among them, after all. He left the meeting pleased with how it turned out. Considering that both Naeem and Eston wanted to have another meeting like that, Zorian supposed they were pleased with it too, even though Eston was throwing him some sour looks when he thought Zorian wasn't looking. When they did organize another meeting, though, it wasn't just the 3 of them that showed up. Briam, Capriva and Rainey also showed up, wondering if they could join. Naeem and Eston immediately dumped the decision on him, spontaneously designating him as the group's leader. Lovely. He accepted, of course. If nothing else, he was pretty sure that sending Rainey away would not reflect too well on him and his plans to get closer to her. The problem was that all 3 of them were very raw and untrained when it came to actual combat magic. Briam was admittedly already a member of the hunting group, but that was solely because he had his Fire Drake familiar. His spells were almost entirely centered around supporting that living flamethrower. Capriva was in the process of becoming a member in a hunting group, but also not due to combat magic as such. She got in on the basis of providing her team with alchemical bombs and potions, and was heavily reliant on them herself. Rainey probably had some of her shifter magic to fall back on if really pressed, but she was keeping that part of her a secret, and her mastery of classical combat spells was nothing to write home about. Somehow, they still managed to make the meeting work, but it involved a lot more work and responsibility than Zorian was comfortable with. Since he was the leader, it mostly fell upon him to help the newcomers out. At the end of the meeting he was sought out by Rainey, who handed him an envelope with the time and place for their meeting. It was the same restaurant she had used last time, which he supposed made sense if the owner was a personal friend of hers like Kiana claimed. While this was happening, Zorian was in the process of finalizing his agreement with the filigree sages. In exchange for transporting them to Scioria, guarding their salvager crews, and transporting their finds back to their home, Zorian had secured 3 different mind magic teachers, one of which was supposed to be an expert in memory reading and manipulation. Said memory reading expert also agreed to probe the minds of up to 5 prisoners that Zorian brought to her and share the findings with him. Finally, and a lot less critically, Zorian was entitled to a portion of the things the Iranian salvager crews found in the settlement, only important because it gave him the excuse to closely monitor their activities, ostensibly so they wouldn't cheat him out of his due, but really just so he knew how to properly salvage the place in future restarts. Embarrassingly, it took less than 2 days for the filigree sages to do what Zorian couldn't manage in an entire restart. Apparently the solution to finding the Sciorian web's treasury was to descend down the deep vertical shaft which the Sciorian Arania used as garbage disposal, except that halfway to the bottom was a hole in the wall that led to their treasury. The hole was big enough for an Arania to comfortably pass while lugging cargo, but Zorian would have to crawl to pass through the opening and into the main chamber. The shaft actually had numerous such tunnels of various sizes branching off of it, all but one of which were dead ends, but it wasn't that hard to narrow it down once you knew what the trick was. According to the filigree sages, shafts like these were the secret to the ease with which the Arania could penetrate even very deep layers of the dungeon without getting slaughtered in the process. While a shaft like that did allow for some of the hoarded things from lower layers to reach you easier, they were very defensible and could always be collapsed on invaders if incursions got too frequent. In cases where such shafts didn't exist, Arania were liable to create them via application of stone-shaping spells. The actual treasury was huge. A lot of space was taken up by huge spools of spider silk thread which were presumably the web's primary source of income. But there was also a lot of raw currency there, both in the form of paper notes as well as precious metals and gems. A fair number of alchemical explosives and potions were also there, including heaps of different healing potions that the salvage crews claimed were optimized for Iranian biology. They were very excited about those, and wanted Zorian's help in contacting whoever made those. They seemed very dismissive about the possibility that the Sciorian Arania produced those themselves. There were quite a few spell books, alchemical recipe books, or spell formula blueprint compilations, many of them highly restricted, rare or very expensive. The filigree sages intended to cart all of them off back home for research purposes, but they agreed to let Zorian peruse them and copy a few choice bits for his own use. That would be enough to keep him busy until the end of the restart, so he was perfectly happy with that. Finally, the vault held a lot of stuff that was really only of interest to Arania. Leather pouches and straps that Arania used for carting things around, nutrient blocks that were the Arania equivalent of dry rations, things like that. The filigree sages, at least, seemed very intrigued by those, marveling at the Sciorian web's technological sophistication and ingenuity. It all looked very underwhelming to Zorian, but he supposed it wasn't easy establishing a technological society when you have no hands. Amazingly, the treasury was only the tip of the iceberg. There was another secret part of the settlement he had never found, a secret magic research room, which could only be accessed by selectively disabling a few choice bits of the warding scheme in one of the rooms, and then passing through the newly opened hole in the ceiling. Sadly, there was a further layer of defenses even beyond that, and neither the filigree sages nor Zorian had been able to crack the wards on the second door thus far. The leader of the salvagers was starting to toy with the idea of simply smashing the door, but worried that there was some kind of self-destruct mechanism inside that would destroy the contents if the entrance was forced open. That was how filigree sages secured their own magic research rooms, apparently. Finally, there was a room for storing records, which Zorian hadn't noticed simply because it had never occurred to him to try and connect his mind to the one particularly lumpy wall in the back of the settlement. Apparently the bumps were memory stones, magic items that could record thoughts and memories, and which were apparently the Arania's equivalent of written records. Personally, Zorian didn't think this method was nearly as convenient as written records, but the filigree sages claimed this was a much more natural and convenient method for them, so what did he know? The important thing was that the records room held information about most of the dealings and operations the Sciorian web had had with the humans on the surface, barring top-secret ones, and that Zorian could possibly co-opt some of their organization for his own purposes. The filigree sages had no interest in that, seeing as how they intended to simply cart off anything that wasn't nailed down rather than establish some kind of long-term presence, so they simply pointed the room to him and told him to do whatever he wanted with it. Embarrassingly, Zorian remembered noticing the wall the first time he searched the place and thinking its unique texture might be significant, so he dug it up with alteration spells and was disappointed when he found nothing but solid rock behind it. It was after one of these meetings with the filigree sages that Zorian came back to Amaya's place and found Taven waiting for him. Curious. They didn't have another monster hunt scheduled until tomorrow. Maybe she wanted to talk about upping their tempo. They were extremely successful this time around, thanks to Zorian making full use of his future knowledge, so maybe she wanted to strike while the iron was hot. If so, he would have to disappoint her. He had too many things on his plate to devote more time to that. The moment he got closer and she noticed him, however, he immediately realized she wasn't here about something like that. She was upset. She asked to speak to him in private, so he led her to his room and locked the door. He had heavily warded it at the start of the restart with a permanent warding scheme, so there was no need to waste time on privacy spells. "What's wrong?" he asked. "What's wrong, he asks," she mumbled. Crap, she was upset at him. He didn't remember doing anything to make her upset, though. She took out a light blue crystal and slammed it at the desk of drawers next to his bed. "What's that?" she demanded. "That's a rhetorical question, surely?" Zorian asked, baffled. It's a piece of crystallized mana, of course. Yes, but why do you have an entire crate of that under your bed? She demanded. Zorian frowned. You've been rooting through my stuff without my permission. No, your little sister was, she said. She and Nachka were playing princesses and making crowns out of crystallized mana for the two of them, Kana and Kostyenka. I walked in on them and asked them where they got those pretty stones they were using. Damn it, Kiri. Okay, said Zorian, taking a big breath to calm himself down. Putting that aside for the moment, why has this gotten you so upset? Why does it matter if I've got a crate of crystallized mana under my bed? She balled up her hands into fists, seething in her own frustration and self-loathing. What? Because everything, she finally shouted, slamming her fist into the nearby wall and causing him to flinch back in shock. Everything. Everything, everything, everything. Taven, please, shouted Zorian, frantically trying to calm her down. Just calm down, you're not making any sense. Was she crying? How can you be so good at everything? She half shouted at him, pushing him away. You're good enough at alchemy that Kale praises you. You create golems in your free time. You're so good at divinations that adult professionals accused me of lying when I told them how good at finding monster nests you are. And you're apparently good enough at combat magic that they're letting you teach your own group. That's not Zorian tried to explain. Don't try to lie to me, she snapped at him. I know you're a better combat mage than me. You try to hide it, but I can tell. I'm not stupid. I never claimed you are, Zorian assured her. She ignored him. I worked on this for years, she cried. I'm 2 years older than you and I worked so hard. Every day, every weekend, every moment I could spare. I made sure to focus, not spread myself too thin. I live for this. And then I find out that not only are you better than me in the one thing I focused on, you also have time for all these other things too. How? How are you so much better than me? What am I doing wrong? Nothing. Zorian hastily assured her. You're honestly pretty damn awesome, Taven, and the only reason I got even close to your level is because I'm a dirty cheater who cheats. Then show me how to cheat, too, damn it, she shouted. Before he could say anything in response to that, she wrapped him into a hug and started sobbing into his shoulder. He awkwardly returned her hug after a few seconds, desperately trying to think of a way to handle this situation. He couldn't think of anything at the moment. In light of that, perhaps it was a blessing in disguise that Taven didn't look like she would stop crying anytime soon. 44. A Show of Trust. Chapter 044 A Show of Trust. The idea that someone might connect all the dots and realize his abilities were way too developed for his age was not a foreign idea for Zorian. He tried to make sure that the abilities he showed to any one person or group were firmly within the realm of possible, but he always knew that a sufficiently curious and dedicated individual could track down enough clues to realize something didn't quite add up. There was no solution to this, as far as he could tell, not unless he wanted to spend most of his time performing an incredibly elaborate and boring act. Something which he wasn't sure he was capable of, and which probably wouldn't be too good for his sanity. Ultimately, he decided that the whole thing was largely a non-issue. As long as he wasn't caught doing something illegal, he could simply tell such amateur detectives to get lost. Well, he'd probably be more formal and courteous about it than that, but that was what it all boiled down to in the end. He was even aware that it might be Taven who caught on to him. In many ways, she was in an ideal position to do so. She was probably the only person who actually had a solid idea of what was normal for him and what wasn't, and was thus far more likely to realize just how abnormal and sudden his current skill growth was. He had been interacting with her pretty heavily lately, giving her lots of material to work with. And lastly, they'd known each other from before. They were friends. She would feel entitled to an explanation of some sort, and would be a lot less hesitant about confronting him than someone else might be. And yet, despite all of that, Taven still managed to completely blindside him in the end. He expected her reaction to be a lot of things, but never did he imagine she would break down into tears. It was just so unlike her. Yes, she was a very emotional girl, but she was also the sort to keep going forward and never let anything get to her. He glanced to the left, where she was sitting on the bed beside him. She was a mess. She had stopped crying for a while now, but after effects were still very visible: red face, runny nose, the standard stuff. Still, her emotions had leveled off in the past few minutes, so maybe she was ready to talk now. "Feeling better?" he asked. She lightly punched him in the shoulder as a response. "Yes, definitely feeling better." "This sucks," she complained. "I came here all fired up, ready to get some answers, and in the end we didn't even have a proper fight. I just made a fool of myself. Why couldn't you have been more angry and defensive, Anne? Zorian-like?" Sorry," he said, mildly confused. He was tempted to ask just how she defined Zorian-like, but decided it would be best if that remained a mystery for now. "To be fair, you weren't behaving very Taven-like either." "I guess," she conceded. "Tell me something. Have you always been this talented? Have you been lying to me this whole time?" "No," he answered simply. She scrutinized him for a moment, watching for any sign of uncertainty and shiftiness in his eyes and posture, before sighing heavily. "Figures," she said. "I thought as much. You'd have to be very dedicated to keep up the act for so long, and I can't think of a reason why you'd bother. Still nice to hear it from your own mouth, though. Except, that only leaves one option on the table. That you overtook me in everything, including my specialty, in the few short months since we last saw each other. That." "You're wrong," Zorian said, shaking his head. "I did not overtake you. I am confident that if we fought, you'd be victorious 9 times out of 10. You're still better than me. If he didn't just use mind magic to incapacitate her right from the start. Or ambush her. Or cover the battlefield in enough explosives to level a building. But he was pretty sure Taven wouldn't count those as real victories anyway, and aside from that, his point still stood. "It doesn't matter," she huffed. "With the kind of ridiculous growth you're displaying, you'll close that gap in a handful of weeks and then leave me in the dust. And you'll have all that other stuff you're tinkering with too. Am I wrong?" "Sort of," he said. She gave him an annoyed look, so he immediately clarified. "It's complex. There is no way I'll be able to close the gap between us in a handful of weeks, as you said. But time flows differently for me than it does for you, so I'll get a lot more than that." "What? What the hell are you saying?" she asked, giving him an incredulous look. "We'll come back to that later. Before I say more on the topic, I want to know what got you so upset about this," he said calmly. "Say what? Zorian, you can't say something like that and just go, but we'll talk about that later. This demands immediate clarification. This will be bugging me in the back of my head until I get an answer," she complained. "I know," Zorian said, smiling widely. "That's why I'm not explaining anything until you tell me what's going on." She glared at him. He only smiled wider. "You're evil," she told him, looking away. "Besides, I already told you what's bothering me, and I'm pretty sure you heard me just fine. Everything I've done, all the skills I've spent my life honing, if you can surpass it all so easily, then what the hell have I been doing all my life? I don't know what kind of cheat you used, and it honestly doesn't matter because it shouldn't have been enough. I'm good at this and I live for this. You can't just decide one day to pursue the same field as me and then catch up to me in less than 3 months, while not even focusing on it properly. The only way that could be possible is if I were never really that good to begin with." "Oh, come on," Zorian protested, quickly wrapping Taven into another hug to forestall a second round of crying he could feel welling up inside of her. "That's so totally ridiculous. Why would you doubt yourself like that? How does me being better erase your own accomplishments?" Accomplishments? She asked incredulously, pushing him away. What accomplishments? I work as a freaking teacher's assistant, Zorian. For a non-magical class no less. Do you honestly think that's what I hoped for when I graduated? He winced. So Taven wasn't as sanguine about that temporary setback as she pretended to be. In retrospect, he shouldn't be so surprised by that. While failing to secure herself a mentor immediately after graduation was by no means the end of the world, it was bound to be a severe blow to her confidence. Still. Taven, aren't your parents both battle mages? Zorian asked. How come they haven't pulled some of their connections to find you a mentor, or even just a better job? Oh, my parents would love to find me a mentor, Taven scoffed. In fact, they already have someone in mind. He's one of their old friends who's long left the exciting parts of the business behind him when he lost his leg to a rockworm. He's all about being cautious and minimizing risks, and he never does anything more challenging than routine pest extermination. Of course, that's precisely why my parents want me to learn from him. If they had it their way, I'd be hunting mutated rats until I was 30 or something. Ah, said Zorian awkwardly. He seemed to have walked straight into a touchy subject there. Yeah, Taven said. I love my parents, and I know they just want to keep me safe, but we just don't see eye to eye there. Okay, sorry to bring that up then. But really, if the reason you're so upset is that you think you're some kind of failure, well, you can rest easy. You're an awesome combat mage. As awesome as you ever were, and nothing I do can change that. I'm not sure I really believe that, Taven sighed. I couldn't find a mentor. The team I made wasn't going anywhere until I recruited you in it. Meanwhile, my parents keep insisting I'm not ready and that it's a good thing I've had such a slow start of my career. It's nice to hear some encouragement, but it rings a little hollow considering, you know. Taven, I'm not so good because you're secretly bad and nobody bothered to clue you in until now, Zorian said. I'm so good because I had more than 4 years to hone my skills since we last saw each other. Taven looked at him like he had grown a second head. That's right, I'm actually older than you now, Zorian said. With that in mind, it is actually pretty amazing that I am still not capable of casually sweeping you aside in a fight. Sure, I could kill you instantly from an ambush, but if we clashed head-to-head in a battle of pure spellwork, I would have to use every trick at my disposal and still wouldn't be guaranteed a win. That is why I keep insisting you're awesome. I don't understand, she said. You don't sound like you're joking, but that's what this looks like to me. How can you be older than me? That's not how age works, Zorian. Ah, did you already forget what I told you earlier? Zorian asked, amused. About how time flows differently for me than it does for you. I seem to remember you said it would keep bugging you until you get an answer. Look, you know I'm not one for riddles and intellectual maneuvering, Taven said crankily. Why don't you just tell me what's happening here, okay? Sure, why not? I've lived through this month before, he said. Many, many times. Every time I die, or on the night of the summer festival if I don't, my soul gets wrenched back in time to the start of the month. It's an endless loop that sees me getting stronger and more capable with each passing restart. Since you don't retain your memories across restarts, my growth appears abrupt and inexplicable to you, but it's really nothing more than your typical gradual improvement. Believe it or not, you're the one that taught me a fair deal of that combat magic you're so jealous of. Shut up. I'm not jealous, she protested. He quirked an eyebrow at her. Out of all of that, that's what you chose to focus on. Yeah, well, at least that one has an easy response, she said. What the hell am I supposed to say about the rest? Sure, it would explain your skills perfectly, but it's just so crazy. Zorian offered. Yes, she agreed. And also terrifying. You're basically saying I'll get killed in a few weeks and replaced with a 1-month younger version of me. And that this isn't the first time this happened, it's just that I don't remember any of it. That's like something out of a horror story. I prefer to think of it as just memory loss rather than death, Zorian said. You're still you just lose a couple of weeks of your life. Repeatedly, she added. Repeatedly, Zorian confirmed. I'm not saying it isn't terrifying, just that I don't think it's equivalent to death. Admittedly, I'm a little biased here. If I thought that the time loop murdered millions of people at the end of every restart, I'd have probably gone insane from stress a long time ago. Ah, she winced. Sorry, I guess I'm still thinking of this as some kind of hypothetical scenario instead of something that's actually happening. Still, assuming you're not just pulling my leg here, and I swear to heavens, Zorian, if you are pulling my leg I'll glue your mouth shut with that really nasty gunk they use on dangerous prisoners, that's still pretty messed up. And also very unfair. Why are you the only person to remember anything? I'm not, he said. There are at least 2 other people looping with me, possibly more. One of them wants to destroy Syoria. She stared at him for a second before getting up from her position. For a moment he thought he had gone into too much detail too fast, and that she was going to walk through the door, but instead she started looking through his drawers, searching for something. He thought about telling her off for rooting through his stuff like that, but decided to wait and see what she was up to. She eventually found an empty notebook and a working pen in one of the drawers, appropriated one of the larger and thicker books in his room and then reclaimed her seat on the bed. She opened the notebook on her lap, the heavy book she took serving as an improvised table, and quickly scribbled something down on top of the page. He'd never thought of Taven as someone to take notes like that. There, I'm ready, she said. Why don't you start from the beginning this time? Break. In the end, he wasn't sure whether he had convinced her what he was saying was true or not. She took a lot of notes, asked even more questions, and then just left after telling him she had to think about things. A far better outcome than he had expected to get, honestly. He really hoped she would overcome her disbelief and accept his story. It would be nice to have someone other than Kale to talk to about time loop-related things. Not that there was anything wrong with the Morlock boy, far from it, but sometimes he really wished he could get a second opinion about stuff. Of course, it would hardly be him if that little bit of hope that came his way wasn't soon balanced out by something or someone popping up to complicate things. In this case, that someone was Svim. When he arrived at his office the next day for their weekly mentoring session, he was informed that his training group had been noticed and that Svim was not happy at all that such an amateur had delusions about being fit for a teacher. In order to make him fit for a teacher, Svim decided to step up their schedule. They now met 3 days a week instead of the usual one. He really hated that man. Break. His talk with Rainey was going well, in his opinion. If nothing else, she was a lot more relaxed than she had been in the previous restart. She'd even ordered a glass of wine to go with her meal. Of course, he wasn't actually learning anything new from her, since she was telling him the same thing she had told him the last time they'd done this, but that was to be expected. He couldn't exactly continue on where they last left off without explaining where he got that information, and he didn't feel like making something up. The week had been stressful enough, he was fine with just going with the flow like this. You know, Rainey said, taking a small sip from her glass, I'm getting the feeling that you already know most of what I'm telling you. Oops. It seemed Rainey was a bit more perceptive than he gave her credit for. He didn't think he was being particularly careless, so maybe she was just that good. Probably for the best that he'd never tried to lie to her, then. Sort of, he admitted. Why did you ask me something you already know the answer to, then, she asked. So I can compare it with what I already know and see whether you were feeding me a bunch of lies or not, he said. She snorted derisively. I think you've confused me with one of your cat shifter friends. Don't you think it's kind of rude to assume the worst of people like that? So you're saying your visit to our training group the other day wasn't about you testing me to see what I would do? He asked with a smile. Ugh. It was so obvious, huh? Rainey sighed. Well, it wasn't just that, but yes, I wanted to see how you would treat me. And? He asked curiously. What's the verdict? It's good, she said. You didn't lash out at me for being so clearly underpowered compared to you and your buddies, but you also didn't drop everything to spend the entire meeting hovering around me, trying to help. A fair treatment. I respect that. I don't want special privileges. So you intend to keep coming, then? Yes. As I said, seeing your reaction was just a part of it. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted to get better. There was a brief silence as Rainey seemed to considering something. So, Zorian. I'm curious about something, she eventually said. What is it that drives you to try so hard? I mean, you're near the top of the class at every subject, and you seem to be good enough for a fourth year when it comes to combat magic. That had to have taken quite a lot of work. What are you trying to accomplish? What an interesting question. His reason for pushing himself at so many magical skills was, of course, that he very much needed them to survive, but that wasn't true for all of them. Some of them he pursued for personal reasons, because he had an interest in the field. The funny thing was, he no longer had any idea what he wanted to actually do with his life once he was out of the time loop. Most of the career paths he had been eyeing before he got stuck in the time loop no longer appealed to him. They were too modest and routine for someone of his current skills, and he would only get more capable as time passed. He could do better than that. But better how? Independence, he eventually answered. Rainey gave him a curious look, so he hurried to clarify. My family and I don't really get along. I want to get away from them as soon as possible. Buy my own place, get a source of steady income to support myself, things like that. All true, except that he already had the skills to achieve all of that easily. But it was the best answer he could come up with on such short notice. I see, she said. I apologize if I'm overstepping my boundaries, but why aren't you getting along with your family? It's a bit personal, Zorian sighed. And also a long story. But the short version of it is that my parents have never cared much for me. I am the third son and a disappointment. A disappointment? Rainey asked curiously. Do I want to know? You probably already know this, but I have a really famous older brother, Zorian said. Yes, Daimen, she nodded. What about it? I'm not him, Zorian said simply. Ah, she said, drawing the word out. It's that kind of disappointment. But shouldn't your other brother have the same problem, then? He does, but he's more charming and social than me, Zorian shrugged. He'll never measure up to Daimen, but he's ultimately alright in their book. Also, Fortov was a selfish asshole and could go straight to hell for all that Zorian cared. Interesting, she said. Let me present you with a hypothetical situation. Imagine it was not Daimen who came first. Imagine it was you, and your parents treated you as their chosen son. But then Daimen came about, and they promptly switched their favors to this new wonder child. Your time in the spotlight is over, and your parents fully expect you to move aside for their new darling. Do you think you would still have the same attitude you do now? Oh boy. He had a feeling this wasn't really a hypothetical situation at all. Well, he said, swallowing heavily. Truthfully, I don't think it's possible for me to know what this hypothetical me might think and feel. So much would change in my life that I wouldn't be the same person sitting here today. However, assuming someone magically switched me with this alternate version of me, yes, I would have the same attitude. You wouldn't try to fight for your birthright as the firstborn, she asked. No, he said, shaking his head. The alternate version of me, having experienced my parents' favor, might see some value in trying to get it back. I would still seek to strike out on my own as soon as possible. The scenario doesn't change anything for me. I see, she said, lost in thought. Not long afterwards, they finished their talk and went their separate ways. As he walked back to Amaya's place, he wondered whether he'd answered her hypothetical situation correctly. She agreed to meet with him next week, so perhaps she would eventually explain what that was about. Break. He spent the rest of his Saturday working on the next golem with Edwin. This one was going to be a little more ambitious, being made out of steel and much bigger than Kostyenka, though not nearly as big as he had originally wanted, since Edwin had informed him that construction of golems taller than a meter in height was prohibited unless one had a special license. He had already broken that law in a previous restart, and he was definitely going to break it again in future ones, but there was no need to do so right now. He didn't think Edwin would report him, but he probably wouldn't want to help him break the regulations so brazenly. Them being arrested would be but a brief inconvenience for Zorian, but Edwin wouldn't think of it that way. The next day he immediately left the house in the morning and descended into the tunnels below Scioria. One way or the other, the magic research room was getting opened. If he could not bypass the wards on the entrance, the filigree sages would break down the door to get in, consequences be damned. He didn't really agree with this decision. It had been less than a week since the filigree sages had started their salvaging operations, so he didn't see why they were in such a rush to get it open. Well, okay, they did explain why they were in such a hurry. The Sciorian underground was highly coveted territory among the Urania, being a center of their magical and technological revolution and all, and they were worried that the neighboring webs would swoop in and muscle them out any day now. Of course, Zorian knew from previous restarts that the neighboring webs weren't going to come any time soon, but he couldn't exactly tell the filigree sages that he had seen the future and that their fears were unfounded. But no matter, even if they ended up destroying the contents, it wasn't some great harm, at least from his perspective. He could always try again in future restarts. He approached the dead settlement and he reached out telepathically to the guards posted by the filigree sages, announcing his arrival. Circle of Fortune and Golden Dust, the overseer of the filigree sages expedition, moved to greet him. Welcome back, Zorian Kaczynski, the Urania greeted. He had told her previously to just call him by his name, but she hadn't taken him up on that. Any news from the surface? Nothing too important, he said. The monster incursions are beginning to peter out, so the number of monster hunters stalking the dungeon should see a sharp drop soon. Good, she said. This place is outside their usual patrol routes, but I still worried some of them would stumble upon it. Are you ready for the attempt? I guess. I still think you're rushing, though. We are, she admitted. I am not casting aspersions on your combat skills, but you're still just one mage. If nothing else, you cannot be in more than one place at the same time. We have to work quickly. They soon arrived at the room that held the research room. 6 more Urania were already inside, 2 of them analyzing the wards while the other 4 waited for a command to break down the door. After conversing with the 2 Uranian ward breakers for a few minutes, Zorian created a floating disk of force to stand on and lifted himself towards the hole in the ceiling where the entrance stood. He took out the ward analysis device from his jacket, the pocket watch that Taven had been hired to retrieve so long ago, and whose absence clued him in to the existence of the treasury. He had located it inside the treasury uncovered by the filigree sages and, while he fully intended to dismantle it to see what made it tick, for now it was more useful to him intact, serving its intended purpose. He channeled a divination spell through the device and got to work. From what he and the Uranian ward breakers had been able to tell thus far, there were 3 main layers of defenses on the entrance. The first one would electrocute anyone touching the walls of the entrance. The second one would superheat the air inside it to lethal temperatures. The third one would bring down the entire ceiling on top of wannabe looters. All 3 had complicated and hidden trigger conditions, tied to a detection layer that neither he nor the Uranian ward breakers could figure out. Obviously, the third defense was the priority to disable, but it also appeared to be the defense most sensitive to attempted tampering. The filigree sages had worked out a way to neutralize it, but doing so would no doubt trigger all other defenses, both the 2 they were aware of, and any further ones they had yet to detect. The ward analysis device really showed its usefulness, though, the detection layer, so Byzantine and obscured from scrutiny in the past, simply unraveled under its power. It was, not as bad as he feared. He could do this. He contacted Circle of Fortune and told her he thought he could disable the defenses. The Urania in the room exploded into a flurry of activity, mostly vacating the room in case he overreached and brought the whole room down. Circle of Fortune and the two ward breakers, however, remained. The ward breakers would help him in the attempt, while Circle of Fortune simply announced that she had to be there. He didn't argue with her, too absorbed by the task in front of him. Over the course of the next hour and a half, he and the two Iranian ward breakers slowly and carefully neutralized the detection layer and then moved on to unlocking the door itself. The door itself had some additional defenses, relatively minor in nature but strong enough to really ruin their day if they triggered any of them. It was to his immense relief, then, that they managed to get it open without setting off a single one. Unfortunately, that's when the defenses inside the room itself, completely separated from the main ward scheme and therefore undetectable from the outside, activated. If Zorian hadn't reacted immediately by erecting a shield in front of them while simultaneously directing the force platform they were standing on downwards at maximum speed, the incoming explosion would surely have killed them on the spot. Even with that, they ended up crashing painfully on the floor of the cave, dazing them for a couple of crucial seconds. There was no time to sit down and recover, though, because the ruined entrance to the research room was starting to pump sickly yellow gas into the room and Zorian had no intention of seeing what effect it had when breathed in. He held his breath and quickly sealed the entrance with a bubble of force, stopping more gas from pouring in, before casting a spell he'd seen Kiran cast once during the invasion. He raised his hand into the air and concentrated on the gas, causing it to surge towards his outstretched palm, where it flowed into a small, compact ball. Moments later, once he was sure he'd gotten all of the gas, he restructured the churning ball of poison gas into harmless, inert dust and took stock of the situation with Circle of Fortune, who was lucky enough to escape the incident without consequences. The two ward breakers were not so lucky, they weren't dead, but it was close. It turned out that Arania could not hold their breath like humans, so they ended up breathing in some of the poison gas in the room before he neutralized it. They would recover, but not anytime soon, so Circle of Fortune asked him to drop them off back at the main Filigree Sage's settlement and pick up a new pair of ward breakers as replacements. He later sent some ectoplasmic eyes and other remote sensors into the room to check it out, and found it completely wrecked by the explosion and coated in some dangerous-looking green slime. Circle of Fortune just mentally shrugged, pronounced the entire thing a bust and ordered the entrance to the room walled off with alteration spells to prevent any further surprises coming from there. "Don't beat yourself up over this failure," Circle of Fortune told him. "If we had gone through with our original plan, those defenses would have still gone off, probably killing the entire assault team assigned to breaking down the door. Plus, we'd also have had to deal with other traps you ended up disabling before you ran afoul of that last set. This is a much better outcome." Well, that was one way of looking at it. He left Circle of Fortune to deal with the final cleanup of the situation and went off to find his mind magic teachers among the Arania. It didn't take long for him to track them down to one of the isolated corners of the dead settlements, where the three of them were huddled together and engaged in telepathic conversation. Before this restart, such intra-Iranian conversations were completely opaque to him. Telepathy was not language independent, so unless the Arania spoke in a manner he could understand, he was out of luck. Now, however, one of those teachers had begun to teach him how to understand and use the Iranian telepathic language, so he could actually understand a few snippets. He was still a rank beginner at it, of course, but it was enough to understand the general topic of the conversation. They were discussing the three strongest neighboring webs, Burning Apex, Red Brand Bearers and Deep Blue, and the threat they would pose to the expedition if they decided to send a war party to Scioria. Sadly, that was about as much as he could figure out from the conversation. The details totally escaped him. He made a mental note to see if he could find something about the neighboring webs in the records room. It might be a good idea to visit them sometime and see what they had to offer. "Greetings," he sent to all three of them. "Am I interrupting something important?" "We're just killing time," Voice of Peace answered for them. She was the teacher that was supposed to help him learn how to interpret Iranian senses, thoughts and memories. She'd decided on her own initiative that this included teaching him the Iranian language, claiming he would never be really capable of making sense of the Iranian mind without being fluent in it. She was also the most enthusiastic of his three teachers, often willing to work with him beyond their officially allotted time or go beyond the strict boundaries of what she was assigned to help him with. "Are you here for your daily lesson?" "Yes," he confirmed. "I know I'm a little early, but the project to open up the magic research room was a bit of a disaster." "We've heard," said the Urania known simply as Hammer, a rather apt name, considering the Urania in question specialized in telepathic combat and favored powerful, unrelenting assault. "Circle of Fortune was always the reckless sort. At least you made sure nobody died. I must admit I didn't expect much from you when I heard you were supposed to guard us, but it seems you are actually useful from time to time." "Hammer." Voice of Peace protested. "I just say it how it is," Hammer responded, not in the least bit contrite. "Let's not bicker in front of our student. It sets a bad example," said Memory of Sublime Glories, the last of his 3 teachers. Zorian got the notion that she resented him somewhat and considered the job of teaching a lowly human to be beneath her. Or maybe teaching in general, he wasn't really sure. Either way, she was too professional to let that get in the way of her job, so he had no cause to complain. "Are we following the same program we did the last time?" "I don't see why not," Zorian said. "In that case, we will continue where we left off yesterday. As an aside, I will not be able to help you further unless you acquire someone to serve as a practice subject for our next session. You indicated this would not be a problem." "No," Zorian stated. "It won't be. It should be trivial to ambush one of the cultists and drag him down here for interrogation and memory magic practice." The only thing he was unsure of was whether to go for a low-ranking member who probably didn't know anything but whose disappearance would go largely unnoticed or if he should aim higher. He would have to think about it some more. "Before we start though, I'd like your opinion about something," Zorian said. "Oh. What about?" Memory of Sublime Glories asked. "Is this about that massive memory packet lodged inside your mind, perhaps?" Ugh. This was a problem with learning memory manipulation from the Urania. He had no choice but to let Memory of Sublime Glories inside his head somewhat. He was pretty sure he would detect any serious breach of trust on her part, but it was hard to prevent her from taking a sneak peek at his thoughts every now and then. "I thought you said you'd refrain from doing that," he asked her, annoyed. "I barely looked," she protested. An Uranian memory packet inside a human mind, especially one of that size, is just very noticeable. Besides, you were just thinking about letting me examine it in more detail, so why are you complaining about that? I'm about to get a much closer look at it anyway." Zorian sighed in defeat. He hated it when the Urania responded to his thoughts before he actually put them into words. It was just rude. Still, she was essentially correct. He needed her to take a look at the matriarch's memory packet and tell him what she saw, because to his own amateur mental senses it seemed to be degrading already. If that was true, then he needed to know how much time he had. After a bit more back and forth he reluctantly opened his mind to her and agreed to let her take a closer look at his mind so she could figure out what was happening with the memory packet. Thankfully, she seemed to behave herself, so the explosives around his neck remained inert and undetonated. Eventually she withdrew from his mind and gave him the verdict. "I'm afraid you're correct," she said. "The boundaries of the memory packet have indeed begun to fall apart." His heart sank. That was precisely what he was afraid of. He wasn't ready. If he opened the package now, he doubted he would get anything out of it. But if he waited... "How long do I have?" he asked. "Hard to say. I've never seen a memory packet that big, so it's hard to judge how the decay will progress. It can stay stable for another 3 months, I think. Maybe 4. If you really want to be certain, though, you'll have to open it within the next 2 months. Isn't there anything that can be done to stop, or at least slow the decay?" Zorian asked desperately. "Repairing memory packets is fairly easy if you're the one who made them," Memory of Sublime Glory said. "Far less so if somebody else did. I don't think I could repair something that elaborate, and you would never trust me to tinker that deeply with your mind, anyway." I will teach you the basics of the skill, if you wish, but to get good enough to repair that thing you will have to secure a better teacher. Any idea where I could find one? Zorian asked. The luminous advocates probably have what you need, she said. I heard they can be hard to deal with, though. They drive a hard bargain. Ugh, those guys. Well, desperate times called for desperate measures. If nothing else, getting enough money to pay for their outrageous prices should be fairly trivial at this point. In that case, I'd like to postpone our current lesson plan for a bit and concentrate on memory packets and how to repair them, he told her. Of course, she agreed easily. Here is what you do. Break. He returned home later in the evening, tired and depressed. He had hoped to do some more work after his visit to the filigree sages, but between the failure to secure the contents of the magic research room intact and the confirmation that the matriarch's memory packet had begun to unravel, he didn't feel like doing anything. Oh, you're back. Amaya exclaimed when he entered the house. Your friend has been waiting for you for a while now. She's in the basement with Kale right now. Do you want me to call her or are you going to get her yourself? His friend? Her. Taven, he guessed. Amaya nodded. That was a lot earlier than he had expected to hear from her. This could be either very good or very bad. I'll go see what she wants. You know, the last time your friend visited you, she left the house looking like she had been crying, Amaya said casually. Is there a reason why you're pronouncing friend like that? Zorian asked her suspiciously. You're not breaking young girls' hearts, are you, Mr. Kaczynski? Ugh. There is nothing like that between me and Taven, okay? And besides, if anyone is the heartbreaker here, it's definitely Taven, he protested. She gave him a curious look. I prefer not to talk about it, he said, shaking his head. Thankfully, she didn't press the issue, so he went to the basement to talk to Taven and see what she decided. He found her talking with Kale about the time loop, comparing notes and discussing time travel mechanics. So does this mean you believe me? He asked her hopefully. I suppose, she said. This is still all very fantastical and unreal to me, but everything you told me seems to check out. Or at least the parts one can actually check do. And Kale here seems convinced you're telling the truth, too. So yeah, I guess I kind of believe you. Is there anything you can tell me that would help me convince you in future restarts? Zorian asked. Kale and I talked about that for a while, she said. I don't know. Any personal information I could give you would just creep me out if you started spouting it off all of a sudden. I'd sooner decide that you've been spying on me or that you're reading my mind than that you are a time traveler. If you just tracked me down at the start of the restart and started showing off everything you've learned inside the time loop, I'd definitely accept that something strange is going on, but I'd probably think you're a shapeshifter in disguise or possessed. It's only because I interacted with you pretty heavily for a whole week that I never doubted that you're, well, you. How about this then? I start the next restart the same way I did this one, joining your group and all, wait for a few days for you to get annoyed with my growth spike, and then confront you about it on my own initiative before you have a chance to get really fed up with it, Zorian tried. Tension that he never even noticed until that moment seemed to drain from her shoulders and she sagged in relief. What? He said, frowning. I was afraid you'd just keep duplicating the circumstances that led me here over and over again, she admitted. Even if I don't retain memories of it, I don't want to be repeatedly reduced to tears. It was humiliating once, thank you very much. Truth be told, I wasn't okay with the idea of repeatedly making you cry either, he told her. So that option was definitely off the table, even if you were okay with it. She looked away, embarrassed. Kale cleared his throat to get their attention. I hate to break up the moment, but we have much to talk about, he said. Yes, Taven agreed, relishing the chance to change the topic. First of all, Zorian, why haven't you contacted Zack yet? This red robe of yours is a threat to you both, and you said yourself that you think he's at the center of all this. It only makes sense to work together. I don't understand your reluctance to talk to him. First of all, there is a possibility that Red Robe is monitoring Zack and tracking his movements. If so, then contacting him would mean revealing myself to Red Robe, Zorian said. Secondly, I suspect that the moment I contact Zack, my whole schedule is getting thrown into the trash can. I have some fairly urgent things I need to do in the near future. I can't drop everything to hang out with Zack. Even assuming he is fairly understanding of my goals, he'll still probably insist on taking part in my activities. Since the things I'm doing require subtlety, which he entirely lacks, that's a problem. All in all, I just don't think it's a good idea to involve myself with him at this moment. So, what, you intend to avoid a potential ally just like that? Taven asked. Only until I'm done investigating the invaders and I can get the matriarch's memory packet open, Zorian said. After that, I will probably go out and meet with him to see what he has been doing and whether we can help each other. Huh. All right, she said, somewhat mollified. That makes more sense. To be honest, I thought you'd be a lot more stubborn about this than that. Kale said you had some sort of grudge against the guy, and I know how you are with your grudges. Well, Kale is wrong. I don't have a grudge against Zack, he said, giving the white-haired boy an annoyed look. But whatever. One problem solved. What else do we need to talk about? Kale ripped out a page out of his notebook and offered it to Zorian. We made a list, Kale said with a smile. Taven had a lot of suggestions. Zorian accepted the piece of paper with a sigh and began to read. She really knew how to pick a day to drop this on his head, didn't she? When it rains, it pours. 45, Fine Structures. Chapter 045 Fine Structures. Zorian was starting to realize he didn't understand Taven nearly as well as he thought he did. And it wasn't just the surprising amount of insecurity that lurked behind her seemingly endless optimism and confidence that made him think that, it was also the amount of thought and consideration she put into his time loop situation. When he told her about his situation, she actually listened to him without interruption, and even took notes, and then later came back with a list of questions and ideas. This was very atypical behavior for her. Taven was pretty much a prime example of the less thinking, more action philosophy, and she even admitted that she still wasn't entirely convinced about the whole time loop thing, so he was rather baffled about her motives and thought processes. Still, while the list she had made with Kale's help was kind of surprising, it contained nothing particularly revolutionary, and all of the points could be boiled down to 4 basic questions. Why didn't he get help from more people around him than her and Kale? Why didn't he tell the government or academy authorities what was going on and get their cooperation? Why was he pursuing so many magical fields instead of properly focusing on them, one at a time? And lastly, why didn't he try harder to develop his combat magic? Zorian found the last one especially amusing. It was only a few days ago, after all, that Taven was breaking down into tears over his incredible combat skills, yet now she was saying he should have put more effort into them. You just couldn't satisfy some people. Alas, Taven didn't find her complete turnaround of opinion nearly as amusing as he did. Zorian's logic for putting combat magic practice squarely in the secondary goal pile, namely, that very few of his problems could be solved through direct violence and that he just wasn't terribly suited for combat magic in the first place, had been summarily rejected by Taven, who decreed that she would be helping to bring him up to snuff in that regard. Through sparring. Constant, daily, dangerously serious sparring. He'd apparently had no idea what he was getting into when he decided to go along with her idea, because there was a huge difference between sparring with Taven when she thought he was just a precocious amateur with a couple of tricks and sparring with her when she considered him a serious threat right from the start and wasn't afraid of hurting him. She was vicious and merciless, and he was honestly afraid she would end up killing him if he didn't give it his all, despite all the safety wards embedded into her family's training hall. It was just a bit too intense for his liking. Maybe she was still a little bitter about him improving so much in so short a time. Are you ready? She asked him, twirling her combat staff playfully in her hands. No. Zorian tried. He'd just finished another frustrating session with Svim, and didn't get to rest at all before coming over to Taven's place. The last thing he wanted to do right now was get smacked around in the name of training. Too bad, Taven snorted derisively. We're starting. Go. Yeah, he didn't think that would actually get him anywhere. He immediately threw himself to the side, dodging her opening shot. Which wasn't a magic missile or anything reasonable like that. No, she opened the battle with a powerful beam of force. Force Lance, as the spell was called, was her new favorite when fighting him. He knew better than to try to shield against it this time. The beam was practically designed for cracking simple force barriers, focusing an immense amount of penetrating force on a tiny patch of the shielding surface. Some of the stronger, more advanced shields could withstand the beam, but nothing in Zorian's arsenal could truly stand up to it. He had learned that lesson very painfully in the first few spars he'd had with Taven during the past few days, and he still had bruises all over his chest and arms to prove it. Even at their highest setting, the safety wards couldn't blunt the power of the spear-like beam completely. No, the only realistic defense he had against that spell was moving out of its way. The good news was that beam spells like those couldn't home in on targets, so dodging them was an option. The bad news was that a beam traveled blindingly fast and was really hard to evade at the distances he and Taven fought at. Plus, he kind of sucked at dodging. The last few days had forced him to learn quickly, though, and in this particular case he was fast enough to move out of the beam's path. He responded immediately with a gust of wind, trying to knock her off balance and possibly blind her. Sadly, this was not the first time he tried that, and she simply countered it with a weather shield before throwing a fully powered fireball at him. Gods, she really wasn't playing around, was she? He fired off a dispelling wave to negate it, since the alternative would be to tank it with a much more expensive Aegis. Besides, cost concerns aside, the spherical shield would leave him immobile while in place, and Taven would be sure to capitalize on that. A force lance that quickly followed the fireball told him that this was indeed her likely plan. If he had stood still and tried to tank the fireball, the force lance would have caught him flat-footed. He threw a small swarm of magic missiles at her, all of them on a very direct trajectory towards her. They were just bait, really, intended to take advantage of a certain predictable maneuver Taven liked to do, where she countered such attacks by firing a massive battering ram of force that not only swept the attack aside, but also acted as a counter-attack at the same time. That's why he immediately followed up his barrage with a ray of electricity, which would be completely unaffected by her blast of force. He guessed her response well this time. She had tried to respond with a force battering ram, but then caught onto his plan halfway through and dodged the beam he'd sent at her. As for himself, he used the disturbance in her attack rhythm to initiate a short-distance teleport, transporting himself behind her back. She noticed him, of course. She was probably using that mana-sensing trick she'd taught him so long ago, but she could do little else but raise a hasty Aegis to shield herself against the blast of force he'd sent at her. He followed this up with a force lance, intending to give her a taste of her own medicine, but she expertly dodged that and sent an 8-missile swarm at him, forcing him to fire another dispelling wave to deal with them. He kind of wondered why she still kept bunching up her projectile swarms together like that when she already knew that allowed him to take them all out with a single counterspell. Maybe she couldn't. He knew he had better shaping skills than her, so maybe that kind of fine control over one's projectiles was beyond her. He teleported again to evade another battering ram of force and then sent his own missile swarm at her, each missile following its own exotic trajectory to make them hard to track and take out. The battle raged like that for another couple of minutes, before Zorian was forced to concede defeat due to running out of mana. It was a good fight in his opinion, if nothing else because he didn't get any new bruises this time around. Taven complained, of course, lecturing him about pacing himself better, but the simple truth was that she was driving him way too hard for him to be conservative with his mana use. He would rather be too frivolous with his mana use and lose due to exhausting himself than end up on the receiving end of an offensive spell again. You know, running out of mana like that in a real battle basically means you die, Taven said. And getting speared through the lung by a force lance doesn't. Zorian countered. She stared at him. Okay, yeah, you got me there. She walked over to a nearby bench and motioned him to sit beside her. Have you thought about that list Cale gave you? She asked. Of course he had. He even discussed with her some of the points she'd brought up over the past few days, although he suspected she didn't like his answers all that much. Interpreting her question as a demand for a more long-winded, comprehensive explanation, he started telling her about the reasoning behind his decisions. His reasons for not getting help from more people, and especially official authorities of any sort, were simple to explain. The more people he told about the time loop, the greater the chance that they would let something slip to the wrong person and lead Red Robe back to him. Unless they had something he really needed, and which he simply couldn't get by any other way, it was best to keep them ignorant of the time loop. Truthfully, even telling Taven was probably a pointless risk. He told her about the time loop for the same reason he kept taking Curiel with him to Scioria, despite his little sister being nothing but a huge liability and time sink. He wanted someone familiar to talk and confide to. He kept his mouth shut about that last detail in his explanation to Taven, though, he doubted she would appreciate hearing that. Instead he focused on the fact that virtually no one would be willing to believe him about being a time traveler, and that convincing them would probably take weeks and could easily cause quite a stir. This was especially true in regards to her ideas about contacting the city government or academy authorities. Zack had already tried to notify them about the time loop and had never been taken seriously. There was no reason to think Zorian would be any more successful at it than Zack was. Didn't you say Zack is kind of an idiot? Taven asked curiously. Sort of, said Zorian. But in this case, I think he's far more suited to the task than I am. There is no way I'd ever be as trustworthy to authority figures as Zack. Ah, yes, the natural mind magic thing, Taven said. Well, that too, but I was actually thinking about how I'd probably never be as forthright and honest about things as Zack probably was, he admitted. I'd hide things and people would notice and be wary of me as a result. Taven gave him a long, searching look. You're not even telling me everything, are you? I'm telling you most things, he said. Everything I think is relevant. She stayed silent and gave him an annoyed look. Anyway, he said quickly, looking to change the subject, even ignoring that, contacting Scioria's authorities is a particularly bad idea because there is obviously someone high in the administration that is cooperating with the invaders. I'm almost certain by now that whoever is leading the cult of the World Dragon also has a high position in the city government. It would explain why the members of the cult keep getting lucrative contracts from the city and exemptions from all sorts of normal regulations, and it would make sense for Abasins to also have someone in their pocket. I keep forgetting that part, Taven admitted. Which is pretty bizarre, now that I think about it. Finding out that some crazy cult has thoroughly infiltrated our city government is honestly one of the scariest parts of your story, but the part where I'll apparently get erased out of existence at the end of this month sort of drowns out everything else. Ouch. She was still fixated on that. He did his best to move the conversation along, tackling her concerns about spreading himself thin next. Her complaints that it would be better for him if he picked one or two things to really focus on held merit. Unfortunately, there was a reason why he was not doing that. He kept encountering various emergencies during his time in the time loop, which forced him to often drop topics or push them into the background to accommodate the newest priority that just sprung up on him. The second issue basically amounted to personal weakness. He could only focus on something for so long before he got thoroughly sick of it and had to do something else. Since he aimed to be a generalist mage anyway, he didn't think of this as some huge issue he had to work on, but he understood why a tightly focused spellcaster like Taven would be annoyed with him for that. As for not trying harder at combat magic, well, we already discussed that topic enough, I think. You already know my opinion on the matter, he told her. Yet you keep coming to these spars anyway, she noted. I know I was kind of pushy about it, but it's not like I can really make you come if you decided to put your foot down. Well, I do want to get better at it, he shrugged. No reason to refuse free practice. I just wish you would tone it down a little. Oh, come on. What are you afraid of? Taven scoffed. Aren't you a big, bad time traveler that can't really die? Treating death as a nuisance could easily become a habit that would kill me for real once I'm out of the time loop. Unless there is a pressing need for it, or some downright amazing opportunity, I'd like to avoid dying too much, Zorian said. Also, you do realize that the time loop only resets when Zack dies, not when I do. If you end up killing me, you'll have to live with the consequences, till the end of the month. The look she gave him told him that no, she did not realize that. Yup, that was more like the Taven he knew. She mumbled something about sensitive little flowers and then leaned back on the cold wall behind them. Rather unhealthy, that. You know, you don't have to rely on me to help you with combat magic, she said. There are quite a few combat magic instructors in Scioria. With the amount of money you have at your disposal and the ability to keep spending it over and over again, you could get instruction from all of them. Combat magic may not be a priority for you, but keep that in mind. This is a killer opportunity, and you will never get anything like it outside of your time loop. Zorian frowned. What do you mean? A lot of mages simply won't teach you if they know you've been taught by their rival or competitor, she told him. As in, they'll refuse out of principle. There is quite a bit of difference in teaching your personal tricks to some young mage who is just starting out and teaching them to this extremely talented guy who has absorbed the teachings of several veteran mages. Hell, some mages won't want to have anything to do with you if you seem too competent, period. They don't want to create a competitor that will overshadow them and steal lucrative opportunities from them in the future. No offense Taven, but Daimen never had any trouble securing powerful teachers, Zorian said. If anything, the number of people who wanted to mentor him increased as his talent became known to people. I don't doubt it, she said. But I guarantee that some doors also became closed to him at the same time. For you, that doesn't have to be the case. Not only will prospective teachers never know who else taught you in the past or how good you really are, you can also do things like sign apprenticeship contracts without them really binding you to anything. Hell, you could accept some really shitty deals if it meant getting some of the really deep secrets people have. Just, think about it, okay? I am thinking about it. I've been thinking about that sort of thing since the start of the time loop. It's just that more pressing issues keep cropping up and eating into my time, he said. I'm surprised you're bringing that up, though. Doesn't that bother you? I mean, we're basically talking about weaseling out the secrets that these people have spent their life gathering without compensating them in any way. Well, yes, she said. But realistically speaking, I'd do it in a heartbeat if I was in your place. And frankly, so would 9/10 of those same experts you're feeling sorry for. Are you seriously telling me you haven't been doing something like that all this time? Sometimes, Zorian said. Ilsa stood prominently in his mind, since he'd flat out become her apprentice to get her to teach him some of her stuff. But I have been keeping a mental list of people I owe, in this way, and I was thinking of doing something for them once I get out of the time loop. It's already quite a long list, though, and I don't know whether I can even do anything for some of them. Ugh, she grunted, looking away uncomfortably. What? He asked. You're a really weird guy, Zorian, she complained. You can be such a selfish jerk at times, and then you say stuff like that and I realize I don't understand you at all. The feeling is mutual, Taven, he told her with a smile. What, that you think I'm a selfish jerk or that you don't understand me either, she asked. Both, he said. Man, she really walked into that one. She made an outraged sound and gave him a light shove. You're violent, too, he added. Whatever, she said, getting up from the bench. I'll bring Grunt and Mumble to our next spar so you can have some variety. I think I can also call in a few favors from my former classmates who also went for combat-related careers and have them fight you a few times as well. Your spellcasting is technically flawless but you need better combat reflexes. Zorian gave her a curious look. Why are you being so proactive about this? He asked her. I know you hate me bringing it up, but it was only a few days ago that you hated the idea of me surpassing you in your own field. Why did you change your attitude so drastically? You don't even fully believe in the time loop story, according to your own admission. Because your life is on the line, she told him seriously. That's the most important thing I got from your explanation. If it weren't for that, well, I'd be hell of a lot more jealous and bitter about all this. But it's not just an advantage, you have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders, and someone is trying to get you killed. In light of the chance that you might not make it out of this alive, all of my frustration seems so petty in comparison. Was that why she was so insistent he needed to work more on his combat skills? Don't die, okay, she said when he didn't say anything for a while. You're the best friend I have. Zorian fidgeted uncomfortably, unused to that kind of confession and mystified as to how he should respond to it. The snide, cynical part of him felt that was a pretty sad admission. He hadn't exactly been a nice person in his pre-loop days, and he had nursed a grudge against her ever since she'd laughed at his love confession. If the invasion and the time loop had never happened, would he have gotten over that in time to salvage their friendship? Or would he have continued to push her away until she eventually gave up on him, completely unaware that she apparently considered him her best friend? I'll try not to, he eventually told her. He couldn't promise anything. Telling her that he would definitely live and that she had no cause for concern would be a lie, and they'd both know it. Say, Taven, did you put some thought into how we can make this time loop work to your benefit? You know, like Kale did for his alchemy. Well, no, she said, shaking her head sadly. It's useless, isn't it? Practicing combat magic requires shaping skills and routines that cannot be transferred via written notes. What could either of us possibly do to help the other Taven? I could teach you various shaping exercises and note which ones work best for you, though, Zorian said. I could show you the different combat spells I found over the restarts and note which ones you handle the best and what the most effective way of training you in them is. Kiriel's magic lessons are at least 2 times more effective now than they were when I first tried to teach her, so it should be utterly trivial to create a training program that would let you grow twice as fast as you would without it. Just how much stuff do you think you can cram in 1 month? Taven asked skeptically. We won't know till we try it, will we? Zorian countered. And besides, there is no reason why the final training plan has to be limited to a month. Does every single new thing you learn necessarily build atop things you already mastered? No. There you go. That means we can break down a training plan into month-long chunks and optimize them separately. We can get at least a year that way, especially if you branch out in some necessary support skills that you've been ignoring. Your lack of divination skills is really felt in any restart where I decide not to join you, for instance. Taven looked torn. She was clearly excited about the idea, but at the same time she felt guilty about it. I don't know, she said. That sounds really time-consuming, and you don't really get anything out of it. You said yourself that you already have too many things vying for your attention. She was right, of course. Still, he owed her something for all the help she'd given him in the past, and this seemed like a perfect way to pay her back. He would find the time if he could. Maybe not a lot of time, but still. I was going to look into combat magic-related shaping exercises anyway, he said. It might actually be a better idea to go through those together with you than to study them alone. You would know which ones are more useful better than I would. And besides, who says I have to hover around you all the time? I'm sure you can do a lot of testing yourself and then write a notebook for me to transfer into the next restart like Kale is doing. Or just tell me what you found out face to face before the summer festival. It didn't take much convincing before Taven was fully on board with the idea. In a way, this was what she had asked of him back when she lost her composure, to show her how to cheat, too. He promised to bring an initial batch of spells and shaping exercises tomorrow on their next spar and then left to take care of other obligations. He wondered how long it would take for her to realize that she had agreed to spend day after day doing shaping exercises. He'd have to practice his swim impersonation for tomorrow. Break. In the ruins of the Iranian settlement beneath Scioria, Zorian patiently waited for Memory of Sublime Glories to finish memory probing the Abasan mage he had captured and brought to her for interrogation. He had ventured deep into Invader-held underground to retrieve this man, and was fortunate to stumble upon one of the middle-ranked leaders of the invasion force, so he had high hopes for the result of Sublime Glory's memory dive. In the meantime, he kept floating above the cavern floor not far from the Urania and her victim, holding himself aloft with the personal levitation exercise. In his left hand he held one of several small stones, which he kept disintegrating into dust in similarly non-structured manner. He had mastered both shaping exercises a long time ago, but the mild disruption effects present this far underground made them mildly challenging and thus a nice way to pass the time. He was starting to run out of rocks when the Urania finally withdrew from the invader's mind and approached him. Obviously, he had not told Memory of Sublime Glories anything about time travel, so he was not surprised that her report didn't mention anything remotely related to that. Still, she found out plenty of things of interest. "The Abasins are scared of you," Memory of Sublime Glory said. "Well, not you personally, but the human nations on this continent are a source of constant worry for them. The technological revolution you are undergoing has not taken root on their island, and they fear they will gradually become powerless and irrelevant as time goes by. Since your nations have recently gone through several rounds of self-destructive wars and a deadly epidemic, and are at their most disunited in a long while, a lot of Abasins feel that the time to strike at you is now. There has been a lot of agitation to launch some kind of invasion, but apparently there is also an influential faction that thinks such an invasion would be utter suicide and advocates trying to reopen diplomatic links to the continent. In light of that, this attack seems to have two main goals. The first is to make this nation look weak to others, thereby making any potential invasion by Ulquin Abasa look more attractive to their less warlike kin back home. Such a perception of weakness could also possibly ignite another continental war that would weaken everyone on the continent further. The second goal is to destroy any chance of official peace between Ulquin Abasa and Eldamar, thereby making the position of the reconciliation faction untenable. They're not scared that Eldamar might respond to the attack by outright invading Ulquin Abasa? Zorian asked. Ulquin Abasa is remote and inhospitable, and Eldamar has continental rivals to worry about, Memory of Sublime Glory said. They expect a response, but nothing substantial. A series of raids at most. Zorian wasn't so sure about that. Eldamar had been prospering for some time now, and the government was quite proud and aggressive. He wouldn't put it past the current royals and the noble council to launch a full-scale invasion of Ulquin Abasa out of sheer principle, costs be damned. Especially since the Abasins were diplomatically isolated and not part of the Byzantine web of alliances that prevented the larger splinter states from simply attacking the smaller ones and absorbing them through force of arms. As the Urania continued with her findings, however, it became obvious that the Abasins had not simply relied on empty hope to discourage such an invasion. Sometime near the beginning of the month, just before the start of the time loop, the Abasins had managed to overrun Fort Oriclo without alerting Eldamar that it had changed hands. Situated on a small island to the northeast of Eldamar and named after the general that had defeated Quataqikle's army at the conclusion of the Necromancer's War, Fort Oriclo was a small but important installation that served the dual purpose of being a monitoring station for keeping an eye on Ulquin Abasa and a supply base for Eldamar naval patrols. The Abasins apparently called it Fort Dagger, because they considered it a knife pointed straight at their throat. So long as Eldamar held Fort Oriclo, they had a perfect staging ground for any raid or invasion on Ulquin Abasa. Before Eldamar could launch an attack on Ulquin Abasa, it first had to retake Fort Oriclo, a heavily warded fortress situated on an excellent defensive position. Some of this doesn't make any sense, Zorian complained. According to you, the Abasins are transporting their forces straight from Ulquin Abasa to Fort Oriclo, then from Fort Oriclo to some unknown point in the Sorokian highlands, and then from there to beneath Scioria. Yes, what of it? That's not enough stops for an effective teleportation chain, Zorian said. Only 2 stop points for a journey of such distance, with the final destination point being deep underground to boot. There is no way that's really what's happening. If they were sending letters or small packages maybe, but no way could you transport an army like that. Even if Quataqikle is the best mass teleporter in the whole damn world, the mana costs for such long jumps would be completely impractical on that scale. Admittedly, such a small number of stops would do much to explain how they could transport such an army through Eldamar territory without being discovered by Eldamar, but they're not teleporting in the manner we've seen you do it, Memory of Sublime Glories noted. They are using some kind of stone construct to open a dimensional passage between 2 points. Like a door to another land. What? Can you describe that door in more detail, please? Zorian asked, frowning. Instead of answering with words, the Urania promptly projected an image of said door that she pilfered from the man's mind straight into his mind. It wasn't a stone arch like he expected, instead, it was a collection of stone bars arranged into a form of a large, skeletal icosahedron. Suspended in the middle of this bizarre geometric construct, like a window cut into the very air itself, was the dimensional gate. It appeared circular at first glance, edges marked by a warped, blurry outline that looked as if someone had ran a finger through a wet painting and smudged all the colors together. As the Urania helpfully rotated the image, however, it became obvious that the gate looked circular no matter from which direction it was seen. It was spherical. Well, he supposed that answered some things. The gate spell was pretty much the pinnacle of dimensional magic, requiring both a lot of mana and extreme shaping skills to pull off successfully, but the invaders did have an ancient lich on their side. If anyone could casually open a gate, it would be Quetzalcoatl. But they were inspired by ancient artifacts called Bakura gates, the Urania added. Though unable to actually figure out how the Bakura gates work or how to activate them, they realized that the icosahedron thing around them is meant to stabilize the dimensional passage and make it last indefinitely. Or at least as long as you keep supplying it with enough mana. So they made their own version of it. Wait, you're saying that thing down there is constantly active? Zorian asked incredulously. According to our prisoner, yes, the Urania said. As far as he knows, the door is never shut down. Gods, a permanent dimensional passage like that, no wonder the invaders could bring such a huge force beneath the city and keep supplying it. He fired off a bunch of additional questions about how the knockoff Bakura gate was made, what its limitations were and so forth, but found that their captive had no idea of any of those things. Anyone except the leaders of the invasion was unlikely to know such things, and possibly no one except Quetzalcoatl, who seemed to be in charge of maintaining the gates. Annoying. Still, the fact that the invasion was supplied by permanently active dimensional gates did provide certain opportunities. For instance, it meant that if he could capture the gates fast enough, he could get access straight into the heart of Ebasan operations, perhaps even Ulquin Ebasa itself. Destroying the gate in their main base would no doubt utterly cripple the planned invasion, unless a new gate was easy to build, which he doubted. Finally, it opened the possibility of stealing the design from whoever made the thing, something he definitely wanted to do if it was at all possible. Hopefully the design wasn't exclusively held by Quetzalcoatl or ran on children's souls or some such, because that was one amazing piece of magic. What about the research facility I've told you about? Zorian asked. Nothing that you don't already know, Memory of Sublime Glories told him. Frankly, I think you're going about this the wrong way. You say the previous Urania found out something important about that facility? Well, I don't think they did it by reading the minds of Ebasan invaders. Admittedly, I cannot tell that for certain without getting access to some of their leaders, but they seem to neither know nor care about what's down there. Except for the Lich, and as we both know, they'd never succeed in reading that thing's mind. Well, they clearly got information about it from someone, Zorian said. Yes, well, it is a government facility. It stands to reason that someone from the government knows what they do down there. Chances are that if you want to find out about the facility through the same methods that the previous web used, you are going to have to target whichever government official that facility is reporting to. That was a good point. He had no doubt that Spear of Resolve would attack a city official without the slightest bit of hesitation if she felt he had answers to her questions and she felt she could get away with it. And she could definitely get away with it, since she knew she was stuck in a time loop and none of the consequences would matter beyond a certain point. A valid point, but let's refrain from antagonizing the city government for now, he said. More than fine with me, the Urania responded. Having exhausted all of the topics Zorian could think of, they bid each other goodbye and agreed to meet the next day for his usual mind magic lessons. Break. Weeks passed, and while he didn't make any incredible breakthroughs, his various projects kept slowly advancing forward. He absorbed everything about memory packet creation and reinforcement that Memory of Sublime Glories could teach him. He dutifully practiced what the other two filigree sages had to teach him. He scoured the academy library for interesting shaping exercises for both himself and Taven. He built no less than 3 different golems with Edwin, and he learned a large number of spells from the books he and the filigree sages had found in the Iranian treasury. The most interesting of these new spells were a couple of highly illegal teleport variations that could punch through weaker teleport wards. If he could master those, he would get a major mobility boost within the city. Admittedly, it was possible that the city authorities could detect when someone was bypassing the city's teleport redirect in that fashion, but even if they could indeed do that, that would still make those spells incredibly useful during the actual invasion, when they'd be far too busy with other things to deal with him. Oh, and he also met with Rainey a couple of times. He was given a lot of information about the current political climate among shifter tribes and their history, which was kind of interesting but probably not really important for anything. The meetings were a nice distraction, though, so he didn't care that he wasn't really learning anything. So there is something I'm kind of curious about when it comes to shifter magic, Zorian said. I apologize in advance if I'm asking you to reveal some kind of tribal secret, but what exactly is the big advantage of being a shifter as opposed to just using a potion or a ritual to assume an animal form? I know that shifters can eschew material components that are otherwise needed to make a transformation shell and that you can do a partial transformation to access the senses and other traits from your alternate forms, but that seems a little underwhelming, all things considered. Well, you have to remember that shifters originate from a different time, when other methods of transformation were far less developed and common than they are now, Rainey said. But there are some things you're missing. The shifter transformation is much faster and safer than anything you can cook up with your alchemy skills, and you automatically get instincts to go along with your new form. A normal mage that transforms into an animal will have big problems moving in their new body and even interpreting the animal's senses if they're too different from what humans are used to. A shifter can innately understand how their alternate form works, so it doesn't take much for bird shifters to learn how to fly as easily as birds or for wolf shifters to actually understand what their enhanced noses are telling them. Ah, said Zorian in understanding, remembering how badly he flew while transformed into an eagle, even after spending several sessions practicing his flight. Yeah, that does sound like a major improvement over a transformation potion. There is also a stealth factor to consider, as your cat shifter friends can attest, Rainey continued. It's much easier to use transformation magics covertly when you can transform at will, whenever you want, to what extent you want, with no strange movements and material aids required. And since we're on the topic of your feline friends, let me ask you something that I've been kind of curious about. Did you know all this stuff about shifters before you met the cat shifters, or did you only research the topic because you started hanging out with them? I'd known about shifters for a while by the time I met them, Zorian said. It was true, in a way. I was searching for help with something and came to Vani for advice. He actually advised me to seek you out. Me, she asked incredulously. She frowned. Or do you mean shifters in general? Both. But he recommended you by name, Zorian said. Oh, she leaned forward in her seat, curious. And what exactly could I help you with? It doesn't matter, Zorian said, shaking his head. I've already gotten help elsewhere, and I've been told by others that you couldn't have helped me anyway. Oh come on, she huffed. That's just teasing. You can't just say something like that and then say it doesn't matter. Either you tell me or I send a letter to Vani, asking him what he sent you to me for. Ugh. He didn't think she was serious, but if she was, that could easily lead to awkward questions about why Vani doesn't remember ever talking to Zorian in the past. He really had to learn how to watch his tongue better. He was becoming as bad as Zack. It's very personal, so I'd appreciate if you leave the matter alone, okay? Zorian sighed. The short story is that I had the misfortune to end up on the receiving end of a necromantic spell and had a piece of foreign soul spliced with my own. I wanted answers as to what exactly happened to me, and Vana suggested I approach your tribe for help. But since he had no idea how to actually find them, he named you as a possible contact. Ah, that's more serious than I thought, she said. I'm sorry I pried. Are you? I'm fine, said Zorian, waving her off. Don't worry about it. I found a nice priest that helped me learn how to sense and protect my soul, so there should be no further incidents like that. I see. That's good, she said. She stared to the side for a few seconds, considering something, before refocusing back on him. So did you at least get any good abilities out of the whole thing? I'm not sure, Zorian said evasively. I'm still not sure what exactly the newest addition to my soul is or what it does. Really? She frowned. But didn't you say you learned how to sense your soul? Yes, so why don't you just focus on the spliced part for a while and try to figure out what it is? That sounds important to know. I know you probably want to forget about whatever happened to you, but as a shifter I can tell you it's very unhealthy to ignore parts of your soul because they won't ignore you. Hold on, how would I sense a part of my soul? Zorian frowned. That wasn't a part of the lesson I received from the priest. Rainey opened her mouth to say something before quickly closing it. She stayed silent for a while, considering something. You know, she finally said, I'm not sure whether anyone other than shifters would even want to sense specific parts of their soul. No need, probably. Unless they intend to modify it somehow, and that's usually a bad idea. And also not something a priest would do, unless they're a very heretical priest. So your teacher probably didn't even know that it could be done. Oh, Zorian said lamely. Do you want me to teach you how to do it? Rainey asked. What? Asked Zorian. Really? Aren't shifters very secretive about their magic? No. Rainey said uncertainly. Not about stuff like this, anyway. This is simple stuff, every shifter learns how to do this as a child. They have to if they want to make use of their abilities properly. I can't see any harm in teaching you how to do it if you're willing, and I kind of feel like I owe you for all the help you've given me during the practice sessions you organized. Huh, something good came out of that time sink. This restart was just full of surprises. Well, I'm willing, he shrugged. Name the time and the place. He didn't have much hope that a technique designed to sense a part of your soul would give him anything particularly substantial about his soul marker, but it didn't hurt to try and see if it led to something. At the very least, Rainey implied it was a simple thing to learn, so it shouldn't become another thing vying for his time. Break. As it turned out, the method for sensing parts of your soul turned out to be rather simple when someone actually pointed it out to you. Well, provided one had already gone through the trouble of developing a personal soul sense beforehand. The results he got when he used it to inspect his soul were better than he hoped. He actually could sense his marker and the way it was woven into his soul, but unlike shifters, he didn't get any instinctive understanding of its function and how to use it, if it could be actually used by the one it was stamped on. Which made sense, considering it was not actually a part of his soul in the way a shifter's alternate form was. Rainey herself seemed unfazed by the partial failure and told him to keep trying for a while. It usually took months for shifters to fully map out the way different parts of their soul interacted with one another, and while she doubted his case made him as complex as a shifter, she felt it was too early to give up after a single day or two. Fair enough. He supposed he could set aside an hour or two every weekend and see if it led anywhere. In the meantime, the day of the summer festival approached and Zorian became consumed with preparations for the end of the restart. This time, he had something a bit more ambitious he wanted to try out. He was going to try and infiltrate the Abasin main base during the invasion and pass through the dimensional gate to see where it led. And then, hopefully, find someone new and more interesting to interrogate on the other side. 46. The Other Side. Chapter 046 The Other Side. I'm ready, Zorian said. You can start casting whenever you want. Estin, his current practice partner, gave him a solemn nod and started launching magic missiles at him in quick succession. Zorian calmly intercepted them all with his shield, dividing his attention between watching the way Estin was casting the spell so he could help him improve it afterwards and trying to work out the absolute minimum shield strength he could get away with to safely tank the attacks. A bad idea usually, if this had been a real spar, like the ones he had been having with Taven recently, being as cheap as possible with his counters would be a recipe for disaster. But well, his practice group had pretty much given up on those when he was involved. He was too good and didn't know how to hold back properly, so these days he mostly served as a living target and dispenser of advice. Not that this made him useless to the group, far from it, but it did mean he had to get creative to get some personal benefit from attending these practice sessions. After 14 magic missiles, Estin stopped casting and they switched positions, with Estin defending himself and Zorian attacking. The former Abasin was the only person in the training group who could really tank one of his magic missiles at maximum power, so there was no need for Zorian to hold back. The floating earth spheres Estin used as shields were far more resilient than he initially gave them credit for, soaking up his magic missiles with ease. No matter what he tried, he could not even shatter one, much less punch through them. It was an interesting challenge. He had largely reached a plateau in terms of magic missile strength. Like all spells, magic missile had a limited amount of mana it could be supercharged with, and Zorian was at the point where he simply couldn't cram in more mana without hopelessly destabilizing the spell boundary. That was a shame, as magic missile was his most energy-efficient combat spell, thanks to the amount of practice he put into it. In fact, the spell was so mana-efficient at this point that it was playing merry hell with his ability to judge how far his mana reserves had grown. He could cast about 35 of them in quick succession, which was more than 4 times the amount he could cast before the time loop. That shouldn't be possible, especially since he was sure his mana reserve still hadn't topped out yet, so the most logical conclusion was that his magic missiles required significantly less mana now than they had in the past. The magnitude system probably wasn't designed with people like him in mind. He doubted a lot of people practiced magic missile as doggedly as he did. And yet, for all the refinement his magic missile now had, he knew from Kiran that he still hadn't reached the pinnacle of the spell. A properly executed magic missile would be totally invisible. Which his magic missiles weren't. He had an idea about that, though. No one in the practice group other than Estin could reliably tank one of his magic missiles without their shields giving way. Even his normal missiles often proved too much for them, never mind if he really powered them up. As a consequence, he had been forced to learn how to adjust his attacks downwards to something they could deal with. He quickly found that trying to purposely weaken his missiles was pretty hard. Strategically sabotaging the spell boundary to make the spell less mana efficient was inelegant and offended his professional pride, but trying to make magic missile technically perfect yet functionally weaker was not as easy as it appeared at first glance. His reflexes, honed over the years spent in the time loop, and even the very construction of the spell itself naturally tended towards a certain optimum effect. Going against it was a constant struggle. Still, he had gotten the hang of the ability to dial down the missile's power after a few days, and had discovered that when he dialed the power low enough, he could get the shine and opacity to drop like a stone. At the very lowest point, he could produce missiles that were nothing but a faint warp in the air, and sadly, about as effective on anything they hit. Still, practicing the spell at these lower power levels made it easier to see the faults and imperfections he made in the spell boundary, and fixing those immediately led to a small but noticeable increase in his mana efficiency when casting his normal version of magic missile. He had a feeling this was the secret to effectively developing proper invisible force spells. Don't start by making normal versions invisible, instead reduce the power and work on making a weaker version more technically perfect and mana efficient. Then steadily work your way up until you end up with a flawlessly executed, fully powered version. None of the books he'd found actually outlined this method as a possible training regimen, instead suggesting endless repetition of the spell as a method, but Zorian felt his idea had merit. He had little to lose by trying it, since the officially suggested training method consisted of mindlessly practicing the normal version for years and even decades at a time. Yes, he was stuck in a time loop, but there had to be a better method than that. After he'd failed to get through Eston's earth defense, he called for a brief pause to let everyone replenish their mana reserves. He personally didn't need the break, he was purposely using only a small fraction of his reserves during these practice sessions, and he had already honed his ability to assimilate ambient mana as far as it could go, so it generally took him only a few minutes to go back to his top form. The others needed to catch their breath, however, and he had to be mindful of that. If nothing else, he was learning the limitations of people around his age. He had honestly forgotten what it was like to be on their level, and had trouble judging what people his age found challenging or even downright impossible. Hopefully this experience would make him better equipped to pretend he was a normal student in the future, or at least more aware of what would attract people's attention and to what extent. The break was eventually interrupted when Edwin marched into the gathering, the latest golem they'd made following after him. "Hey Edwin," Naeem greeted. "What brings you here? Finally decided to join us?" "Ha, no. No, I'm here because of this," he said, grasping the little golem by its shoulders and proudly pushing it forward so the group could take a look at it. The construct was pretty impressive, even if Zorian was a little biased in thinking that. Being little less than a meter tall, the golem did not look particularly intimidating, but he doubted anyone would mistake it for a harmless toy. Its slender, humanoid figure was made out of alchemically treated steel and powered by a comparatively massive crystallized mana battery that supplied it with plenty of power. Its movements were smooth and natural, and despite Edwin's rough handling, it never lost its balance like Zorian's previous golems would have. The golem looked and moved like a credible little helper and last-ditch defender/distraction. They did a good job of making it, Zorian felt. Enlisting Edwin to help with his golem making had definitely been the right decision. "Neat," Naeem shrugged. "That's what you and Zorian have been working on all this time, isn't it?" "What about it?" "Yes," Zorian agreed. "The last time they met, he left the golem with Edwin so the other boy could run a bunch of tests to see if it worked properly. Did Edwin find some critical flaw in the construct or did he just come to brag about their success? Is there something wrong with it?" "It?" Edwin asked with faux outrage. "His name is Kellic, and he's absolutely perfect. I mean, just look at him. Everyone, meet Kellic. Kellic, say hi to the nice folks gathered here." The golem quietly gave a brief wave before letting its metallic hand unceremoniously drop again. Yeah, apparently Edwin just wanted to brag. Zorian caught Eston and Capriva rolling their eyes at the spectacle, while Briam and Rainey seemed honestly impressed by the little golem. Naeem just continued smiling serenely, and Zorian couldn't tell whether Naeem was honestly happy for his friend or just humoring the guy. "Unfortunately, there was one part of him that I just couldn't test properly," Edwin said. "We warded this little beauty with every defensive ward we could manage." "Well, Zorian did, I just kind of watched and took notes. But never mind that, the point is that Kellic here should be able to shrug off a lot of damage and disruptive spells and—" "You want us to try and damage it," Eston surmised. "Yes," Edwin agreed with a grin. "I'll just move aside and then you can all just attack it together." "All of us?" Rainey asked curiously. "Yeah," Edwin nodded. "He's really tough, so don't worry about overkill. I don't think any of you can really do anything to it individually." Eston frowned, clearly taking that as a challenge, before putting one of his palms on the ground in front of him. For a second, nothing happened. And then, without any warning, the ground beneath Kellic opened up like a set of earthen jaws and pulled it into the resulting hole before snapping shut. The poor golem was left with most of its body trapped under the soil, with only its head sticking free. Edwin stared at the buried golem for a second before glancing uncertainly towards Eston. The other boy inclined his head to the side, smiling faintly, clearly very pleased with himself. "Okay. Claim disproven," Edwin chuckled awkwardly. "Could you please unbury him so we can move on to further testing?" Eventually, they did try to bring down the little golem with a collective magic missile barrage and predictably failed. Even Zorian's missiles did not damage Kellic in any way, though hitting the limbs and head could imbalance it and knock it to the ground. Estin tried to hammer it into scrap with one of his earth spheres, but only succeeded in knocking it to the ground and rendering it immobile so long as the sphere was pressing down on it. Capriva chucked a vial of alchemical acid at it, but this didn't work either. Finally, Briam went ahead and summoned his familiar and had the juvenile fire drake breathe fire at the golem for a while. That at least had some effect, in the sense that the golem ended up visibly heating up as a result. The fire wards weren't able to deal with sustained fire magic, it seemed. Edwin terminated the testing at this point, not wanting to see Kellic actually destroyed. A satisfactory result, all things considered. The vulnerability to being buried and otherwise restrained was a large and obvious weakness, though, and Zorian was already considering what he could do to overcome it when making golems in the future. The end of Edwin's golem test ultimately also signaled the end of the current practice session as well, and most people excused themselves and left afterwards. The summer festival was only a few days away, so this was basically the last training session he would have with the practice group. That fact left him strangely sad. He had originally resented the loss of free time that came with the meetings, but the classmates he taught had ended up growing on him a little. It was nice to have someone actually respect his skills and achievements for a change, instead of constantly reminding him about how inadequate he was and how far he still had to go. He turned towards Rainey, the last person to remain at the training ground with him. She didn't look like she intended to excuse herself, so he assumed she wanted to talk to him. "Yes?" he asked. "Did you find out anything about your extra soul bits?" she asked. She was stalling for time, but whatever. No reason not to answer the question. "Sort of," he said. "I found a few ways to interact with it, but I only know what one of them actually does. Or at least I think I do. I'll try it out soon to make sure." Yes, it was rather surprising, but apparently the marker actually was designed to be interacted with by its bearer. There were multiple switches, for lack of a better word, that were clearly meant to do something once they were activated. A good number of them were utterly inert, and did not react at all to his probing, either because he did not know how to interact with them properly or because they were broken in the marker's transfer from Zack to Zorian. A lot of them were perfectly functional, however, and readily responded to his probes, eager to be set off like exuberant little puppies. He shied away from actually experimenting with them, since they gave absolutely no indication what their function was. All except one. There was one command switch that immediately gave him a vague impression of what it was meant to do when he tried mucking around with it. He planned to test that one at the conclusion of his portal infiltration attempt. "Make sure to have someone watching over you when you do that," Rainey cautioned. "At the very least they can call for help if you collapse or something." "I will," Zorian lied. "Now why don't you tell me what's really bothering you?" "It's nothing you can really help me with," she sighed. "I just feel like complaining to someone, I guess. I have no one here to confide to, except for Kiana. My fault, really. I didn't try very hard to make any other friends. I don't want to bother Kiana about this again, so." "Well, feel free to complain," Zorian told her. "Is this about your family, perhaps?" "Yes," she confirmed. "I sent them a letter last week. Asked them if I could come home for the summer festival. They said I wasn't welcome." "Well, not really in those words, but I can read between the lines." Harsh. What did she do to deserve that kind of response? Well, Rainey did say she wanted to complain, so he would probably find out soon. He opted to stay quiet and let her talk. After a moment of quiet while she collected her thoughts, she started her story. "The leadership of my tribe is hereditary," she said. "The firstborn son of the current chief inherits the mantle of leadership from his father. Simple enough, but the problem was that my father didn't have a son. My mother had a hard pregnancy when she bore me, and the tribe refused to bring outside healers to help. After I was born, she could conceive no further children. Or at least that's what we all thought for a time. Regardless, it was decided that in the absence of a male heir, even a daughter would do. Nobody wanted a succession crisis. So the tribe accepted a female leader but wasn't too happy with it. Considering the hypothetical scenario she'd asked him about earlier in the restart, he had a feeling he knew where this was going. As I grew up, I was constantly told I had to be strong for the tribe, Rainey said. That I have to work hard and embody the ideals we represented, so that there could be no question as to whether I deserved my position. I never resented that. I was proud of my tribesmen and my parents, for putting so much faith in me. I did my best, and I was good at it. Good enough that, in time, even my staunchest critics had fallen silent. But then Mother got pregnant again. Zorian winced internally. It was a son, wasn't it? 9 months later, Mother gave birth to the baby boy that my father had always wanted, she said bitterly, confirming his suspicion. I wasn't sidelined immediately, of course. They had to make sure my brother was not defective in some way before doing something so rash. I had hoped for a time that I might succeed in keeping the mantle through superior skill and effort, but of course he ended up being a blasted prodigy. It was clear that he would eventually eclipse me. I did not take it very well. I did not step down from my position quietly, and some of the tribe members even supported me. Mostly because they felt I had proven myself capable while my brother was still a relative unknown, and the designated heir had never been stripped of their position like that, so the whole thing was a bit questionable. But ultimately, my worst enemy was my own father. I had thought he was proud of me, of all I had accomplished. But in the end he was the one arguing most vehemently that I should move aside so my brother can take the mantle. How could I have possibly won that battle when my own father stood against me? So they don't want you back because they think you're a threat to your brother's legitimacy and the tribe's leader? Zorian spoke out. I am a threat to his legitimacy, Rainey said. Was. I don't know. I'm not really sure about anything anymore. I feel like nothing I did mattered in the end. What do I even have to live for, now? All my life I was taught to live for the tribe, but I'm not sure I even want to go back there when they finally deign to let me return. What is there waiting for me? I don't think I'll ever be happy living back there. Zorian studied her for a moment, wondering if he should try and comfort her. She seemed more angry than sad, though, and he had a feeling she wouldn't appreciate such a gesture. Best not to risk it. So you being here is your exile, then? He asked. Pretty much, she answered. Me being here allows them to cement my brother's position without my interference. Plus, me being educated by outsiders and taught outsider magic destroys whatever shreds of legitimacy I had left. I can't understand why they won't let you home for the summer festival, then, Zorian said. Not that I understand why you'd even want to go back to your father and brother you clearly can't stand, but that's beside the point. The point is that if you've been outmaneuvered that thoroughly, surely there is no harm in letting you go back home for a few days. That seems very petty of them. I was a bit of a bitch to my brother the last time I was home, she admitted. I guess the little shit went crying to our parents, because they've been keeping him away from me ever since. They seem to think there is a risk of me killing him. So insulting. They kept talking for a while. Well, Rainey kept talking, he mostly just listened, but eventually she ran out of steam and just fell quiet for a time before announcing it was late and that she should go. Before she left, however, she told him that she enjoyed their meetings and asked if they could continue meeting like that, even if his original purpose for approaching her had long been fulfilled at this point. He agreed. Of course he did. And despite her stoic demeanor, he could tell she was very happy to hear that. But the summer festival was just around the corner and she would soon forget any of this ever happened. The next time they met, they would be virtual strangers to each other. He decided not to befriend Rainey again in the future. Not while the time loop was still in effect, anyway. If he ever managed to get out, though, he told himself that he would try to befriend the red-headed shifter for real. She reminded him of his pre-time loop self too much to just ignore it. Her problem was, as she said, something he couldn't really help her with, but maybe just having an extra friend would be enough. He remained at the training ground for quite some time afterwards, lost in thought, before making his way back to Amaya's place. Break. It was the day before the summer festival and everything was ready. He had stopped Notchka's kidnapping again, crafted all of the equipment he would be using in his gate-crashing attempt, and evacuated the filigree sages back to their home. Now all that was left was to gather the findings Kale and Taven had made with their personal research and store them inside his mind for future restarts. Fortunately, he was currently meeting them both in Amaya's basement for exactly that purpose. "Here," Taven said, handing him a small notebook. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm kind of glad the month is coming to a close. You have no idea how annoying it is to practice shaping exercises all day, every day." "Taven, I've had Svim as my mentor for the past 4 years, Zorian pointed out. Yeah, she waved dismissively. "Show me what you've learned," he told her. "What? But it's all written down there," she protested, pointing at the notebook in his hands. "Doesn't matter, I want to see it personally," he insisted. "Some things really cannot be written down." She had progressed nicely, he decided 15 minutes later. Some things he considered trivial didn't really work out, which meant he either wasn't teaching them properly or Taven was spectacularly unsuited for them, but there were also some exercises that came almost naturally to her. It was a good start, if nothing else. "That was way too slow," he said. "And you fumbled a bit towards the end. Start o dash. If you say, start over, one more time, Zorian," Taven warned him. Fine, I'll stop channeling my inner Svim," he chuckled. "We'll stop here. I got what I needed, I think. Kale, how about you? Are my eyes deceiving me, or has the amount of notebooks you got for me actually shrunk from what it was initially? You said you memorize how the whole book is made with that spell of yours, not just text, so I figured I would write as dense as possible and save space that way." "A single book takes the same amount of space in your memory regardless of how much is written in it, if I understood you correctly," Kale said. "That's true, but the alteration pattern I store is never flawless, so some imperfections are bound to creep up in the reproduction. I hope you didn't make the letters too small." Some quick testing proved that Kale's condensed writing survived the memorization reproduction process just fine, so Zorian went ahead and memorized the whole stack. "Well, that's it, I guess," Taven said awkwardly. "I guess we'll see each other in the next restart. Not that I'll remember any of it. Actually, I'm going to skip going to Scioria for a couple of restarts," Zorian admitted. "I need to find a way to halt, or at least delay the degradation of the matriarch's memory package. And also to advance my memory reading skills so I can get something out of it if I fail. I can't waste time on classes before I solve this." "Fair enough," Kale said. "I'll note that I have pretty much exhausted all the low-lying fruits when it comes to my research. I'll need to reach out to other experts and maybe acquire some restricted materials through less than legal channels the next time we do this. I know you're justifiably leery of making too many waves, so you'll have to discuss this with my other self." Just as well that he was putting his routine in Scioria on temporary hold, then. He didn't need a distraction like that right now. The group separated after a while, with Zorian leaving to find Kiriel. There was one last thing he wanted to do before the end. "Kiri, do you think you could show me your drawings?" he asked. She didn't need much convincing. She ran out of the room and soon returned with a thick stack of papers that represented her artistic endeavor over the course of the past month. She drew anything that caught her fancy, it seemed, the sparrows that liked to gather on the street in front of Amaya's house, the house they lived in and its inhabitants, the trees in the nearby park where she played with Notchka, and so on. He was especially impressed with the handful of images that depicted Scioria's main train station. Not only did she remember what all the various storefronts they'd visited looked like, she even memorized many of the individual items that had been on sale. Zorian had forgotten most of that stuff roughly 5 minutes after they had left the train station, but Kiriel had remembered it well enough to draw a realistic picture of it an entire day afterwards. If he ever found some time to kill, he should ask Kiriel to teach him how to draw. He doubted he would be any good at it, but the mental image of his little sister trying to teach him something was amusing. "And this one is Nachka's kitty fo, air," Kyrielle fumbled, barely catching herself in time. She threw him a panicked look and then tried to shove the drawing of the young black cat beneath some of the already inspected drawings. "Heh. Her kitty form, perhaps?" Zorian asked innocently. "You knew?" Kyrielle gasped. "I knew," he confirmed. "So could you tell she's a shifter on your own, or is she simply as bad at keeping secrets as you are?" "I'm not bad at keeping secrets," she protested. "And, she kind of slipped that she can do magic and I bugged her until she showed me what she can do." "Ah yes, the eternal tendency of people to brag about their skills." "Well, that and Kyrielle's incredible ability to keep bringing the subject up until the victim decides it's easier to just give in and humor her." He didn't blame Nachka for giving in, considering how often he ended up doing the same. Nachka's indiscretion aside, there were no further surprises waiting for him among Kyrielle's drawings. He then tried to cast the memorization spell to commit the entire stack to his memory, but found that Kyrielle was intensely protective of her work and strangely suspicious of his actions. It took a while for Zorian to convince Kyrielle that the spell he wanted to cast was totally non-destructive and that he wouldn't even dream of burning her artwork or anything similar. "Really, where did she even get the idea? Fortov once burned a bunch of my drawings when I asked him to show me some magic," she admitted. "Said it was a joke." Zorian rolled his eyes. Yes, that sounded about right for Fortov. Knowing Kyrielle, she was probably being extremely annoying and disruptive, but that was still a very shitty thing to do. "I'm kind of insulted you'd compare me to Fortov, but whatever," Zorian said. He quickly memorized the stack and handed it back to her. "There. All done." Kyrielle quickly leafed through the papers to make sure he really hadn't done any damage and then left to put the drawings back to her room. She was back soon enough, though, looking worried. "Zorian, why did you want to memorize my drawings?" she asked. "You could just ask me to show them to you whenever you wanted to take a look. Are you going somewhere?" Zorian gave her a sideways glance, wondering what to tell her. He would be leaving her behind during the next few restarts, and he kind of felt guilty about it, but there was no helping it. It was why he was wasting some of his mental space on her drawings instead of filling it out with something more practical. She was pretty observant to have come to that conclusion, though. She probably noticed some of his other preparations. "Yes," he admitted. "I am. After the summer festival." "Oh," she said. "But don't you have to attend classes?" "Well, yes. But this is more important," he said. "Don't worry, I won't be gone long. You won't even notice I'm gone." Surprisingly, she accepted this explanation without complaints. Good. The last thing he needed was for her to freak out this close to the end. "But," she decided, "you have to bring me a gift when you come back. Or I'm telling Mom you left me alone with a bunch of strangers." "Sure," said Zorian, rolling his eyes. He wondered if gifting her with the drawings she'd drawn herself in previous restarts counted as cheating. Probably. But he was going to do it anyway, just to see how she reacted. Break. The dimensional gate beneath Scioria was a difficult target to approach. One had to avoid numerous Abasan patrol groups to even get near it, and then the prospective attacker had to deal with an entire defensive base built around the gate if they wanted to actually pass through. Storming such a place was a task for a battle group, not a single mage, and would give the defenders plenty of time to shut down the gate if they felt the base was about to fall. Not to mention that Quadakikl could and probably would come to their aid if such a major assault was launched on the place. No, the only viable way of accessing the gate was to sneak in somehow. A rather unlikely endeavor, considering the place was teeming with mages and war trolls, and likely had plenty of detection wards layered on top of it too. But Zorian had a plan. A rather reckless plan that he'd never even think about trying outside of the time loop, but it was a plan regardless. At its core, it rested on the assumption that the Abasans would send almost everyone they had to participate in the invasion proper, leaving only a handful of defenders to guard the gate. Thus, the best time to make the attempt was when the invasion had already begun. If the Abasins were smart and cautious, that wouldn't be true and his plan would be over before it even began. If they were really smart and cautious, the gate would be shut down the moment the invasion began and all of his plotting would have been for nothing. But Zorian was willing to bet that the Abasins needed all the manpower they could get for the fighting on the surface, and that the leadership needed the gate functioning so they could retreat safely to their island. There was a lot of sea between Eldamar and Oquin Abasa. He was hoping they would just leave behind a skeleton crew at the base, with orders to summon Quatakikl if they get into more trouble than they can handle. Thus, when the day of the invasion had finally come, Zorian immediately descended deep into the tunnel system beneath Scioria and started looking for some nasty critters to dominate. Something strong enough to cause a distraction, but weak enough that the defenders wouldn't panic when it started throwing itself on the base defenses. Just a random monster attack that would distract everyone and give Zorian a chance to slip inside unnoticed. It took him some time, but he eventually found a pack of hook goblins, small, flightless, bat-like humanoids whose front limbs sported huge, hook-like claws. Highly dangerous up close but easily killable. A threat but not that much of a threat. Perfect. Then he waited. As time went by, his prediction of Abasins withdrawing virtually everyone to participate in the invasion gradually came to pass. The Abasins were indeed withdrawing nearly all patrol groups around their base, allowing Zorian to finally approach the place and lay his eyes on the center of Abasin invasion. Well, he already knew its basic layout from the memories extracted from the captured Abasins, but that wasn't the same as seeing it firsthand. The base was situated in a massive cavern, and was quite large. It was practically a small town, which was not very surprising considering the amount of forces the Abasins normally kept here. In the center of the settlement stood a handful of stone buildings that were probably raised from the cavern floor via alteration. The gate was in the middle of this section, serving as the heart of the settlement. Surrounding the fancy stone buildings was a ramshackle collection of tents and pens where the peons and war trolls lived. There were no walls around the settlement, but each of the tunnels connecting to the cavern had a checkpoint that served as a first line of defense. Zorian waited for a while for the numbers to thin out further, and when they remained static for a while, mentally pushed the hook goblins to attack one of the checkpoints, doing his best to boost their bloodthirstiness and suppress their fear. He didn't have to do much, honestly. Hook goblins seemed to be almost perpetually angry creatures, going utterly berserk at even the slightest provocation. They fell upon the checkpoint, screeching and clawing, and the base immediately went into an uproar. Zorian's original idea was to use the distraction to attack one of the other checkpoints while everyone else was distracted, but that turned out to be unnecessary. When he reached his chosen target, he found out that its guards were unprofessional enough to leave their posts to help out their buddies against the hook goblins. Or maybe the base was even more short on manpower than he originally suspected. No matter, he decided to simply take advantage of the situation and waltzed in. He made it all the way to the gate without being stopped, or even confronted by anyone. At one point he crossed paths with a mage running towards the battle site, but it only took a weak suggestion from Zorian that he was completely normal, nothing to see here, and the man promptly put him out of his mind and kept running. He honestly didn't expect it to be that easy. Unfortunately, when he reached the dimensional gate itself he found that it had its own guards and that they refused to leave their posts, despite the commotion. 4 mages and 2 trolls. He could deal with them perhaps, but he didn't think he could do it without raising a ruckus. Shame. He was just about to throw caution to the wind and start chucking around fireballs and explosive cubes everywhere, when one of the other defenders came running and started shouting at the mages around the gate. The hook goblins had broken through the checkpoint and the newcomer wanted them to signal Quatakikl to come and save them. Oops. He honestly didn't think his little minions would end up winning. It seemed that not only did the Abasins leave a skeleton crew to hold the base, said skeleton crew was composed out of the dregs of their force. No wonder this infiltration was so easy. Fortunately for Zorian, no summoning of Quatakikl would take place. The mages guarding seemed horrified at the very idea. Their leader ranted for an entire minute about how the ancient lich would have them all flayed alive if they summoned him to deal with a bunch of stinking hook goblins, and eventually sent 2 of his fellow guards and both of the war trolls to contain the incursion. Zorian could only watch incredulously as the gate was suddenly left with only 2 mages to guard it. Well, that certainly made things easier. He waited for a while for the other Abasins to get some distance away from the gate and then chucked a vial of sleeping gas at the 2 remaining guards from his hiding place. One of them, the one that spoke to the panicked defender and seemed to be their leader, managed to stumble out of the cloud in a semi-lucid state and promptly received a piercer in the head for his troubles. The other collapsed into sleep, as intended, and Zorian blew the cloud away with a gust of wind before hurriedly approaching the dimensional gate they were guarding. Zorian itched to examine the thing in greater detail, but no, this wasn't the time for that. The current priority was to find out what was on the other side. Looking through the opening itself, he could see that the gate led to an empty, spacious room devoid of further guards. Which was rather weird. Were the Abasins really leaving one end of the gate undefended? He tried extending his mind sense through the dimensional opening and was pleased to note that the gate was no barrier to his mind sense. And even gladder that he could detect no hidden enemies. Suspicious, but mindful of the limited amount of time he had, he took a deep breath and stepped through the gate. He felt a tendril of magic brush against his soul protections the moment his foot touched the floor of the destination room, trying to identify him. It recoiled from his spiritual defense and Zorian immediately felt the atmosphere in the room change, becoming heavier and more foreboding. He had been detected by the wards and labeled as an intruder. Behind him, the edges of the dimensional opening started crackling with lightning. The gate then began rapidly shrinking and soon winked out of existence entirely in a soft flash of light. Break. Though the closing of the portal had taken him off guard, Zorian was ultimately unconcerned about its disappearance. He was already through, after all, and at least this way the Abasin forces on the other end of the gate wouldn't be able to pursue him. He quickly looked around and confirmed that the room was indeed empty, aside from the now inactive stone icosahedron erected in the center of it. There was only one door in sight, and Zorian immediately blasted it to splinters rather than open it normally. No need to risk getting hit with some hostile ward effect because he was dumb enough to grasp the handle. Quickly leaving the gate room, he started exploring the place, trying to find out as much as he could before the Abasin forces on this side of the gate, alerted by the wards, came running to deal with him. Except that there were no Abasin forces. And he wasn't in some hastily erected base, either. He quickly found out that the gate had been situated in a basement of a pretty luxurious mansion. A very large, seemingly abandoned mansion. Zorian was confused at first. The first gate in the chain was supposed to lead to some isolated place in the Sorokian highlands after all, so he kind of expected a wilderness camp surrounded by trees. Then the defenders of the place finally tracked him down, and he understood where he was. The undead boar that just tried to bite his leg off was exactly like the ones that assaulted Lukav every restart. He was in the Sorokian highlands. Specifically, he was in Ayaska Mansion. And the place was apparently teeming with undead. He frantically dodged a knife thrust by his assailant, a silent, knife-wielding man wrapped in concealing black clothes. Zorian had shot him through his head with a piercer earlier, but that didn't seem to bother him too much. Another black-clad, knife-wielding corpse advanced at him from the left, and the blasted boar looked like it was readying for another charge. Zorian threw a glowing cylinder on the ground in front of him, causing a disruptive, dispelling pulse to wash over everything around him. The 3 corpses attacking him collapsed lifelessly to the ground, the pulse having destroyed the magic that kept their animating souls bound to their bodies. Zorian sighed. That was the 3rd dispeller grenade he had been forced to use since coming to this place. He'd only ever had 5 of them to start with, not having expected to fight hordes of undead today. Most of his other single-use items were gone as well. He knew this mission was likely to result in his violent death, but this was still kind of annoying. And also more than a little dangerous. The presence of so much undead meant there were necromancers inside. It might actually be dangerous to die here. He was just about to go back to the gate room and barricade himself there when a living person entered his mind sense, heading straight for him. Well, crap. That was the necromancer, wasn't it? Of course it was. That must be why the undead backed off after that last attack. He quickly scattered his remaining explosive cubes on the floor in front of him and retreated deeper into the corridor. Then the door on the other end of the corridor opened and a tall, muscular man with a huge mustache stepped into the corridor. He took one look at Zorian and smiled jovially, like seeing an old friend who he hadn't heard from in years. "Welcome," he said. "I am Sudamir Kandrii, the owner of this humble abode. May I ask why you have invaded my home?" "I don't know what you're talking about," said Zorian, taking a step back. "Step deeper into the corridor, step deeper into the corridor." The door was quite open, all I had to do was step through the gate. If you didn't want anyone coming through, surely you wouldn't have left that thing so unprotected. Why, I bet a whole army could just waltz through this place if you weren't careful. Zorian took another step back. Sudamir followed him, taking a step deeper into the corridor. Now. Zorian sent a pulse of mana to the explosive cubes, triggering them and sending the entire corridor into a. No, actually nothing happened at all. What the hell? Wards. Wonderful things, aren't they? Sudamir smiled. I can't have things exploding in my own home, you see. And besides, even if you did catch me in that trap, that wouldn't have killed me. I assure you I am quite hard to kill. Lovely. Zorian stared at the man in front of him for a second and then concentrated on his marker for a second. What are you doing? Sudamir asked harshly. He could probably see that he was doing something with his soul. Damn necromancers and their cheating soul sight. Zorian ignored him and ordered one of the slots of the marker, the one that actually gave him an impression of what it was supposed to do, to activate. His vision immediately turned dark and then he woke up back in Siren, Kiriel wishing him a good morning. He sighed in relief, confusing Kiriel. Thank the gods that worked. 47, Politics. Chapter 047 Politics. Sitting alone in the train's compartment, Zorian stared through the window at the passing landscape, lost in thought and not really paying attention to what he was looking at. He was supposed to have disembarked already, but the events that had happened at the end of the previous restart were still at the forefront of his mind and he figured it was best to delay his plans for a few hours until he was less distracted. It wasn't like he had some tight schedule to follow this early into the restart. Closing his eyes for a second, he searched his soul for the marker switch he'd used to escape Sudamir and immersed himself in the impressions it gave him whenever he connected to it. The switch in question did not announce its purpose in words, but it made itself understood anyway. It was the abrupt end of everything, followed by a return to the beginning. Revert to starting point. That was what the switch claimed its function was, and, as far as Zorian could tell, that is exactly what it had done when he'd used it at the end of the previous restart. He had a way to end the current restart at whim. He could start over at any time without leaving behind a soul that could be interrogated and messed with. Hell, he wouldn't be leaving behind anything, the world would end on his command. All it took was pressing a switch. That changed everything. Necromancy, in many ways his worst enemy, was suddenly a lot less dangerous and frightening. The risk of having his suicide rings taken away or negated by fancy wards also became a lot less worrisome. The marker was virtually impossible to detect or take away from him. Many ideas he had previously dismissed on the grounds that they were too dangerous to attempt, such as exploring Ayaska Mansion or pissing off Quatakekal by aggressively going after Abasin forces, were suddenly back on the table. Getting killed or knocked out before he could react was still a danger, though, as was the possibility of being drugged into submission. He wondered if he could set up some sort of contingency to trigger the revert switch automatically upon his death. It would require delving deeper into soul magic, but that may be a smart thing to do anyway, and eliminating one of his major remaining weaknesses was no small feat. A possible issue was that the revert switch might affect Zack and Red Robe as well, not just him. Was their restart cut short as a consequence of his action in the previous restart? Probably. It must have been, if the switch worked like he thought it did. There was a chance they'd failed to note the abrupt end, since he'd activated the revert switch very close to the time it usually ended at anyway, but since he intended to keep using the revert switch, that wasn't going to last very long. It didn't really matter, though, even if they had noticed. Both Zack and Red Robe had already known there were at least 2 other time travelers in the time loop, so this told them nothing particularly important. Well, it might come as a bit of a shock to Zack, since he'd never had his restart cut short like that, but whatever. He could now experience what it was like for Zorian when the other boy went around fighting dragons and whatnot. Opening his eyes, Zorian withdrew from the marker and refocused his attention on the passing landscape for a bit. It did not hold his attention for long before his mind drifted back to the events of the previous restart. Truthfully, he hadn't expected his gate exploration initiative to be as successful as it ended up being. He had expected to face better and more numerous defenses on the Sciorian side of the gate, and once he managed to step through it, he expected to emerge into another heavily guarded Abasan base. He hadn't expected to live long once on the other side. In fact, it honestly would not have surprised him if he had died before ever reaching the gate itself, never mind actually accomplishing much on the other side. The first try had been primarily about testing the Abasan defenses to see what he was dealing with. Well, apparently he had been far too modest in his ambitions. He got everything he had been hoping for, and more. Now that he knew just how undermanned and unprofessional the defense of the gate was, and that there were no Abasan reinforcements on the other side to come to their aid, he could afford to be a lot more direct in future attempts. Bringing a small army of golems and wiping out every defender so he could study the gate at his leisure actually seemed like a viable option. Granted, he would have to do it without giving the defenders a chance to summon Quetzalcoatl, but it seemed doable. As a bonus, said golems would be heaven sent against the hordes of undead infesting Ayaska Mansion. They were just as tireless as the living dead, and had no souls for the necromancer to mess with. Of course, it was impossible to think about Ayaska Mansion without automatically considering that final confrontation he'd had with Sudamir Kandrii at the end, and that soured Zorian's feeling of success somewhat. He got out of the situation unscathed in the end, but the fact was, he got thoroughly outplayed and backed into a corner by a dangerous necromancer and had to rely on an untested ability to escape from his clutches. That wasn't the way Zorian wanted his conflicts to go. To be fair, though, the situation might not have been as bad as it looked. The restart was nearing its end by that point, so perhaps he could have stalled the man long enough to avoid any serious consequences. Failing that, he could have thrown a maximized fireball at his feet and hoped that reducing his body to fine ash interfered with Sudamir's ability to snare his soul. It was hard to know how dangerous the situation truly had been without knowing more about Sudamir's personality, or the limits of his necromancy skills. Well, he was going to find out more about the man very soon. For one thing, Sudamir was the mayor of Nyazov Dveri, and therefore a public figure. There should be lots of information available about him, in both official and unofficial sources. For another, Zorian intended to keep attacking the gate beneath Scioria and exploring Ayaska Mansion at the end of every future restart. There was no reason to pass up on that, really. The defenses of the gate were sufficiently flimsy that it wouldn't eat much into his schedule to organize an assault at the end of the month, and the revert switch made the idea of exploring a necromancer's lair a lot less crazy than it was up until recently. He definitely had to do something about the wards on the place, though. Sudamir seemed to have placed some very sophisticated stuff on Ayaska Mansion, and Zorian didn't feel comfortable just ignoring them. Who knows what kind of exotic, forbidden stuff a necromancer like Sudamir wove into his warding scheme. Maybe he could avoid triggering the wards at all. If he could find some way to pass the initial authorization test upon stepping through the gate, the wards should stay dormant. There had to be a keystone or some such that let people pass through unmolested. There was no way Sudamir keyed in every individual Abasan into the damn ward scheme. After some thought, he decided that such a bypass would be useful, but would likely just delay the problem. If it was Zorian in Sudamir's place, he would have definitely placed further tripwires around the mansion to foil such abuse. Considering how much Sudamir relied on his wards to deal with intruders, he was bound to have thought of that and more. He was wrenched out of his musings by the voice of the station announcer, who informed him that the train was soon going to arrive to its next destination. Deciding he had delayed things a bit too much as it was, Zorian grabbed his luggage and went off in search of an exit. It was time to visit the Iranian colonies again. Break. The last time Zorian had tried to get instructions from the luminous advocates, the result was a frustrating negotiation process that had lasted for nearly 3 weeks and had consumed the entirety of his funds in exchange for useful, but decidedly non-critical knowledge. The one thing he had needed back then, they had been unwilling to teach him. Consequently, he had stopped bothering with them. Especially since he had since found other, much more reasonable webs to trade with. The situation had changed, however. He was a lot better at mind magic now, so they should hopefully look down on him a lot less. He was also in a much better position to satisfy their assorted demands, thanks to the discovery of the Iranian treasury back in Syoria and the ability to steal money and resources from the cult of the World Dragon by raiding their caches. Finally, after getting taught about Iranian culture and customs from Voice of Peace, he had come to a conclusion that he had likely bungled his previous interaction with Luminous Advocate somewhat. He had come off as impatient and disrespectful, which probably had a lot to do with them dragging the negotiations out for several weeks. It was both the means of pressuring him into giving them greater concessions and a way of getting back at him for a perceived slight. That was why, when Zorian went off to meet with the Luminous Advocates on the first day of the restart, he didn't offer a trade proposal. Instead, he simply introduced himself and asked for a meeting sometime in the future. He was told to come back in 2 days. He did just that, at which point he presented the Luminous Advocates with a gift and spent several hours pretending he'd just dropped by to have a friendly chat with them instead of anything serious. Only then did he present his offer, starting with a very ambitious plan where he offered a lot and demanded just as much. They refused, of course, making a counteroffer that was ridiculously more in their favor, and so the negotiations began. It took them an entire week and a half to agree on a deal in the end, which was slow and annoying, but still a lot better than before. The agreement, much like the one he'd had with the Filigree sages in the previous restart, went beyond his primary goal of learning how to repair memory packets and also encompassed refinement of his basic telepathy skills, practice of mental combat techniques and further development of his ability to tap into and interpret Iranian senses. The last one was not something the Luminous Advocates had any real experience with, by their own admission, but they were willing to lend him their considerable expertise on the topic. In fact, that was the part of the deal they seemed most excited about. Of course, Zorian didn't spend said week and a half idling around while the Luminous Advocates dragged their feet. He spent most of that time scouting out other Iranian webs to see what they were able and willing to offer him. He visited the Talisman Bearers, Ghost Serpent Acolytes and Silent Doorway Adepts, the 3 shady webs that the illustrious gem collectors had informed him about back when he'd first sought other Iranian webs to learn from. Back then he didn't feel safe dealing with them, but his skills at shielding his mind had grown considerably since then. He also toured the 7 webs in the vicinity of Syoria that he'd found out about from the Filigree sages, the Burning Apex, Red Brand Bearers, Deep Blue, Crystal Torches, Indestructible Silver Order, Stone Revelation Chanters and Riddles of Opening. All of them were interesting in their own way, but none of them could really help him with his memory packet repairing problem better than the Luminous Advocates could. The Talisman Bearers were a magic-focused web, the most heavily magic-focused one that Zorian had ever encountered, and were thus a bad choice to go to when dealing with a relatively exotic mind magic issue like his. Still, visiting them had not been a waste of time in the slightest. Out of curiosity, he had bought several of the metal discs they used for their spellcasting to see how they worked. The spell formula designs etched into the discs blew him away, subjected to size and scarcity restrictions largely foreign to human spellcasting communities. The Talisman Bearers focused on squeezing in as many spells as they possibly could onto their primary spellcasting tool. The design was complex and incredibly dense, but it worked smoothly and efficiently, without the destructive resonances and disruptions that usually plagued such highly compressed spell formula constructs. The discs were useless to Zorian in their natural state. He wasn't an Irania, and these tools were very much intended for Iranian use. Still, They were sufficiently similar to human spell formula that he could learn a lot from studying them. Considering how much he relied on items, any advantage in that area was noteworthy. The ghost serpent acolytes refused to see him. Apparently their god/guardian spirit told them he was bad news and that they should tell him to get lost. He had no idea what that was about, but it automatically made the web a lot more interesting than he expected. What did the spirit know about Zorian that pissed it off so much? He left the ghost serpent acolytes alone for now, but he made a mental note to visit the web again in the next restart, before doing anything else, to see if they reacted the same way. The silent doorway adepts were another surprise, because the doorway in their name came from the Bakura gate around which they built their settlement. That was very, very interesting. They got really uncomfortable when he started asking questions about it, too, blatantly trying to change the subject. They claimed the gate mystified them as much as it mystified humans, but Zorian wasn't sure he believed that. There was definitely a story there, and their web was famous for having some kind of secret magic that allowed them to get into places. Still, it was obvious he wouldn't be getting anything out of them on the topic, so he politely backed off and moved on to other topics. Sadly, they had no interest in teaching him things. They pointed him back towards some of the webs he'd already known about, such as the luminous advocates, and that was that. That was not to say they were not interested in trade, though, they very much were. They showed passing interest in most of the stuff he offered, but what really caught their attention was crystallized mana. They really wanted crystallized mana for some reason. They were willing to take all of it off his hands, if he was willing, or as much as he could spare otherwise. In exchange, they offered a wide variety of magical items and tomes, all clearly of human origin, and many of them very much illegal. They also offered to put him in contact with some of their human trade partners, in case he wanted something they currently lacked. They also admitted, after some prodding, that they could provide him with information about other Iranian webs, where they could be found, what they were famous for, and what their weaknesses were. They warned him, however, that they would cut all ties with him if he misused such information. After some thought, Zorian asked them about alternatives to the luminous advocates when it came to mind magic specialists, agreeing to their price for such information. After a few hours, their representative returned with the information in question, giving him the names and locations for about 8 more webs that were notable for their mind magic mastery. He thanked them for the information and left. The 7 webs around Scioria all had some things in common. For one, they were all very friendly to humans and a lot easier to talk to than any of the other webs he had been interacting with recently. For another, they were all magic-focused webs. Scioria was the epicenter of the Iranian magical revolution, and all nearby webs had adapted to take advantage of that in some fashion. Finally, they were a lot more hostile to their neighbors than the other webs he had spoken with. The Burning Apex, Red Brand Bearers, Crystal Torches, and Indestructible Silver Order all tried to hire him to attack their neighbors, and the Burning Apex outright stated that they intended to massacre the entire riddles of opening web whenever they got the chance, down to the last male and child. Oh, and all of them were very interested in any information about the Sciorian webs and any possible weaknesses they might have. Zorian suddenly understood why Spear of Resolve had been so worried about her neighbors and wanted to get humans on her side. Thankfully, none of the webs actually insisted that he had to help fight their battles, and were happy enough to engage in more peaceful forms of trade. Naturally, Zorian was primarily interested in mind magic instruction. The local groups, although primarily magic-focused, did have decent grasp of their innate mind magic, especially when it came to telepathic combat. Most of them were fine in tutoring him in their abilities, although the Stone Revelation Chanters and Indestructible Silver Order required a higher level of commitment than he was able to spare in this particular restart. In addition, most of them also traded in exotic alchemical ingredients gathered in the deep dungeon, some of which were impossible to acquire on the open market. Unfortunately, it was impossible to hide from a bunch of natural mind readers that he had contacted other Arania groups in the area while receiving tutoring in mind magic from them, so he could only get instruction from one of the local webs. Most of them didn't care if he was also receiving instruction from the luminous advocates, though, except for the crystal torches, who refused to teach him anything if they weren't the only ones teaching him. He chose Deep Blue in the end, because they were one of the 3 major webs in the area and struck him as the most peaceful of the lot. Also, Deep Blue Mind Magic specialized in dominating and manipulating the various monstrous denizens of the dungeon. Zorian figured their methods of dealing with creatures very different from themselves might also be useful in his quest to understand the Iranian mind. And if not, well, being more effective at hurting and neutralizing magical creatures was still a pretty useful skill to have. Thus, he'd secured himself 2 tutorships from 2 different Irania groups for the restart. The Luminous Advocates complained, questioning the usefulness of a web like Deep Blue when he'd already secured the services of the best, but Zorian couldn't help but notice that they got rather more motivated in their teaching ever since he'd done that. Trying to arrange for a 3rd group of Iranian teachers would definitely be a mistake, though. Best not be too greedy. Break. Not much happened until the very end of the restart. He dutifully kept learning mind magic from the Luminous Advocates and Deep Blue, and when he wasn't doing that, he was advancing his studies in other magical disciplines and preparing things for the upcoming gate assault at the end of the restart. He was rapidly going through magical books he'd recovered from the Iranian treasury in Scioria, writing down any interesting spell he could find and outright memorizing ones that looked particularly useful. Ward analysis divinations, new combat spells, mind magic of the more structured kind, he'd learned so many new spells he had trouble remembering them all. He was also steadily trying out new shaping exercises, writing down which ones were easiest to work with, which ones had a trick to doing them right and which ones became much easier if he did some other exercises before them. He was surprised how lacking the various exercise manuals were in regards to crucial information like that. By the time the restart was nearing its end, Zorian was ready for another attempt at the gate. He had adjusted his arsenal in light of what he had discovered about his opponents and thus had made 6 golems to bring along with him as support. He'd also captured several Abasins during his trips to Scioria, trying to discover a method of passing through the gate without triggering the wards on Ayaska Mansion. Sadly, none of them knew the answer to that particular mystery. He could only hope that the actual gate guards were better informed. Finally, he had tried to find out as much as he could about Sudamir Kandriai without attracting too much attention. Since the secret master of Ayaska Mansion was also the mayor of Nyazov Dveri, he did that by teleporting to the town in question and started asking people questions and reading their minds while they talked. He found out that Sudamir had an excellent reputation among the people he governed. He was a capable administrator under whom the city grew a lot more rich and influential than it had previously been. He took full advantage of Eldamar's northern colonization drive to catapult the city to prominence, and then generously spread the wealth gained from that among the locals. He was known to be a rather secretive and private person, but very friendly and talkative when actually interacting with others. He was a powerful and talented mage, with a specialty in wards. His wife had died during the weeping, and he was hurt deeply by it, never bothering to remarry. Interestingly, Ayaska Mansion wasn't as big of a secret as Zorian first imagined it to be. Quite a few people knew that Sudamir had some kind of secret hideout in the wilderness to the north, and that shady stuff happened there. However, most people thought that Sudamir's brand of shoddiness involved smuggling of restricted merchandise and organizing drug-fueled orgies and whatnot. Basically, they thought he was connected to organized crime groups, not that he was animating corpses and betraying the country. On the day of the summer festival, Zorian went to Scioria and descended into the dungeon below the city to wait for the invasion to start. He couldn't find the group of hook goblins he'd used previously. Him not being in Scioria and killing monsters with Taven had completely altered the distribution of monsters in the dungeon compared to the previous restart, so in the end he settled for a female tentacle-tailed scorpion. Mostly because she had hundreds of young, and they followed her lead in everything. If he ordered her to attack the Abasin base, they would do the same, with no need for specific directions coming from him. Zorian slipped into the base while she and her brood distracted the defenders, much like he had last time. The golems, being much slower than him and very unstealthy, were ordered to stay behind while he went off to subdue the more disciplined mages and war trolls stationed around the gate itself. The war trolls were annoying. He needed the mages alive so he could interrogate them about the gate protections and the methods they used to summon Quatakekl, but anything that would disable them would also fail to work against the war trolls. After some thought, he simply set up incineration traps a fair distance away from the gate and then started using a combination of guidance spells and gas bombs to bombard the area around the gate from a fair distance away. He turned the entire area into a thick cloud of sleeping gas, probably wasting more than half of the bombs needlessly, but whatever. The important thing was that the mages all ended up incapacitated and the war trolls came running after him, screaming their heads off. They ran straight into the incineration traps, but rather than dying a horrible, fiery death, they survived the experience just fine. It took only a second for Zorian to realize what was happening. They weren't regular war trolls, no, these were the same sort of hyper-resilient ones that he and Taven had encountered in one of the previous restarts. The ones that shrugged off fire. He teleported away in time to avoid being crushed to a pulp by the huge iron maces the two trolls wielded, but it was a short-distance teleport and they were upon him again in a heartbeat. The resulting battle, which consisted mostly of Zorian teleporting around and throwing things at increasingly angry and injured war trolls, resulted in expenditure of nearly all of his prepared explosives and the destruction of 4 of his golems when he was forced to summon them as distractions halfway throughout the battle. Damn it! But at least he was alive and well, and the same could not be said of his opponents. The war trolls were eventually frozen solid by freezing rays, after which he shattered them into pieces just to be sure. Live and learn, next time he was using frost traps instead. Checking up on the rest of the Abasins, he found them losing against the tentacle-tailed scorpions. They managed to wound the mother, but that only made her spawn go berserk with rage and they surged forth with suicidal fury. The Abasins scattered in front of them, and Zorian made sure to pick off anyone that looked like they were actually making a dent in the horde or trying to organize the defenders. With most of the threats neutralized, he went back to the gate and banished the cloud of sleeping gas that clung to the place so he could reach the mages he'd incapacitated. What he found from their minds was encouraging. First of all, the 4 he'd incapacitated were the only ones that knew how to contact Quatakekl. That was why the other defenders came to beg them for help in the previous restart. They weren't asking for permission to summon Quatakekl, they literally didn't know how to do it themselves. The method itself consisted of a simple sending spell, though one that required a particular keystone to actually reach the ancient lich. He had seen the keystone in question before, he realized. It was the teardrop-shaped amulet of polished black stone that high-ranking Abasins always wore. He thought it was a purely ornamental thing to mark their station to other Abasins, since it gave off no magic and had nothing whatsoever etched into its surface, but apparently he was wrong. Even now he could not figure out how it was supposed to work as a keystone, and he didn't dare analyze it too deeply, lest he trip some invisible tripwire and summon Quatakekl to his location. He didn't feel like receiving a disintegration beam to the face at the moment. Also, the way to enter the gate properly consisted of letting a high-ranking Abasin step through the gate first. This signaled to the wards in Ayaska Mansion that everything was fine and everyone who entered after them is with them and thus also okay by association. Zorian did not know whether these specific Abasins were keyed into the wards themselves or if the wards were detecting the presence of the keystone they all had on their person, and he didn't care. He simply pushed one of the unconscious Abasins through the gate, amulet included, and stepped through afterwards. Just to be safe, he instructed his 2 surviving golems to immediately follow after him. He breathed a sigh of relief when the wards failed to react to his presence and the gate didn't close. Success. Let's see what I can find before Sudamir realizes he has an intruder in his home, Zorian mumbled to himself, stepping over the unconscious body of the Abasin he pushed through the gate. He motioned his 2 golem bodyguards to follow after him and then moved deeper into Ayaska Mansion. Break. Considering it was one of the invasion points used to attack Scioria, Ayaska Mansion was surprisingly empty. Now that he didn't have to dodge undead attackers all the time, Zorian had time to explore the interior and was baffled by how seemingly ordinary it was. It was an empty, but otherwise unexceptional mansion. He encountered neither traps nor undead until he tried to move towards the very center of the mansion, where he suspected Sudamir was located. At that point he crossed some invisible threshold and he felt the wards try to probe his soul and fail. A heavy feeling promptly settled down around him as the wards concentrated their energies around him. Knowing that the hordes of undead inside the place were making their way towards him and no longer caring about stealth, Zorian started testing the wards to see what exactly they did. He began by throwing one of his last remaining explosives in front of him and activating it to see if it would work. It did, but that didn't necessarily mean the adjustments he'd made since last time were actually working. In the previous restart, his explosives had worked just fine at first, only to suddenly fail when he faced off against Sudamir. In all likelihood, the warding scheme only turned on its heaviest defenses when Sudamir commanded it to do so, and left them dormant otherwise to conserve mana. Trying to scry on the dimensional gate to see if it had closed when the wards turned on him failed. Nothing inside the house could be targeted by any of the divination spells he was aware of. Teleporting out didn't work, and connecting a recall tether to a stone cylinder and launching it through the window as far as it could go didn't allow him to recall himself out of the place either. The wards were also filling the entire mansion with a low-powered shaping disruption field, not enough to stop him from casting things, but definitely making his spellcasting take longer and require more concentration. He considered simply escaping outside through the windows, a surprisingly viable option, since they were very large and could be opened easily from the inside, but decided not to. Sudamir seemed pretty talkative in the previous restart, and now that Zorian knew he had a guaranteed way out, he wanted to see what would happen if he talked to the man. Maybe Sudamir was the sort of person who liked to gloat. It was stupid, but there were people like that. Over the next half an hour, Zorian fought against an endless stream of undead. Unlike last time, he was able to conserve his dispeller grenades and other items by relying on his golems to keep some of the animated corpses busy while he tackled the rest. He was sufficiently effective at whittling down the army of undead, in fact, that Sudamir eventually decided to withdraw his remaining forces rather than see them all destroyed. Or at least that's what Zorian assumed, since all of the undead boars and black-clad corpses turned and fled at some point. He did not expect that. He wondered whether Sudamir would even show up without Zorian being completely exhausted by his minions. Sudamir was clearly watching him, either through divinations or via some spying function embedded into the wards, so he surely knew Zorian was still dangerous to approach. Shrugging, Zorian started analyzing the wards with the help of the ward analysis device he took from the Iranian treasury. If Sudamir decided to stay away, that just meant he could deconstruct his warding scheme at his leisure, and that was still a win in his book. Like he suspected, the wards did not like him trying to figure them out. If he hadn't already outed himself as an intruder, he was certain that his current attempt at analysis would have branded him as such immediately. Zorian expected as much, that was why he hadn't tried that the moment he stepped through the dimensional gate. What he didn't expect was for the wards to actively fight back against his analysis. The shifting of the local ward fields around him and the repeated disrupting pulses directed his way were disturbingly adaptive, too intelligently used to come from a mindless spell construct. Was Sudamir somehow adjusting the warding scheme on the fly, or were the wards themselves somehow intelligent? The air in front of him shimmered in a vaguely humanoid shape, and Zorian immediately fired a force lance at the spot. The shimmer was unaffected, though, and soon solidified into a ghostly image of a familiar man. A tall, older, muscular man, dressed in an expensive brown suit. He had a huge mustache and a smiling, sunny expression on his face. Zorian wasn't fooled, though. While Sudamir's illusionary projection tried to give off an air of happy indifference, his smile was noticeably more strained compared to how it was the last time he had seen him. "Hi there." Sudamir greeted him through his projection. "I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but this is a private residence. You can't just come in here and start tearing the place apart. What did I ever do to you, anyway? I'm surprised you're willing to show your face so openly, Sudamir Kandrii," Zorian stated, scanning his surroundings to make sure Sudamir was not trying to distract him with his projection while setting up a surprise attack. "Ha! A mage of your caliber doesn't stumble into a place like this accidentally," Sudamir scoffed. "Your skills, your equipment, you already knew who and what was here, I'm sure." The interesting question is, who are you? It's only polite to introduce yourself to people, don't you know? Why did you help the Abasins organize their attack on Cyoria? Zorian asked, not interested in giving any personal information to Sudamir and not really finding the man's antics amusing. The death toll is in the thousands, and will only grow larger by the end. What did those people ever do to you, Sudamir? Ah. It's nothing personal, really, Sudamir shrugged, his smile dimming somewhat. They're just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Politics can be brutal like that. Politics? Asked Zorian incredulously. They're trying to release a primordial to rampage around the continent and you think that's somehow in your political interest. I can understand how the Abasins think this is a good thing for them, but what about you? Why would you want that to happen? Sudamir stared at him for a second with a judging look on his face. So you know about that too, huh? He said, clacking his tongue in distaste. Well, I don't think I feel comfortable discussing my goals with you, my dear home invader. However, just between you and me, I'd wager the Abasins are too optimistic about this primordial supposed danger level. It's going to do a lot of damage, I'm sure, but to imagine it running around the continent, destroying things at whim? Not a chance. I give it at best a week before Eldamar gathers enough troops to kill it. And that's assuming it's not just a dumb animal that will wander into the first trap they set for it. That's a very reckless attitude to have about the scenario, Zorian frowned. What if you're wrong? Nothing in life comes without risk, Sudamir said in a lecturing voice. Ugh. He was going nowhere with this conversation, and the man was blatantly stalling for time. He dispelled the projection with a wave of his hand and started walking towards the center of the mansion again, his two golem bodyguards walking in front of him. There was no point in trying to analyze the wards again, since he couldn't get through the weirdly intelligent safeguards Sudamir had put in place to prevent such things. Another ghostly projection shimmered into existence in front of him, but he dispelled it before it had a chance to speak. Now that's just rude, a disembodied voice echoed all around him. No more projection this time, just sound that followed him around wherever he went. We were having a conversation. There was a locked door in his way, so Zorian chucked one of his 3 remaining explosive cubes at it. It failed to work when he gave it a signal to explode. Sorry, but no explosions in my house, Sudamir's disembodied voice declared. Zorian frowned. Just like in the previous restart. And he had adjusted his explosive to try and counter the effect too. Worrying. By themselves, anti-explosion wards were nothing new. Every important building had them. Most of the time, though, they were just basic things that could not stand up to Zorian's craftsmanship. Sudamir's wards could not only counter his basic explosives, but also his specialized work that was expressly designed to work inside a heavily warded area. His hand instinctively grasped one of the explosive rings he carried around his neck. His old suicide method, which he opted to still carry around just in case. He quickly took off one of the rings and threw it at the door, wanting to see if they would work. The suicide rings were his most sophisticated work, after all, designed to work no matter what the circumstances. The ring failed to blow up. Maybe the wards worked on some exotic principle that totally shut down all spell formula-based explosives. To test that theory, he threw a bottle of liquid explosive, alchemically made and devoid of any fancy spell work, at the door in question. The bottle exploded as intended, sending dust and wooden splinters everywhere. So alchemy-based explosives still work. Good to know. Just how many expendables did you bring with you? Sudamir asked him through his voice spell. It must have cost a fortune. I'm flattered that you spent all that money on little old me, but is that really the best use of your resources? After that, the remaining undead in the mansion started attacking him again, trying to ambush him from nearby rooms as he tried to navigate the confusing inner layout of the mansion. They failed to actually hurt him, but they slowed his advance to a crawl and ended up being enough in the end. He literally ran out of time. The restart ended before he could track down Sudamir and confront him. Oh well, there was always next time. Break. The next restart was largely similar to the previous one. He still contacted Deep Blue and the Luminous Advocates for mind magic instructions and largely spent the entire restart working on his mind magic. He did make a minor deviation at the start of the restart in order to visit the Ghost Serpent Acolytes, though. They told him the exact same thing they had in the previous restart: the Ghost Serpent says he's bad news and that he should go away. Trying to find out why he was bad news yielded no results. The spirit the web in question worshipped refused to say what about him was bad news. The very knowledge of what sort of bad news he was in itself bad news. He was the worst news. Bizarre. Well, disliking someone for no reason was no crime and, short of attacking the Ghost Serpent Acolytes, there was nothing Zorian could do about the situation. And if he attacked them, then he was kind of vindicating the asshole spirit in a way, wasn't he? His lessons with the Luminous Advocates progressed at a rapid pace. By the end of the restart, he was ready to attempt to repair the Matriarch's memory packet. It worked, sort of. The packet wasn't exactly fixed, but he'd halted the degradation and bought himself another 2 months before it would start to decay again. That, the Luminous Advocates informed him, was the only thing that could really be done about a decaying foreign memory packet. You mentally stitch it together and it would hold for a time, but that process was in itself destructive to the packet, so there were only so many times one could repair it. Based on the size and condition of the Matriarch's memory packet, the Luminous Advocates thought it could only be repaired one more time without risking its destruction. He had 2 more months to get better at memory packet repairs, after which he would get one more chance to buy some time. That meant that, depending on how good the second round of repairs went, he had about 4 or 5 more restarts at most to get good enough at interpreting Iranian memories to read the memories stored in the packet. He decided he had to get some experience with reading Iranian memories. Actually reading Iranian memories, not doing simplified exercises with Iranian tutors. Of course, neither the Luminous Advocates nor Deep Blue would agree to work with him on that, and he would bet that no other web could be talked into it either. No, that sort of thing was virtually always a hostile act, something you do to your enemies. So the solution was simple. He had to find some Iranian enemies. His first idea was to go after the sword divers. After all, they did try to ambush him once, and he still held a grudge about that, even if they didn't remember any of it. It even worked for a time. He managed to ambush several sword diver patrols and captured them for memory reading. His first 2 attempts to read the Iranian mind ended up about as well as his first attempt at reading human minds. That is, not well at all. He improved quickly, however, and soon found out some interesting things about sword divers. They had a habit of attacking vulnerable mages. It turned out, they limited themselves to mages that tried to explore the dungeon beneath Corsa, and they were very careful about whom they targeted, but they were definitely willing to attack anyone they saw as an easy target. They also lived very deep in the dungeon, and any time they made the wrong person disappear, they just retreated from the surface layers until the searches and outrage died down. And that is what the sword divers did when they realized someone was targeting them. They flat out abandoned the dungeon beneath Corsa, retreating into the depths. Having read their minds, Zorian knew it would be weeks, perhaps months before they deigned to return, and he didn't dare follow after them. So he just looted their surface money stashes, more out of spite than because he really needed the cash, and went searching for more targets. He asked both Deep Blue and the Luminous Advocates if they knew an Iranian web they wouldn't mind being targeted. Surprisingly, it was the Luminous Advocates that were more interested. He expected Deep Blue to jump at the chance, considering their neighborhood, but they were actually pretty content with their current situation. They did offer him a job, however, one that they claimed would buy him pretty much anything he wanted out of them. Basically, they wanted him to get rid of the crystal ooze that was harassing their resource-gathering expeditions into the deeper parts of the dungeon. Crystal oozes were virtually immune to physical damage, quite fast, absorbed most forms of magical energy, could shoot arrow-like shards of crystal at things that annoyed them, and even a tiny prickle from one of their crystal blades and shards would rapidly turn a living being into a crystal statue. They were sometimes called crystal basilisks, and they were one of those nightmare monsters that nobody actually wanted to fight unless there was no choice. Deep Blue didn't seem very surprised when he declined their offer. As for the luminous advocates, they were apparently under constant threat from a web they called the Demon Skin Web, or the Howling Ones. Those weren't their real names, but since that particular web refused to talk to any of the other ones and simply did the telepathic equivalent of screaming whenever someone tried to talk to them, the luminous advocates didn't know what to call them. The luminous advocates indicated they wouldn't mind to see them gone, or at least thinned out a bit. Well, by the end of the restart, Zorian had found out a lot of things about them. Such as that they called themselves challengers of the unspeakable, and were the so-called Old Urania, the magicless, original webs that got conquered, assimilated or exterminated by the newer, magic-using webs originating from underneath Scioria. They had watched all their old neighbors fall before the tide of magic-using newcomers, either through violent conquest or through magic-using immigrants, until they were the only ones left. As far as they were concerned, it was the luminous advocates who were the Demon Skin Web. Tragic, but challengers of the unspeakable were also violent killers that actively raided their neighbors, and even nearby human communities when they could get away with it. Zorian had no qualms about raiding them back. Finally, as the end of the restart approached, he started finalizing his preparations for another gate assault. This time his golem brigade would hopefully survive long enough to actually step into Ayaska Mansion along with him, giving him solid superiority over Sudamir's undead guards. As they say, third time's the charm. 48, Well of Souls. Chapter 048 Well of Souls. Far away from any established path or settlement, in a small artificial cave that Zorian had made to serve as his workshop and base of operations, there was a large wooden table. A mass of papers was strewn over it, and Zorian was staring at it with a small frown. The collection of scribbled notes and crude diagrams in front of him would no doubt look like a haphazard mess to the casual observer, but there was a pattern to the chaos. Zorian had spent a fair amount of time assembling the entire thing, and each piece of paper was exactly where he wanted it to be. Absent-mindedly tapping his pencil on the table, Zorian considered the information laid out in front of him. Everything he knew about Sudamir and Ayaska Mansion was there on the table, along with any other information he thought might be relevant for the upcoming gate assault. Truthfully, he already had a plan for the event, but it never hurt to double-check things, just in case he had forgotten something crucial. There were only 3 more days left until the summer festival, so if he wanted to make any significant changes to the plan, this was pretty much his last chance to do so. After his conversation with Sudamir in the previous restart, Zorian was now fairly sure that the man had his own goals he wanted to accomplish, and was effectively a third faction of the invasion force. He was not just being a loyal member of the cult of the World Dragon or sympathetic to the Abasins, he was hoping to gain something out of this endeavor, and it wasn't the same thing that the other 2 factions were fighting for. Sadly, he had been unable to figure out what Sudamir had been alluding to when he said he supported the invasion because of politics. That could mean anything, really. There was no shortage of reasons why someone might want Scioria gone or taken down a peg. Sudamir might be trying to alter the internal balance of power within Eldamar to advance his pet cause, or trying to destroy Scioria's regional importance to boost the power of his own town and domain. He might be trying to weaken Eldamar as a whole on behalf of foreign interests, or he might simply want to distract the central government by destroying a major loyalist stronghold and giving them an external enemy to focus on. The possibilities were endless, and he had no way to narrow things down. Well, no way besides repeatedly invading Ayaska Mansion or attacking Sudamir directly. The former he was already doing, and the latter was hard to pull off. It was too easy for Sudamir to teleport away if Zorian decided to attack him on the job, and Zorian didn't know where the man went when not attending to his duties. Certainly not to his home in Nyazov Dveri, which was virtually abandoned most of the time. Knowing Zorian's luck, Sudamir was probably spending most of his time safely ensconced in Ayaska Mansion, which was essentially unassailable before the day of the invasion. No, his current way of going about things was definitely the correct one. Sudamir was never as vulnerable as he was on the day of the invasion, and not just because he foolishly sent virtually all of his forces to join the invasion and then left the obvious hole in his defenses completely unguarded. Ayaska Mansion was obviously more than just a secret base for Sudamir, otherwise he would have been far more willing to cut his losses and run in the previous restart. There was something there, something he was unwilling to abandon, even after being metaphorically caught with his pants down and steadily backed into a corner. Zorian had a feeling that if he could find this mysterious something, he would solve the mystery of what Sudamir's real goals were easily enough. He spent several more minutes poring over the papers in front of him, considering and discarding various possibilities, before his eyes fell on the small cluster of notes dealing with Ayaska Mansion's warding scheme. His frown immediately deepened. Those wards worried him. His research told him there were several methods that Sudamir could have used to achieve the sort of reaction Zorian had experienced when he had tried to analyze the wards, but in all honesty, the most likely answer was that Sudamir had bound souls into the mansion's warding scheme. It seemed fairly obvious, considering Sudamir was clearly very necromancy-focused, and it would explain the weird ominous feelings he kept getting whenever the wards recognized him as an enemy. Most wards weren't so obvious about targeting someone. Another point in favor of such a theory was that Ayaska Mansion wasn't situated on a mana well, as far as Zorian could tell. He had spent several days wandering around the area where Ayaska Mansion was located, mapping the local geomantic web and dodging winter wolf patrols, and he had found no evidence of a convenient underground ley line that could be tapped into. In other words, Ayaska Mansion couldn't possibly support a warding scheme of any appreciable power. Not with conventional methods, anyway. Souls though, souls continued producing mana, even after death. It was what made them so valuable to spiritual entities like demons and was one of the reasons why undead were so much more convenient to use than golems. It would take a lot of souls to power the sort of wards that Ayaska Mansion sported, but it could be done. And Sudamir clearly had no problems getting souls, considering how many undead guards he had at his disposal. Unfortunately, the illegal nature of soul magic made it difficult to gather solid information on its limitations and peculiarities. Even if he really was dealing with a creepy soul-powered house, Zorian had no idea what that meant for Sudamir's capabilities or how to exploit it. Coupled with the fact that Sudamir no doubt had some kind of last resort defense set up at the heart of his domain, and Zorian was feeling just a little bit uneasy about blithely walking in there without knowing more about what he was dealing with. Fortunately, he was a mage. He had a way of having his cake and eating it too. The basic idea came from seeing Sudamir's projection. Zorian couldn't really project himself through the mansion like that, since the wards would stop him, but he could pilot his golem army remotely. That would be very impractical for most mages, but he was a telepath, and a pretty damn good one at this point. All he had to do was install a bunch of telepathic relays into each golem, along with some moderately complex spell formula work to make them understand his telepathic commands. It worked well. No, it worked better than well. Maybe it was because he had animated the golems himself, and they thus had affinity to his own thoughts, but ordering them around telepathically was very fast and smooth, almost like controlling additional bodies. He could never achieve that sort of precision and coordination with verbal commands, and Zorian was wondering if there was any point in even bothering with conventional control methods in the future. Unless he was designing golems for someone else's use, verbal commands were only useful as a backup method for times when his telepathy was being disrupted. Unfortunately, there were some problems with his idea of simply throwing his golems at Sudamir and orchestrating things from relative safety. For one thing, the fact that he wasn't there personally meant he would be unable to use any magic to help them out. There was no way to cast spells remotely through his puppets, even his mind magic didn't extend beyond the golems themselves. He also wouldn't be able to activate his dispeller grenades and other spell items with mana pulses, which had necessitated a complete redesign of his arsenal into something cruder and less versatile. Finally, there was a fairly major issue of Sudamir seeing through his setup and disrupting his control over the golems. According to the books, that was the major reason why remote control schemes weren't more popular among mages. They were too easy to disrupt if the opponent knew what he was doing. Hopefully his solution to that problem would work. Come to think of it, he should probably check up on that now. Dropping his pen on the table with a small sigh, Zorian left the planning room, as he had dubbed it, and went to the crafting chamber where he assembled his golems and other equipment. Most of the golems were already done at this point, silently standing at the far end of the room where they wouldn't be in the way, awaiting orders. 6 golems, 2 of them big and bulky to soak up damage, and 4 smaller and faster ones to serve as a backbone of his little force. He extended his mind to them momentarily, testing their responsiveness to see if the control interface had degraded since their last test. It hadn't. Good. The first dozen or so versions had been very unstable, but it seemed he had ironed out all the flaws in the latest batch. He turned his attention to the reason he came here, his last, currently unfinished creation. It didn't look like much, in all honesty. Thin, almost skeletal, and yet smaller than even his 4 agility-focused combat golems. The animation core that powered it was likewise underwhelming. The golem in question couldn't do anything without constant, detailed instruction. It would be useless for just about any purpose, except, hopefully, for the one that Zorian designed it for. Namely, for being his body double. The golem was specifically designed to mimic his size and proportions, with an animation core meant to synchronize with his telepathic orders as smoothly as possible. Magical sensors allowed Zorian to see and hear through it as through his own senses, and while he couldn't achieve the same amount of hand-eye coordination while using it as he could with his own body, it should be enough to throw around grenades and walk around well enough to pass as a human being. He glanced at the nearby alchemical container, where a syrupy pink liquid bubbled softly upon a carefully regulated fire. The artificial skin solution looked pretty much done to his eyes, but the recipe he had bought claimed the whole thing needed to simmer for at least another 15 minutes, so he left it alone for the moment, putting the golems through another round of tests to pass the time. Finally, once the 15 minutes had passed, he dumped the artificial skin solution over the golem and quickly started molding it into something resembling himself before it solidified and became unmodifiable. Half an hour later, he stood back to inspect his handiwork. It was kind of bad. The golem didn't really look like him much, or even entirely human, despite his best efforts. Either he sucked even more as a sculptor than he'd thought he did, or he should have taken the solution off the fire sooner, recipe be damned. But it was adequate, really. Some strategic goggles, heavy clothing, and maybe a large hat should be enough to hide the imperfections. It should look human enough to fool Sudamir, at least until he could face off with the necromancer in person, at which point the man's soul sight would allow him to see through any amount of disguise anyway. Oh well, even if the idea turned out to have been stupid and unnecessary in the end, he regretted nothing. He'd always wanted to make a body double of himself to offload some of his more annoying duties onto, and this seemed like a step in the right direction. Animation spells could get scarily intelligent at the highest levels of sophistication, so it should be possible to design a lookalike golem that could pass casual inspection and pose as him. Looking at the misshapen thing in front of him, though, Zorian knew he was quite far from being able to create something like that. He'd never be able to skip family gatherings with this. Break. By now, the gate assault had become something of a routine for Zorian. He dealt with the Abasan defenders virtually flawlessly, the only complication being that the pair of cave drakes he'd used as a distraction had fallen a little too quickly for Zorian's liking. They were big and tough, but apparently hordes of weaker opponents were a better choice for keeping the defenders busy until he could secure the gate. Still, all of his golems had survived the attack on the Abasan base, and most of his spell item stockpile was still unspent, so Zorian considered the first phase of the attack a success. With the gate secure, the real operation could begin. He pushed the unconscious body of one of the Abasans through the gate to fool the mansion's wards into thinking the incursion was authorized, and then stepped through, his golem battle group trailing behind him. The plan was simple. Zorian would remain in the gate room, guarded by one of the big golems, while the rest of his force would be sent deeper into the mansion to confront Sudamir. Zorian would be essentially projecting himself through the smallest, most human-looking golem, occasionally giving the rest of the golems superfluous verbal commands to complete the illusion. Hopefully this would fool Sudamir into thinking he was dealing with 2 human invaders, one of whom was just guarding the gate while the other one led a force of golems deeper into his domain, rather than just one human that was directing the golems remotely. Not only should it keep Sudamir from trying to disrupt Zorian's remote control, it should also keep Sudamir's attention firmly on the advancing golems and reduce the chance of him sending his forces around to strike at real Zorian. The first surprise came when his golems had reached the spot where the wards had turned on him in the previous restart. This time they didn't activate. Strange. After thinking about it for a while, Zorian decided it was probably because none of the golems had souls. The detection wards were probably soul-based, just like everything else in this house. Sadly, that only delayed the problem, as he soon encountered a locked door he had to go through to keep advancing. The golem Zorian was puppeteering didn't have anything to pick the lock with, and even if it had, it lacked the manual dexterity to perform something as finicky as lock-picking, so he just ordered the big golem to smash the door aside. Unsurprisingly, that proved too much for the wards to ignore, and they immediately turned hostile. Zorian ordered the golem group forward, trying to get them as close to the mansion's center as possible before Sudamir scrambled his undead forces and tried to intercept them. Curiously, the dimensional gate stayed open, despite the activation of the wards. Zorian could feel the wards' agitation as they realized he was a threat and intensified around him, but even though he triggered the wards in such a brazen manner, even though he was right there in the gate room, the dimensional opening refused to close shut. Obviously triggering the wards outside the actual gate room sidestepped the automatic shutdown contingency, but that sounded like such a silly oversight that Zorian couldn't help but think Sudamir wanted things to work like that. Surely a warding expert like Sudamir wouldn't make that sort of mistake. And even if he did, he almost certainly had a way to shut down the gate on his own initiative, independent of any automatic shutdown. What was he missing here? Why would Sudamir want the gate to remain open, even if he had intruders inside his mansion? Well, whatever. Only one way to find out. The golems pressed onwards, even as the first waves of undead began to crash into them. Zorian had plenty of spell items to burn this time, so he used them quite liberally on the attackers to great effect. His advance was steady and unstoppable, and the attacks on his golem group became increasingly frantic and disorganized as time went by. Sudamir hadn't even tried to contact him, in person or via projection. There were far less traps than Zorian expected there would be, though in retrospect it made a lot of sense that Sudamir wouldn't seed his corridors with explosives and other destructive effects. Nobody wanted their possessions trashed by their own defenses, and the mansion was usually filled to the brim with guards anyway. When Zorian did finally encounter a real trap, it came in the form of a gas trap that rapidly filled an entire hallway with thick, yellow smoke. Considering that the gas had no effect on his golems and that the activation of the trap was soon followed by one last attack by the mansion's undead defenders, Zorian guessed that the gas was poisonous. It was a pretty good way to debilitate unprepared living foes while leaving the undead boars and warriors unaffected. The smoke also reduced visibility for anyone relying on regular sight, while the undead didn't seem affected by the resulting visibility issues. Sudamir had clearly put in his all into this one last attack, even sending a pair of flesh golems to reinforce the more familiar boars and black-clad human corpses. The flesh golems managed to destroy two of his smaller golems before being torn apart, but the result was never really in doubt. The undead were destroyed and Zorian broke through the last door standing between him and his destination. The golem he was puppeteering stepped into the heart of Ayaska Mansion, and the sight honestly left Zorian speechless. The room was large and cylindrical, with every inch of the walls covered with spell formula glyphs. Rather than being simply etched or painted on, however, the glyphs were made out of a shiny, silvery metal embedded into the walls. The really eye-catching thing, though, was the massive crystalline cylinder placed into the exact center of the room. It stretched from floor to ceiling, affixed to them via stone bases and thick metal bands, and emanated a soft blue glow that dimmed and brightened in a slow, regular pattern. Like a gigantic, glowing, cylindrical heart. Zorian stared at the glowing pillar and the glyph-covered wall in silence, wondering what the hell he'd stepped into. He had expected to find something interesting here, yes, but the sheer scale of the thing in front of him was rather intimidating. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Sudamir said, stepping from behind the pillar. "It took me years to build all of this. It's a work of love, and I'd really hate to see it damaged." So be a little careful with those explosives you are toting around here, okay? Zorian frowned at the man in front of him. Sudamir was just standing there, smiling at him cockily. It was as if he was daring Zorian to attack him. For a moment, he debated simply ordering his golems to surge forwards and crush Sudamir into paste, but he decided to hold back for the moment. He wanted to see if he could get something out of the man first. The cylinder is a soul storage device, isn't it? Zorian spoke through the golem. That's how you're powering the wards in this place. There must be hundreds of souls trapped there. A soul storage device. Sudamir repeated, sounding quite outraged. His left hand twitched uncontrollably for a second before Sudamir used his other hand to still its movements. You think all of this is just? He burst into laughter, like he'd just heard a very amusing joke. Was it just Zorian, or did Sudamir sound just a little bit unhinged this time? My dear, foolish, uninvited guest, you have no idea what you have stumbled upon here, do you? Look around you, said Sudamir, making a sweeping gesture with his hands to indicate at the room they were standing in. Do you really think this place is just a simple soul storage device? No, no, my friend, what you are looking at is a veritable well of souls containing thousands of spiritual essences, and with enough room for 1,000,000 more. 1,000,000 souls? Zorian asked incredulously. Come on now, Sudamir, how would you even gather that many souls in a timely manner? Cyoria has almost 500,000 people, Sudamir said, shrugging lightly. If the attack on Cyoria goes as planned, most of them are going to die tonight. They will then go here to join the ones I've already gathered. He knocked on the crystal pillar lightly for emphasis. What? Asked Zorian, a horrifying realization dawning on him. Oh yes. This place, began Sudamir, spinning in place with his hands outstretched. This is the equivalent of an antlion pit for souls. Everyone who dies in the vicinity of Ayaska Mansion has their soul drawn here and trapped in the well. Normally, that doesn't mean much, since we're in the middle of nowhere. But now. The gate, Zorian said. It allows you to extend your soul trap over the city while the Abasins go about killing people. That's why you haven't closed the gate, even after you realized you were under attack. Every moment that the gate spends closed is a moment during which souls are not flowing into the well, Sudamir said. And, you see, there were no more attackers pouring in by the time I noticed the intrusion. Only you two, or perhaps just one. I can't see a soul on you. You didn't react at all when I flooded the corridor with breath-stealer gas, either. Not to mention how suspiciously passive the mage next to the gate is. You're some kind of fancy projection, aren't you? Before Zorian could say anything, Sudamir started laughing again, loudly and hysterically, his hands twitching and clenching in a disturbing manner. Zorian was pretty sure at this point that there was something very wrong with Sudamir. He had triggered some pretty radical change in the necromancer with his successful invasion. The laughter, the twitching, the unusual candidness of his responses. Sudamir looked almost drugged. Did he panic in the face of the crisis and take some ill-advised enhancement potion? Or maybe perform some spell with severe side effects? Whatever the answer, Sudamir was steadily becoming more unstable as the conversation progressed, and Zorian didn't think he would get much more out of him. Why? Why? Sudamir screamed suddenly, instantly transitioning from laughter to overdramatic despair. His skin writhed like snakes were swimming through his flesh, and his eyes began to shine with a soft blue glow. Yup, he'd definitely panicked and done something stupid. Why did you come here? Everything was going so well, so perfectly. All those years of planning, all the sacrifices I made. I won't let you take it all away from me. I won't, I won't, I won't, I won't. Zorian ordered his golems to attack the man, but he had made his move far too late. Before the golems could reach him, Sudamir's body rapidly expanded and twisted, transforming into a huge humanoid monster. It was green, vaguely reptilian, and had small, vestigial wings growing out of its back, like a cross between a troll and dragon. The golems he'd ordered to attack Sudamir kept charging at their target, undaunted by the transformation, but the creature was stronger and more agile than Zorian's creations. It probably was part troll, too, because it definitely regenerated like one when wounded. It did not take long for the smaller golems to be reduced to scrap, and the big golem wasn't doing so well either. Zorian was just about to hit it with every spell item he had left when he found out that the troll dragon thing could breathe fire too. The poor golem he was following didn't last a second under the heat before failing. The big golem disappeared from his control less than a minute later. Knowing that he had no chance against this transformed, berserk version of Sudamir, Zorian stepped back into the Abasin base on the other side of the dimensional gate and then tried to analyze the gate to see how it worked. Predictably, the gate soon detected his tampering and shut itself down. Of course. He kind of figured that would happen. Well, at least that way Sudamir couldn't get to him, and he'd also located one of the traps Quatakikl had placed on the gate to prevent tampering with it. It would take a fair number of restarts, but he felt he could locate and dismantle the protection on the gate with a bit of trial and error. He didn't have much time to consider things, though, because Quatakikl showed up soon after the gate closed to see what was happening. Zorian activated his restart switch rather than confront him. Break. At the start of the next restart, once he had a chance to calm down and think about things, Zorian decided that Sudamir had to be dealt with somehow. Originally he'd gone after the man because he had seemed like an easier target than the Abasin leaders and probably knew a lot of their sensitive secrets, but the revelation about his soul-gathering operation really disturbed Zorian. He had no idea what one would need hundreds of thousands of souls for, but it couldn't possibly be good. Politics, he'd said. Humph. Still, this soul trap of his, it should be very obvious to someone who knew what to look for. Large-scale magic like that couldn't be hidden easily. Was that why Sudamir had gotten rid of every soul mage in the region? So they couldn't stumble upon his twisted masterpiece and report him to the government? If so, then dealing with Sudamir might simply be a matter of reporting the man to central authorities and having them deal with everything. He didn't need this kind of distraction at the moment, though. The matriarch's memory package was steadily degrading and he was running out of time. Thus, for the next 2 restarts he continued doing what he had been doing thus far, visiting Iranian webs in order to learn more about memory packets and the Iranian mind. He still made 2 gate assaults at the end of each restart, but he no longer tried to access the soul well in the center of the mansion. He didn't see the point, he completely lacked the expertise to make sense of that thing, so he doubted he would learn anything from studying it. Instead, he simply explored the rest of the mansion, building a map of the place and trying to see if there was anything else interesting about it. He didn't find much, though. Certainly nothing that could compare with the soul trap in the central room. He also tried to make sense of the teardrop pendants the Abasins wore around their necks, also without much luck. Analyzing them did not bring down Quatakikl's wrath on him like he had feared, but there was nothing there to indicate he was holding a functional keystone. The only thing he could think of was that the material itself was perhaps the key. Zorian couldn't identify it, and it was totally indestructible to casual efforts. It kind of reminded him of Quatakikl's skeleton, which was also black in color and incredibly resistant to damage. Although the luminous advocates remained his primary Iranian teachers in these 2 restarts, he also checked out the 8 webs he was referred to by the Silent Doorway adepts. Sadly, only 3 of those were in any way useful to him: the Mind Temple, Perfect Phantasm Crafters and Adherents of Contemplation. Zorian chose to learn from the Mind Temple in the first restart and the Perfect Phantasm Crafters in the second one. The Adherents of Contemplation were too fond of riddles and non-answers for his taste. The Mind Temple were all about memory, though more focused on honing and organizing their own memories than reading and modifying other people's ones. Still, they had quite a lot of expertise when it came to memory packets, even if what they taught him was centered more about him making his own memory packets than repairing foreign ones. His skills at making memory packets were good enough by now that he would never really forget anything he specifically tried to remember. If nothing else, that should drastically reduce the number of notebooks he had to write and store at the end of each restart. The alteration method was still useful for transferring other people's notes across the restart, such as Kale's research, but most of his own needs were now better served by directly organizing his memories with mind magic. The Perfect Phantasm Crafters had a very indicative name. They specialized in making illusions, ones made out of real sound and light, as well as simple tricks of the mind. They couldn't really help him with his memory package problem, but Zorian would also have to actually interpret the information inside the package once he opened it, and Perfect Phantasm Crafters knew a lot about the difference between human and Iranian minds. They had to, if they wanted their illusions to work on humans. However, as helpful as the Perfect Phantasm Crafters were in that regard, there was ultimately only one thing that consistently helped him to understand Iranian thoughts: beating up Irania unconscious and forcibly rooting through their minds. Even getting Lukav to make him an Irania transformation potion and assuming their shape for a few hours hadn't helped him as much. At the end of the second restart, he tried repairing the matriarch's memory package again. It was the last time he would be able to extend the deadline, and he was hoping to get 4 or 5 extra months before he had to open it. Instead, he got 3. Damn it. Break. Though he had only 3 more months until he had to open the matriarch's memory packet, Zorian decided to stop seeking lessons from the Irania and simply go back to Scioria, taking Curiel with him as usual. There was no point in seeking the lessons at the moment, since he could no longer repair the packet, and the only thing that could really improve his ability to understand it was attacking Irania and reading their minds. He didn't need to set aside an entire restart to do that. Besides, he wanted to ask Kale about his opinion of Sudamir and his operations, since the Morlock was the only friendly necromancer that Zorian knew. He didn't tell Kale about Sudamir and his soul trap immediately, though. That was bound to be rather upsetting to the boy, considering that a lot of Kale's friends and acquaintances were killed by Sudamir and probably ended up in that soul well of his. Not really the best topic to broach just after you told someone all about the time loop and the Abasan invasion that was going to hit the city in less than a month. He would let Kale browse through his notebooks in peace for now and broach the subject later. Unfortunately, coming back to Scioria meant that he had to suffer through Svim's stupid exercise sessions again. Levitate these marbles, make them glow different colors, assemble them into different shapes. So boring. Wait, fuse 2 marbles together. What? Svim usually didn't give him any alteration-based shaping exercises during these sessions. But no matter, he had already tried that shaping exercise on his own, so it was still trivial to perform it. Svim frowned at him. Should he be worried or celebrate that he induced that kind of reaction out in the usually imperturbable man? Worried, it turned out. Svim's demands immediately became atypical following that. Zorian was told to levitate water, to freeze it solid, to make a perfect cube out of ice and then quickly cut it in half without shattering it, to reshape a coin, to burn images into wooden panels, to make a coin spin, to shape candle wax, to hold his hand over a candle flame without getting burnt, to make dice fall on one specific side Svim called out, to repair a damaged watch, to wilt a flower, to teleport a snail. Quite a few exercises were utterly beyond Zorian, especially the latter ones. Others he could do, but not with the surety that he knew Svim demanded of his charges. And yet, Svim did not triumphantly stop once he'd found something that Zorian was incapable of and then tell him to practice that until he got it right. Instead he just moved on to something else, apparently just testing him to see where his limits were. Tell me honestly, Svim said. Are you truly Zorian Kaczynski? Yes. Zorian said, baffled. Why would you ask that? You are too good, Svim told him bluntly. What? Now he decided he was too good at this. Bizarre. What did he do to perturb Svim so much? He couldn't really remember doing anything more impressive than usual. I'll take that as a compliment, Zorian said. I am definitely Zorian Kaczynski, though, no doubt about it. Then how do you explain your shaping skills? Svim asked. They are completely implausible for your age and known background. No matter how talented you may be, your shaping skills are just too thorough to be anything but a product of years of practice. I started early, Zorian tried. Svim gave him an unamused look. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, Mr. Kaczynski, Svim said with a sigh. I know it was me who taught you those shaping skills you are currently displaying. Not all of them, but definitely the ones that you have learned properly. Not only do you display some tells that I don't think anyone other than me would have taught you, but you also seem to know me well enough to anticipate my requests before I even speak them. Oops. He hadn't even realized he'd been doing that. The thing is, Mr. Kaczynski, said Svim, leaning forward and fixing him with a small glare, I don't remember ever teaching you. And I assure you that I have a very good memory. I would like an explanation, if you don't mind. Zorian was silent for nearly a minute, thinking of how to answer that. He could just play dumb, but he had a feeling that Svim wouldn't let this go, and the most likely explanation for the confusion was that Zorian had used mind magic on Svim in the past. Considering that he was, in fact, a highly capable mind mage, and that this would be hard to hide under determined scrutiny, it was in his best interest not to let things degenerate into actual legal investigation. He could just hit the restart switch and start over, but that felt a little excessive at this point. He could always do that later if the situation continued to deteriorate. Plus, activating the switch so early in the restart might bring unwanted attention from Zack and Red Robe. Would it be so bad if he told Svim the truth? The man knew how to protect his mind, and probably wouldn't go around telling everyone who would listen that his student claimed he was a time traveler. As much as Svim annoyed him, he was a capable adult mage that clearly knew a lot about limitations of magic and how to go about developing it. He could be quite useful if he could convince him he was telling the truth. I'm waiting, Mr. Kaczynski, Svim said. All right, Zorian relented. The truth is that we're all trapped in a time loop of sorts. The whole month leading up to the summer festival repeats itself endlessly, but most people forget everything that happened when time resets itself. But some people remember, and I am one of them. Svim listened to Zorian's story in silence, neither asking questions nor professing disbelief. Zorian didn't tell the man everything, of course. He said nothing about the invasion that happened at the end of the restart, for instance, and he kept information about himself and his abilities to a minimum. Definitely not telling the man who suspected him of messing with his mind that he was more than capable of doing just that. Eventually, Zorian's explanation wound down and silence descended upon the room. Svim seemed to be lost in thought for the moment, and Zorian was content to wait for the man's reaction. So, Svim said eventually. You are saying that we have been having these practice sessions for several years now, except that I forget all about them every few weeks. Yes, Zorian confirmed. That must have been a miserable experience for you, then, Svim observed candidly. Zorian fumbled, unsure how to respond to that. I am still not sure whether to believe you about all this, Svim said. It seems quite unbelievable. However, assuming you are indeed telling the truth, I feel compelled to apologize for the actions of my previous selves. You see, I make it a point to be very demanding with my charges for the first month or two of our mentorship. What? What? Zorian asked incredulously, scarcely believing what he was hearing. It builds character and weeds out the unfit, said Svim, giving him an unrepentant shrug. Moreover, most of the students being sent my way need to be humbled somewhat, for their own good. Unfortunately, Time Loop does not play well with such ploys. I wouldn't have put you through several years of that kind of treatment if I had any control over the situation. Zorian was torn between wanting to laugh and slugging the man in the face. He subjected every student to several months of being an utter jerk as a test of character. That was so stupid. How could he possibly think that was a reasonable thing to do? I cannot possibly put into words how much I want to hit you right now, he told Svim seriously. We'll talk about expanding your vocabulary later, Svim told him dismissively, before depositing a pen and a piece of paper in front of him. For now, please list a few things I can check to confirm your story. Shooting Svim one last glare, Zorian picked up the pen and started writing. This was going to be one long restart, he could already tell. 49, Substitution. Chapter 049 Substitution. Time travel was a hard thing to prove. It was known to be impossible among mages, and proof to the contrary usually boiled down to possession of impossible knowledge and skills. Unfortunately, that often simply wasn't convincing enough. There existed a nigh-infinite number of ways to gather information with magic, none of which required time travel, and impossible skills could just as easily mean you were not who you claimed you were. There was little that Zorian could tell Svim that couldn't be explained with something more mundane than time travel. Still, while Zorian had no idea whether Svim was actually going to accept his story, he was confident that the information he'd written down on the sheet of paper in front of him would at least give the man some pause. The restarts varied greatly in how they developed, but some things always remained the same, which meant that Zorian could give Svim a multitude of small predictions about the upcoming days. Things like what was going to be written in the newspapers, what magical stores would announce special sales in preparation for the summer festival, and what students would end up leaving the academy because of the monster incursions. It helped that it had been less than a week since the restart had begun, so events didn't have the time to diverge too much yet. Individually, each of the things he'd written were easy to explain. When taken as a whole, he would have to be the best damn spy in the whole city to acquire that kind of information, and it still wouldn't explain how he'd known about some of the more sudden events on the list. He handed the list to Svim, who quickly scanned it and then pocketed it with a silent nod. He told Zorian that he would try to verify his claims over the weekend and that Zorian should visit him again on Monday. And that was that. A decent outcome, all things considered. Zorian halfway expected Svim to criticize his penmanship and tell him to start over and write properly this time around. He bid Svim goodbye and left. He was in the process of walking back home, idly trying to think of a good way to broach the topic of Sudamir's soul well to Kale, when he spotted a green-haired girl waving at him in the distance. Surprised and distracted as he was, it took him several seconds to realize who he was looking at, even though green hair was pretty damn rare and therefore a huge giveaway. It was Capriva Reed, one of his classmates. He waved back uncertainly, wondering what that was about. It was common courtesy to greet your classmates when you meet them outside the academy, of course, but this wasn't the first time Zorian had encountered Capriva outside the academy, and she had never reacted like this in the past. She'd give him a nod if they passed each other by or say hello if he did it first, but never try to attract his attention like she just had. Which made sense, really. She was almost a total stranger to him, just like most of his classmates. So why was she? Oh. Never mind, he was going to find out what she wanted soon enough. She was crossing the street and making a beeline towards him. Zorian studied her as she approached, trying to see if he was in some kind of trouble. He felt no hostility or apprehension emanating from her, so probably not, but Capriva always kind of intimidated him. Less so since he got stuck in the time loop. Before he used to actively avoid her whenever possible, but even in his current situation he'd rather not tangle with someone from House Reed. He was still vulnerable to being drugged senseless, and that was kind of their specialty. He clearly wasn't the only one who found her intimidating, either. She was a tall, shapely girl, something Zorian could attest to at the moment, what with her getting ever closer to his position, but very few people had tried to court her over the years. Even Benesek refrained from making a pass on her, which was pretty damn amazing. Zorian was pretty sure that Akoja was the only other girl in their class who Benesek had never tried to flirt with. "Zorian, you can't believe how glad I am to see you here," she said once she'd finally gotten close enough. He raised his eyebrows at the statement. "You live together with Kale, right?" "Yes," he confirmed, curious what that had to do with anything. "Good. I agreed to meet with him about a business deal today and he gave me the directions to this, Amaya's place, where you two live, but I seem to be misremembering something because I can't find it," she said. "Could you give me some directions here?" "I can do better. I'm on my way there myself, so if you don't mind I can just walk you there," he said. "Great. I was hoping you would say that," she grinned at him. "Lead the way, then. And don't mention to anyone that I got lost, okay?" That was pretty freaking embarrassing. I don't know how I messed up so badly. If Kale asks, we just met on the way by accident. Kind of true, anyway. Zorian nodded in acceptance and they both set off towards Amaya's place. He couldn't help but frown at Capriva slightly, though. Business deal? Was this what he thought it was? Unfortunately, Capriva noticed the look and misconstrued its meaning. What's that look for? She asked defensively. You don't approve of me coming to your place or something? It's not like that, Zorian assured her hurriedly. Man, she was prickly. It's just that when Kale told me he was going to find someone to buy those rare alchemical ingredients from, I didn't expect this to be the result. I thought he would go to someone, well, older. When Kale had told Zorian that he had to get a hold of a fair amount of normally restricted alchemical ingredients to continue with his research, Zorian had thought the Morlock would go to some shady shop or something, not try to broker a deal with one of their classmates. Then again, Zorian had to admit that the idea wasn't stupid as such. House Reed, of which Capriva was a member, specialized in growing magical plants and processing them into alchemical ingredients. It was also a public secret that they were heavily involved in the sale of drugs and illegal alchemy products in general, and through that maintained deep links with organized crime groups. There was a highly publicized trial against the house a few years back, since several smuggling rings were found to be led by exiled members of the house, but nothing came out of it in the end. House Reed was responsible for a sizable proportion of Eldamar's herb fields, greenhouses and forest preserves. Some of which nobody except House Reed knew how to tend to, so the government wasn't willing to antagonize them too much. So yes, there was some logic to Kale approaching Capriva to acquire the needed ingredients, though Zorian was still very surprised it had worked. He would have expected Capriva to act outraged at the implication that she was engaged in criminal activities, fearing some kind of trick. That's what Zorian would have done in her place. He would have to ask Kale how he had done it later, just in case there was some secret to it that he should know about. He did intend to make use of criminal networks himself in the near future, after all. Wait, you're in on that? She asked, surprised. Yeah. We're in a partnership of sorts, Zorian said. Huh, she said, giving him a speculative look. I would have never guessed you were involved in something like this. You just seem so straight-laced, you know. Then again, you're a pretty driven guy, and my grandfather always said that nobody ever got powerful by following the law. Such sage wisdom from the older generation. To tell the truth, I would have never guessed you'd be involved in something like this either, Zorian said. I mean, weren't you annoyed when Kale approached you about this? Doesn't it bother you that one of your fellow students automatically assumed you were involved in your family's other business simply because you're part of House Reed? She snorted derisively. Everyone assumes that anyway, she said. They're just too polite to say it out loud. At least most of the time. Besides, I made some uncharitable assumptions about him as well. I wouldn't have acknowledged any random offer, you know. If you had been the one to approach me, I would have told you to go to hell. And possibly punched you, if you didn't back off after that. But since Kale is a Morlock, I assumed his offer is actually genuine. Morlocks have a reputation of their own, you know. Ah. So that's why it had worked so easily. Capriva then tried to talk him into telling her what he and Kale needed so much restricted material for and how they had gotten the money to pay for it. Zorian actually answered the first, saying it was for benign medical research, totally true, unless Kale was misleading him, but refused to answer questions about the money. He took the chance to ask her if she was planning on reporting them to someone, reading her surface thoughts to make sure she was telling the truth. She denied that, truthfully, as far as he could tell, and seemed more amused than insulted by the accusation. She didn't really believe they wanted the materials for medical research, though. Zorian didn't bother convincing her he was telling the truth. After that, the conversation shifted to other, more casual topics. Mostly academy-related, as that was a relatively inoffensive subject, but Capriva sometimes pried into his private life when she saw a convenient opportunity to do so. It was interesting, as she hadn't been this talkative in the previous restarts when she'd joined his combat magic group. Eventually they reached their destination, at which point Capriva met Amaya. His landlord had either never heard of House Reed or had an even better poker face than Zorian had thought, because she looked positively overjoyed about Capriva's visit. She insisted that Zorian was rude not to offer Capriva something to eat and drink before dragging her away to hash out a deal. "Food before work," Amaya said in a lecturing voice. "That's the rule." Since Capriva seemed actually excited at the prospect of eating some homemade cookies, Zorian went along with it. He wasn't in that much of a hurry. He really shouldn't have been surprised when Capriva asked Amaya for a glass of beer, or when Amaya gave them both a glass in response. He covertly transmuted the liquid into something non-alcoholic while they weren't looking, but that just made the stuff taste even viler than it usually did, so he may have shot himself in the foot there. In the end, while the deal was successfully concluded, what was supposed to be a relatively short visit ended up taking most of the afternoon. Capriva even ended up meeting Kiriel, with whom she got along surprisingly well. He would have to talk to his sister later about what was acceptable for conversation around the green-haired girl, since Capriva said she would drop by again next week to deliver the materials. He should probably have a talk with Amaya as well, just in case the older woman really had no idea who she was dealing with. Ultimately, though, Zorian did not worry about the whole thing too much. The deal was largely arranged by Kale, for Kale, with Zorian's role being mainly to pay for it all. As such, he felt it was only proper to let the Morlock boy take care of it while Zorian focused on something else. Gods knew he had too many things vying for his time as it was. Break. Zorian's plan for the weekend consisted of 2 solid days of Arania fighting and accompanying memory reading to practice for the eventual opening of the Matriarch's memory packet. Sadly, the plan didn't survive collision with reality. His first target, the burning apex web in the vicinity of Scioria, turned out to be a rather poor choice for aggression. They were a martially inclined web, proficient in both magic and mental combat, and had spent most of their existence in fierce competition with the neighboring webs. The patrol he ambushed seemed like easy targets to him, but they ended up being anything but. They worked together flawlessly, had some sort of mental attack that could partially pass through his mental barriers and had prepared the battlefield beforehand. They ended up maneuvering him into a pre-existing explosion trap and detonated a boulder right next to him. He managed to shield himself against the bulk of the blast, but he still ended up with a severely wounded arm and a multitude of minor scrapes. Plus he had a raging headache from when he failed to shield against their telepathic attacks properly. He activated his recall stone and fled. The damage was nothing really serious, he later found out, but it would take several days before he was completely healed, even with the healing potions that Kale was supplying him. Since embarking on further campaigns against the Arania while in less than top form struck him as a terrible idea, his plans would have to be delayed. Damn it. At least Kale was happy. Ever since he had found out that Zorian could teleport all over the country as he pleased, he had been trying to talk Zorian into taking him to the northern wilderness so he could gather herbs, mushrooms and other materials for his research. Zorian had been decidedly against it, considering it to be a waste of time, but since his plan was already shot to hell and he couldn't do much at the moment, he figured he would grant Kale's wish just this once. Accordingly, Sunday found Zorian wandering around the forest with Kale. Zorian had expected his role would be to simply teleport Kale around and protect him from anything that sought to kill them, but Kale was feeling talkative that day and insisted on explaining everything he was doing to Zorian. Every time they encountered one of the plants Kale was looking for, the Morlock boy told him why the plant could be found in that particular place, what it was useful for, and how to harvest the plant correctly. All of which was very important information that was not easy to get a hold of. One could not find this sort of thing in most books, as people were reluctant to share this sort of information. It was all too easy to overharvest specific magical plants if too many people were doing it, so there was a tendency among herbalists to guard their secrets tightly and only pass them on to their apprentices. Even so, quite a few magical plants went totally extinct over the centuries due to unchecked exploitation, making potions they were used for impossible to make in modern times. So yes, it was a good thing to know all this. And yet, I still don't see why you wanted to do this so badly, Zorian complained as he used a knife to harvest some sort of river grass. The thing was tricky to harvest correctly, since one had to cut it quickly and in exactly the right place or its alchemical properties would be completely ruined. Not an easy thing to do with one wounded hand. We could have just bought all of this in a store and saved ourselves so much time. Yes, I know it would have been rather expensive, but I could afford it. Easily. Money is less of a problem for me than time. I'm afraid you are wrong, Kale said, shaking his head. The Morlock boy was crouching not too far from Zorian, staring at a large boulder like it was the most interesting thing in the world. Zorian felt the urge to ask Kale what the hell was so interesting about that rock, but eventually decided he didn't want to know. The things we are gathering are very hard to find in a store. They tend to be snapped up by wealthy, influential alchemists who buy them straight from the people who gather them in the wild. They never reach the shelves. Really? Zorian asked, surprised. Strange. You'd think someone would just start cultivating them if they're in such high demand. You know, like House Reed and so many others are already doing for other useful magical plants. Not every plant can be grown in controlled conditions, Kale told him. Many of them cannot survive outside their natural environment for whatever reason, and that environment is either impossible or uneconomical to mimic artificially. Others will grow just fine, but will lose whatever essence makes them useful if not taken care of in just the right way or exposed to very specific conditions. Some of them can be transplanted into gardens and survive, but will never grow or reproduce afterwards. Some of them grow so slowly that nobody can be actually bothered to wait for them to grow to maturity. Okay, I get it, Zorian said, interrupting his lecture. Magical plants are very hard to domesticate. I actually knew that already, but the ones we're gathering just don't seem all that special to me, you know. But if you say otherwise, I will take your word for it. I'm not a botanical expert by any means. Neither am I, but I do know a few things about the topic. My adoptive mother insisted I had to know these things if I wanted to be a real alchemist, Kale said, rising to his feet and discarding the clump of moss he had been scrutinizing up until a moment ago. Are you done with those? Do you need some help? Here, Zorian said, handing Kale the river grass he harvested. I think I got all of them correctly, but you should probably check to make sure. Kale glanced at the small bundle in Zorian's hands and immediately discarded 3 of the stalks that Zorian had apparently ruined without realizing it. How Kale could recognize that on first sight, Zorian had no idea. We're done here, I think, Kale said, looking around for a second. I don't think we'll find anything else here without a lot of walking around. Do you think you can teleport us to the next section of the forest now? Sure. My mana reserves were replenished a while ago, Zorian said. Let's go then. Deeper into the wilderness this time around. We haven't been attacked by anything truly dangerous the entire day, and I want to see if I can find some ghost ivy or moonflowers, Kale said, gesturing northward. Zorian nodded, unperturbed by the somewhat increased danger. While there were quite a few creatures that could kill them that deep in the forest, he should be able to notice them in time and teleport them to safety. A minute later they popped over to their new destination and Kale started looking around to assess their surroundings. Teleporting is so very convenient, the white-haired boy commented. I can't wait to learn how to do that. How long do you think it would take me to learn how to teleport like that? I don't know. A year or 2? Zorian speculated. If you work hard on your shaping skills, that is. As little as a couple of months if you work with me to create a training regimen for you like I'm doing for Taven. Ha! I might take you up on that at some point, he said. I'm wasting a lot of your time and nerves as it is, though, and I don't want to be greedy. You've been a lot of help over the restarts, Zorian assured him. You've earned some consideration from me, as far as I'm concerned. I see, Kale said speculatively. In that case, I'd like to pester you a little about those disappearances happening around Nyazov Dveri. Many of these people had been my friends and acquaintances, and their fate rests rather heavily on my mind. I know you have been busy in these past few restarts, but did you perhaps look into the matter at some point? Well, he hadn't planned on having this talk during this particular outing, but he supposed this was as good a moment as any to tell Kale about Sudamir's soul trap thingy. Actually, about that. Break. Zorian had fully expected Kale to freak out when he heard what Sudamir was doing in his isolated forest mansion, and he was not disappointed in that regard. If anything, Zorian greatly underestimated how furious the Morlock boy would be by the end of the story. Kale, in a rather stunning display of recklessness, wanted them to go visit Ayaska Mansion immediately so he could inspect Sudamir's soul trap. It took almost an hour for Zorian to convince the other boy that this was a spectacularly bad idea. Zorian was still wounded, Kale was not thinking straight, and neither of them had done any preparations for such an expedition. You realize what this means, right? Kale asked him. It was apparently a rhetorical question because Kale immediately answered it himself. Every one of those times you died during the invasion, your soul was likely sucked into that thing along with everyone else's. Yeah, so? Asked Zorian. The time loop mechanism clearly doesn't care about that. It just plucks my soul out of the pillar and goes on to do its thing like usual. Though now that Zorian thought about it, that in itself might be a clue as to how the time loop really functioned. It could be that the time loop mechanism was just so powerful that it could casually extract his soul out of a giant soul prison that probably had a million safeguards against someone doing that very thing, but it could also be that the way it all worked just sort of sidestepped the problem. If the time loop really destroyed everything whenever it rolled back time, it might not really matter where his soul ended up in the end, so long as it's still intact. Yes, and the collection process is apparently sufficiently benign that you have suffered no soul damage from being exposed to it multiple times, Kale said. That's good to know, at least. It definitely put some of my fears to rest. But Zorian, I'm honestly not sure how much I can help you with this. When you really get down to it, I'm really just a dabbler in soul magic, and Sudamir is clearly an expert at the field. He has also delved deep into areas of soul magic that I wouldn't have even touched, so even if I were an expert I might not have been of any help. I'll see what I can find out in the next couple of days, but in all likelihood you're going to have to find someone else to help you deal with Sudamir. I don't suppose you have any recommendations? Zorian tried. I already gave you a list of people I know who dabbled in soul magic and, well, Sudamir already got most of them. Kale shook his head sadly. Sorry. Maybe try that warrior priest that Lukav is friends with. He clearly has considerable experience with soul magic and he sounds like he could help. In fact, the priesthood in general might be your best bet. They regularly go after people like Sudamir, and have both the qualified experts and the experience necessary for something like this. I'm pretty sure they won't just dismiss your claims out of hand. They take reports of necromancy very seriously, and your accusations should be easy to prove. Just teleport someone in the vicinity of Ayaska Mansion and let them see the evidence themselves. That's an interesting idea. I might actually try that in the next restart, if you really end up being unable to help me in any way, Zorian said. Though I'm worried about that escalating into something huge and attracting Red Robe's attention. Sudamir is connected to the invasion pretty tightly. I don't think the Abasins would stay secret for long if Ayaska Mansion came under attack like that. Honestly, that might actually be a good thing, Kale speculated. Red Robe thinks you are part of an army of time travelers out to get him, right? If so, it might actually be suspicious if you don't periodically do something big like that. Well, maybe, Zorian said. But it's still a huge hint to Red Robe, telling him where to look to find out more about his opposition. I feel it's too dangerous to expose myself to danger like that. After a while, they ran out of ideas to bounce back between each other and uncomfortable silence descended between them. Kale's inability to help much against Sudamir clearly kept eating away at him, gradually worsening his mood, and Zorian didn't know what to say to cheer him up. He doubted Kale even wanted to be cheered up. Eventually, Kale decided to simply cut their expedition short and asked Zorian to teleport them back home. The gathering trip was over. Break. Monday came, and with it his meeting with Svim. Svim had never told Zorian when exactly he should drop by for their talk, so Zorian decided to come see him once his classes were over and he had no other obligations. Svim, as it turned out, had other ideas. The man ended up causing a small stir by barging into Zorian's first class of the day to pick him up, evidently impatient to talk to him. He had no idea whether this was a good or bad thing, and Svim refused to discuss anything until they were safely seated inside his office. So, Zorian asked, "What's your final verdict?" Instead of answering, Svim took a palm-sized stone orb out of his drawer and handed it to Zorian. "Channel some mana into this orb," Svim told him. The moment Zorian did so, the stone sphere lit up in a soft yellow glow. That was very familiar to Zorian. It reminded him of those basic training orbs they were given during their first year at the academy, the ones that helped students learn how to reliably channel their mana into the target. What was the point of making him do something like that again? Wait. Is this thing testing my mana signature? Zorian asked curiously. Yes, Svim confirmed. Everyone's personal mana is unique. You can hide or change your mana signature, but you cannot mimic someone else's to the best of my knowledge. The most you could do is trick the orb into giving a false positive, but I'd be able to tell if you were tampering with it in that fashion. It seems you really are who you claim you are, Mr. Kaczynski. I expected as much, but it would be sloppy not to check. First it was a lock keyed into my mana signature, and now this. How exactly did the Academy acquire my mana signature? I don't remember giving it at any point, said Zorian, handing the orb back to Svim. Every time you used one of these training orbs during your first year, said Svim, waving the stone orb in front of Zorian's face, you were effectively giving the Academy your mana signature. It was just a matter of locking the orb down to preserve it for future use. And that's legal? Zorian frowned. Svim nodded. Required by law, even. The government likes to have everyone's mana signatures on hand for investigations. It greatly simplifies a lot of identity disputes and the like. Right, Zorian sighed. So now that we've established I'm indeed Zorian Kaczynski. Yes, the time loop problem, Svim said, putting the orb back into his drawer. I assume you are aware of the prevalent opinion regarding time travel. Zorian nodded. They say it's impossible, he said. I know. But that's theory dash. And a lot of failed experiments, Svim interjected. And my personal experiences say otherwise, continued Zorian, ignoring Svim's interjection. Whatever prevalent opinion says, I can clearly see that time travel is possible. It's just a question of whether I've convinced you I'm telling the truth or not. You've convinced me there is something to your story, at least, Svim said. But I'm afraid I'm going to need more convincing before I actually accept the idea of a time loop. Do you think you could clarify some things for me? The next hour and a half consisted of Svim questioning Zorian about the rules that govern the time loop and the events surrounding it. The questioning was detailed enough that Svim probably realized Zorian was hiding some things from him, but the man never called him out on this. He also never wrote anything down, simply staring at Zorian and listening to his explanations in silence. It was honestly all a little unnerving. The material world has been cut off from the spiritual realms? Svim asked, raising an eyebrow at him. And you didn't feel this merited an inclusion in that list of things you gave me at the end of our Friday meeting? Well, what would that prove? Zorian defended himself. Nothing about that says specifically, time travel, ... No, but it helps ameliorate one of the major issues that has been bothering me about this scenario, Svim said, staring at him. Namely, the incredible scale of the event you're describing. You've described the time loop as a cosmic phenomenon. It doesn't just wrench your soul into the past, it literally rolls back time for everything except you and your fellow time travelers. That's an implausible claim. The universe is very big and magic as we understand it has sharp limitations. But if the time loop had to cut off the material realm from the spiritual sphere to do its work, then that means it is somehow limited in scope, and that makes the whole thing a lot more believable to me. Did you speak to an astronomer to see if there were any irregularities in the stars and planetary orbits? No, Zorian frowned. Why do you think there would be irregularities? Because any responsible spell designer tries to minimize the costs of the spell, regardless of how much mana he has at his disposal, Svim told him. If I was in charge of building a spell that does what you describe, I wouldn't have bothered extending the effect beyond what I absolutely had to. Why burn resources unnecessarily? No one has ever set foot on the other planets, much less the distant stars. You could simply replace the heavens with an illusionary screen and be done with it. Most people would never know the difference. But astronomers might, Zorian guessed. Yes. Especially if the spell originates from the time of the first Icosian emperor like you said it might. There were no telescopes back then, and even professional star watchers relied on their eyes to note the changes in the heavens. An illusion good enough to fool them might not be enough to do the same today, Svim said. I guess it's worth a try, Zorian said dubiously. Though I'm honestly kind of skeptical that we'll go anywhere. I'm pretty sure you can't just isolate our planet from the rest of the celestial bodies without breaking everything horribly and killing us all in the process. There has to be a limit somewhere, Svim said. I'll talk to the couple of astronomers I know and see what they tell me. In the meantime, make a note somewhere to include the Spirit World Severance factoid in your list the next time you try to convince me that the time loop is real. It should do wonders for your credibility. Also, make sure to sign the list with this. Svim took out a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to him. Written on it in neat, perfect writing was a long string of letters and numbers. The whole thing was completely random and nonsensical as far as Zorian could tell. Some kind of coded message? Zorian mused out loud. Something similar. I've made a lot of contingencies over the years, including ones for when I expect to have my memories edited against my will and want to send messages to my future self, Svim said, surprising Zorian. That was, quite paranoid. And also a good idea, he should probably make his own version of that. You will have to memorize the whole thing perfectly for this to work. If even a single number or letter is out of place, the whole thing is ruined. Zorian took several seconds to commit the code to his memory and then immediately created a memory packet around it, permanently preserving it for flawless recall in the future. Done, he said, handing the slip of paper back to Svim. What now? Based on the various adventure novels Zorian had read as a child, he kind of expected Svim to promptly burn the paper slip in his hand to prevent it from coming into the wrong hands. But no, Svim just put it back into his pocket and gave Zorian a searching look. Disappointing. That, Mr. Kaczynski, is something that I should be asking you, Svim said. I was originally worried that you might be an imposter and that you might have been editing my memories. Regardless of whether or not you really are a time traveler, you have effectively put those fears to rest. Truthfully, I have no right to demand anything more from you. What now, indeed? Well, you are technically my mentor and you're supposed to advise me about how to develop my magic, Zorian tried, hoping that Svim would actually do his job properly for once. He was curious how Svim's teaching looked when he was not putting his charges through some messed up dedication test. Unfortunately, this is probably not the best time for that. I would need to thoroughly test your skills to see how I can best help you, and I've kept you away from your morning classes for too long as it is, said Svim. I should have something ready for you when we meet again on Friday. Not another batch of shaping exercises, I hope. Zorian couldn't help but asking. No, Svim said, smiling slightly at the question. While I definitely intend to correct any obvious deficiencies in your magic base and raise your shaping skills to acceptable levels, I'm actually thinking of advancing your dimensionalism studies as far as they can go. That is, after all, the magical field that deals with things like time manipulation, which makes it uniquely relevant to your situation. It is a hard and demanding field of study, but if you could endure several years of my trials and keep coming, you doubtlessly have the required patience to succeed at it. Ha! That actually sounded kind of nice. The first part sounded a little ominous, but he would reserve judgment until he actually saw what that entailed in practice. He didn't actually mind the idea of being taught some shaping exercises, so long as Svim didn't resort to the same frustrating grind that he had employed in the past, and actually explained to Zorian how he was supposed to go about performing the exercise. In any case, the meeting was very much finished at this point, so Zorian said his goodbyes and left Svim's office. It was probably the first time he had ever left that place feeling better than he had when he entered it. Break. Over the next few days, the aftereffect of Zorian's failed campaign against the burning apex web gradually faded away, leaving him completely healed. Kale was still poring over his necromancy books and tinkering with some kind of spell item he was building, and refused to talk to Zorian about Sudamir. He claimed he was pursuing a lead and that he would discuss things with him when he was ready. Zorian had a feeling that Kale was a little annoyed with him over his handling of the soul trap reveal, but he really couldn't think of what he could have done so much better. Maybe Kale didn't like that Zorian had waited so long to break the news to him. On the other hand, Taven had reacted much better when he had told her about the time loop this time. She was a lot more receptive to the idea if he didn't wait for her to have a breakdown before telling her. All in all, the recovery period was a bit boring and Zorian found himself searching for something to pass the time with. Just for fun, he recreated Curiel's drawings that he had stored in his mind and showed them to her. She frowned a lot while inspecting them, especially at the ones that clearly depicted the interior of Amaya's house and its inhabitants, but she did not seem willing to claim them as her own work. Instead, she criticized the technique of whoever drew them and suggested improvement, which amused him. She then asked him where he got them, and was annoyed at him when he insisted that he conjured them fully formed out of his head, which was also amusing. Somehow, the resulting argument led to Curiel giving him an impromptu drawing lesson and Zorian was bored enough at the time to go along with it. According to Curiel, he was actually decent at drawing, which surprised him. She even claimed he could get as good as she was if he was willing to work on it. Considering how swamped with everything he always was, he doubted he would ever find the time for something like that. Then again, perhaps he could use an actual hobby. It was during one of those slow days that Zorian went to the academy library in search of a book that talked about Eldamar's internal politics. Partly because he couldn't shake off the feeling that Sudamir's offhand comment about how he was working with the invaders because of politics wasn't completely false, and partly because his recent musings about House Reed made him realize just how rudimentary his knowledge about Eldamar's power structures really was. He doubted he would really find an answer as to what Sudamir was referring to, but it probably wouldn't hurt to educate himself a little on the issue. In theory, Eldamar's internal situation was relatively simple. The country was a monarchy, with the power of the crown kept in check by a council of elders, a gathering of nobles that were ostensibly supposed to advise the monarch and help them govern the country efficiently. The seats were hereditary, each held by a different noble house. That was why they were noble, they had a seat on the council of elders, and were thus involved in the direct governing of the country. A regular house, while usually afforded a fair amount of special privileges and autonomy, did not have a say in how the country as a whole was run. Of course, reality was far more convoluted than that. The Crown and the Council of Elders clashed all the time, the houses routinely overstepped their bounds if they thought they could get away with it, organizations like the Mage Guild and the Holy Triumvirate Church wielded considerable influence of their own and powerful independent actors tried to play all sides for their own benefit. And that was not even getting into the issue of semi-autonomous entities like the Shifter tribes or the Free Port of Luja. Basically, the matter was complicated and Zorian's initiative didn't accomplish all that much. He was just about to give up and go home when he stumbled upon Tinami. Or rather, she stumbled upon him. He was stationary, with his back turned to her, and the only reason he knew she was there was that he could recognize her mind through long exposure to her during previous restarts. He was content to ignore her at first, pretending he didn't know she was there, but since she was sufficiently curious to look over his shoulder to see what he was reading, he decided to say hello in the end. "Hello, Tinami," he said, not bothering to turn around. She immediately jerked back in surprise at the words. Ha! Surprise successful. Taking care to wipe the smile off his face, Zorian turned around to face the girl. It was only polite to look at someone when you were talking to them, after all. Is there something I can help you with? No, sorry, she said, stumbling for a moment but recovering her composure quickly. I was just curious about what you were reading. And I just have to ask, Splinter of Splinters. Really, Zorian? That's kind of. She paused for a moment, clearly searching for a polite term to use. Why would you ever read such trash? She finished eventually. Zorian looked at the book in his hands. He hadn't noticed anything too bad in the book thus far, though admittedly he wouldn't call it good either. Frankly, the only reason he was idly reading through it was because one of the other books he had already read and liked listed it among its sources. I'm trying to find out an answer to a political question, but I know very little about politics, Zorian answered honestly. So I'm mostly just reading things at random, leafing through whatever book catches my attention. He placed Splinter of Splinters back on the shelf. The book was boring as hell anyway. What kind of topic are you looking for? Tinami asked him. I'm trying to find out a political reason why someone would want to burn Syoria to the ground, Zorian told her bluntly. Hypothetically speaking, of course. Are we talking about external or internal forces? Tinami asked, completely unperturbed by his admission. Internal, Zorian clarified. I'm pretty sure the number of external enemies that want the same is numberless. Not really, no, Tinami said. Syoria supplies critical products to the entire continent. I think only Solimnon and a handful of others would be glad to see it completely gone. What about Ulquin Abesa? Asked Zorian curiously. Them? Tinami scoffed. Who cares what they want? They can't do anything to us except raid our shipping. And as long as Eldamar controls Fort Oriclo, even that is just a minor nuisance. Zorian hummed noncommittedly. He couldn't really fault Tinami for that logic, since he would have likely said something similar before he had experienced the invasion and found out who was behind it. Fair enough, he said. So what I'm getting from all of this is that you know a thing or two about politics, yes? I am an heir of one of the noble houses, Tinami shrugged. I'm required to know this sort of stuff. So yes, I suppose I do. Excellent. Then, do you think you can recommend me a book about Eldamar's internal politics that isn't trash, as you say? He asked her. He expected her to either say no or give him a title or two to look for. What he did not expect was for her to drag him across the library for over 15 minutes in search of something that met his exact criteria. By the time Tinami was done suggesting things to him, he'd ended up with 3 different books, one of which was a huge scary tome that made Zorian sleepy just looking at it. He was starting to think he had made just a tiny bit of a mistake when he had asked her for help in this matter. Sorry, I went a little overboard, Tinami apologized, sounding honestly apologetic. It's fine, Zorian sighed. Though I'll be honest with you, I really doubt I'm going to read all of this. He shook the stack of books in his hands for emphasis. If you must pick one of the 3 to read Time of Tribulations, Tinami told him. Oh good, that wasn't the big one. That's the important one. The Splinter Wars and the Weeping completely rearranged the political landscape everywhere in Altazia, but especially in Eldamar. Without understanding what aftershocks they caused and how countries dealt with them, you will never really understand Eldamar's politics. I see, Zorian said quietly. That did make a lot of sense. The Splinter Wars essentially created Eldamar in its current form, and the Weeping actually originated from Eldamar. Nobody at the time realized just how dangerous it was, in the early days of its spread, so it had significant effects on the country. It would be surprising if those 2 events hadn't changed things greatly. I guess it has something to do with the significant death toll of mages those 2 caused. Sort of, Tinami said. It has to do with replacing them. Before the Splinter Wars, far more mages belonged to an established house or had at least one mage parent. First-generation mages like yourself were, well, not rare exactly, but far less common than they are now. After the Splinter Wars and the Weeping, though, a lot of those houses and families went extinct or bankrupt, unable to deal with the chaos of the times or the loss of critical members. The last thing Eldamar wanted to do was downscale their operations due to lack of mages, so somebody had to replace the dead. The result was a lot of first-generation mages flooding the magical market in previously unseen numbers. So? Zorian asked. I guess I'm a little biased, being a civilian-born student myself, but why is that a problem? Not a problem as such, no, Tinami said carefully. But it definitely changed the politics of the country beyond recognition. First-generation mages are educated and supported by the Mage Guild, and by extension the Crown of Eldamar. When houses and other autonomous groups clash with the Crown, first-generation mages overwhelmingly side with the Crown. The influx of civilian-born mages helped Eldamar bounce back from the Splinter Wars and Weeping incredibly quickly, but it also strengthened royal power and made the Mage Guild far more important than it used to be, and that scares a lot of factions. Interesting, Zorian hummed thoughtfully. How does that relate to Scioria and people who want to see it burn, though? Well, Scioria is absolutely critical for first-generation mages who want to make it big, Tinami said. Most other mana wells have sharp limits on the amount of mana they produce, and thus have tight regulations about who can perform what magical business in the area. They're usually controlled by some established group or even a house, and aren't very friendly to newcomers unless they're willing to become someone's underlings. The whole, on the other hand, spews incomprehensibly vast amounts of mana into the air every single second. Far more than anyone could really use up. There is never a shortage of ambient mana in Scioria, so nobody cares about how many mana forges, research facilities and various other facilities are built in the city. Unsurprisingly, the city is absolutely flooded with first-generation mages, which makes it a major loyalist stronghold. It's so important to the central government, politically speaking, that some people call it the second national capital. Anyone who has an axe to grind against either the Crown or the Mage Guild might want to see it gone. Though I rather suspect that anyone expressing the desire to see it literally burn to the ground is just being overdramatic. Our external political situation is sufficiently dangerous that no one really wants to weaken the nation too much, and Scioria is both a major population center and a magical powerhouse. So, what I'm getting from your explanation is that people who most want to see Scioria gone probably come from various houses that dislike their historical importance being eroded, Zorian said. Sadly, that didn't explain Sudamir's remark as far as Zorian could tell. He had no idea whether Sudamir was a first-generation mage, but he definitely wasn't a part of a house. But the thing is, there are plenty of houses, even noble houses who have their headquarters stationed here. Yours, for example. Or House Novita. Not every house likes every other, Tinami shrugged. There are plenty of them that would hold a celebration if every Aope spontaneously died in their sleep. Ouch. But it's funny you would mention the Novitas. You know what happened to them, right? They all died except Zack, Zorian said immediately. Yes, and then the Crown placed Tezin's as Zack's caretaker, and he sold off nearly everything they owned to his friends and associates for pocket change while paying himself a huge caretaker fee. Few people will outright say so, but the man basically looted the entire house of everything they had. And the Novita were very, very wealthy, Tinami explained. If Zack wasn't such an idiot, I'd imagine he'd be extremely bitter about the city authorities that were complicit in the deed. I could totally imagine myself wishing for Scioria to burn down to ashes, if I were in his place. At least on an emotional level. Huh. You know, Zorian said. I think I want to hear more about that story. 50. Containment. Chapter 050 Containment. The idea that Tezin's had been stealing from Zack was not entirely surprising to Zorian. For one thing, he'd known for quite a while that Zack and Tezin did not get along, what with Zack occasionally thrashing the man at the beginning of the restart for no apparent reason. For another, Zack had explicitly told Zorian in one of the restarts that he did not approve of how Tezin had been managing his properties. It did not take some great genius to see that this was more than just a simple difference in opinion. Theft was one of several explanations that Zorian had considered as a possible explanation, but he could never quite figure out why Tezen would risk his reputation for what was surely just pocket change to someone of his stature. As it turned out, Zorian had been thinking too small. Tezen wasn't siphoning some money off the Novita's accounts here and there, he just plain went after everything they had. Surprisingly brazen. What kind of forces stood behind Tezen that would allow him to be so shameless about abusing the trust he was given? What kind of machinations and political maneuvering had compelled the royal family to assign such a hostile caretaker to the last surviving member of a house that had been so loyal to them in the past? All in all, when Zorian had asked Tinami to tell him more about Zack's caretaker and his looting of House Novita's properties, he'd expected quite a story. Something lengthy, complex, and dramatic. What he got instead was a rather underwhelming tale of simple greed and corruption. The appointment of Tezen's Very to the position of Zack's caretaker was completely devoid of controversy at the time the decision was made. Tezen's Very was the patriarch of noble House Very, who had been close allies of House Novita, and his reputation had been quite good at the time. Thus, when Tezen nominated himself for the position of Zack's caretaker, few people had any objections. He was a high-ranking nobleman, a powerful mage and an ally of the house that he was supposed to care for, who could really contest his appointment? Unfortunately, Tezen's greed turned out to be stronger than his sense of obligation or respect for his deceased allies. From the moment he had acquired the rights to manage the Novita's property, Tezen wasted no time in abusing them as much as possible. Most of their property ended up being sold to members of House Very at laughably low prices, and the profits made from those sales largely went to Tezen himself in the form of exorbitant caretaker fees that he paid himself for doing such a fine job at managing things. And nobody protested about that? Zorian asked incredulously. The crown? I heard House Novita were big allies of the royal family. Or one of the Novita's many vassal families and contractors, they must have had some power and they surely couldn't have liked what Tezen was doing. Or hell, other noble houses, at least some of them must have felt sympathetic to Zack's cause. House Novita was indeed a close ally of the crown, Tinami confirmed. But so is House Very. And unlike noble House Novita, noble House Very survived the upheavals largely intact. For the crown to go after Tezen would have meant alienating one of their major remaining allies at a time where they could ill afford to do so. I suspect the crown was unpleasantly surprised by Tezen's behavior, but decided to look the other way out of practicality. She paused for a second, frowning slightly as she considered things. Plus, I hear Tezen generously donated some of the artifacts and funds from the Novita's treasury to the crown, she eventually continued. Actually, he was rather generous about spreading the Novita's wealth around in general. I imagine that's how he quieted most of the criticism. I see, Zorian hummed thoughtfully. They have their slice of the pie, so now they're no longer inclined to protest too much. Still, if Tezen had been as blatant about things as you said, you'd think that somebody would have tried to do something. Some people just don't care about money. Or at least not enough to let something like this go unchallenged. Ah, well, I make it sound really obvious but it's really not, Tinami said. The truth is that Tezen was always going to end up selling off a lot of Novita properties and halting many of their activities, even if he had been acting in good faith. The problem was more about who he sold things to and at what prices. He was supposed to slim down noble House Novita to a strong, manageable core. Instead, he used virtually all of their wealth to enrich his family and further his political career, leaving only a tiny sliver to Zack. But that's not something that is immediately obvious to casual inspection. You would have to launch an investigation into the matter to prove anything, and that would give Tezen plenty of time to mobilize his connections and shut you down before you get anywhere. Well, if it actually took some digging to realize what Tezen had done, then that would certainly help explain some things. Such as why none of their other classmates seemed to know about Zack's situation. Most of them were terrible gossips, so if Zack's situation was widely known, Zorian would have known about it too by now. Though really, considering how readily Tinami was telling him all this, he wondered how it was possible that she'd never told this to the rest of their class. He decided to just ask her about it. Well, if we were having this talk a year ago or so, I wouldn't have told you all this, Tinami told him. Back then we had Zack in our class, and I wouldn't have wanted to say anything before talking to Zack about it. But now Zack is no longer in our class, so it doesn't matter anymore. Ah, yes, since Zack fled Syoria at the beginning of the restart, just like he always did in recent restarts, it made sense to assume he had given up on the academy. His poor showing during their first 2 years of education probably made the theory even more plausible than it would otherwise be. He wondered whether Zack had known what Tezen had done to his inheritance before the time loop. He had a hunch the answer was no, since nothing about Zack's pre-loop attitude indicated that he was in any way concerned about his future or angry at his guardian, but he could be wrong. Maybe Zack was a very good actor. How much do you think Zack knows about all of this? Zorian asked Tinami. I don't know, she said. I only tried to sound him out once, and, I guess I was too oblique because he thought I was hitting on him. Zorian couldn't help it. He laughed. It's not funny, she protested. After several more minutes of questions and answers, Zorian found out that Tinami couldn't really give him any details about Zack's situation. She knew about the situation in general terms, but the specifics were understandably hard to come by. The conversation did, however, give Zorian an idea. What if Zack wasn't the only one that had happened to? Oh yes, that sort of thing is not exactly a rare occurrence, Tinami said when he shared the notion with her. A lot of weakened houses and smaller families ended up being dismembered like that in the aftermath of the Splinter Wars and the Weeping. Most countries had too many things on their plate to go after every shady thing that was happening, especially if the people doing the dismembering were closely aligned with the government or some other powerful faction. In fact, compared to the fates of some other heirs, Zack is fairly lucky. Some of them were quite literally looted of everything they had. Once their caretakers were done with their properties, they were basically thrown out on the streets with nothing but the clothes on their backs. The Novitas are still a noble house though, so Tezen couldn't really go that far. He needed to have some smokescreen in case someone started throwing accusations. So Zack still has his mansion and can live off a healthy trust fund, and Tezen can point to that if somebody tries to charge him with anything. Interesting. Zorian highly doubted that Zack wanted to see Syoria burn to the ground just because the city's leadership was complicit in the looting of his house. The other boy seemed too good-natured for that, but he could totally imagine some of the other, less fortunate and thus less forgiving individuals wanting to strike back at the people who had profited at their expense. No matter who'd get caught in the crossfire. Could Red Robe be one of the people in that position? That would help explain why the other time traveler seemed to want Syoria destroyed so badly. Well, he had no way to confirm that, so that would remain just an idle thought for now. Though, once he opened the matriarch's memory packet, he should probably try to track down those kinds of people living in Syoria and check up on them. Just in case. His talk with Tinami did not last long after that. They both had things they needed to be doing, and he was getting the impression that Tinami was starting to get a little suspicious of Zorian's fixation on the topic. Surprisingly, she wanted to meet with him again, or maybe not so surprisingly, since she implied she wanted to ask a favor of him. After agreeing to another meeting, Zorian said goodbye to the girl and went back home. The moment he arrived back at the house, he realized he had stepped into pandemonium. Break. After coming back to Amaya's place, he found that Capriva had dropped by and brought the alchemical ingredients Kale had asked for. Normally that would be excellent news, but it turned out that her timing had been somewhat unfortunate. She wasn't the only person to have dropped by at Amaya's house that day. Ray and Nachka had also decided to come over, Nachka so she could play with Kiriel, and Ray so she could have a drink and chat with Amaya. Then, Taven arrived as well, wanting to discuss something with Kale. Thus, when Capriva had come over to deliver the package, Kale was locked in his basement with Taven and Amaya was busy talking to Ray. The job of letting Capriva into the house fell to the 3 remaining inhabitants of the house, Kiriel, Nachka and Kana. Capriva had already met Kiriel, but not Kana. Kale didn't want their classmates to know he had a daughter, so he had kept her out of sight the last time Capriva had come over. But Kale wasn't there, and Kiriel couldn't keep a secret if her life depended on it, so when Capriva asked Kiriel to introduce her friends, she thought nothing of revealing Kana's true identity. At that point the rest of the household got involved, with Kale freaking out and trying to convince Capriva to keep Kana's existence a secret, Kiriel repeatedly trying to apologize to Kale, Capriva being visibly amused, and Amaya trying to run damage control. Amusingly, it turned out that Taven hadn't known Kana was Kale's daughter either, she just sort of assumed she was Amaya's daughter, despite her having the same sort of vivid blue eyes that her father had, and never sought confirmation about it from anyone. Sadly, everyone was too caught up in the drama to pay attention to the packet of alchemical ingredients that Capriva had brought over, well, everyone except Nachka. She decided that this mysterious packet was very interesting and worthy of examination. Unfortunately, either Capriva had failed to secure the ingredients properly or Nachka had examined the package too enthusiastically, because she managed to breathe in a bit of hallucinogenic dust from the package and started losing control over her form. Her eyes became slitted like a cat, she grew a tail and claws and started hissing at people who tried to examine her to see what was wrong. That started the second round of drama, with Ray being upset that her daughter was basically outed as a shifter and that Capriva had left dangerous substances within reach of children, Capriva trying to defend herself, Kiriel assuring Ray that it's okay because she already knew her friend can turn into a kitty, Ray being angry at Nachka for being so indiscreet, and poor Amaya playing peacemaker for the second time that day. At this point Zorian had come back from his talk with Tinami and was told what happened in his absence. I was only gone for a couple of hours, Zorian complained. Damn, you people work fast. He was immediately faced with a plethora of unamused looks. Okay, look, he said placatingly. I think you're all making mountains out of molehills here. First of all, I'm pretty sure Capriva has no intentions of spreading rumors about Kana amongst the student body, mostly because he'd read her mind to make sure. And I don't think anybody here really minds Ray and Nachka being shifters, either. What makes you think I'm a shifter as well? She could have inherited it from her father for all you know, Ray protested, folding her hands over her chest. Zorian ignored her remark. Really, the only semi-serious issue was that Nachka ended up drugged, said Zorian. I swear I secured the package properly, Capriva mumbled. Nachka probably punctured something with her claws, Ray admitted with a sigh. She likes to use her claws to remove wrappings and such. Nevertheless, the package was here because of me, and Kale, but that's beside the point. The point is, I feel somewhat responsible for what happened. What do you think would be an appropriate compensation for this? Oh, there is no need began Ray, only to get cut off by her own daughter. I want a doll, Nachka slurred. The effects of the alchemical dust she breathed had faded, but were still far from gone. Like the one Kiri has. She said you made it. I made a doll for Kiri? Zorian asked, before he realized what Nachka was referring to. Oh wait, you mean Kostyenka. That's technically not a doll, but whatever. Assuming your mother agrees, I don't see the problem with that. Is this doll going to explode if treated roughly? Ray asked suspiciously. Not an unreasonable fear. Some magical items held a substantial amount of mana inside of them and could thus easily detonate if handled roughly. In this particular case, though, that would never happen. He didn't trust Kiriel around explosives any more than Ray trusted Nachka around the same. No, it will just stop being animated, Zorian said. The golem is powered by ambient mana and made mostly out of wood, so there is nothing in there that could explode if it breaks. Then no, I have no objections, Ray shrugged. Though really, this is quite unnecessary. Nachka is just milking this for all it's worth and I wouldn't blame you at all for simply telling her off. Mom. Nachka whined. You're supposed to be on my side. Zorian was distracted from the spectacle by a burst of emotion coming from Kana. The little girl was fidgeting like crazy in Kale's lap, clearly waging some internal war with herself. Though she was as silent as ever, Zorian could feel through his empathy that her attention was squarely on him. She wanted to tell him something. "Let me guess, you want a doll too?" Zorian said, taking a wild guess at what was bothering her. Kana nodded so fast her head looked like it was going to fall off. A round of laughter from everyone present followed that exchange. All right, Zorian sighed. "I get it. 2 new golem dolls coming up. I'll be busy in the near future, but they should be done over the weekend." Now that he thought about it a little bit, this sort of development wasn't that surprising. Kiriel had been making both girls jealous of her new toys for a whole week now, so it made sense that they'd want one of their own if they thought they could get away with it. They were probably just too polite to ask for one in previous restarts, or simply couldn't think of a good way to ask. "Damn it, now I'm getting a little jealous," Capriva groused. "Why don't I get a doll too?" "You're too old to play with dolls," Zorian told her, rolling his eyes. "You can play with Kizjenka when you visit," Kiriel offered. "Ah," Capriva grinned, ruffling Kiriel's hair. "You're a sweet kid. It's hard to believe you're related to someone like Zorian." "Hey. Brother is really great," Kiriel protested, pushing Capriva's hand away from her hair so she could straighten it back into place. "He's like a hedgehog. He gets nice once you get past his prickliness." Ugh. And they were just getting started, too. After completely defusing a tense situation and promising to make expensive toys for a couple of little girls. Truly no good deed goes unpunished. Break. Friday came, and with it Zorian's next meeting with Svim. This time, however, Svim didn't want to hold their session inside his office. Instead, he led Zorian to a restricted training ground he had reserved for the day. They would be doing serious magic, Svim claimed, so his office was no longer sufficient for their purposes. "I have talked to some astronomers since we last met," Svim began, unlocking the door of the training ground and shooing him inside. "I have nothing conclusive yet, but the results thus far are not encouraging. There have been no significant deviations among the celestial bodies. Additionally, the planets in particular are being closely watched because of the upcoming planetary alignment. It is unlikely they are illusionary, the affected area likely includes the entire solar system. Provided it is, in fact, limited by area," Zorian pointed out. "Yes," Svim agreed easily. "That is true. However, while my forays into astronomy have met with rather disappointing results, I've found something interesting while researching time magic. Tell me, have you ever heard of black rooms?" "What, the ones that let you spend several years inside while only a day passes outside? Those actually exist?" Zorian asked incredulously. "No, those ones are definitely fake," Svim said, shaking his head. "But ones that can stretch a day into a month do. And the interesting thing is how they achieve that kind of extreme time dilation effect. Time magic has sharp limits in how effective it can get, even the most powerful hasting effects can only speed up time 4 to 5 times before they hit a wall. At that point, no matter how powerful and skillful the mage is, the boundary between two temporal flows starts to unravel. So how can black rooms speed up time by a factor of 30, then?" Zorian frowned. "By isolating them from the rest of the world," Svim said. "That's why they're called black rooms. They have to completely enclose the area and seal it off. This greatly lessens the stress of the temporal boundary, but it also makes it impossible to interact with people outside while the black room is working. Once the time dilation is engaged, nothing goes in or out until the effect is broken. Material supplies, magical communication, nothing goes through. Even contact with the spiritual planes is blocked." Zorian frowned. "I see. So there is precedence for powerful time magic to require an enclosed area to function properly. But from what I understand, the principles behind the black rooms would require the affected area to be literally enclosed in a physical box. The time loop is clearly a more advanced piece of magic than the black rooms, so it's likely it uses a more subtle method of sealing off the area of effect," Svim responded. I suppose, Zorian said, acknowledging the possibility. I'm curious, though, how come black rooms are such a mystery? I only knew of them as rumors up until this point. Surely Eldamar would not hesitate to use them openly if they're so effective. In addition to needing tremendous amounts of mana, black rooms are very difficult to use properly, Svim said. Due to the way they're cut off from the outside, one has to plan each use very carefully. If the organizers fail to account for something critical, the whole operation is essentially ruined, and a lot of time and mana has been wasted. Black rooms cannot be turned off and on at will, and the mana cost of an operation has to be paid in full at the start. I understand there is a lot of controversy surrounding the black rooms, with many people disputing their actual usefulness and claiming they're a huge waste of money. Some of the more spectacular failures associated with them do not help their reputation. Oh? Zorian asked, intrigued. Initially, black rooms could not prematurely terminate the time dilation field once it was turned on, said Svim. Once the black room was on, whoever was inside was stuck until the spell wore off. Zorian winced. Yeah, that had been bound to end poorly. At least one group died of thirst after an administrative mix-up caused the organizers to stockpile too little water into the area before activation. Another group almost died of starvation after some form of insect snuck into the food supply and managed to ruin most of it before the infestation was detected. Even if everything was done properly, you are still essentially imprisoning several people in a small, cramped space where they have no privacy and little to entertain themselves with. Fights were common, with several experiments culminating in a bloodbath. In one memorable case, the entire group managed to mutually kill each other off. There were literally no survivors once the black room finally opened. What about sending individuals? Zorian asked. Most people can't handle total isolation for long, Svim shook his head. Besides, it costs exactly the same to run a black room for one person as it does for several of them, and the more people you send in, the more work can get done. After that, Svim asked Zorian to demonstrate some of his flashier magic, mostly combat magic and landscape alterations, but also teleportation, which actually worked unimpeded within the training ground, unlike in most of Scioria. It made sense, considering Svim had told him during their last meeting that he intended to teach him dimensionalism. After a while, his mentor decided he'd seen enough and motioned him to stop. You seem to have no specialty that I can see, Svim said. Well, I guess my specialty are spell formulas, said Zorian. But that is not exactly something I can demonstrate quickly and at whim. Just as well, Svim said. I know comparatively little about spell formulas and would be ill-equipped to evaluate your skill in the field. Wait, Svim actually didn't have expertise in something related to magic? Some of Zorian's amusement and surprise at the notion must have shown on his face because Svim actually decided to provide an explanation. I understand why so many mages are fascinated with spell formula, but I always found them to be somewhat distasteful myself, Svim said. They are a crutch, most of the time. With a proper mastery of a spell, you wouldn't need them. Right, Zorian scowled. He understood why someone obsessed with perfection in mana shaping would have low regard for magical aids that sidestepped the need for that, but there was more to spell formula than making spell rods and such. I'm not criticizing you, Mr. Kaczynski, Svim said. Just explaining my lack of interest in the discipline. You can go far if you really master your specialty. But enough of that, when I said you don't seem to have any specialty, I meant in regards to mana shaping fields. You seem to be a generalist when it comes to those, yes? I seek out whatever magic is relevant to me at the moment, said Zorian. But yes, in general I try to master a little bit of everything. As far as I can tell, the main reason people specialize is time constraints. I'm not quite immune to that, but I'm pretty sure I can get good at several fields instead of just one. The path of an archmage, Svim nodded. I approve. For someone in your situation, aiming for anything less would have been a waste. I'm glad I don't have to convince you of that, at least. Did Svim just praise him for something? In any case, This reminded him of something he had been wondering for quite a while. "Are you an archmage?" Zorian asked Svim. "An archmage is not an official rank that someone assigns to a person," Svim said. "It is simply a term for a mage who has mastered several fields of magic to such an extent that they could outdo a typical specialist mage when it comes to those fields. I suppose the term could be applied to me, but it would be shockingly arrogant of me to claim it on my own. One is only ever a real archmage when other people start referring to you as such, and not many people use that term to describe me. Then again, not many people know about me in the first place, and I prefer it that way." So that would be a yes, basically. Surprising that a person like that would be willing to work as a teacher at the academy. People like Svim were incredibly rare and in high demand. Then again, Svim did say he liked being an unknown, so perhaps a relatively quiet job like this one was just what he wanted. "Do you have a specialty?" Zorian asked. He figured that since Svim was in a relatively good mood at the moment, he might as well milk it for all it's worth and try to find out more about the man. "Defense against magical attacks of all sorts," Svim said. "I actually teach an advanced class on the topic in your 4th year of education. Of course, if one aims to defend against something, they must first get to know it. And thus, I have become familiar with many a type of magic. But let's get back to you, shall we? I have to say, for one aiming to become an archmage, your way of going about it is somewhat suboptimal." "How so?" Zorian frowned. "For instance, your way of choosing which mana-shaping exercises to practice," Svim said. "While practicing a wide selection of different exercises like you've been doing is certainly useful, it is not really the best avenue of approach for a generalist mage. You would have been better served by focusing on raw mana manipulation and sensing. Such basic shaping exercises are time-consuming and give no short-term benefits, but the cumulative effect of their mastery decreases the learning time of every spell and improves spellcasting in general." "I haven't really heard about such shaping exercises," Zorian said, feeling a little lost. "It's not something a specialist mage would care much for," Svim said. "And most people who write books are specialists. Your age works against you here. Most people don't start dabbling in those exercises until they're much older, no matter how talented they are, so the people you spoke to probably didn't think you'd be interested in those. Young mages like you have plenty of low-hanging fruit with much faster payoff to amuse themselves with." "Right. So what are we talking here exactly?" Zorian asked. "I'm drawing a blank as to what sort of raw mana manipulation I could be doing as an exercise." "Well, one major deficiency I noticed in your skills is that you don't seem to perceive mana around you to any appreciable extent," Svim said. "And I'm guessing your ability to perceive your personal mana flow is hardly any better than that of the rest of your classmates. For someone of biological age, that would be entirely adequate, if rather disappointing. In your case, it really is inexcusable." Zorian was tempted to ask whether it was inexcusable by Svim's standards or the more sane standards of the rest of the world. But he didn't. This was absolutely fascinating and he had largely gone numb to Svim's barbs by now. "From everything I've read, mana sensing is a rather advanced skill that even long-time mages struggle with." "Yes, but you seem to be rather bad at it, even accounting for that," Svim noted. "I'm guessing this is a consequence of spending so many years in Scioria, which is awash in ambient mana. It's good for training, certainly, but it instills a certain amount of wastefulness in young mages." Zorian didn't need empathy to notice the distaste on Svim's face when he said that. "On top of that, it is very difficult to practice perception exercises in a place like this," Svim continued. "The ambient mana suffuses everything, dulling your senses. It would be far better to practice mana sensing somewhere outside the city to start with. This training ground is specially warded to keep the majority of the ambient mana out of it, did you notice that?" "No," Zorian admitted with a frown. "Though now that Svim mentioned it. This is what I meant when I said your ability to sense mana is deficient," Svim said. "You should have noticed it right away, the moment you stepped into the training ground. But no matter, that's why I'm here, to help you overcome your many flaws and become the best you can be. In any case, while the exercises I'm about to teach you would be normally rather hard to practice outside of this training ground, you are capable of teleportation. I suggest you simply teleport into the countryside outside of the city when you want to work on your ability to sense mana. Now pay close attention to what I'm about to do. Break. At the end of the session, Zorian was honestly feeling a little overwhelmed by Svim's program. While the man was less of an asshole in this restart, he was still a very demanding teacher who pulled no punches when he seriously taught people. He had ended up showing Zorian more than 20 exercises aimed at improving his ability to sense mana, both inside and outside of him, and he expected Zorian to work on them for several hours every single day. On top of that, Svim also showed him several exotic teleportation variants that Zorian was also expected to learn by their next meeting and gave him a deceptively simple shaping exercise related to dimensionalism. The exercise involved taking a random rock and trying to form a so-called dimensional boundary around it. Apparently, the formation of such a boundary was the first step in just about every piece of magic dealing with time and space. The teleportation spells he loved using so much formed a boundary like that around him every time he used them, and would fail instantly if something prevented the spell from creating it. Like a ward, for instance. Getting better at shaping the boundary could easily improve just about every dimensionalism spell he cared to cast in the future. The problem was that the dimensional boundary was completely invisible to normal senses, making the exercise really hard to practice. How do you create and shape something you can't see and can only vaguely feel via crude feedback your personal mana gives you? He didn't think he could get the hang of that exercise anytime soon. Of course, if his ability to sense mana, especially his personal mana, was on a higher level, the exercise would have instantly gotten a lot easier. Zorian was pretty sure Svim had only given him that exercise to drive the point home how important mana sensing was and how much his lack of skill there was holding him back. Ugh. Days went by quickly. Kale was still working on the Sudamir problem, but Zorian had plenty of things to hold his time, so he left his Morlock friend in peace. His attacks on Arania webs were restarted, though this time he was less ambitious and picked a bunch of minor webs instead of a relative juggernaut like the Burning Apex. Accordingly, his attacks went a lot better and his Arania memory reading skills got lots and lots of practice. Since he was already rooting through the memories of defeated Aranias, he decided to kill two birds with one stone by searching their minds for interesting mind magic skills. He found nothing really revolutionary, but every minor trick and variation of a known technique he learned from his fallen foes added up to something in the end. He met with Tinami again, like he agreed to. Like she hinted at in their last meeting, she wanted to ask him for a favor. Specifically, she wanted him to give her his family tree. A weird request, but apparently she was collecting that information from all of her classmates for a personal project. His cynical side insisted that this was a code name for secret AOP information gathering operation, but who knew really? Maybe she was just really interested in people's lineages in addition to spiders. In any case, Zorian saw no reason not to humor her and promptly cobbled up something for her in his notebook. The execution was a bit lacking, unfortunately, since his knowledge of his family tree was a bit sketchy. Especially on his mother's side, since she hated talking about her witch mother and anything related to her. Tinami didn't care about how sketchy it was, though. If anything, she seemed to be even more excited about it when she found out Zorian had a witch among his ancestors. Considering the origin of Noble House Aope, he probably shouldn't be surprised about that. Despite the incident with Capriva's alchemical supplies, Ray kept coming to Amaya's home and bringing Nachka along with her. If anything, Ree's friendship with Amaya seemed to have only become firmer in the wake of revelations about her shifter nature. Meanwhile, Nachka and Kana were proud owners of their own toy golems. Nachka had asked for her golem to be given a feminine form like Kishchenka's, and named it Rutvika, while Kana was a bit of a surprise in that she wanted her toy golem to look male and have white hair. Zorian had no idea what she called it, but Kiriel and Nachka seemed to have decided its name was Jaglanak amongst each other. In other news, Kana seemed to have realized that Zorian had some method of understanding her thoughts, because these days, whenever she wanted to have her desires known, she simply dragged him off from whatever he was doing so he could interpret for her. And here he'd thought she was a little angel. Turns out he just hadn't had anything she'd wanted up until now. Finally, as the end of the restart began to approach, Kale finally decided he'd run out of options. He asked Zorian to teleport him in the vicinity of Ayaska Mansion so he could try to analyze the soul trap. He didn't think that would accomplish much, but there was little else he could think of. Zorian agreed, and decided to take Taven along with them. Mostly because he intended to try to analyze the soul trap himself, from the perspective of a spell formula specialist rather than a soul mage, and he needed someone to defend them against the Iron Beaks and Winter Wolves patrolling the wilderness around the place. Taven had no objections, and even relished the chance to fight something, so they were off. They only stayed a short while, and Zorian had to break off his analysis to help Taven defeat the flock of Iron Beaks that had started to harass them, but it was enough for Kale to decide the whole thing was beyond him. Kale was very quiet and subdued after that. The next day he'd made an excuse to drag Zorian out of the house and asked him to teleport them to the north of Nyazov Dveri so he could visit his wife's grave. "We're here," said Kale, pointing at the small abandoned cottage just ahead of them. Finally, Zorian mumbled, breathing heavily. He felt sorry for Kale, he really did, but when Kale said the place was not far from the main road, he didn't quite think the Morlock boy meant this. An hour-long trek, uphill, along a bumpy, narrow forest path was not what Zorian would describe as not far. Also, how the hell was Kale not affected in the slightest by the journey? The boy didn't look all that fit to him. Once they reached the cottage, Zorian took a minute to catch some breath and looked around. Kale immediately went to the back of the building to tend to the two simple, earthen graves that stood there. Pretty isolated place, Zorian noted, wandering over to help Kale get rid of the grass and weeds that had completely overrun the place. "No offense, but why did you end up burying your wife here, of all places?" "I didn't have much choice back then," Kale said. "There was only one village in the vicinity, and they're very backwards, superstitious folk. They'd never let a witch and her daughter get buried in their cemetery along with their own dead. And even if I could make them accept it somehow, they'd just vandalize it the moment I wasn't looking." "Disgusting," Zorian frowned. "It's fine," Kale said, shaking his head sadly. "This was their home. It somehow feels appropriate for them to be buried here." "So this other grave," began Zorian. "Freya," said Kale. "My mother-in-law, and also my teacher. She died just before Namra did." Namra, Zorian learned, was the name of Kale's deceased wife. The crude gravestones, that Kale had presumably made for them, said their last name was Tveranov. Apparently Kale had assumed their family name when he married Namra. That was pretty interesting. It was not unheard of for a husband to take on his wife's name, but it did not happen very often. Usually only civilians who somehow managed to marry into one of the houses did that. Then again, maybe it was a witch thing. He knew that one of the reasons his mother and grandmother did not get along was that mother decided to take father's family name instead of the other way around. Considering that mother's choice seemed very conventional in the grand scheme of things, his grandmother's objections had always seemed strange to him. They both stood there in silence for a while, not saying anything. Finally, after several minutes of comfortable silence, Kale spoke. "I'm sorry," Kale said suddenly. "For what?" Zorian asked curiously. "I wasted your time," Kale sighed. "What?" Zorian asked incredulously. "You just wanted to visit your wife's grave, there is nothing wrong with that." "No, I'm talking about Sudamir and his soul trap," Kale said. "I kept stalling for over 2 weeks and I have nothing to show for it. I should have given up long ago, but—" "Ah," said Zorian. He'd kind of figured out that wasn't going anywhere after the first week or so. "That. It's fine, really. Are you sure there is nothing new you can tell me?" "Nothing," Kale said, shaking his head. He then reached out into the inner pocket of his jacket and pulled out a small notebook. He handed it to Zorian. Here. I wrote down everything relevant I could think of into that notebook. Keep in mind that this is literally just me making wild speculations, though, I have no way to know if anything I wrote there has any basis in reality. Right, said Zorian, pocketing it for the moment. There would be time to read it later. Still, even if it's just speculation, it's clearly not nothing. I guess, Kale said. But I still feel pretty useless. Why? Zorian asked curiously. He had known for a while that Kale was frustrated by his inability to offer help against Sudamir, but he never really understood why Kale felt so deeply about that. I don't know, admitted Kale. Maybe it reminds me of how Freya and Namra contracted the weeping, and I could do nothing except helplessly watch as they wasted away. Or maybe I'm overthinking things. I heard it's a bad idea to psychoanalyze oneself. Zorian couldn't help but wince visibly. Kale didn't often refer to his personal tragedy, so sometimes it was hard for Zorian to keep in mind how traumatic these deaths must have been for his Morlock friend. He had never lost anyone he personally cared about to the weeping, but he'd heard that those who fell to the disease suffered horribly before the end. It was at times like this that Zorian really understood how the specter of that epidemic still hung over many people's lives. It had only been a handful of years since the weeping, after all, and many people were still mourning their dead. I hope you don't think less of me for asking this, said Zorian. But how did you end up as a married father at 13, anyway? Kale burst into laughter. What? He asked, greatly amused. All these restarts and you never thought to ask me this before. Well, I never seemed to find a good opening to dash, Zorian fumbled, caught off guard by the rapid change in Kale's demeanor. Sometimes, Zorian, you're just too considerate, Kale said, shaking his head with a final chuckle. I'd have asked by the end of the third restart for sure if I was in your place. And by the way, you're off by 2 years. I was actually 15 when I got Kana. Zorian gave him a strange look. I'm older than I look, Kale explained. I'm 2 years older than the rest of our class, but Ilsa said that doesn't really matter. Ha! He'd never have guessed Kale was 2 years older than him. Anyway, Kale said. There is not much to say. My mother died in childbirth and my father resorted to alcoholism soon afterwards, so I learned to stay away from the house most of the time. The village children didn't want to associate with a Morlock, so I ended up wandering the wilderness a lot, looking for things to sell for extra cash. One day I stumbled upon Namra in the forest and she led me to this place to meet her mother. Eventually Freya found out about my situation and offered to take me in. I agreed, of course. What, you weren't scared away by rumors of witches making potions out of children's blood? Zorian asked jokingly. Well, the rumors also said Morlocks like me ate people, so I didn't put much stock in them, Kale said. Anyway, I soon found out that Freya's motives weren't entirely motivated by compassion. She wanted an heir, and Namra did not have much talent for magic. I thought witch magic was heavy on the potions and very light on anything that would require actual shaping skills, asked Zorian. It is, confirmed Kale. And Namra was still horrid for it. She didn't have the instincts or the mentality for it. Since Freya really didn't want her secrets to die with her, she needed to teach her magic to someone from outside the family. And she chose me, because, well. Namra fancied you? Zorian guessed. Yes, Kale sighed. She actually made it an official condition for teaching, if I wanted her magic, I had to marry her daughter. But really, I'd have agreed to marry Namra even if she didn't provide any incentive for me to do so. Kale spent the next half an hour telling Zorian small, inconsequential stories about his life in the cottage next to them. It seemed to help his mood immensely. Finally, he took a deep breath and signaled to Zorian that they should go back to Amaya's place before the inhabitants got worried. I have made no mention of Sudamir's soul trap in my research journals, Kale said suddenly, just as they were about to leave. If I ever ask you about him or the disappearing soul mages in the area, just lie to me. Say you have no idea what is happening or something. It's not like I can do anything about it, and it makes it completely impossible for me to focus on my work. I felt horrible these past few weeks, and I failed to get anything done on the alchemical side of things. Zorian stared at him for a second before nodding in agreement. Consider it done. 51, Out of Control. Chapter 051 Out of Control. The new restart began in the same manner as all of his previous restarts, with Kiriel mercilessly jumping on top of him to wake him up. "Good morning, brother." Kiriel yelled on top of him. "Morning, hey." With a simple act of will, Zorian seized Kiriel telekinetically and levitated her into the air. She stopped her customary morning greeting with a startled yelp, her hands grasping around her in a panicky attempt to find some sort of purchase and stop her ascent. She struggled in vain. Perhaps if she had been expecting Zorian to levitate her off of him, she could have grabbed onto something in time, but she had been caught completely by surprise and was entirely at his mercy. After a few moments of wild flailing, she seemed to realize this and pouted at him. "That's not fair," she complained, looking down on him from her vantage point above him. "Since when can you even do that?" Zorian ignored the question, instead studying the magic he was using to levitate her with his mana perception. He was still a long way from mastering even the most basic forms of mana perception, but an entire month of Svim's tutelage was definitely showing its results. Even a rudimentary ability to sense his own mana flow helped immensely when performing unstructured magic like he was currently doing, allowing him to notice and correct minute flaws in his technique that would have otherwise destabilized the whole undertaking. It was somewhat embarrassing that he had neglected such a potent skill all this time, but maybe it was fortunate he had done so. It was Svim's guidance, as much as the shaping exercises themselves, that was responsible for his rapid growth in the skill, and he would have wasted a huge amount of time if he had tried to piece things together on his own. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Kiriel suddenly started struggling again, swiping at him with her hands in an attempt to reel herself back down. Zorian promptly floated her further up in the air, causing her to miss his covers by a few hairs. "Oh, come on," she whined. "Zorian, don't be such a jerk. Put me down." Zorian gave her an evil smile and started to float her sideways, away from the bed. "Slowly." Kiriel quickly clarified, catching on to what he intended to do. "Put me down slowly." He thought about letting her fall and then telekinetically catching her in the last moment before she hit the floor, but quickly discarded the idea. He wasn't that confident in his unstructured levitation skills, or his timing, for that matter. He gently floated Kiriel down to the floor and got out of bed. Unfortunately, Kiriel was rather fascinated by her brief experience with magical levitation, and was instantly upon him, bombarding him with an endless stream of questions. Well, that kind of backfired on him. He just couldn't get her to calm down. "How long can you keep doing that?" Kiriel asked. "I don't know," Zorian said. And he really didn't, but he was hoping that if he answered some of her more inconsequential questions, she would eventually give the matter a rest. As such, he tried to give her a more detailed answer. "It would depend heavily on how docile you were being and whether I had something else disrupting my concentration. At least an hour, assuming I had your cooperation." "Great," Kiriel said happily. "In that case, I have an idea." "Break." Zorian slowly descended down the stairs, trying not to make too much noise. The idea, after all, was to surprise Mother, and he couldn't exactly do that if. "Zorian, get down here already," his mother shouted, the sound of her footsteps making it clear she was rapidly approaching the bottom of the stairs. "Your breakfast is getting cold." She entered the main hallway where the stairway was located and then stopped to stare at the spectacle. Zorian himself was fairly unremarkable, but Kiriel was floating in the air beside him instead of using the stairs. There was a brief moment of silence as the two sides stared at each other, one in surprise and the other in expectation of an eventual reaction. In the end, though, it was Kiriel who eventually broke the standoff. The little imp just didn't have the patience to stick to the plan. "Mom, I'm flying." Kyrielle announced loudly, waving her hands up and down in mimicry of flapping wings. Mother opened her mouth for a second to say something but then thought better of it. She silently rolled her eyes and turned her back on them, mumbling something uncharitable about mages and children. "When you're done playing around, come and eat," she told Zorian, before disappearing into the kitchen again. Zorian and Kyrielle shared a glance. Conveniently enough, with Kyrielle floating beside him as she was, they were actually at the same eye level. "It was totally worth it," Kyrielle opined. Yeah, it was. Break. Thus it so happened that Sumrak's quest for restoring his lost memories took him to Corsa, where he descended into the tunnels beneath the city in search of the mythical scorpion swordsman, and the even more mythical orb of memory which they guarded. Zorian spoke dramatically. Little did he know, however, that the scorpion swordsmen were not nearly as honorable as the myths had made them out to be, and that his journey into the depths beneath Corsa would be his most dangerous adventure yet. Zorian swept his hand through the air with a flourish, and the illusion that was there promptly dissolved into ectoplasmic smoke, only to reform into a completely different illusionary scene. Kyrielle sat on the edge of her seat, listening in rapt attention. Over the various restarts, Zorian had more or less worked out what sort of things Kyrielle found impressive and interesting, so it wasn't very difficult to keep her attention these days. Which was good, because it made the long train ride at the start of the restart a lot more bearable, for both of them, than it would have otherwise been. Only half of his attention was on the story he was telling, though. He was also considering what to do in this new restart. More specifically, he was considering whether to have another relatively quiet restart like the previous one had been, or if he should notify the Triumvirate Church about Sudamir's soul trap. The first option seemed more sensible. He had only 2 more restarts, including this one, to raise his skill at interpreting Iranian memories to levels necessary to open the matriarch's memory packet, and he couldn't afford to get distracted too much. Aside from that, the second option was very attention-grabbing and had the potential of leading Red Robe straight towards him if he did it even slightly wrong. The choice seemed obvious, but Zorian was getting concerned. Red Robe was being too quiet. Sure, the third time traveler may be laboring under the delusion that there's a whole army of other time travelers out to get him, but Zorian would have still expected Red Robe to make some kind of move by now, even if strictly through proxies. That Zorian could detect no trace of Red Robe's actions was slowly making him more and more paranoid. It didn't help his peace of mind that both Taven and Kale were even more certain than Zorian that Red Robe was planning something big rather than simply laying low. Stirring the hornet's nest a little by exposing Sudamir to the authorities just might create enough waves to reveal what Red Robe was planning. In addition to that, pointing the authorities towards Sudamir was bound to do wonders for his investigation into the invasion and their leadership. There was no way that an investigation into Sudamir would not point them towards the cult of the World Dragon and the Abasins. That was almost certainly going to save Zorian months of work, if only because he could watch carefully who they'd arrest and then investigate those people on his own in future restarts. And if he could actually gain access to written records and the investigators' memories? Absolutely priceless. His main problem with trying to map out the organization of the invasion was that he was just one person and had to conduct his investigation under utmost secrecy. An official investigation would not labor under similar limitations. In fact, Zorian suspected that no matter how skilled and experienced he became over the restarts, he would never really be able to match the investigative power of the entirety of Eldamar and its counterintelligence agencies. People who worked there had dedicated their whole lives to this sort of thing, and he knew for a fact that Eldamar had mind mages of their own under their employ. They could discover things that Zorian wouldn't even think of looking for, because he didn't possess the necessary background to know which questions to ask. The more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea. He would have to be very, very careful, but this could be just what he needed to connect everything together. Yes, he was definitely approaching the church when they arrived in Scioria. "Hey, don't space out now," Kyrielle protested. "You haven't finished the story. We just got to the good part." Sorry. Zorian apologized hurriedly. He found it kind of amusing that what Kyrielle considered good parts usually involved fighting of some sort. Well, that or usage of some kind of epic magic. As I was saying, the Scorpion swordsman had just led Sumrak to the supposed secret area where the Orb of Memory rested on a pedestal, beneath the holy stalactite, when suddenly his guides turned on him. Break. Though Zorian had resolved to approach the triumvirate church about Sudamir, his first action upon settling a little in Scioria was not to go to the nearest temple, it was to track down Svim and tell him about the time loop. He saw no point in wasting time by waiting until Friday to confront him, as the sooner Zorian told him about the time loop, the sooner Svim would accept it as true and start working with him again. In fact, Zorian had hoped that Svim would be even easier to convince this time, since he was in possession of the password thingy that Svim had given him in the previous restart. Unfortunately, easier didn't mean effortless. Despite the password, that Zorian was certain he had memorized correctly, Svim was highly suspicious of him. It took several hours worth of questions before he was willing to accept Zorian's story even provisionally, and he didn't seem terribly convinced even then. He told Zorian they would talk more on Friday and then basically kicked him out of his house. Maybe he should have waited until Monday and spoken to Svim in his office instead of visiting him at his home. No matter. Depending on how things went with the church, he might actually need a free week to set things up properly. The next day, he went to a temple. Specifically, he went to a temple he had already visited in the previous restarts, the one with the nice green-haired priest and the future divining high priestess. There was no particular reason to pick that temple over the others other than familiarity, but he didn't think it would matter. Whatever temple he went to, they would still report to the same parent organization. Batak was as polite and welcoming as always. He immediately greeted Zorian upon his arrival at the temple and ushered him inside. After serving them both some tea and engaging in some small talk, he probed Zorian for his reason of coming. "It's unusual to see a young man like you visit our temple," Batak remarked. "Do you do this often?" "Well, no," Zorian admitted. "To be honest, I tend to avoid temples. I've had some bad experiences with them in the past. But I wanted to report something and ask for some advice, so here I am." "Oh. What kind of bad experiences?" Batak asked curiously. Of course he wanted to know about that. Zorian would have thought that something to report would have aroused Batak's curiosity more, but apparently not. "It's a bit of a long story," Zorian sighed. "The first thing you have to keep in mind is that I am an empath." "As in, you can sense other people's emotions?" asked Batak. "A useful gift." "When trained," Zorian nodded. "But as a child, I had no control over it. I didn't even know I'm an empath. All I knew was that being around large groups of people made me sick and dizzy. And back in my hometown of Siren, the temple was usually packed full of people. The few times my parents brought me there, I ended up fainting and causing a bit of a stir." "That's unfortunate," Batak said sympathetically. "Not as unfortunate as the old priest's reaction was," Zorian said, shaking his head. "He really took my reaction personally. He decided that I have some kind of bad blood that was repelled by the holiness of the temple." "Bad blood?" Batak asked incredulously. "My mother was of which lineage?" Zorian clarified. "Ah," Batak said in understanding. "That makes more sense. While I don't condone the man's reaction, it was not entirely unreasonable to believe you have some witch-descended bloodline issue going on with you. Lineages were very important to witches, and they loved inheritable magic abilities. Many of their influential families had some kind of bloodline power to draw on." "Wait," Zorian frowned. "Then my empathy." "It is entirely possible," Batak nodded. "Damn. So it was possible that the bigoted old priest could have actually been right about him, at least in a way. Because if his empathy really was something he had inherited through his witch lineage, then bad blood really did have a hand in his fainting episodes. He didn't know whether to be amused or bitter about that. "I thought empathy was fairly generic, as far as special powers go," Zorian said. "Lots of people have it, relatively speaking." "Special powers don't pop out of nowhere," Batak said. Most are a product of potions, rituals, spiritual possession, and the like. But sometimes these powers can get transferred to a person's descendants while staying dormant for a generation or two before resurfacing. It's a bit of a public secret, but when a child is born with a magic power out of nowhere, that almost always means the child has some interesting things hidden in their family tree. In regards to empathy being relatively common, well, I'm guessing that there are more people with, shall we say, interesting backgrounds than most people would be willing to admit. That was very interesting, because witches were endemic to Altazia, but empaths could be found all over the 3 continents inhabited by humans. Zorian didn't think all those empaths in Mycena and San drew their roots from some witch born in Altazia. Assuming that Batak was indeed right and random empaths originated from an ancestor that deliberately made themselves psychic, that would mean that lots of people managed to turn themselves psychic over the course of history. In other words, there was some kind of reliable method of turning normal people into psychics circulating around. It couldn't be too easy, since empaths were still rather rare, but clearly it wasn't impossibly hard either. There was also the matter of his family. If his psychic nature was indeed some kind of pseudo-bloodline thing, then his mother and siblings were bound to have it as well, if only in a dormant fashion. He knew that most of them were not full-blown psychics, since he would have felt it if they were, but maybe Daimen was. His oldest brother did have an uncanny ability to understand people. Well, there was no way to confirm it one way or the other. Daimen was in Koth, and Zorian didn't think he could reach him even if he dedicated an entire restart just to get there. Unless he found a way to instantly reach another continent or something, they would never meet while the time loop lasted. In any case, even if the rest of his family weren't fully psychic, there may yet be a way to awaken their dormant mind magic talent. It was surely easier to unlock a dormant magic ability than to create it out of nowhere, so he couldn't help but wonder if it was possible to, say, make Curiel psychic in a relatively easy and painless fashion. Not that he would do that, as the idea of a psychic Curiel absolutely terrified him, but maybe once she was older and able to handle the power responsibly. Anyway, Batak continued after a short pause, I believe you said something about wanting to make a report and needing advice. Yes, Zorian said. He then withdrew a blank, sealed envelope from his pocket and handed it to Batak, who frowned at him. An anonymous report? Batak mumbled to himself. Personally, Zorian didn't feel this was very anonymous. Anonymous would have meant sending the letter through normal mail, without ever having to meet face to face with anyone. Unfortunately, as much as Zorian liked that idea, that would have gotten him nowhere. Such a report would not be taken seriously at all, and would likely be thrown into the trash before it ever reached someone important. If he wanted the church to actually do something, he had to talk to an actual priest and have them vouch from him that his report had been made in good faith. I have to ask, is this absolutely necessary? Batak said, concerned. The information contained in the letter concerns the crimes of a highly influential person with plenty of subordinates, Zorian said blandly. If my name is known, I would fear for my safety. I see, Batak sighed. Very well, I will forward your report to my superiors as it is. I must warn you, however, that they are not terribly fond of anonymous reports. They are seen as unreliable. Rest assured that your concerns will be looked into, but it may take some time before the church investigators get around to it. How long is some time? Zorian frowned. A few weeks. Possibly months, if something more urgent comes up, Batak said. Damn. So much for that idea. It seemed he would have to go with his plan B, talking to Alanik Zosk. He had wanted to avoid doing that, since he kind of doubted that the old warrior priest would just leave him be without any questions afterwards, but it seemed he had no choice. If he absolutely had to make a face-to-face report to someone, Alanik was probably his best shot. The man was almost certain to believe him and probably cared enough about Zorian to keep his identity secret. He could always just end the restart prematurely if things got too out of hand. Well, with that out of the way, what can I advise you about? Batak asked, pushing the letter to the side of the table. Souls and necromancy, Zorian told him bluntly. Oh, Batak said, suddenly sitting a little straighter. That is, quite an unusual topic to ask about. Young man, the only advice about necromancy I can give you is, don't use it. I wasn't planning to, Zorian shook his head. What I want to know is why somebody else might do so. And also why they would feel the need to gather thousands of souls and keep them imprisoned in a giant crystal pillar. Batak gave him a blank look, glanced to the side of the table where Zorian's sealed letter was innocently resting, then gave Zorian another blank look. Then he placed the letter in front of him again and wrote urgent on top of the envelope in big, blocky letters before setting it aside again. Well. Zorian still intended to go talk to Alanik, since he had no idea how much influence Batak's little remark would have on his superiors, but he was still touched by the gesture. You probably know this, but souls are very mysterious things, Batak said seriously. They have many functions, most of which we can't even understand, much less influence. But their most important function is not, as many mages believe, that they allow one to produce and shape mana. It is the fact they serve as a living, breathing record of everything a particular entity is. Zorian raised his eyebrows in incomprehension. The gods originally gave souls to living beings in order to record their thoughts and forms, so that their lives may be preserved after death and their deeds properly judged in the afterlife, Batak said. For that reason, the gods, who had intimate knowledge of how souls worked, were capable of many miraculous things. So long as they had access to a person's soul, they could bring them back to life, even if their bodies had been reduced to ash and scattered into the winds. They could peer into their soul to examine their entire life from the moment they were born. They could restore a person's youth by regressing their forms to the state they once possessed. According to some stories, they could even create an identical copy of a person, indistinguishable from the original in every way. Copies of people? Zorian frowned. It is not that strange, Batak said, waving his hand dismissively. The simulacrum spell does something very similar. While simulacrums are in no way flawless, they are sufficiently real that some people have argued the use of the spell is inherently unethical. They believe that every time a simulacrum disperses, a person dies. Do you? Zorian asked. No, Batak shook his head. Naturally, I follow my church's dogma, and it states that only things with souls are considered people. Simulacrums do not have them. But this is a digression, and I am not an expert on such magic. What is important is that soul magic has the potential of giving earthly mages godlike powers over their fellow man. It is little wonder, then, that many people have coveted such power over the years. Their efforts have been mostly in vain, but that doesn't stop necromancers from committing atrocity after atrocity in an effort to unlock mysteries of the soul. Zorian considered this information for a few moments. The idea of souls as divine recording devices was totally plausible to him, since he could clearly see that simply sending his soul back in time could keep his memories intact. Which was rather curious, now that he thought about it, it was common knowledge that human minds were stored inside the brain. Was his soul overriding his brain cells upon the start of every restart, or was something yet more exotic going on there? Though there was something about that story about gods making copies of people that was nagging him in the back of his head. He felt like he was missing something important. So why is soul damage so catastrophic to the body? Zorian asked curiously. Clearly the connection between the body and soul is not just one way. Clearly, Batak agreed. But nobody really understands the nature of that connection and the way it works. It is known that souls cannot think or feel when not embodied in something. The soul needs a body, even if it's just an ectoplasmic shell, but the body equally needs a soul. It's likely that such a catastrophic reaction to soul damage has a lot to do with a person's life force, however. Zorian racked his brains for a moment, trying to remember what life force had to do with anything. If he remembered correctly, life force was simply a special type of personal mana that wasn't part of a mage's mana pool and was used exclusively by the body to keep itself living and resist foreign magics. Since the amount of life force rarely varied much between humans, and couldn't be used to power spells, the academy instructors hadn't spoken much about it. Wait. That was it, wasn't it? Life force was something every living being had and depended on to stay alive. And it was basically just an exotic form of mana. And the outer portion of the soul, the part that can get warped and mutilated, was the one in charge of regulating a person's mana flow. If a person's soul was damaged, that would cause their very life-giving energies to spin out of control. I understand now, Zorian nodded. Though, if I could trouble you for a few more questions. 2 hours later, Zorian wrapped up his conversation with Batak and left the temple. Strangely, the green-haired priest actually expressed a wish for Zorian to drop by some time for another chat. Strange. Zorian would have expected the man to be rather leery of him after discussing such a topic. He gave Batak a non-committal response, unsure whether he should take the man's offer, and left for home. Break. The next day, Zorian went to Nyazov Dveri to talk to Alanik. Since he had saved Lukav from Sudamir's schemes and helped Alanik drive off his own attackers, he figured that the man would be well disposed towards him and inclined to listen to what he had to say. Just to be sure, however, Zorian had made a little detour before talking to the warrior priest. He went to the house of Vazin, the merchant that did Sudamir's dirty work, and stole all the incriminating evidence from his safe. In the end, though, Alanik didn't even look at all those papers Zorian had brought him. The moment Zorian started talking to him about a mansion full of undead and the soul trap surrounding it, he demanded that Zorian teleport him to the place immediately. Not tomorrow or in an hour or when he was done looking through all the gathered evidence, immediately. So Zorian did just that, internally grumbling about all the effort he had wasted into preparing his case. Wasn't Alanik in the least bit afraid that Zorian would teleport him into some sort of prearranged trap? No, apparently he wasn't. Once Zorian teleported them to the edge of Ayaska Mansion's ward, Alanik just stood still and stared in the direction of Ayaska Mansion in total silence. This continued for quite a long time. Are you okay? Zorian finally said, unable to restrain himself any longer. Shouldn't you be casting spells to confirm my story? There is no need, Alanik said calmly. I can feel the spiritual sinkhole tugging at my soul easily enough. Zorian looked at Alanik in alarm. We're in no danger, Alanik assured him. The effect is weak and the souls of living beings are tethered to their bodies too strongly to succumb to it. It's only because my awareness of my own soul is so high that I can easily spot it. You have some measure of soul awareness too, I see, but too little to notice such things. So a sufficiently good soul mage could tell that the soul trap existed just by entering its area of effect? No wonder Sudamir considered everyone with a hint of aptitude in the field a threat to his plans. Even if most of the people he killed and kidnapped weren't on the level of skill that Alanik displayed, it only took one to blow his conspiracy wide open. Suddenly, Zorian noticed a group of dark dots flying towards him and swore internally. Damn iron beaks. I hate to interrupt you, but some of the mansion's guards are already coming towards us, Zorian told Alanik. If we don't leave, we'll soon be flooded with winter wolves, undead boars, and the like. I speak from experience. Oh, so you've done some sneaking around the place already? Alanik asked curiously. Had you read all the information I brought you, you would have known that, Zorian grumbled. Worry not, we'll get back to the information later, when we start organizing an assault on this place with the army. Zorian gave Alanik a surprised look, startled. What? Alanik laughed. Did you think we were going to infiltrate this place? No, we're bringing soldiers, artillery and several mage combat groups and sieging the place into submission. And you're going to help me investigate the rubble. What? I don't get any say in this. Zorian asked, unable to keep a bit of challenge from creeping into his voice. Damn it, this was exactly what he was afraid of. Don't complain, Alanik told him. I know what you're going to say, you don't want to be involved. You want to go home and pretend this has nothing to do with you, right? Well, yeah, Zorian admitted. I gave you all the information I know, what more do you want from me? I truly doubt you've really told me everything you know. And the army will be doubtful as well, Alanik sighed. They will want to find you, and they would eventually succeed at doing so. If, on the other hand, you are clearly working for me, they will be leery of going after you. Strange as it may sound to you, you are far safer beside me than you are on your own. As if to punctuate his claim, Alanik pointed his hand at the approaching iron beak flock and snapped his fingers. A dazzling beam of electricity erupted from his palm and struck the leading bird. In the blink of an eye, the beam arced from one bird to another, jumping from target to target. In but a moment, a 20-strong flock had been reduced to a rain of charred corpses and blown-off feathers that descended on the forest canopy. Okay, he had to admit, that was very impressive. Especially since he knew that Alanik was a fire specialist. It would seem his specialization wasn't as narrow as Zorian had thought. Still. How would the army even know I exist unless you tell them about it? Zorian argued. I'll have to tell them about it, Alanik said, shaking his head. I'm not much of a liar, and they can be rather shrewd and persistent. It wouldn't take them long to figure out that I'm working with someone else, and they will naturally want to know who that person is. Ugh. How annoying. Should he just dismiss this restart as a failure and start over? No, not yet. Maybe he could get this to work. I need to stay anonymous, Zorian eventually said. We will work something out, Alanik said dismissively. And that was that. From that moment onward, Alanik considered him his subordinate. Break. Zorian had to admit, it was kind of amazing how quickly Eldamar could mobilize its forces once it identified a serious threat. It took only 4 days for them to organize the assault on Ayaska Mansion and mobilize the necessary troops. The Triumvirate Church was involved too, sending 2 groups of 12 warrior priests each to support the several hundred soldiers and nearly 50 mages that Eldamar itself threw at the problem. 4 huge war golems and 13 magic-enhanced cannons served as heavy support. Zorian himself was not involved much in the preparations. He mostly just silently followed Alanik around, clad in a face-concealing robe that the warrior priest had given him. The few times he had to speak, he did so exclusively through a magic orb that could translate his thoughts to speech. He had made it himself, surprising Alanik somewhat. Apparently Zorian's standards were a little skewed again, and what he thought was a mildly useful trinket was actually something that was worth quite a bit of money in stores and took some practice to learn how to use. From what Alanik had told him, the rest of the force thought he was some kind of elite investigator in the employ of the Triumvirate Church and were more than a little intimidated by him. Alanik seemed endlessly amused by that. In any case, very few questions had been asked about his presence, but the restart was still young and Zorian didn't dare hope that could last. At least for now, though, his identity was secure. He really felt out of his depth in all of this, though. This wasn't what he'd had in mind at all when he had decided to make the church aware of Sudamir's schemes. Hell, Sudamir himself was probably long gone now, there was no way he hadn't noticed all the preparations going on around him. He told Alanik as much one day, but the warrior priest didn't share his opinion. Sudamir has invested a lot of time and money into that place, he said. There's no way he's going to abandon it without a fight. 4 days is not enough for him to evacuate his possessions from that place, and he probably had less than that. I doubt he noticed the preparations straight away. If you had moved more carefully in the start, you could have probably arrested him before he realized what was happening, Zorian said. Not at all. You can't just suddenly arrest a popular and influential mayor like Sudamir like that, Alanik said. You need solid evidence, or else people will cry foul. What you gathered is a good start, but nowhere near enough. Attacking a mansion full of undead is a lot easier to justify, and I'm sure we will find plenty of evidence to convict him inside. Zorian shook his head, not really convinced, but he didn't argue the point further. He would just have to wait for the assault to see how things went. Alanik and the army might be right, after all. Break. Considering the amount of forces the army planned to bring to bear on Iasca Mansion, there was no way to really launch a surprise attack on the place. Even with the use of teleportation, it would take quite a while to bring everyone over to their destination and assume proper positions. As such, the initial phase of the plan called for 3 groups of mages to arrive first and erect a large-scale teleport ward over the entire region, hopefully preventing Sudamir from simply teleporting out when he realized the sheer scale of the assault heading his way. Well, that part of the plan went off without a hitch. Unfortunately, erecting the anti-teleportation had been like kicking over the hornet's nest. Almost as soon as the ward solidified, endless streams of undead started pouring out of the mansion, as well as from the storage facility next to it. Skeletons, undead boars, flesh golems, massive abominations of stitched human flesh. Zorian didn't even know Sudamir had those. Then again, they were just upscaled versions of a normal flesh golem. The amount of reanimated soldiers Sudamir had at his disposal was mind-boggling. Zorian could only presume that he hadn't faced such hordes in his own incursions on Iasca Mansion, because by that point most of these joined the invaders in their attack on Scioria. Caught off guard by the ferocious counterattack, the army struggled to organize its forces. Fortunately, these were all disciplined and experienced soldiers, and they came here fully expecting to fight against undead hordes. It would take a lot more than this to demoralize them. Cannons fired again and again into the approaching horde, thinning the ranks considerably. The 4 solid steel war golems, although far inferior in numbers to the giant flesh-stitched monstrosities mixed into the undead ranks, proved to be far superior to them in strength and durability. The giant flesh golems failed to make a breakthrough, being thrown back again and again until they fell apart. Nonetheless, the chaos of that initial exchange meant that a lot of mages and ordinary soldiers fell to the horde. 10 mages and more than 50 normal soldiers became casualties in the first 10 minutes of the battle. After that, however, the army had had enough time to get a grip on the situation. As had the mages. After some initial difficulty, they finished some kind of multi-mage spell, and a pair of giant fire vortexes suddenly sprang into existence in front of the approaching horde. Almost like living beings, the 2 vortexes wove through the undead ranks, sucking up reanimated bodies into their center, where they were burnt to a crisp. The strange thing was that instead of growing weaker with time, the vortexes only seemed to be getting stronger with every undead body they consumed. The few reanimated corpses and flesh golems that survived the artillery, or golems, and fire vortexes were met with a hail of grenades and high-caliber bullets wielded by normal soldiers, and none of them survived to make contact with the assault force. And then the top of Iasca Mansion exploded upwards. For a moment Zorian thought that Sudamir had perhaps once again panicked in the face of a determined attack and did something to screw himself over, just like he had during their last encounter, but then something inside the resulting dust cloud roared. Something huge. The roar reverberated through the area, creating a shockwave of force that blew away all dust and debris, shielding the top of Iasca Mansion from sight. As such, Zorian was treated to a sight of a massive metal platform that was almost entirely taken up by an equally massive skeletal dragon. Its gleaming white bones glowed with countless lines of yellow light that signified a staggering amount of spell formula etched onto the long-dead bones, and instead of being hollow, its ribcage seemed to be crammed full of some kind of metal machinery and likewise looked rather sophisticated in nature. What? What? Why did Sudamir have that thing? Why hadn't he ever given any indication he had something like that in the past? The skeletal dragon didn't care about Zorian's internal incredulity and muttered curses. Its entire surface lit up with a pale yellow light, creating some sort of ghostly mimicry of a membrane over its wing bones, and then it lazily took flight. It set off straight towards where Zorian and Alanik were standing. The battle for Iasca Mansion had begun. 52, Things Fall Apart. Chapter 052 Things Fall Apart. Zorian was caught thoroughly off guard by the appearance of the skeletal dragon. After all, he had already explored Iasca Mansion during the previous restarts, and thus thought he knew what kind of forces Sudamir had at his disposal. He could hardly believe he'd managed to miss something so big and dramatic. On top of that, the way in which the skeletal dragon revealed itself was very loud and dramatic, and it clearly knew where to find Zorian, since it immediately set off towards him. Well, probably not towards him specifically, in all likelihood, it just went after the assault force leadership, trying to perform a decapitation strike. Not a bad idea, since most of said leadership was concentrated in one command area. Granted, such an attack needed a proper strike force, one that could somehow bypass the front lines to reach the command area in the back, and one that was strong enough to overcome the defenses protecting it, but the skeletal dragon coming after them probably qualified. It could fly pretty fast, after all, and it was clearly infused with very potent magic. Unfortunately, the leadership of the strike force included Alanik, from whom Zorian never strayed much due to the role he'd assumed in front of the rest of the assault force. So now he had a huge dragon skeleton coming straight at him. Safest place in the entire battlefield, my ass, Zorian mumbled gloomily, just loud enough for Alanik to hear him. The stern priest said nothing, instead focusing on casting a spell of some sort. An anti-scrying measure, if Zorian interpreted his chants and gestures correctly. Zorian supposed that Alanik was disturbed at the ease with which Sudamir had managed to pinpoint their command area, and was trying to prevent further surveillance. Glancing around him, Zorian noticed that the other mages in the command area were also hurriedly casting spells. The command area became a hurricane of activity in a flash, well, even more so than it already had been during the opening clashes of the assault. Despite this, Zorian remained still, aware that any contribution of his would likely cause more harm than good. He could barely understand what was going on around him, so how could he make sure he wasn't getting in the way? Unless one of the mages asked for his assistance, he would refrain from doing anything. The dragon had barely started its flight towards the command area when a thick black cloud rose into the sky from the forest around the mansion. Iron beaks. Their numbers blackened the sky and filled the air with ominous cawing that could easily be heard all the way to where Zorian was standing. Sudamir probably intended them to serve as a distraction for the skeleton dragon. The swarm of magical corvids quickly separated itself into 5 smaller flocks and descended upon the assault force, sending a rain of knife-like feathers at the Eldamarian soldiers. In response, one Eldamarian war golem pointed its metal palms at the approaching iron beaks and a series of explosions erupted in the midst of the flock, killing hundreds of birds with each detonation. The regular soldiers were not defenseless either, and soon brought out some kind of grenade launcher devices and started firing potion canisters into the air. They detonated into flashes of light and electricity, effortlessly scything through the attacking birds. Despite this, the iron beaks kept coming, their numbers seemingly endless. If anything, the death of so many of their kin only made them fiercer and angrier, if the increased volume of cawing and feather attacks was any indication. Zorian frowned and shifted in his place uneasily. He had been uneasy with the trajectory of the whole restart for a while now, feeling he had completely lost control over events a while ago. Seeing the scene in front of him, that unease only grew stronger. The Eldamarian forces might even lose at this rate. Should he end the current restart and start over? No, not yet. He was taking a bit of a risk, since dying here meant getting sucked into that soul-gathering pillar that Sudamir had in his mansion, but he wanted to see how things would develop. At the very least, he wanted to see how the battle would end. Maybe Sudamir had more surprises in store for them, not just the undead dragon currently flying towards him. And speaking of the skeletal dragon, Zorian had expected it to swoop in and try to tear them apart in melee combat. Most skeletons could not manage much beside that. Evidently, though, the spell formula and machinery used in this skeletal dragon's construction were not there just for show. Still on its way towards them, the dragon skeleton opened its maw and fired a thin yellow spell beam at them from within the depths of its skull. The beam was faint and translucent, but Zorian knew better than to assume this made it weak. It crossed the distance between the dragon and the command area in an instant, losing little of its coherence in the process. Thankfully, the mages in charge of the defense had good reflexes. In the brief moment between when the skeletal dragon opened its maw and the beam flew out, they managed to erect a barrier to tank the blow. Unlike the barriers that Zorian was familiar with, this one wasn't a thin layer of force, it was a thick, gelatinous wall of ectoplasm that distorted everything seen through it. The undead dragon's beam impacted the wall and blew a huge crater in its surface, easily digging through more than half of its thickness. However, the nearby material in the rest of the wall quickly flowed into the hole, filling it up in a matter of seconds. Soon, the whole thing looked as if it had never been damaged in the first place. The dragon fired the beam 2 more times, trying to overwhelm the defense by targeting the same spot on the wall through continuous fire. It failed. It simply could not deal enough damage to counteract the wall's regenerative abilities. Undaunted by the failure, the skeletal dragon continued flying towards the command area. The 2 fire vortexes that were created to deal with the initial undead horde, still going strong, moved to intercept the creature. The dragon actually swerved from its trajectory to confront one of the vortexes, breathing some kind of massive dispelling wave at it. Although the flame of the vortex grew noticeably dimmer in the wave's passage, it resisted dispersal. At the same time, volley after volley of spell projectiles started homing in towards the undead dragon as it entered the range of defending mages. The spells hurled at it were very diverse, just about every one of them was different from the rest in some fashion. After a while Zorian realized that they were testing the dragon's wards to see if there were any obvious weaknesses in its defenses. Unfortunately, the attack spells hurled at the skeletal dragon were about as successful as the dragon's long-range attack on the command area was, which was to say, they weren't. Part of the problem was that the skeleton dragon was surprisingly agile, swooping through the air with incredible grace, and a part of it was that it had its own force field to protect itself. It was just a simple force aegis, nothing fancy, but there was a reason why the aegis series of spells was so popular among mages. They worked pretty well. A layer of force like that could stop anything that a physical obstacle could, and most spells couldn't go through solid objects. Still, the spell volleys continued to come, and the 2 fire vortexes did their damnedest to engulf the dragon and drag it into their fiery depths. Though the vortexes looked like energy constructs, they could evidently exert plenty of physical force, because they managed to completely halt the dragon's advance. Their attempts to do actual damage nonetheless proved completely ineffectual. The skeletal dragon seemed to possess inexhaustible quantities of mana for the purposes of powering its defenses, and everything that connected with it was shrugged off. It was probably powered by captured souls, much like the mansion it was defending. But the skeletal dragon's advance had been halted, and no defense was truly perfect. One of the mages found a spell that was remarkably good at burning through the thing's shield, some kind of disc made out of purple fire that glued itself to the surface of the shield and kept draining it, and eventually the first layer of the skeleton dragon's defenses fell. Unfortunately, the undead dragon seemed to have realized it had found itself in an unenviable position and promptly intensified its struggles. It fired one attack after another at the fire vortexes, occasionally sending an attack or 2 at the other threats targeting it, causing both vortexes to disperse. And then it fired its yellow beams again, but this time it didn't aim them directly at the command area or the rest of the Eldamarian forces. Instead, it fired the beam at the ground in front of its targets, dragging the beams across the landscape. Huge amounts of dust and gravel were thrown into the air, reducing visibility and disrupting many of the spell volleys coming after it. Many of the spell projectiles fared poorly when aimed through dust clouds, detonating prematurely or veering off course. By now, Zorian was completely certain that he was not dealing with a mindless automaton like most of the undead were. The decisions made by the skeletal dragon clearly indicated there was a sapient mind driving its actions. Either the construct itself was not as mindless as your average skeleton or Sudamir was personally piloting it through some remote link, much like Zorian had been piloting his golems the last time he'd invaded Ayaska Mansion. If the dragon was not a mindless undead, then that meant it was potentially vulnerable to mind magic. He tried to extend his mind sense far enough to check up on the idea, but the dragon was still too far away for that. "Can you lure it closer?" Zorian asked Alanik. "I know it's dangerous, but I might be able to disable it if I can get close to it." "We're already working on it," one of the mages close to them said suddenly, cutting into the conversation before Alanik could say anything. "We have a surprise of our own prepared for it once it gets close enough. but we can't be too blatant about luring it here or it will realize something is wrong and keep its distance. What do you have in mind? I want to try attacking its mind, Zorian admitted. Oh. A mind mage, huh? The man asked him rhetorically, giving him a speculative look. Could work, I guess. Tell me when you think the moment is right and we'll try to give you an opening. Zorian didn't really understand what kind of opening they thought they could give him when it came to mind magic assault, but he nodded in assent anyway. While most of the mages had been trying to deal with the undead dragon, the rest of Eldamar's forces had been busy dealing with the iron beaks assailing them. At some point, isolated packs of winter wolves and war trolls had joined the iron beaks in their counterattack, but somehow Eldamar's forces were still holding. After a few minutes, Zorian noticed that some of the mages were teleporting away and returning with extra forces and realized how, apparently Eldamar had been prepared for the possibility of the assault going wrong and prepared reinforcements to be brought in as needed. A small but steady stream of new mages and mundane soldiers constantly kept trickling into the area to strengthen the existing forces. It's coming, the mage that had previously spoken with Zorian shouted. And indeed, the undead dragon had clearly decided it was done playing around and made a beeline straight at the command area once more. The man turned to Zorian. We'll hit it with a dozen paralysis bolts the moment it comes close enough. It probably won't do anything, but it should tie up some of its mental defenses. The moment I give you the signal, do your thing. You have one attempt, and then we'll go with our plan. Zorian concentrated at the approaching enemy, extending his mind sense as far as he could in the skeletal dragon's direction. The dragon fired beam after beam at the barrier protecting the command area, and the damage done to the wall was noticeably growing more severe as it got closer. At point-blank range, it could probably cut through the wall of ectoplasm and deal actual damage to the command area, provided it still had enough power to punch through the rest of the defensive wards that had been erected around the area when the place had been made. Still, even if the wards could hold out against the beams for a time, they surely would not last long. It was best to stop the thing as quickly as possible. The skeleton dragon accelerated as it got closer, clearly intending to ram the wall with its entire mass, trusting its durability. The moment it had entered Zorian's psychic range, however, he knew he had it. He could sense the mind behind the dragon clear as day. It was shielded, but Zorian could immediately tell it was not enough to stop him from breaking through. He didn't have much time, though. The dragon was traveling pretty damn fast and 12 bright blue bolts suddenly converged at the approaching skeletal dragon, cast by the mages around Zorian. This close, their target could not dodge, even with its amazing aerial acrobatics, and its force aegis had been exhausted long ago. The moment the bolts had struck the undead dragon, their combined force smashed the mental shield protecting its mind like a hammer striking an egg. For a fraction of a second, the dragon's skeletal form even grew rigid, continuing to fly forward due to existing momentum but temporarily paralyzed by the combined effect of those 12 bolts. But although the paralysis itself had been shrugged off almost instantly, that was immaterial. The important thing was that its mental shield had been stripped away from it, leaving it completely unguarded. Zorian immediately launched a barrage of psychic knives straight at the mind that controlled the dragon. The controller recoiled in pain and shock, caught by surprise by the brutal assault, and Zorian took advantage of its weakened influence on the undead dragon to seize control of it for a moment. In an instant, the skeleton dragon changed the direction of its flight downward, plowing straight into the ground with all of its considerable speed. Mountains of dust and gravel erupted into the air as it dug a deep trench into the ground below, slamming into several trees. The trees came out worse in the collision, before gradually coming to a halt some distance from the command area. For a moment, everyone around Zorian halted and turned towards him in silence. Holy hell, somebody said. That actually worked. It's still intact, Zorian said tersely. And the controller is still fighting me for influence. All I can do is keep it still for the moment, and even that isn't going to last long. Indeed, while the undead dragon's controller had been caught off guard by Zorian's move, the fact was that trying to attack a controller through the puppet they were controlling was not an easy thing to do, even for him. It greatly lowered the speed and power of Zorian's mental attacks, and the controller had already restored their mental defenses by now and was doing his damnedest to reassert control over the skeletal dragon. The blasted thing clearly had some kind of powerful control array built into it, because Zorian was quickly losing the battle for control over it. "You've done more than enough," Alanik said, before turning to one of the army leaders around him. "Fire the living metal rounds." Behind the command area, for hidden artillery emplacements opened fire, each one unerringly hitting the immobile skeletal dragon. Instead of exploding, the projectiles erupted into a tangled mess of silvery threads that wrapped themselves around the skeletal dragon, seeking to entangle it firmly. "Originally we wanted to use this to force it down to the ground," Alanik told him. "But this is even better. Once the living metal roots itself into the ground, that thing will never set flight again." "How long do you think dash?" Zorian felt the mind behind the dragon finally wrench control of the body away from him, and the immobile form of the skeletal dragon suddenly began to struggle and thrash against the metal threads. "Never mind," Alanik sighed. "I guess we'll have to do this the hard way." Though the undead dragon struggled fiercely, the metal threads appeared unbreakable. They writhed and coiled like some kind of metallic worms, constantly seeking purchase on the long-dead bones. Far from freeing itself, the dragon's struggle seemed to only leave it in direr straits, as the threads took advantage of its shifting and thrashing to bind it more firmly. It tried to render the threads inert by breathing a dispelling wave at them, cycled through 4 different magical fields, also doing nothing to the threads, before finally trying to fire its deadly yellow beam at the nearby command area. Unfortunately for it, the threads had restricted its movements too much by that point, and it could no longer point its head in the proper direction. Frustrated, the dragon roared, much like it had when it had first revealed itself. This close, its roar was more than just an intimidation tool. The sound was loud enough to rupture one's eardrums, and the kinetic shockwave created by the roar itself could easily send an unprotected man flying. Fortunately, the command area was warded against such relatively minor damage, and Zorian simply had to endure some painful ringing in his ears in the aftermath. Eldamarian forces started to rain spells and artillery shells at the dragon, apparently unconcerned with the possibility of damaging the living metal threads that were keeping the undead dragon chained to the ground. For good reason, it turned out, as nothing seemed to do any damage to them. Or perhaps any damage dealt to them was immediately healed. The living metal thing they were made of seemed to be a very morphic, malleable material. Sudamir didn't seem to like the predicament his fancy undead superweapon found itself in, because not long after the attack barrage started, several massive magical projectiles were launched into the air from Ayaska Mansion. They ascended high into the sky before descending down to the earth again, traveling across a parabolic trajectory and crossing immense distances in the process, far beyond what normal magic was capable of. Zorian was reminded of that very first invasion, that he could actually remember, and the fake fireworks that served as a beginning of the invasion. It was the same thing. He could instantly tell he was dealing with artillery magic. Spells like those took a long time to cast and used incredible amounts of mana to power them, but they had both extreme range and extreme damage potential. Zorian wasn't the only one who had immediately figured it out. Almost immediately, the leadership of the assault force decided to abandon their current position. 2 of the projectiles were aimed at the command area, and nobody was sure whether the existing defenses would hold out against even one. Fortunately, artillery spells like these ones were very slow, making it easy to move away before they hit. Fundamentally, they were intended to be used against static targets, and were ineffective against things that could move out of the way. But Zorian suspected that Sudamir never intended for them to actually die, he just wanted to disrupt their attack on his pet undead dragon. A ploy that was quite successful, as Eldamarian forces scrambled to get out of the way of the descending artillery spells. But Eldamarian mages didn't just passively run away. Even as they shifted their forces to escape from the blast areas, they began to cast artillery spells of their own as retaliation. Soon, several new artillery spells rose in the air, targeting Ayaska Mansion. Sudamir had still struck first, though, so by the time they were halfway to their target, the artillery spells that had been launched from Ayaska Mansion reached their destination. One of them was, amazingly enough, targeting the skeletal dragon. It seemed Sudamir was gambling on the idea that his dragon was tougher than the living metal threads that kept it restrained. The world erupted into fire, light and noise. Almost immediately afterwards, the skeletal dragon flew out of the dust cloud created above its former prison. It was missing one of its legs, and some of its bones were cracked, the spell formula inscribed on them growing dim, but it still moved. Some of the living metal thread still clung to its bones, stubbornly refusing to let go, but there were too few of them now to do anything more than annoy it. It seemed that Sudamir had gambled correctly. The world exploded again as Eldamarian artillery spells reached their destination as well. A shining golden dome of force intercepted the projectiles, shielding Ayaska Mansion from devastation, but it was left dim and flickering in the aftermath. The undead dragon immediately turned back, retreating towards Ayaska Mansion. Its retreat seemed to signify a general retreat, because the surviving winter wolves and war trolls also fled back into the safety of their base. As for the iron beaks, their numbers had been cut down to less than half, and the moment they saw the skeletal dragon fleeing from the assault force they scattered in every direction, flying away from Ayaska Mansion at maximum speed. Scanning the minds of several frantic iron beaks flying above him, Zorian could tell they had no intention of ever returning to this place. Whatever force Sudamir had used to keep them on his side was apparently insufficient to make them ignore the massive losses they had suffered in this battle. The first battle for Ayaska Mansion was finished, but nobody was fooled into thinking the rest of the siege would be easy. Break. Over the course of the next several hours, Sudamir did his best to stall Eldamar's forces as much as possible. His surviving forces launched constant raids on the assault force, doing little damage at this point but successfully breaking the army's forward momentum. The skeletal dragon, in particular, was still a menace. It no longer made bold, frontal attacks like the one it had performed in the beginning, but it made sure to go after any perceived weakness or recklessness. In addition to that, the area immediately around the mansion was full of hastily erected traps, both magical and mundane, as well as ambush parties composed out of those familiar black-clad undead corpses that Zorian had met before in Ayaska Mansion. Finally, the defensive wards on the mansion were running at maximum power, burning through whatever mana reserves they had stockpiled to resist the constant artillery bombardment that was being directed at it ever since Sudamir had launched his artillery spells at the assault force. At first, Zorian felt that this kind of stalling action was a perfectly sensible decision on Sudamir's part. He was probably buying himself enough time to evacuate his Abasin buddies back to their other bases through the dimensional gate in his basement, and would probably escape through it himself at the end. But as hours went by, it became obvious that Sudamir really intended to fight the assault force to the bitter end for some reason. He could have surely escaped ages ago if he really wanted to. Regardless of how determined Sudamir was to defend his mansion to the end, the outcome had already been decided at the end of that first battle. As hours passed, the noose kept tightening around Sudamir's neck. The forest around the mansion was burned down to cinders to prevent further ambushes and traps. Sudamir's stockpile of undead minions eventually started to run out and the mansion's wards were clearly on the verge of breaking. And then Sudamir did something that Zorian would have never expected him to. He surrendered. Even more amazingly, his surrender was not some kind of trap like Zorian suspected it was when he first heard about it. In the end, Sudamir really did open the gates of his mansion and powered down the defensive wards, letting himself be captured. That just didn't make sense to Zorian. He could have escaped easily enough. The Abasins inside the mansion certainly hadn't stayed. Eldamarian forces found plenty of evidence that a lot of people had been living inside the mansion until very recently, but no one other than Sudamir himself was still present. Even if the Abasins had shut the gate on him, Sudamir could have surely just ridden into the sunset on his fancy skeletal dragon. Zorian waited for a while to give the Eldamarian investigators a chance to explore Ayaska Mansion, and then went to confront Alanik about his concerns. What is there to be confused about? Alanik asked him. If Sudamir had persisted in his resistance, we would have collapsed his stronghold on top of him and he would have died. Nobody wants to die, least of all a necromancer. But the gate we found in his basement, Zorian began. Yes, shocking stuff, Olenek frowned. It does seem strange that he did not retreat through the gate along with his unknown allies, doesn't it? But you have to remember, just because they cooperated doesn't mean they were actually friendly to one another. It could be that he expects better treatment as an Eldamarian captive than as a long-term guest of his so-called allies. Even so, it shouldn't have been too hard to flee from the battle if he was determined, Zorian insisted. He could have flown out, for instance. Gods know we couldn't have really stopped that pet undead dragon of his if it had simply flown off in a random direction. No, but we could have tracked it, Olenek said. But yes, you are probably right. He could have fled. But that would have meant that we would have leveled this place to the ground. Sudamir seems to be very attached to this place. It seems this is his life's work, and he is loath to see it gone. He cares about his soul trap thing so much. Isn't it destined for destruction anyway? Zorian asked, frowning. Surely Eldamar is not going to let a giant soul trap remain intact. Olenek stared at him for a few seconds before sighing heavily. They're definitely going to release the souls trapped within. Too many people know about them by now, and it would be a huge scandal if it became known they let so many innocent souls remain trapped in that thing. At the very least, I'm sure I can get the Triumvirate Church to apply pressure on Eldamar to do so. Unfortunately, I cannot guarantee that the device itself will be destroyed. Sudamir's work is utterly repugnant, but also very impressive to some people. It's entirely possible he can reach some kind of agreement with Eldamar's government. Agreement? Zorian asked incredulously. How could that possibly work? I know that Eldamar has some secret necromancers under their employ, but Sudamir is. I know, Olenek said, raising his hands in a placating gesture. But it would be completely in line with Eldamar's previous behavior to retool this place into a secret research facility and then place Sudamir under house arrest here. He would be forced to work for Eldamar, and all manner of restrictions would be imposed on him, some of them ethical in nature, but that is obviously a far lighter punishment than a monster like him deserves. I'm almost 100% certain that this is what Sudamir is aiming for. I see, said Zorian unhappily. He knew that Eldamar was no image of perfection and goodness, but he was still unpleasantly surprised that they would be willing to work with someone like Sudamir. Then again, they still didn't know that Sudamir wasn't just practicing illegal magic, but was also actively betraying the country to foreign enemies. Zorian suspected that Eldamar would be a lot less willing to make use of Sudamir once that little fact came out. Of course, Olenek continued, if I were to find out something particularly damning about the man before Eldamar's black divisions have a chance to sequester him to one of their compounds for questioning, then such an agreement might become politically unworkable. There is only so much that can be swept under the rug, after all. Zorian gave Olenek a suspicious look. Meaning, what, exactly? Zorian asked. Your ability to target Sudamir's mind through his bone dragon puppet was very impressive, Olenek noted. So it was Sudamir who had been piloting that thing. Zorian had wondered about that. Even if it was for but a moment, you must be a pretty good mind mage to have achieved that. Wait, Olenek was offering him a chance to root through Sudamir's mind for information. Why yes, Zorian was very much interested. Say no more, Zorian told Olenek, trying not to show his enthusiasm. I'll be happy to help you interrogate him. Come with me, then, Olenek said, turning around and motioning for Zorian to follow after him. Mind you, we'll only have an hour or so alone with him. This isn't exactly an official interrogation and there is only so much I can bend the rules. Zorian didn't really care. Frankly, he had a strong feeling he was going to have to terminate this restart prematurely sometime soon anyway, so getting into trouble like that was no big deal. He was just happy this opportunity had fallen so neatly into his lap. He thought he would actually have to try and scheme to get access to Sudamir. He followed after Olenek, mentally preparing a list of questions he wanted Sudamir to answer. How come you didn't just pump him full of truth potions and interrogate him that way? Zorian asked. He knew that Alanik had done that sort of thing in previous restarts, so it was a bit strange to see him hold back in that regard now. That leaves too many traces in the victim's metabolism, Alanik said, shaking his head. I did say I'm bending the rules here, didn't I? I need to be able to play dumb when Sudamir accuses me of using magic to force answers out of him. Right, Zorian nodded. Sorry for being dumb, but I have no experience in things like these, so you'll have to be a little patient with me. An expert mind mage that has no experience in things like these, Alanik stated blandly, visibly rolling his eyes. Right. Zorian decided not to respond to that. There was no way he could explain how he had really gotten his mind-reading skills, so it was best to stay silent and quietly appreciate the way Alanik was not questioning him about that. For now, anyway. Sudamir looked surprisingly good for someone who had gotten captured by an Eldamarian assault force. He was wearing shaping-disrupting manacles on his wrists and an exploding collar around his neck, but other than that he appeared completely unharmed. He seemed jittery and impatient when they came in, giving Alanik a sour look but not saying anything. Reading his surface thoughts, Zorian found out that Alanik had already been here a couple of times to ask the man questions, and Sudamir was already sick of him. The man refused to discuss anything with Alanik, apparently aware that there was something fishy about him being sent in as an official Eldamarian interrogator. Zorian shrugged and got to work. He didn't try to be subtle, he immediately performed a powerful mental attack on Sudamir, ruthlessly crushing his mental defenses and sending feelers deep into his mind. Sudamir clutched his head in pain, powerless to resist. This close to Zorian, and with his ability to cast spells suppressed by the manacles he was wearing, Sudamir had little hope to expel Zorian from his mind. He couldn't even scream or shout for help, since Zorian had prevented him from doing that. The only difficult thing was making Sudamir speak his answers out loud for Alanik's benefit. He didn't want the warrior priest to know just how effortlessly he could root through someone's memories, but forcing the man to do something was far harder than simply interpreting Sudamir's thoughts and memories, and also, Sudamir was under compulsion not to speak about certain topics. It turned out he had gotten clever and placed a hayas on himself before surrendering, placing restrictions on his ability to discuss some things. Stuff like his cooperation with the Abasins and the planned invasion of Scioria. This was, of course, completely unacceptable. A big part of reporting Ayaska Mansion to Alanik was Zorian's desire to blow the whole conspiracy thing wide open, so the hayas definitely had to go. Zorian was not really a soul mage, so simply removing the hayas was out of the question. Fortunately, he didn't have to do that to neutralize it. Mind magic was a known bane of the hayas-type spells. A hayas couldn't prevent a mind mage like Zorian from lifting information straight from someone's mind, and it could not compel one to follow an order they could not remember ever receiving. One of the reasons why hayas were not more popular throughout history was that if the recipient of the hayas was unwilling to play along, they could simply pay a mind mage to purge their memories of the restriction they labored under. The hayas would still technically exist, but the compulsion to honor it would be gone. The hayas Sudamir had placed on himself was very fresh, less than a day old, and thus it took less than 5 minutes for Zorian to make Sudamir forget it ever existed. He didn't even bother notifying Alanik of its existence. In any case, once the full scale of Sudamir's activities started to come to the surface, Alanik decided that he no longer cared about keeping the interrogation short and covert. The interrogation lasted for hours, and only ended because Zorian was afraid he might permanently cripple Sudamir's mind if he kept rummaging through it incessantly. During those several hours, Zorian found out a wealth of information about the Abasin invaders, Cult of the World Dragon and Sudamir. Most of this information involved the identities of collaborators and places where evidence could be found to doom them all. This was the sort of information that Alanik was most interested in, and Zorian saw no reason not to give it to him. In fact, he intended to visit some of these people himself in some future restarts, but for now he would simply step aside and let Alanik go after them. For Zorian, though, some of the more interesting pieces of information he got from Sudamir concerned the man's reasons for doing what he did. The core of everything seemed to be the fact that his wife died. To be fair, Sudamir was an unscrupulous necromancer even before then, but it was only after his wife contracted the weeping and passed away that he'd really lost it. Rather than accept her death and move on, he extracted her soul and tried to bring her back to life. He failed, naturally. Apparently it was not a simple thing to make a dead soul think again, to say nothing of actually restoring it to a semblance of life. Eventually he bound his wife's soul to Ayaska Mansion, restoring a measure of her mental faculties in the process. That was why the warding scheme of the place could intelligently respond to scans and attempts to bypass it, and also the reason why Sudamir had been utterly unwilling to see it destroyed. He would rather let himself be captured than abandon his wife's soul to eventual destruction. In fact, the biggest reason why Sudamir agreed to help the Abasins was that Quadikikal promised to give him the ritual needed to turn his wife's soul into a lich. A normal lich creation ritual required a living person to work correctly, but Quadikikal claimed he could modify it to work on the disembodied soul of Sudamir's wife too. Whether Quadikikal was lying about that was anyone's guess. The other reason for helping the Abasins invade Scioria, the politics part that Sudamir had mentioned in the past, was that Sudamir wanted to legalize necromancy. After all, his wife was soon to come back to life as a lich, and he certainly didn't plan to die of old age if he could help it either, and it was impossible for him to hide things like that in the long term. Especially if he intended to keep his political position, which he definitely did. Thus, he wanted to make Eldamar drop some of the restrictions surrounding soul magic, or at least to make some special exceptions for him in particular. To that end, he felt he needed to make Eldamar weaker, so they would be desperate for his help, and himself stronger, so he could be the savior they were in desperate need of. The actual details of Sudamir's master plan eluded Zorian, as they were too complex and convoluted for him to figure out in a mere couple of hours. And frankly, Zorian didn't care that much. He found the whole thing crazy to start with, and felt that it was all just an excuse anyway. Sudamir helped the Abasins because he wanted his wife back. Everything else was just him lying to himself. Zorian also encountered a couple of other interesting facts while searching Sudamir's mind, such as the means Sudamir had used to control the Iron Beaks. Apparently it was a mixture of kidnapping their chicks to hold as hostages and dominating some of the more influential members of the flock. Iron Beaks were fiercely protective of their young and intelligent enough to understand a hostage situation, and also didn't seem to realize their leadership structure had been magically subverted, so this ploy worked surprisingly well. Zorian still wasn't sure if it was possible to do anything with this information, but he filed it away for future musings. Eventually, the topic of the interrogation drifted to the issue of primordial summoning, well, more like Zorian guided it there, but whatever, and Zorian decided to see if Sudamir knew the answer to a question that had been bothering Zorian for quite some time. Why does the cult of the world dragon need a shifter child to complete the ritual? Zorian asked. Children. Plural, Sudamir said. He had mostly stopped struggling against Zorian's mental probes by now, since it hurt a lot less that way. Currently he mostly focused on trying to shift the interrogation away from sensitive topics. Too bad for him that Zorian knew a great deal about what he and his allies had been doing in the past several months. The ritual needs at least 5 shifter children to work. Ideally more. Zorian frowned. 5 children. What happens to them? Alanik asked. Sacrificed, of course, Sudamir said, rolling his eyes. His thoughts told Zorian that he considered that a very stupid question. Ask an obvious question, get an obvious answer. Why so many? Zorian asked. And why children? Why shifter children? There is only so much primordial essence one can extract from any particular shifter, Sudamir said. And that essence gets progressively more integrated into the shifter's body as they age, making it next to impossible to extract. Only very young shifters have any significant amount of free-floating primordial essence in their bodies. What? Explain, Alanik told him. Sudamir sighed. Simply splicing a foreign soul into your own won't make you a shifter. At least, not the kind people are familiar with. A stream of disjointed flashes flew across Sudamir's mind and Zorian dived deeper into his memories to investigate. Sudamir knew this stuff because, he had been doing research into shifters for years now. He had captured dozens of shifters, experimenting on them in a brutal fashion to see what makes them tick. He even made several attempts to produce one, the most successful one being his production of the silver one. Disturbingly, though, the silver one wasn't a human granted the ability to turn into a winter wolf, but the opposite. He had grafted a human soul onto a winter wolf, granting him increased intelligence and ability to turn human if he so wished. Why would he do such a thing? Zorian took a deep breath and pushed the thought out of his mind. While horrible, Sudamir's shifter experiments were basically a drop in the bucket as far as Sudamir's crimes were concerned. Asking him about it would just waste the little time he had left with the man. In order to make the transformation so flexible and thorough, the ancestors of modern shifters had to use something more, Sudamir continued. Specifically, they used a bit of primordial blood they had recovered from the creature imprisoned beneath Cyoria. That particular primordial was noted for its shape-shifting prowess, and thus served as a potent catalyst for their own rituals. It is one of the reasons why their shifter rituals are so hard to acquire for outsiders. Even if they can procure the instructions for the ritual, they still need the blood of an existing shifter to perform it, because they're the only ones with primordial essence coursing through their blood. The cultists want to use that primordial essence as a key to open the prison, Zorian mused out loud. Yes, Sudamir confirmed. Zorian could feel that the man liked talking about this topic, as it shifted the interrogation away from his misdeeds onto someone he didn't much care about. Although he was technically a member of the cult, Sudamir didn't seem to have any emotional attachment to his fellow initiates. In a way, that essence is still a part of the primordial, and can thus be used as a tool for bridging the gap between our world and the pocket dimension where the primordial has been imprisoned. Pocket dimension, huh? Alanik said. That is why they call it a summoning ritual, Sudamir said. Technically, the primordial isn't on the same plane of existence as the rest of us. The gods made a special extra-dimensional prison to shove it into. Such pocket dimensions always have a place where they touch our reality, though, and the cult has long ago found where the anchor point for the prison is. Zorian was forced to terminate the interrogation soon afterwards, but before he did so, he made sure to memory wipe Sudamir of his recent memories. As far as he was concerned, the interrogation had never taken place. As they left, Alanik commented on the fact Zorian was not using any words or gestures to perform his mind magic. His tolerance for Zorian's peculiarities was probably steadily approaching the breaking point, and he would soon demand some kind of explanation. Unfortunate, but the lack of gestures and chants was not something Zorian could fake. He was pretty sure an expert mage like Alanik would notice if he tried to make something up to mask his ability. By the time he'd finally gone back to Cyoria, it was already evening and Kiriel was sound asleep. Imaya remained awake to wait for him, which Zorian found a little bizarre. He had already made up an excuse yesterday for the fact that he would be absent for an entire day, and told her not to wait for him. She cared a bit too much about her tenants for a landlord, in his opinion. As he went to bed, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of chaos was going to follow in the wake of the fall of Ayaska Mansion. He supposed he would find out soon. Break. In the next couple of days, Alanik left him alone and refrained from getting him involved in further investigations. That didn't mean that he and the rest of Eldamar's authorities were idle, though, in the days that followed, Cyoria was rocked by one scandal after another as important people started getting arrested and brought in for questioning left and right. Zorian paid close attention to who was getting arrested, even though he actually already knew most of them due to his interrogation session with Sudamir. Aside from paying attention to the arrests going around him and the reactions they were causing, Zorian also executed several attacks against various Iranian webs to continue accumulating experience needed for interpreting the matriarch's memory packet. He was good enough at picking his targets at this point that he had few issues with actually subduing Iranian patrols, but he found the experience very draining in an emotional sense. He was basically attacking random Irania for no reason whatsoever, all because he needed a victim to practice his memory reading on, and it was hard not to feel like a villain. Some of the Irania begged him to stop or repeatedly tried to talk to him instead of fighting back. He simply withdrew whenever he encountered such individuals, seeking out more aggressive individuals that actually fought back against his unprovoked aggression, even though that was infinitely more dangerous and definitely not the most efficient strategy. A few days more passed before Alanik had finally contacted him, using a letter, of all things. The message was short, basically telling him that some people were asking about him, but that he was successfully dodging their questions for now. The letter warned Zorian not to draw further attention if he wished to remain anonymous, since people were already interested in him. Fair enough. He had already decided he would terminate the restart in a few more days. He just wanted to wait for a little while longer to see if something interesting would happen, since he didn't think the arrests had reached a critical point yet. By this point Kale had moved into the house and Zorian had already told him about the time loop and given him his research notebooks, so he decided to tell him a little about Sudamir and the information he had learned from the man. He omitted any information about Kale's friends and acquaintances, since the Morlock had told him to keep that secret from him, but that still left a lot of stuff to talk about. Oh. Shifters have the essence of a primordial inside of their bodies? Kale said, surprised. That's what the man said, at least, Zorian nodded. I can't help but wonder how this extraction thing works. Do the cultists really have to kill those kids to get this primordial essence? Almost certainly, Kale nodded. It sounds like it's part of their life force. It would make sense for something that is inherited from parent to child. Regardless of method, removing someone's life force is never benign. Ritual sacrifice is simply the fastest way to perform blood magic on them, but even if the cultists used something fancier, the results would likely be the same. Blood magic? Asked Zorian curiously. You know what that is? Ah, right, you probably don't know. The Mage Guild does tend to suppress that information, doesn't it? Kale mused. Blood magic involves using people's life force, usually to fuel various spells. Life force is really potent, much more so than regular mana, so the temptation is always there. Of course, not only are blood magic rituals incredibly dangerous, using your life force also has terrible effects on the body. Thus, most mages who dabble in it prefer to use other people's life force instead of their own. You know all those stories about villains that ritually sacrifice people for power? They're basically doing blood magic. Oh. So that's blood magic. Kind of underwhelming, Zorian said. I thought it would be something incredibly arcane and sinister, considering how obsessive the Mage Guild is about purging any mention of it from books. Blood magic is very easy to do, so long as you have a steady stream of sacrifices, Kale said. And there is little variation in the amount of life force between different humans. Any random civilian will do as a sacrifice. It's a very quick if bloody road to power, and the Mage Guild is afraid that if the information about blood magic was freely available, you would see blood mages popping up all over the place. I've also heard that blood magic can be used to steal other people's bloodlines and special abilities, and you can imagine how all those super special noble houses would feel about that. The Mage Guild cracks down on it very viciously, and blood magic produces too many victims for a practitioner to hide for long. Before Zorian could continue the conversation, a series of explosions started to erupt across the city, causing them both to run outside to see what was happening. They found the rest of the inhabitants of the house to be unhurt but confused and frightened by the detonations, though Zorian already had a pretty good idea what was happening. His suspicions were confirmed when he climbed to the roof of the house and took a look at the city around them, only to see vast swathes of it burning and many of the streets overrun with war trolls and hostile mages. The Abasins and the Cult of the World Dragon had decided to launch their invasion early. Break. The next several hours were a blur. Though the invaders didn't have the support of Iron Beaks and the undead normally provided by Sudamir, and though Sioria's forces were far more prepared for foul play this time around, the invaders still had a lot of firepower and did their best to cause huge amounts of damage. Though he wanted to go out and explore this unusual invasion, Zorian couldn't bring himself to abandon the rest of the household alone and undefended to the invaders. Instead he stayed at home, eliminating small groups of invaders that had decided to target this area of the city and occasionally using divination to spy on other parts of the city when things were relatively quiet. Interestingly, despite him eradicating at least 6 battle groups, Quadakikl never showed up to deal with him. Presumably he was a lot busier this time around, and couldn't afford to deal with a minor issue like him. To be honest, he didn't understand what the Abasins were trying to accomplish by launching this premature attack. At least their original plan to attack during the summer festival had a chance to really do some lasting harm to the city, while this one was doomed to fail right from the start. Then again, maybe they didn't have much choice. They surely knew by now that Eldamar's investigators were onto them, so waiting for the summer festival was clearly stupid, but with Iasca Mansion shut down, perhaps retreating to Ulquin Abasa in a timely manner was impossible. After a while, his scrying attempts noticed that fighting was especially fierce around the hole. This was where most of the invading forces were concentrated, and Quadakikl never seemed to move far from the place. Were the invaders gambling everything on the successful summoning of the primordial? It certainly seemed so. A part of him wondered if that meant Nachka had been kidnapped and was being ritually sacrificed as he watched, but he pushed that thought aside. He couldn't do anything about it, even if she was, and she would be alive when the next restart begins. It was interesting, though. If the cultists successfully released the primordial from its extradimensional prison, he would finally be able to see for himself how dangerous and destructive it was. The restart wasn't even close to ending, after all, so the primordial would have plenty of time to show its might. Hours ticked by and Zorian suddenly realized this was it. The fighting around the hole had reached a fevered pitch, with Eldamar's soldiers frantically trying to surge forward and overrun the invaders while Quadakikl rained a dizzying variety of suppressive fire on the forces arrayed against him. At some point one of Sioria's mages actually managed to melt half of his skull off with some kind of golden fire, which was the first time Zorian had ever seen something do actual damage to the ancient lich, but that didn't seem to hold him back much. Above the hole, and presumably on the inside of it, space shuddered and writhed, distorting everything like hot summer air. Slowly, jagged black threads started rising into the air from the depths, zigzagging through the air and occasionally forking offshoots. They were cracks, Zorian realized. Reality was breaking. Suddenly, a huge volume of space in the center of the crack simply caved in, creating a pitch-black hole that hung in the air. Something huge and dark brown, like a hand studded with mouths and eyes, shot out of the rip in space, but Zorian didn't have time to study it much. Without any prompting from him, the marker on his soul suddenly activated and everything went black. He woke up in his bed in Siren, with Kiriel wishing him a good morning. Break. With a sigh, Zorian helped Kiriel unload her luggage from the train, his mind still on the events of the previous restart. Why did the time loop restart when it did? Was it because Zack just happened to die at that point, or was it, like Zorian suspected, because the primordial was successfully released into the world? What kind of relationship did the primordial have with the time loop? Was the whole point of the time loop to prevent its release? He wondered whether the time loop ended when it usually did because a month was how long a default restart lasted or because that's when the primordial was usually released and he never bothered to stop the ritual until now. Welcome to Sioria, Kiri, he told her. Pretty impressive, isn't it? He was cheating, of course. He knew that Kiriel found Sioria's central train station impressive. This time, though, something else seemed to have attracted her attention. She said, pointing behind him. I think that guy wants to talk to you. Zorian turned around, only to see a pissed-off-looking Zack stomping towards him. Zorian was so shocked at the sight that he didn't move at all until the boy was practically in his face. He opened his mouth to give him an awkward hello, but before he could say anything, Zack's fist shot forward in a blur and punched him in the face. 53, Phantoms. Chapter 053 Phantoms. The moment Zorian realized that there was a fist flying towards him, he instinctively tried to take a step back to avoid it. Unfortunately, his and Kiriel's luggage was right behind him and he was never really a hand-to-hand fighter to begin with. Surprised and imbalanced as he was, Zach's punch not only connected with his face but also sent him sprawling to the ground, the back of his head slamming painfully against the unyielding concrete. He didn't black out, but the force of the impact still left him in a confused daze for some time. It couldn't have been very long, just a couple of seconds, but when he regained the ability to process what his senses were telling him, he found that his surroundings had absolutely exploded in the brief period of time he was incapacitated. Kiriel was screaming for help at the top of her voice, and she could scream really, really loudly when she wanted to, while simultaneously kicking and clawing at Zach like a cornered lynx. Zach, for his part, looked very confused and panicked, awkwardly trying to fend off Kiriel's attacks without hurting her while trying to explain himself. Sadly for him, his words were largely unintelligible due to Kiriel's shrill and incessant shouting. The boy seemed to be at a total loss as to how he should deal with the situation he found himself in. In other, less public circumstances, Zorian would have probably stayed on the ground for a little while longer, amused at Zach's predicament and feeling the boy deserved his fate. Serve him right for punching him out of nowhere like that. As it was, he scrambled to his feet as quickly as possible while looking around. As he thought, they were attracting a lot of attention from people around them. Everyone in the vicinity was watching the situation, talking and whispering amongst themselves and pointing fingers at them. It was likely that the only reason why nobody intervened into the situation yet was that Zach was visibly losing against Kiriel, making the situation sufficiently comical to put them at ease. Still, that could change any moment now. He was pretty sure he saw a couple of policemen hurrying over in their direction, if nothing else. Best to stop this before it escalated. He shouted for Kiriel to stop and calm down, and was a little surprised when she immediately stopped attacking and retreated behind him. Considering how fiercely she had defended him, he sort of expected her to be harder to restrain. But no, apparently now that he was back on his feet, it was his own responsibility to defend them both. Fair enough. Logically speaking, he was better qualified to stand up to Zach than a 9-year-old girl. Logic could be misleading, though. He doubted he could ever put Zach on the defensive as much as Kiriel had a few moments ago. It was a good thing that Zach didn't look like he wanted to continue attacking him anytime soon. Kiriel poked her head from behind Zorian to give Zach one final glare, causing him to flinch slightly, before turning to Zorian and giving him a questioning look. No doubt she wanted to know why this total stranger just punched him in the face out of nowhere. It was a good question. Why did Zach just do that? Hell if Zorian knew. He had considered the possibility that Zach might be hostile to him when they finally met, yes, but this wasn't really what he had in mind when he thought of a hostile Zach. Punching him in the face was hostile, yes, but physically attacking your target in a crowded train station was not a proper way to ambush a fellow time traveler. Even Zach should know this. So what was this about, really? Sighing heavily, Zorian ran his hand through his hair in frustration and gave Zach a good hard look. Two things immediately jumped out to him. First of all, he couldn't sense anything from Zach. As far as his empathy and mind sense were concerned, the boy in front of him did not exist. He had no thoughts or emotions at all. That meant that the Zach in front of him was either a very good illusion or under the effect of the mind-blank spell. Considering his punch felt quite real, he was going to assume it was the latter. Evidently Zach had come to this meeting a lot better prepared than he had been in the past. Secondly, he should probably get Kiriel's nails clipped after they got to Amaya's place, because they were evidently long enough to draw blood if she used them to scratch people. Zach had received a pretty nasty-looking wound on his forearm during his brief battle with her. As he noted before, Zach didn't seem interested in fighting with him anymore. The boy looked back at him with a strange smile and greeted him with a quick, awkward wave of his hand. Ugh, Zorian thought to himself unhappily. This guy. This, Zorian announced out loud, is all one giant misunderstanding. Yes. Zach immediately agreed, nodding frantically. Totally a misunderstanding. Of course, it couldn't really be that simple. Zack and Zorian spent the next 15 minutes explaining to Kiriel that they were classmates who knew each other from before and that this was just Zack making good on his promise to punch Zorian in the face the next time he saw him for being a big jerk. Or so Zack claimed, anyway. Zorian could hardly believe what he was hearing. That was serious. He had to admit he did vaguely remember Zack promising something along those lines in that awful soul kill restart when they had last seen each other, but he hadn't thought much of it. People make proclamations like that all the time. Zorian had totally forgotten about it until Zack reminded him about it. In any case, after they were done explaining things to Kiriel, they had to explain things again to the policeman that had come to check up on the disturbance. Since Zorian had stood up in Zack's defense, they decided not to arrest him, so instead they issued a monetary fine to both of them for fighting in public. Zorian personally thought that was totally bullshit, but since Zack immediately promised he would pay both of their fines out of his own pocket, he decided not to protest too much. Then it was time for a third round of explanation. Since Zack's attack on Zorian took place so soon after their arrival in Syoria, Fortov was still around and decided to check up on this disturbance happening nearby. It was pretty bizarre seeing Fortov actually concerned for his and Kiriel's well-being for once in his life, but the concern did not last very long. Once Fortov realized they were both fine and that Zorian's attacker was his friend, he quickly left them alone to go back to his friends. Not that Zorian was complaining, of course, the less time he had to spend around Fortov, the better. Still, this was the first time since forever that Fortov had sought him without intending to get a favor. He even managed to restrain himself from insulting Zorian in the course of talking to him. It was novel, and therefore interesting. Well then, Zorian clapped his hands. Now that that's done, we should get going. Our new landlord is waiting for us, and I want to get somewhere where people aren't staring at us and talking behind our backs. Is he going to come with us? Kiriel asked, giving Zack a suspicious look. Yes, Zack confirmed. He had largely recovered from Kiriel's attack by now, regaining most of his usual confidence. I need to talk to your brother about some things. What kind of things? Kiriel demanded. Serious things, Zack said. She looked to Zorian for confirmation and harumphed dismissively when he nodded in agreement to this. You're both stupid, she pouted. Acting like that in public, and I was actually scared we were under attack and everything. Don't be like that, Zorian told her, using one of his arms to draw her into a one-armed hug. I was really touched by your defense of me, you know. I'm pretty sure this was the first time someone stood up for me like that since, well, ever. She's too much, Zack said, studying the 3 bloody lines Kiriel had scratched into his forearm. So I'll tell you what, if you show some patience with Zack today, I'll answer any question you may have about the whole thing later in the evening before we go to sleep, Zorian told her, ignoring Zack's whining. Really? Kiriel asked, peering at him suspiciously. Really, Zorian confirmed. While Zorian didn't usually tell Kiriel that he was a time traveler, he wasn't violently opposed to the idea. Since it seemed he was going to interact with Zack pretty heavily in this restart, he didn't see much harm in telling her what was really going on. He was pretty sure Red Robe would sooner track him down by monitoring Zack's movements than by following a chain of distorted rumors back to Kiriel. Really? Zack asked, looking at him curiously. Yes, really. Zorian huffed. What's with all this disbelief? It's almost as if they didn't expect him to tell the truth or something. I already told her about the restarts before, and it wasn't a problem. You did? Kiriel frowned. But I don't remember you telling me anything about any restarts. Completely understandable, Zorian said, patting her on the head. Don't worry, all will become clear later. He hoped. He glanced at Zack again, wondering why the boy tracked him down now, of all times, after spending so many restarts avoiding Syoria. He really did hope Zack's arrival would make things clearer instead of just complicating things further. Break. Zorian had originally intended for this restart to be much like the previous ones, but with the sudden inclusion of Zack into his schedule, he decided that plan was untenable and would have to change. Accordingly, he did not bother meeting Nachka this time around, instead taking Kiriel and Zack straight to Amaya's place. Kiriel had a tendency to blab just about anything to Nachka, who was not exactly very good at keeping secrets herself, and that didn't mesh too well with his intention to tell Kiriel about the time loop in this restart. The first half of the journey was uncomfortably subdued. Well, Zorian himself didn't mind the peace and quiet all that much, but he knew that neither Kiriel nor Zack were predisposed to be that silent for long periods of time. The two did not know how they should act in the presence of the other and thus kept to themselves. That lasted up until it started raining. At that point Kiriel decided she wanted to play around with the rain barrier Zorian set up around them, just like she usually did at the start of the restart, Zack's presence be damned. That turned out to have been the icebreaker, and they both got more talkative all of a sudden. Both towards Zorian and to each other. Of course, he and Zack could not really discuss the time loop out in the open with Kiriel around, so their conversation mostly took place in the form of discussing their magical skills and occasionally demonstrating a spell or two to Kiriel and each other. Aside from being a useful conversational tool, it also allowed the two of them to compare their abilities against one another to see where they stood in regards to magical ability. Well, somewhat, obviously Zorian wasn't laying bare his entire skill set to Zack's scrutiny, and he doubted the other time traveler was being perfectly forthright either, but still. Just because the comparison wasn't complete did not mean it was worthless. What Zorian discovered was humbling. While Zack was very combat magic focused, just like the boy had admitted to him in the past, he had made good use of the time loop to turn himself into a well-rounded mage. He was the sort of archmage that made other archmages envious. He had expertise in just about every type of magic, including the notoriously difficult and specialized medical spells. He actually healed the scratch marks Kiriel gave him as a proof of that claim. Even in regards to crafting-oriented magics like alchemy and spell formula, which Zack admitted were his least favorite fields and which Zorian specialized in, the last Novita still possessed sufficient expertise to debate Zorian in a non-vacuous manner. Finally, the little demonstrations they did for Kiriel clearly showed that Zack's shaping skills weren't any worse than Zorian's. Despite having huge mana reserves, Zack had excellent shaping skills. Whatever Zorian could say about Zack's choices in the time loop, he clearly hadn't been standing idle this whole time. He had been steadily working on his skills for decades, and it showed. In retrospect, it was horribly arrogant of Zorian to even think he could have caught up to the guy in little more than 5 years. You know, I can't help but notice that your older brother left pretty quickly and didn't even try to talk to me, Zack said. Not that I'm complaining, since it works out better for me that way, but you'd think he'd be more interested in someone attacking his little brother in public. He knows that neither of us can stand him, so he keeps away, Kiriel said casually, doing her best to snatch the little animated water drakes flying around her out of the air. Zorian and Zack had competed earlier to see who can create more realistic-looking drakes out of the surrounding rainwater, so the entire shield bubble was still full of them. Zorian was pretty sure he won, but Kiriel was the judge and she claimed she couldn't tell the difference. The little traitor. I don't think he's that considerate, Zorian scowled. He just didn't feel like spending time on us. He had better things to do than waste time on his younger siblings. No, I'm pretty sure he knows you hate him, Kiriel said, shaking her head. He even said so when we were alone once. It's why he tries to avoid you if he can help it. He thinks he's doing you a favor. Zorian frowned. He supposed he hadn't been terribly subtle about his opinion about Fortov, so he wasn't really surprised that Fortov knew. He did find it hard to accept that Fortov's behavior was motivated by anything other than his selfishness, though. If he wanted to do Zorian a favor, why was it that he still came to Zorian from time to time to ask for favors? That was the worst reason possible for approaching him. The whole reason why he hated Fortov was because he always had to make up for Fortov's failures to do his job in addition to his own duties. So you think I'm being too harsh with him? Zorian asked curiously. Before he had gotten stuck in the time loop, the mere insinuation that this was the case would have been the equivalent of throwing a lit match in a bowl of lamp fuel. Now he found himself honestly curious about what Kiriel thought about the topic. No. Yes. Maybe, Kiriel said. I mean, he's still a jerk and I don't like him either. So I know how you feel. But maybe us being mean to him back isn't the correct thing to do. Maybe he'd be better if we were more patient with him. I'm not. I try being nice to him sometimes, but he makes it very hard. Yeah, I'll bet, Zorian snorted derisively. You know, I'm getting the idea that your family is a little messed up, Zack said. You have no idea, Zorian said. And that's probably a good idea. Let's end the subject here, okay? Fine, fine, Zack acquiesced. So, is this the place? Zorian looked at the house Zack was pointing out and nodded. That's Amaya's house, yes. Let me just arrange for everything with the landlord and unpack a little and then we can talk. Do you have a place already lined up? I didn't think that far, Zack admitted. Zorian sighed. Figures. Then we'll go to the ruins of the Iranian colony in the tunnels below us. There is already a pretty good warding scheme protecting the place. Oh, so you know where that is? Zack said, perking up. Did any of the spiders survive? Spiders? Kiriel mumbled, brows furrowed in thought. Zorian could tell she had been analyzing their every word during the entire walk, trying to figure out what they were hiding. It was both commendable and amusing. No, none, Zorian shook his head. Zack immediately deflated. So it's just the two of us, or, he asked hopefully. Though his empathy could pick nothing from him, Zack wasn't a terribly hard person to read. Zorian realized that Zack really wanted to talk to fellow time travelers. The more of them there were, the better. He must have been very lonely and bored all these years he spent in the time loop. Just, let me drop off Kiriel at the house and then we'll talk, Zorian said. You better not forget your promise, Kiriel warned, jabbing him in the ribs with her bony little index finger. Yeah, she was definitely getting her nails clipped when he got back. Fine, said Zack. I'll wait for you to dash. Oh no, Zorian said, cutting him off. Do you know what Amaya would do to me if she heard I left a person out here in the rain instead of inviting them inside? And she'd definitely hear, because Kiriel is too much of a tattletale to keep her mouth shut. Hey, said Tattletale protested. She won't care that you're a mage and can easily protect yourself against the rain. I'd be hearing lectures and snide comments for days, Zorian said. You're coming inside and introducing yourself to Amaya. And so, with Kiriel and Zack in tow, Zorian walked up to Amaya's door and knocked. Break. After an hour or so, once everything had been arranged, Zorian led Zack into the depths of Cyoria's underworld. Along the way, Zorian explained the truth behind what happened to Zack. There had been no large number of time travelers, just him and the Iranians piggybacking on him using memory packets. And in the aftermath of their confrontation with Red Robe, the Irania were all dead, soul killed, according to Red Robe. While Zorian had some doubts about that, it was undeniable that the Irania started every loop dead from that point on. Once they had reached the dead Iranian settlements and Zack had had the chance to study the place for a while, they sat down and began to talk. I tried to find this place immediately after that restart, Zack noted, staring at the nearby Iranian corpse. He was surprisingly shaken by the dead settlement, considering Irania were rather inhuman and he had known them for a very short time anyway. All I found were some isolated Iranian corpses like this one. Those were basically guard posts, explained Zorian. Yeah, I guess. Maybe I'd have tracked it down eventually, but then this Red Robe tried to ambush me. Zorian perked up. This was the first clue he had about Red Robe's activities in the wake of Zorian's confrontation with him. He attacked you? Zorian asked, leaning forward with interest. Attacked me and lost, Zack grinned proudly. He's not that hard to beat without Quadakickle to support him. So Zack was good enough to defeat Red Robe in a straight one-on-one fight. That was good to know. I guess he was counting on the advantage of surprise, but I saw his ambush from a mile away, Zack continued. I knew he was probably stalking me, so I was already on guard. Still, he managed to escape in the end, and I didn't really feel safe wandering around these tunnels with someone like that hunting me. I basically left Syoria and hid for the rest of the restart. Did he ever come after you again? Zorian asked. Yes. Once, Zack said. In the very next restart, he tried to attack me at its very beginning. He teleported straight through the wards on my home and tried to kill me while I was still in the bedroom, getting dressed. And he once again fled when you defeated him? Zorian asked. Well, I'm actually the one that fled there, Zack said, coughing uncomfortably. I was still half asleep and in my underwear, okay? I didn't expect him to come after me so early. Anyway, from that point on I have been leaving Syoria at the start of every restart to prevent further surprises like that. Even if Red Robe never came after me again after that one surprise attack. Zorian hummed thoughtfully. He doubted that Red Robe spent all this time trying to track down Zack, so this still did not explain why he had been quiet all this time, but it was interesting information nonetheless. What did Red Robe want from Zack so badly? So, why did you stop hiding now, of all times? And did you really have to punch me in the face like that? Zorian asked sourly. My teeth still hurt from that. Do you even have to ask? Zack scoffed. You have been stuck in this time loop along with me for gods know how long, and you never came to me about it. No, worse than that, when I came to talk to you, you played dumb and did things on your own behind my back. You deserved a good punch in the face just for that. Zorian fiddled with his glasses awkwardly. Okay, it did sound kind of bad when he said it like that. But he had good reason for behaving like he did. He really did. But you know, I understand, Zack continued. I got played like a drum by that red-robed fucker that's looping along with us. He messed with my mind and was probably monitoring me somehow. You're sure he's not doing it right now, right? Zorian cut in with a question. I know how to shield myself from tracking magic, Zorian, Zack said frostily. Better than you, I imagine. It's just that I usually didn't bother with it, since I thought I was the only person aware of the time loop, so why bother? Ever since that night, though, I've been layering non-detection spells on myself constantly. The asshole hasn't managed to track me down once in all this time. I doubt anyone can. I can, Zorian noted. But then again, I seem to have an advantage that Red Robe does not seem to possess. I'll trust that you know how to protect yourself. Zack gave him an unreadable look. Almost without thinking, he tried to focus his empathy on the boy to get a better feel for his emotions, only to suddenly remember that Zack was under the effect of mind blank when he felt nothing at all from the boy. Yes, Zack could definitely protect himself if he wanted to. You'll tell me about that later, Zack said, shaking his head. Anyway, sorry for snapping at you. I'm still kind of angry at myself for getting screwed over by Red Robe. I get a little testy about the subject. But anyway. I understand. It was dangerous to just talk to me directly with Red Robe lurking in the background. I still think you should have talked to me, but I can see why you'd think otherwise. I can even understand why you left that night without bothering to explain anything to me, considering what ended up happening. Zack gestured towards a nearby Iranian corpse for emphasis. So I decided to leave you alone for a while. Even once it became obvious that Red Robe was no longer after me, and had essentially disappeared into thin air as far as I could tell, I stayed away so as to not attract attention to you. Just in case Red Robe was somehow watching, despite all my precautions. I figured you knew what you're doing, and once you were ready, you'd come to me so we could tackle the time loop and this Red Robe guy together. How did he expect Zorian to track him down if he purposely made himself as untraceable as possible? Never mind, he'd ask that question some other time. Best not to interrupt the boy now. And then you pull that crap in the last restart, said Zack, anger leaking into his voice. "You're finally making a move, and in a big way too, triggering the invasion several weeks early, but you made no attempt to involve me in any way. How can I not be angry? How can I not want to punch you in the face? Do you think so little of me? Just because you saw me brought down by two incredibly powerful opponents, one of which is a 1,000-year-old lich, you think you can dash?" Zack, listen, that wasn't intentional," Zorian said hurriedly, trying to stop Zack from getting too angry. He had a feeling he was going to get another punch in the face if he let the boy get going too much. "I never intended that restart to blow up like that. The whole thing was a mistake, it escalated way beyond what I was comfortable with, but I was curious and... Did you even intend to contact me? Ever?" Zack asked him bluntly. "Yes. Absolutely," Zorian confirmed. "Probably after this very restart." Zack leaned back in surprise, giving him a surprised look. "Oh," he said, anger draining right out of him. "Well, if that's so, then it's probably good I came to you when I did, isn't it?" "I'm kind of in the middle of something important," Zorian sighed. "I really should be focusing on that. Hell, I should have been focusing on it in the previous restart too, instead of messing around with Ayaska Mansion and the invaders, but I can get really stupid sometimes. That's why I only wanted to contact you after this restart. If it's so important, why not let me help?" Zack asked curiously. "It's not something you can help me with," said Zorian. "Remember those memory packets the Urania used to retain awareness between restarts? Well, here's the thing." He then launched into an explanation about the Matriarch's memory packet and how he had been trying to hone his Urania memory interpreting skills to a high enough level to understand its contents. This also led to a discussion about Zorian's mind magic abilities. Zack was clearly uncomfortable with mind magic, which made sense considering how it was used against him. After some internal debate, Zorian offered to have a look inside Zack's mind to see what exactly Red Robe had done to him, but Zack predictably refused. He admitted that he didn't really trust Zorian that far yet, and maybe never would. Zorian was just glad the other boy didn't take offense at his offer. "So if I understand you correctly, you're attacking isolated Iranian patrols in order to practice memory reading skills on subdued Urania," Zack said. "Yes," Zorian confirmed. "And you think I can't help you there?" Zack asked incredulously. "Zorian, you're a total idiot." Zorian fumbled, not sure how to respond to that. "Zorian, with my help you would not need to waste time stalking isolated patrols. We could just walk up to the main Iranian settlement and take them all head-on," Zack told him. "I've done that before. I didn't just spend all these past months keeping out of Red Robe's sight, I've also been investigating things on my own, such as searching for other Iranian webs around the continent to see if they can help me. Except that I'm not psychic like you and they can be incredibly dismissive and rude to flickerminds like myself. I've been attacked plenty of times, and I know exactly how to fight them. They're no match for me at all. The power disparity is so big I can actually focus on incapacitating them instead of aiming to kill, even when they attack in groups. With my help, you could have had hundreds of Iranian practice dummies every week, maybe every day. It largely depends on how fast we can find new webs to target." Zorian stared at Zack for a few seconds before swallowing heavily. That was a good point. He hadn't even considered that. "Well, what's done is done," Zack shrugged. "But I'm here now, so you have no excuse to keep being stupid. When do we start?" Break. In the end, Zorian decided there was no reason to delay things, they would be going after their first web the very next day. In the meantime, he went back to Amaya's place and talked to Kiriel. She claimed to believe him when he said he was a time traveler, but Zorian could sense she wasn't entirely convinced yet. Even after he recreated a stack of her drawings from his mental storage and showed them to her. Though that part did seem to make his story a lot more plausible to her. "I'm relieved," she told him before going to bed for the night. "You were so nice to me, it was really scary. I was afraid you were replaced by some kind of shape changer. Go to sleep, Kiri, Zorian sighed. The next day Zorian located one of the smaller webs in the vicinity of Scioria and took Zack there. He wasn't entirely convinced the operation would go as smoothly as Zack had promised, but Zack soon made all his fears groundless. The Iranian web in front of them was subdued with terrifying ease. There were no fancy tactics involved. Zack simply walked up to the settlement's main entrance tunnel and started raining down spells on the ill-prepared defenders. Waves of translucent blue force battered them against the walls, animated serpents made out of lightning electrocuted them and grasping ectoplasmic threads entangled them and stopped them from simply fleeing. When they realized that Zack was immune to mind magic, the Arania turned to traps, ambushes and mass attacks, but Zack simply punched through them, barely slowed at all. Magical traps were dispelled, non-magical traps disabled with alteration spells, the mass attacks and ambushes Zack simply tackled head-on and won anyway. In less than half an hour, every Arania that did not flee was incapacitated or dead. Aside from actually locating the web, Zorian hadn't done much and had just stood back and watched the carnage. Zack was absolutely terrifying. Do you think this will be enough for you to work with? Zack asked, rocking back and forth on the balls of his feet and giving him an expectant look. Zorian gave him an annoyed look. He could sense at least 50 Iranian minds around them. The asshole knew well enough that this was more than Zorian could have subdued in an entire week of non-stop attacks on Iranian patrols. This was just him taking a subtle swipe at him. Then again, considering the level of skill Zack had just displayed, maybe he deserved to be a little arrogant. Yeah, he said. It's plenty. Break. After talking about things for a while and exchanging information, both Zack and Zorian agreed that neither of them knew all that much about the time loop. Like Zorian had long suspected, Zack spent most of his time trying to think up a way to counter the invasion and had not put much thought into what the time loop actually was. According to him, he always thought he had to find a way to counter the invasion in order to end the time loop. He could not explain why he thought so, since his memories were full of unexplained holes, but he felt very sure about that. That could be a confirmation of Zorian's earlier theory that the release of the primordial was what triggered the restart, but it could also be a compulsion that Red Robe had put on Zack to screw him over. After all, the release of the primordial in the previous restart involved very visible cracks in space heralding its coming, something that Zorian had never witnessed before. And it wasn't like he had never observed the area around the hole during the last moments of previous restarts. Why had the release of the primordial never caused such dramatic symptoms in the past? Regardless, they both agreed that opening the matriarch's memory packet was their best bet for getting some solid answers. Accordingly, over the course of the next week, most of their time was spent on tracking down and attacking various Iranian webs. They attacked a new one every single day, and the amount of experience in reading Iranian minds that Zorian had accumulated was incredible. Zorian probably read more Iranian minds in that 1 week alone than he had in the entire 2 previous restarts combined. The especially important part was that Zorian was no longer just reading the minds of random guards and patrol Arania, but also the minds of their leaders and even matriarchs. Not only were these higher-ranking Arania especially hard to read, and thus gave the most useful experience, their thoughts were also an entire order of magnitude harder to interpret. There seemed to be a method among Arania to turn their mental powers inward onto their own minds, and most higher-ranking Arania had at least some expertise in it. Zorian wasn't exactly sure what those techniques were designed to accomplish, but they altered the thoughts and perceptions of the user immensely. As a matriarch of a powerful web, Spear of Resolve was doubtlessly a user of these techniques as well. If Zorian had tried to interpret her memories without having taken this into account, he would have likely been in for a nasty surprise. On Monday, when classes began, Zorian visited Svim's office to try and bring him into awareness of the time loop again. In the previous restart, Svim had been very suspicious of him and his overtures hadn't gone anywhere. It was difficult to know how much that had to do with his approach and how much of it was a product of all the arrests in Scioria at the time, but Zorian was not taking any chances this time. He suspected he had tried to move a little too fast in the previous restarts, so this time he was more conservative. He waited until Svim was in his office before visiting him, tried to reduce his arguments to bare essentials and then finally handed him the code the man made him memorize. Svim still told him to come back on Friday in the end, but Zorian had a feeling things would end up working better this way. He was right. On Friday, Svim tentatively accepted his story and once again decided to help Zorian grow by honing his dimensional magic and shaping skills. For now he just tested Zorian's abilities to see where he stood, but he promised to have something more substantial for him next week. Considering how busy this restart promised to be, Zorian was perfectly fine with that kind of pace. The first week also reminded him how much more Kiriel focused on him when there was no Nachka around to distract her. Without a friend of similar age to spend most of her time with, Kiriel focused most of her attention on trying to monopolize Zorian's time as much as possible. He had almost forgotten how clingy and annoying she could be, and now resorted to building all kinds of magical toys for her to amuse herself with and leave him alone for a few minutes. Thankfully, she liked puzzles, and there were a lot of magical puzzles described in old spell formula books. Mages loved inventing them for some reason. Later in the week, when Kale and Kana moved into the house, some of that attention shifted onto Kana. In the restarts where Zorian introduced Kiriel to Nachka, Kana inevitably ended up as something of a third wheel to the two of them. They played with her, sure, but in any group of 3 people, someone was going to get pushed to the side, and Kana was much younger than Kiriel and Nachka, and silent to boot. He kind of suspected that Kana was happier with just Kiriel around. Since Kale was always informed of the time loop the moment he arrived at Amaya's house, and since Zack often visited the place to speak with Zorian, the two of them finally had the opportunity to meet and talk with one another. Although they did discuss the time loop a little, Kale had yet to fully absorb the content of his notebooks. That was getting harder and harder as the number of past restarts and the number of notes in them increased, so that didn't really get anywhere. Instead, they mostly talked about alchemy. And the weeping. Zorian would have thought they'd shy away from the topic, but apparently they were perfectly fine with bonding over their shared tragedies. Currently, both Zack and Zorian were sitting beneath a tree in the middle of nowhere, a small copse of trees surrounded by farmland in the vicinity of Jatnik, not really a notable area in any way. Zack was currently trying to make an unbroken crown of daisies, and failing hilariously, while Zorian stared at the map of Eldamar that had every web they had located marked on it. Thanks to the memories of various matriarchs and Iranian diplomats that Zorian had recently viewed, he now knew the locations of hundreds upon hundreds of new webs. Deciding where next to attack was actually quite a problem at this point. "Hey, Zorian," Zack suddenly said, discarding the daisy crown he was building in a huff after accidentally tearing it apart again. "I know you're on a time limit, but do you think we could take a few days to find a specific Iranian web?" Zorian gave him a curious look. Truthfully, he found their current pace very demanding and stressful, and would have probably begged for a break soon enough anyway. "I could, yes," he nodded, pointing at the map in front of him. "I won't say the map we have is really comprehensive or anything, but even if the web you're looking for isn't on it, it can probably point us in the right direction." "Yeah, that's why I'm bringing it up," Zack said. "I originally wanted to wait until you opened the Matriarch's package before mentioning this, but the more I think about it, the more I think we should check this out now. Maybe it will be crucial in understanding what the Matriarch was thinking." "What is it?" Zorian asked. "Spear of Resolve told me back then that if anything should happen to her, I should go talk to the Ghost Serpent Acolyte's web," said Zack. "She refused to say where they are or how to reach them, though. That's why I have been visiting the Arania webs ever since then." Zorian frowned. "Ghost Serpent Acolytes? The web that refused to speak to him because their spirit told them he was bad news? Could it be that they or their spirit knew something about the time loop?" Well, the time loop did sever the link between the material plane and the spiritual ones, and the Ghost Serpent Acolytes worshipped some kind of snake spirit. Even if it was a native spirit, and thus lived in the material world, maybe it still had some kind of connection to the spirit planes and knew something important. "I know where they are," Zorian said. "There is no need to search for them. I can just tell you where they are." Oh, Zack said. Wow, and I spent so much time looking for them. I can't believe I could have just popped over to you and asked you where they live. We really should have met sooner than this, it seems. Yeah, Zorian agreed. Anyway, it's probably best if I just point you in the right direction and don't come with you. Every time I tried to talk to them in the past they said their spirit doesn't like me and that I should go away. It says I'm bad news. That's weird, Zack frowned. What did you do to piss it off? Nothing, Zorian said, shaking his head. I even tried visiting them soon after the restart began, before I ever interacted with any Urania. They react exactly the same way. I don't know what's up with that, but it's best if you go there alone and don't give them any indication we know each other. After listening to Zorian's directions, Zack immediately teleported away to meet with the ghost serpent acolytes and Zorian himself returned home to wait for him and get some much-needed rest. However, it was only several hours later that Zack returned to Cyoria as well and came over to Amaya's place to talk to him. He walked up to the table Zorian was sitting at and sat down next to him, an unreadable expression on his face. They wouldn't see me, Zack said. Their spirit says I'm bad news. Really? So we're both bad news, Zorian hummed, tapping his fingers against the table. Did they say why you're bad news? No, Zack shook his head. Do you think we should just attack them and read their memories? Zorian asked. He was all for being considerate, but it was obvious at this point that the ghost serpent acolytes held some important piece of the puzzle in regards to the time loop. No, Zack said quickly. If they know we're time travelers, perhaps they have some method of perceiving the restarts. Attacking them might forever sour their opinions of us. Maybe we try going there at the same time and refuse to leave until they agree to speak with us. Zorian arched an eyebrow at Zack. What? Zack defended himself. It's worth a try. Don't underestimate the effectiveness of being annoying for extended periods of time. In the end, Zorian agreed to go along with Zack's plan of annoying the ghost serpent acolytes into talking with them. He notified Kiriel and Amaya that he'd be gone from the house for a while and then left with Zack to visit the suspiciously judgmental web. The moment they approached the Iranian settlement, they were immediately ushered inside. Zack and Zorian gave each other an incredulous look and tried to ask their Iranian guides why they were admitted so readily when Zack was turned down earlier in the day as bad news. They were simply told that the ghost serpent wanted to see them and that they neither knew what was happening nor cared. They just did as they were told. Eventually they were led into a large circular cavern filled with water. There was a large rocky outcropping jutting from the center of this miniature underground lake, and a stone bridge connected the entrance to the cave to this rock. The ceiling of the cave was covered in small clumps of glowing white crystals, giving it an appearance reminiscent of the night sky full of stars, and the waters of the lake were dark and still. All in all, the cave gave off a very eerie feel to Zorian. Floating in the middle of this underground lake, just above the rocky outcropping, was a giant, milky white, translucent snake. The only spot of color present on the ghostly serpent were its eyes, which had a soft pink glow. Spirit names were often very fanciful and poetic, but it seemed that the ghost serpent was exactly what it advertised itself as. The moment he and Zack entered the cavern, the ghost serpent focused its large slitted eyes on them. A wave of pink light rippled across its ghostly scales, traveling out from its eyes and down to the very tip of its tail, and then it spoke. "Leave us, leave us, leave us," it said, its voice soft and melodious, not a trace of a hiss in the pronunciation. Why it felt the need to repeat the order 3 times was anyone's guess, since the Urania immediately began leaving the chamber after it had instructed them to leave. The ghost serpent waited for the Urania to leave and seal the entrance before it began to speak again. "How?" it demanded. "How can there be 2 of you? I know the rules well enough, only one can enter and only one can leave." "We don't know what you're talking about," Zack protested, folding his hands across his chest. "Why don't you start from the beginning, okay?" "You cannot order me," branded one. The ghost serpent snapped, coiling through the air angrily before fixing its glowing pink eyes at Zack again. I hate you, hate you, hate you. Thief and murderer. Liar and egg smasher. Hey, that's slander. Zack protested. We don't even know each other. This is the first time we've met. Is it? Is it really, really, really? The ghost serpent asked with narrowed eyes, once again employing the unnecessary repetition in its words. I wouldn't know, even if it is, would I? I know how this works. You both bear the brand. It glanced at Zorian for a second. That is the only reason I'm talking to you. I know the brand and I know what it means. Most have forgotten it, dormant as it has been in the past few cycles, but I am older than the mountains and rivers, and I remember. I remember the crimes they did, the way they made me fall. And if they behaved as they did at the end, who dares even imagine what they did in the in-between? But the branded ones are one and there are two of you. This makes no sense. Ghost Serpent, you must believe us when we say that we understand very little about what is happening, Zorian said. I have gathered from your words that you know about the time loop, yes? The time loop? Ghost Serpent repeated slowly, as if tasting the words. An interesting choice of words. But nobody remembers the in-between. Only the branded one. This is something that has happened again and again in the past. It is not difficult to understand. Then please shower us with your wisdom and explain it to us dumb people, Zack said, rolling his eyes. You're saying there have been more time loops in the past? Zorian asked hurriedly, before Zack had the chance to piss off the ghost serpent for good. Fortunately, it seemed that while the ghost serpent knew about the time loop, it did not actually retain the memories between restarts. It just knew that it was stuck in the time loop and could recognize them as time travelers due to their marker, which meant that this situation was possibly reproducible, and even if they bungled things up, it should still be possible to retry this conversation again. They were regular like the progression between night and day, Ghost Serpent replied. Every 400 years, whenever the planets aligned. But the gate has been lost for some time now, or perhaps the key. Alas, it seems someone has finally enacted this wretched thing again. May he burn in the molten heart of the world forever, ever, ever. The ghost serpent writhed in the air for a moment, seemingly overcome with anger and outrage at the person responsible for the time loop. Then it focused on them both once again and spoke. I remember. Do you not? It asked. Do not answer, I can see it on your faces. I do not understand how the brand can be shared, but clearly it has happened. I do not wish to talk to you anymore. Please, O great spirit of this cavern, Zorian knelt, hoping that flattery and some humility may buy them some time. I can see you have been wronged grievously by the branded ones in the past. We do not dispute your grudge. But we have been thrust into the time loop unknowingly and without any say on our behalf. Flattery is good, but useless here, the ghost serpent said. I know how this works. You will come here again and again, sucking me dry of any knowledge and wisdom, learning of my fears and weaknesses, and you will take until there is nothing else. The only thing to do is not to engage you at all. What can you do to me, after all? Today I die, and tomorrow I live once more. We just want to know how this time loop works, Zorian said. Yes. Zack agreed. Just tell us what is happening here. If we are really the evil masterminds you imagine us being, then you'd be telling us something we already know anyway. Ghost Serpent hovered in the air silently for a while, considering the request. Very well, it said eventually. But after that, you must leave. And if you have any honor at all, you will never visit me again. Even after I have forgotten. We promise, Zack said easily. Zorian couldn't help but wonder if the boy really meant it. After all, the ghost serpent could be such a useful source of information. Promises are but wind, but they are better than nothing at all, Ghost Serpent said. Watch closely. The spirit shifted its gaze to the still waters around them, and a large sphere of water floated up in the air from the surface. After a few moments, the sphere flew over to where Zack and Zorian were standing and started writhing like it was about to burst. Instead it unfolded into a crude diagram, a single horizontal line with an upturned triangle balanced on top of it by the tip. The bottom link is the beginning and the end, the ghost serpent said. It is the world you were born in, and the world you will die in. The triangle is the world of in-between. It exists between the moments, constantly destroyed and recreated anew. A lifetime condensed in a moment. We are all trapped in this place, phantoms created for the branded ones like you to learn from and test themselves against. When the fires that fuel the world of in-between run out, we will all fade away into the void, except for the branded one, who will go to the end, to live through this month one last time. Wait, are you saying this is all fake? Zack asked incredulously. That we're all some kind of illusion. A reproduction, not an illusion, Ghost Serpent replied. If you could mimic a painting in every stroke and shade, would it not be as real as the original from which it sprang? But that's Zack began to protest. Enough. Ghost Serpent snapped. I have given you what you asked for. Honor your end of the bargain and leave. Guards. Escort them out. And then, before either Zorian or Zack could protest further, the ghost serpent dived into the waters of the lake and disappeared from view. Despite its ghostly appearance, its dive caused a huge splash, forcing Zorian and Zack to quickly shield themselves or be thoroughly drenched. Okay, that was just rude. Regardless, the Arania soon came in politely, but firmly threw them out of the settlement. They both stood outside in silence for a while, lost in their own thoughts. So, Zack said. What do you think? I think that I need to open that memory packet as soon as possible, Zorian replied. The ghost serpent story had given Zorian a horrible suspicion about what Red Robe had been doing all this time. 54, The Gate is Barred. Chapter 054 The Gate is Barred. In the wake of their talk with the ghost serpent and their subsequent ejection from the Iranian settlement, Zack and Zorian teleported away to a sufficiently distant and remote location and sat down to discuss what to do next. And that's when the arguments began. Zorian really wanted for them to separate for a few hours. He needed some alone time to think about what they'd heard. To make sure his logic was solid. He had his suspicions already, terrible suspicions, but they weren't the sort of thing he'd want to blurt out lightly. In fact, he wasn't sure he wanted to confide them at all, to anyone. Even Zack. Another reason why he wanted a short break from his fellow time traveler. Zack didn't want to play along, though. We should talk about this now, Zack argued. While the memory is still fresh in both our minds. I have a really good memory, Zorian argued. Indeed, he had specifically memorized the entire meeting with the help of mind magic, and would never forget any of it. He could review the memory in vivid detail as many times as he wished. It would be better if I had a chance to think about the spirit's words for a while. Well, that's fine, Zack said, giving him a dismissive shrug. You can do that. Who's stopping you? But there's no reason why you can't do that here with me. I can be patient. I'll just, quietly sit here by the side and wait until you're ready to talk. It will be like I'm not even here. Zorian gave him an annoyed look. He had serious doubts about Zack's ability to sit quietly like that for extended periods of time, and even if he could, it wasn't the same. There was no way Zack didn't know that. Look, Zack said, matching his annoyed look with his own. I know how this goes. If I let you get away now, you'll use that time to think up some stupid story to throw me off with. You know something. I don't know anything for certain, Zorian protested, shaking his head. And frankly, if I wanted to keep my suspicions to myself, I wouldn't have bothered to invent some kind of elaborate lie to deceive you. I would have simply refused to tell you anything. Zack shifted uneasily for a moment. Okay, he said. I guess I was being a little unfair there. Sorry. But still, you aren't seriously considering just leaving me in the dark, are you? After I informed you of that stupid snake and helped out with your mind magic training? Surely you realize how fast that would kill any sort of trust between us. Zorian looked away. Of course he realized that. But it wasn't that simple. If what he was suspecting was correct, then how could there ever really be trust between them? There can only ever be one winner in this game, Spear of Resolve had said in her fragmented message. Only one can enter, and only one can leave, said the ghost serpent. If only one time traveler could keep the gains made in the time loop and the rest get dissolved into the void, like they had never existed at all, then how could they ever truly cooperate with one another? Any alliance would just be a temporary convenience, inevitably ending in betrayal. And when all was said and done, Zorian was pretty sure that Zack was in a much better position to screw him over than Zorian was to do the same. The time loop seemed to recognize Zack as more legitimate, if nothing else. Still, while a big part of him screamed at him to keep quiet about his theories at all costs, there was a small but equally insistent part of him that argued against keeping Zack in the dark. This situation seemed strangely familiar to him. After a while, Zorian realized what was bothering him. The idea of him hiding this sort of knowledge until he could be sure, and Zack being bitter at him for doing so, it reminded him so very much of his arguments with Spear of Resolve before she was soul-killed. And for good reason, he was pretty sure his current suspicions were exactly what she had tried to keep secret from him. He was thinking of treating Zack the same way he had been treated in the past. And he knew how much he had hated the matriarch's secretiveness back then. Did he really want to basically reenact the matriarch's secretive scheme, despite the catastrophic way it ended up resolving? Wouldn't it be better to treat Zack the same way he wanted to be treated? The trust had to start somewhere. Fine, Zorian sighed, turning back to face Zack again. I'll tell you. Finally, Zack shouted in exasperation, raising his hands in the air. I thought I'd have to hit you to make you come to your senses. Note to self, talk to Zack about his unfortunate tendency to resort to physical violence to solve personal disputes. Right now they had more pressing topics to discuss. I should note that this has the potential to really destroy any chance of us trusting each other, Zorian sighed. I mean, we already don't trust each other. You keep that mind blank spell up at all times when you're around me, for instance. That spell is harmful for your mind if you keep it up non-stop. I don't believe for a second that you don't know this. So you apply it specifically for our meetings because you're afraid I'll mess you up with my mind powers if I get the chance. Zack flinched, his face morphing into a comical expression of surprise. It reminded Zorian of that time he had caught Kiriel raiding the kitchen pantry for sweets a few years ago. You don't have to feel guilty, Zorian interrupted his response, shaking his head sadly. It's smart. I would have done the same in your place. But it helps illustrate my point, we already don't trust one another. How much more, then, would we be paranoid around each other if we knew only one of us could exit the time loop with their mind and magic intact? What? Zack asked incredulously. How? Why? The ghost serpent pretty much stated it outright, only one time traveler gets to leave the time loop, Zorian said. The rest, disappear forever, I suppose. It makes sense, really, I don't think there was ever supposed to be more than one time traveler. Or branded one, as the ghost serpent calls us. A reference to the marker, most likely. Anyway, if our situation is as unprecedented as the spirit suggested, and the time loop mechanism was only ever designed under the assumption dash. Zorian, Zack interrupted him. Don't take this the wrong way, but, your explanations suck. I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, okay, I kind of do, but still. Start from the beginning, please. Fine, Zorian sighed, trying to squash his annoyance. The beginning. First of all, no time travel is technically happening here. No. Zack asked, frowning. How is that? The illusion world thing. There is no illusion, Zorian said, shaking his head. It's all real. We're real. Flesh and blood and soul and everything else. We're not living in a spell construct or some fancy dream. That's good, Zack said, breathing deeply. It would just kill me inside if it turned out that everything I've learned in here is fake and that I'll be the same old Zack I once was once I wake up in the real world. So what is this, then, an actual copy of the real world? Why not? Zorian asked. The gods have been known to copy people completely, duplicating them down to their souls and all. Plus, it seems that even mortal mages once knew how to conjure actual matter from nothing. Here, let me show you something. Zorian took out a piece of paper and some alteration tools out of his backpack and created a copy of one of Kiriel's drawings in front of Zack, explaining how the spell functioned to the other time traveler. That's a damn useful spell combination, Zack said. I can't believe I never learned about it in all this time. This would have made so many things easier. Yes, well. I can teach you how to cast the spells later, Zorian said. Anyway, this is what I believe the time loop is essentially doing, albeit on a much greater scale. Whatever is behind this took a blueprint of the world, much in the same way I did with Kale's notebooks and my little sister's drawings. A mind-bogglingly detailed image of a single moment in time across the entire planet. Possibly beyond. And it is repeatedly producing a replica of the world based on that blueprint, allowing it to run for a month before destroying it and starting over. Zack stared at the drawing Zorian recreated, lost in thought. This particular one depicted two sparrows in the middle of fighting one another. It was pretty impressive how perfectly Kiriel managed to capture this one moment of their battle in a static image. If only she was as dedicated in her magic studies as she was in her art. That's crazy, Zack eventually stated. And time travel isn't? Zorian asked, raising his eyebrow. I don't know, it somehow sounds more plausible to me than this, Zack said, sighing. He handed the drawing back to Zorian. I guess it does make a lot of Ghost Serpent's ramblings make sense, though. But here is what doesn't make sense: if our original world is real, and this copy we're living in is also real, where are we exactly? An entire world takes up a lot of space, after all. In a pocket dimension, I'm guessing, Zorian answered. I have no proof, but hear me out. It is clear that, in order for this whole setup to work, we have to be under an insane amount of temporal acceleration right now. Otherwise, how could only a moment pass in the real world while we spend decades or even centuries in this, looping world? Ah, I get it, Zack said. It's not that the time doesn't pass in the real world while we're here, it's just that time flows so fast here that barely any time has passed in the real world. Exactly, Zorian said. But this sort of temporal acceleration is on a whole other level than even the best temporal acceleration facilities currently in existence. Yes, so. Zack shrugged. Compared to copying the whole world, that seems pretty underwhelming. I guess, Zorian agreed. But I suspect there is more to it than just the creator of this thing being ridiculously powerful. Time acceleration rooms have to be isolated from the outside world in order to work with any sort of efficiency. But this isolation is still done through magical wards and physical obstacles like walls, which means there is only so much you can separate them from the rest of existence. A pocket dimension, on the other hand, only touches our reality in one particular spot, its anchor point. You can't get more isolated than that, and I bet the possible temporal acceleration is much bigger if you enclose the target area in its own pocket dimension. So, you think the time loop is actually a physical copy of the world, enclosed in its very own, temporally accelerated pocket dimension, summarized Zack. The time loop has a ridiculously detailed image of the real world as it was at the start of this month, and it periodically recreates the whole world based on that. Yes, Zorian confirmed. I'm only guessing all this, but it fits with what I found out so far. And here I thought this thing couldn't possibly be any crazier, Zack complained, burying his face in his hands. After a second or two he straightened up again and looked at Zorian. So how does this affect us? How is this different from this actually being a time loop? For one thing, It means that ensuring a perfect month is impossible, Zorian said. You can't live through one loop, decide you really like how it turned out and then end the time loop and continue on from there. If you want to do things for real, you have to leave the time loop. You will then be flung back at the beginning of the month to try everything one last time. Okay, that is an important difference, Zack admitted. Secondly, the Sciorian Arania will almost certainly be alive and well in the real world, continued Zorian. If everything here is a copy, and the pocket dimension is deliberately isolated from the real world as much as possible in order to facilitate temporal acceleration, then it's unlikely that anything done to people in the looping world affects their real-life counterparts. He could always soul kill them again in the real world, though, Zack pointed out, frowning. I doubt he can, Zorian said. I don't think the spell actually kills souls. I think it simply marks them in some way, letting the time loop mechanism know it should not recreate them at the beginning of the new restart. If the time loop is, as the ghost serpent believes, some kind of training mechanism, then it makes sense to include a function like that into it. It allows the branded one to get rid of impassable obstacles by removing them from the loop entirely. What? That's so unfair, Zack complained. Why does he get such an ability and I don't? You might have had it at some point, Zorian thought to himself. It's quite possible Red Robe got it from you and then wiped your memory of the spell. Do you think it might be possible to unmark them somehow? Zack asked. It's nice that the Arania aren't permanently gone, but it would be nice to have their help within the time loop too. I don't know, Zorian said. It depends on what exactly has been done to them. There is still another issue. Yes? Zack asked curiously. Considering what the time loop really is, I don't think we can just passively wait for the mechanism to run out of power, Zorian said. It seems likely to me that staying inside the looping world once it runs out of power equals permanent destruction. If we want to survive the collapse, we have to deliberately leave this place before it's too late. Which is a problem, since neither of us knows where the exit is or how to access it. Zack stared at him in shock. It seemed he hadn't really considered this possibility. And on top of that, the ghost serpent said only one person can exit this place, Zorian sighed. Meaning that the moment one of us leaves the looping world, all the other time travelers still inside are dead. Erased out of existence, really. We don't know this, Zack protested. How would the stupid snake know something like that anyway? You heard what it said, it has no memories of anything that happened during previous time loops. It could be making things up to divide us. It certainly hates the branded ones enough to try something like that. Still, what if the spirit is right? Zorian asked. What if only one of us can win this? Then neither of us leaves until we figure something out, said Zack immediately, straightening his posture. He gave Zorian a direct and determined look. We'll figure out a way to get both of us out alive and well. There must be a way. Though the boy was immune to Zorian's empathy due to his mind-blank spell, Zorian could still feel the passion behind his words. Zorian had to give it to him, Zack could be very inspiring when he wanted to be. Unfortunately, there was a very important detail he had forgotten. The thing is, Zorian noted quietly, it's not just the two of us who are here. Red Robe is in this world as well. Zack paused for a moment, not saying anything. Shit, he finally concluded. Yes, Zorian agreed. I think I know why we haven't seen any sign of him in all this time. You think he's trying to leave? Zack asked, fear creeping into his voice. It's what I'd do in his place, Zorian said. He thinks there is an unknown amount of other time travelers plotting against him, at least one of whom is a better mind mage than he is, and you have effectively slipped from his grasp. Why take the risk of confronting all that when he can just leave the looping world and erase all his enemies out of existence in the process? He's been in this place long enough that he's probably gotten most of what he wanted out of it, anyway. Damn it, Zack swore, kicking a nearby rock in frustration and beginning to pace around the place. Damn it. Why? Why is it always like this? I finally get some answers about this shit, and of course I'm 3 steps behind some asshole who is doing his best to screw me over. Zorian, please tell me you have some sort of idea where the exit is. This is just a wild guess, but I suspect it might be in the time magic research facility beneath Cyoria, Zorian said. Spear of Resolve was very insistent on making sure I learned its exact location, putting multiple redundant copies of that section of the map. There must be something important there. That's great. Zack said, brightening up. When can we go there? Zorian snorted derisively. Not for a long, long time. The place is insanely well secured. Even Quadikikl refused to attack the place without army support. Damn it, Zack swore. Of course it couldn't be that simple. I'm hoping that the matriarch's memory packet contains some crucial information about the topic, Zorian noted. At the very least, it should tell me what about that place is so important. That way we can at least know whether or not to waste our time on the place. Well, that's something at least, Zack sighed. Hopefully we don't find the exit, only to see Red Robe just about to leave when we get there. Don't tempt fate, Zorian told him. Anyway, I just have to ask. Suppose we find the exit and Red Robe isn't there. I already told you. No one is getting left behind, Zack said, correctly guessing Zorian's question. Once we confirm where the exit is, we'll mess up Red Robe until he's no longer a problem, and then we sit down and figure out a way to get both of us out. And if we can't figure it out ourselves, we'll find someone who can. It's a big world out there, someone must know a way to help. Zorian stared at his fellow time traveler, a bit humbled by his optimism and sense of ethics. He kind of wished he could sense emotions off the boy, though, because he couldn't help but wonder if Zack was feeding him a bunch of idealistic rubbish while quietly planning to leave the time loop at the first opportunity. How much could he afford to trust the boy? And in the back of his head, a small, treacherous part of his mind whispered, how much could Zack afford to trust him? Break. After that talk, Zack and Zorian threw themselves into Arania hunting with newfound fervor. Day after day, week after week, in all honesty, the different webs were already starting to blur together a little in Zorian's mind. But it was effective, his ability to interpret Iranian memories was growing by leaps and bounds, and he had even identified what the high-ranking Irania were doing with their own minds. They were manipulating their own thoughts, doing things like filtering distractions out of their senses, blunting inconvenient emotional highs and placing compulsions on their own behavior. It seemed to be a way to increase productivity and ensure better decision-making. It was also incredibly dangerous. Improperly done, this sort of mind magic could render one dead, catatonic, irreparably insane or worse, and it was a branch of magic that was easy to do incorrectly. Nobody truly understood their own mind, after all. Despite the danger, Zorian found the idea fascinating. It wasn't literally an intelligence boost, but it almost functioned like one. He would probably try to dabble in it at some point, but not now. He had his hands full at the moment. He just hoped that Spear of Resolve's mental manipulations weren't as radical and convoluted as some of the other Iranian elders he had seen recently. Zorian's lessons with Svim proceeded without incident. He decided not to tell the man about his latest findings about the nature of the time loop, as he still didn't know what to think about that himself, and was worried about how Svim would react to finding out he was just a copy. He was a remarkably calm and collected man, but that would be quite a revelation. He did, however, ask Svim about pocket dimensions. Unfortunately, Svim knew virtually nothing about them. The secrets of their creation were rare and closely guarded, only the greatest of mages could make even a tiny one, and they did not share that knowledge lightly. Svim had claimed he had never seen one in his entire life, despite talking to a lot of capable mages, which made Zorian a bit amused. Technically, Svim was looking at a pocket dimension right now, he just didn't recognize it as such. Between his interaction with Zack, Orania hunting and lessons with Svim, Zorian was constantly busy. It was tiring, and he opted not to do many of his usual routines from previous restarts. He never went to hunt monsters with Taven, for instance, and never told her about the time loop either. Finally, as the end of the restart began to approach, Zorian decided he had prepared as much as he could. He informed Zack he would try opening the matriarch's memory packet soon and that he was taking a 2-day break from Arania hunting to get some rest before the attempt. Kiriel, at least, was ecstatic about that. She could finally have him all to herself for 2 whole days, or at least that's how she seemed to interpret his decision, anyway. It was currently the 2nd day of his self-imposed rest, and he was lying on his bed, reading a rather silly piece of fiction dealing with time travel. It was a book about a man who went 3 years back into the past to prevent a devastating war and save his lost love. The story was more amusing than Zorian thought it would be when he started reading it, but that was probably just him. The story was supposed to be a romance, not a comedy, it's just that he personally couldn't take it very seriously. The time travel spell was powered by love, of all things. What kind of magic was that? Kiriel interrupted his fun by jumping on top of his bed, and elbowing herself in by his side, where she pretended to read the book with him for a while. "Can I ask you something?" she suddenly asked after a while. "Go ahead," Zorian said, turning the page. Kiriel quickly stopped him and turned the page back where it was. Maybe she actually was reading along. "Do you always bring me along when you go to Syoria?" she asked. "Oh. That question again." "No, not always," Zorian admitted. "Why?" she asked immediately, outrage creeping into her voice. He could tell she kind of expected that answer, but definitely didn't like it. "Because it's dangerous," Zorian admitted. "Zack isn't the only time traveler beside me. There is a 3rd person looping, and he is after us. Truthfully, the sensible thing would have been to never bring you along. No. Kiriel protested. "But I'm just too damn nice to do such a thing," Zorian finished. "Mom says that praising yourself is in poor taste," Kiriel informed him. Zorian gave her an annoyed look and promptly dropped the open book on her face. She sputtered indignantly for a moment before lifting the book and trying to use it as a bludgeon against him. She gave up quickly when she realized it wasn't very effective. And when she noticed Zorian was trying to distract her from her questions. "Why don't you call the Mage Guild on this guy if he's so dangerous?" she asked. "Because he's a time traveler and they would be of no help," Zorian said, rolling his eyes. "I doubt I could even get them to believe me. And even if I could, it would just be a huge clue for the jerk as to where he can find me." "That sucks," Kiriel declared. "Yup," Zorian agreed. She fidgeted nervously for a moment, setting the book down beside her on the bed. "Am I of no help?" she asked. "You help keep me sane," Zorian told her. "That's it. I totally defended you from Zack back at the train station," she pointed out huffily. "Okay, you definitely have a point there," Zorian admitted. Even if he hadn't been in any real danger, Kiriel's actions were still glorious. "But really, what are you getting upset about? Are you afraid if I don't bring you along every single restart, I'll get bored of you or something?" "Yes," she admitted. "Daimen and Fortov both went to the academy, got themselves new friends and forgot all about us. Then you went there as well, but couldn't get any friends, and I know it's kind of mean, but I was glad for that because that meant you didn't forget about me. Kiri," Zorian sighed. She ignored him and continued with her explanation, quickly spilling out word after word and barely pausing for breath, as if it was all going to disappear if she stopped. "But you were still getting so distant and you were always annoyed at everything. And then you bring me along and you're suddenly nice, but now you suddenly have this Zack who is a time traveler like you and he will remember and I won't and Kiri, there is no way Zack can replace you," sighed Zorian, hugging her to stop her from getting herself even more upset, and rolling his eyes at her when she could no longer see him. She got worked up over the dumbest things sometimes. "The guy is almost as annoying as you are, and he doesn't even have an excuse of being 9 years old." She proceeded to hit him in the back for that comment. Well, at least she wasn't crying. I'll forgive you for not bringing me with you sometimes, Kiriel eventually decided. Very generous of her. But you're not allowed to forget me. Sure, he agreed easily. What kind of request was that anyway? But the more he really thought about it, the more he realized he might not have a choice in the matter. If Red Robe decided to leave the time loop and collapse this entire world behind him, what would the future have in store for him and Kiriel? The real Zorian and Kiriel, that is, since the Kiriel he was looking at was just a copy, same as he was. And that was another thing. He was just a copy of the real Zorian. If he found a way to return into the real world, what was going to happen to the original? Ugh, he was getting a headache just thinking about it. He'd kind of have preferred it if the time loop simply switched his soul with that of the original. That would mean he was killing the original Zorian by exiting the time loop, but this looping world had effectively killed hundreds of such Zorians already, so what difference would one more make? Would the original Zorian agree with such assessment? Would he accept that it was okay for him to die so that a future version of him might live? In all honesty, probably not, but there was no way that would stop him from performing the switch if he had to. Tomorrow he was going to finally open the Matriarch's memory packet. He really hoped it had the final pieces he needed to figure out this puzzle once and for all. Break. Alright, said Kale, handing him a vial full of glowing yellow liquid. Inspecting it closely, Zorian could see that the glow was not uniform, but instead came from tiny glowing motes swimming inside the liquid. This is the potion I was talking about. The potion of self-awareness. It's meant to improve a person's ability to block out distractions and focus inwards. It's typically used to help train people's ability to sense their mana reserves and souls, but I suspect it will be helpful for this type of mind magic as well. How reliable is your information about this stuff? Asked Zorian suspiciously, swirling the liquid inside the container. Did you test it somehow or? This is what my teacher used to help train my abilities, Kale said. It definitely works for its intended purpose. And while I'm not entirely sure it will help you in your task, it definitely won't hurt to take it. Zack volunteered to test the potion a few times, so I know for a fact it doesn't interfere with mind magic. He pointed towards the boy in question and Zack promptly gave Zorian a thumbs up and a bright smile. Ugh. The jerk refuses to drop his mind blank around him for any reason, but he blithely drinks a bunch of strange potions made by a junior necromancer he just met. Sometimes he just didn't get that guy. Fine. Here goes, said Zorian, quickly downing the liquid. Almost instantly, Zorian's mind sharpened to an incredible degree while, paradoxically, the outside world began to feel distant and indistinct. It wasn't that his senses suddenly grew worse, because they were as sharp as they ever were, but what they were telling him suddenly became a lot harder to focus on. He stopped struggling against the effect and let his mind turn inward. He could sense his heartbeat, his muscles shifting as he fidgeted in place, the blood coursing through his veins. He could sense his mana reserves and the way they reacted when he tugged at them. His personal soul sense, normally so faint and sluggish to respond, suddenly seemed much easier to understand. Damn. Why hadn't he asked Kale for something like this earlier? This would have been incredibly useful back when he was trying to develop a personal soul sense. No, he couldn't get distracted. He discarded these visions and instead dived into his own mind where the Matriarch's memory packet stood. He did not feel the same sense of increased clarity this time, probably because his mind magic was already too good for the potion to improve, but that was okay. He mentally grasped the decaying memory packet and began to carefully take it apart. Not carefully enough, it turned out. The packet, already on the verge of falling apart completely when he began, couldn't tolerate Zorian's still somewhat inexperienced touch. It violently burst apart, momentarily dazing Zorian with a burst of confusing images, some kind of defense mechanism, maybe, and the memories contained within began to rapidly fade away from his mind. Swearing internally at his failure, Zorian scrambled to access some of the memories before they all faded away. Previously, Zorian had been hoping that Spear of Resolve hadn't delved as deeply into the mental self-manipulation as some of the other Iranian elders had. Now he could safely say he was an optimistic fool. The memories currently floating in his mind spoke of an absolute master in the field that made all the other expert Iranians look like total underachievers in comparison. Spear of Resolve seemed to have found a way to turn part of her mind into a magical calculator, could somehow temporarily separate her mind into multiple parallel threads of thought and could integrate perceptions of multiple Iranians into a unified, coherent whole. And that was just the stuff he could figure out in the short time he had been given. Even if Zorian had been given several extra years to get better at reading Iranian memories, he doubted it would have helped him interpret the memories locked inside the memory packet. And yet, despite all of this, there was one particular memory that Zorian could easily understand, because it had been made understandable specifically for him. If you are reviewing this memory, the matriarch's memory echo said, then in all likelihood, our plans were foiled and things went awry. It also means you have gotten good enough at mind magic to dive into the memory packet and read some of my memories. Well done. I hope you have had the courtesy of respecting my privacy and leaving the rest of my memories alone. Zorian could literally feel the smugness in her words. As in, she had made sure to attach that particular emotional impression to that particular section of the message. She knew damn well he had no hope of interpreting the rest of her memories. Even in death, that spider was mocking him. I know you think I had it coming by rushing into this, but hear me out. I have sought out every clue about the time loop I could find. Most of what I'm about to tell you comes from the patron spirit of another Iranian web, the ghost serpent acolytes. Seek it out if you haven't already, though be warned that the spirit might not be too happy to see you. What an understatement. Did the matriarch not realize the depth of the ghost serpent's hatred of time travelers, or did she simply think her warning was sufficiently informative? Other sources include the researchers at the Time Magic Research Facility beneath Scioria. You can find its location in the map I've attached inside this message, as well as some of the invaders that had the chance to interact with our mysterious time-traveling foe. It seems the invaders were quite curious about their new informant and have invested considerable time and effort into figuring him out. Damn. His investigation into invaders never seemed to produce any results as far as Red Robe was concerned. Then again, by the time Zorian was able to investigate them properly, Red Robe was no longer interacting with them at all. What I have gathered from all this is that this time loop is some kind of fake, parallel world. We're real, but we're not. It's hard to understand. Or maybe accept. The problem that arises from this is very simple: the time loop is degrading. I can't tell how long it will be before it collapses entirely, but I do know that simply waiting for it to end would be disastrous. One has to deliberately leave this place. And everything I've gathered about our time-traveling foe from the invaders suggests he is completely unconcerned with finding the exit or leaving. I do not believe for a second that our foe is too stupid to see the importance of this or too complacent to make it his priority. The obvious conclusion is that he has already found the exit, and he can leave at any time. Thus, stopping him was of utmost importance. No matter what, he couldn't be allowed to leave the time loop. Oh, this was bad. And also, if I am honest with myself, the ghostly memory of the matriarch hesitated, as if wondering whether to say the next part at all. If I am honest with myself, I had been hoping that I could find out how our mutual foe joined the time loop. So I could join it as well, and then, eventually, leave it before anyone else could. Wait, what? I'm not heartless, mind you. I would have done everything in my power to help the alternate version of you on the other side. Zack too, for that matter. But I had essentially been planning to betray you. The amount of good I could do, for my web, for my species and yes, maybe even for myself, it's so very irresistible. I hope if you ever get out of this place, you will not blame my other self for my own weaknesses, but I simply cannot see how I can make any other choice. It's nothing personal, but there can only ever be one winner in this game. I am truly sorry. That. Zorian almost tore the entire message apart in anger after listening to that. All this time he had been feeling guilty about her dying, hoping that Red Robe was lying and there was some way to bring them back, and it turns out Spear of Resolve was planning to screw him over. But no. No, he wouldn't be destroying the message. It was important. Too important for him to throw it away. He would listen to the message to the very end. He owed Spear of Resolve that much, at least. Even if she tried to betray him. I am unsure if this message is even necessary. But if the time loop can so casually create copies of us, it can surely destroy us just as easily. Our foe clearly has deep knowledge of how the time loop works. Thus, this message. I hope it won't be necessary, but just in case, I put in a map to point you towards the invaders' bases and, more importantly, the time magic research facility deep beneath Scioria. I am rather sure the time loop exit is located there. It is an ancient artifact called the Sovereign Gate. You can find its legend in various books easily enough, I'm sure. The security is high, but you will find a way to access the facility peacefully at the end of this message. The gate did not react to me no matter what I did, but maybe it will to a proper time traveler like yourself. Otherwise, you may have to find the key to get it to open. This is bad, since, if I have interpreted the ghost serpent's ramblings correctly, the key consists of the 5 imperial treasures of the first Icosian emperor. The ring, the crown, the staff, the orb and the dagger. These items are all lost, likely scattered across Mycena. You'd have to conduct your search on a whole other continent. I didn't think it was possible, even with the help of something like working Bakura gates, so I didn't put too much effort into tracking down rumors surrounding them. After that was a map of Scioria's underworld, largely identical to the one he already had but with the various holes in his version filled out with relevant information. Finally, the matriarch gave him information on the government inspector that had the authorization to access the time magic research facility, to check up on their work and make sure they weren't wasting government funding. According to the matriarch, the man was not even a mage, and was easy to impersonate, which was how she had gotten access to the place. Aside from the pre-arranged message, he did not get anything else out of the memory packet. But truthfully, the message was already a little too much for him. The matriarch's plans to betray him, the fact that Red Robe might have figured out a way to leave a long time ago, the stuff about the key in the end. Eventually the effects of the potion wore off and he found himself drawn to the world around him again. Both Zack and Kale were eager to see what he learned from the packet and Zorian did his best to tell them about his findings. All except for the way Spear of Resolve planned to betray him. That felt a little too personal at the moment. The unanimous conclusion was that they had to access this time magic research facility as soon as possible. Accordingly, Zorian would raid the government inspector's place the very next day to steal his identity badges and everything else they needed to gain access to the place. Break. 2 days later, everything was ready. Since it would be a bit implausible for government inspectors to consist of 2 teenagers, Zack had bought them both a shape-shifting potion on the black market that turned them into nondescript, middle-aged men. Which was weird. Regardless, with their appearances changed and with all the necessary documentation in their hands, they simply walked into the appropriate city office and demanded access to the facility. Zorian had been worried that Spear of Resolve had been insanely lucky on her own try and that somebody was going to call their supposed superiors to confirm their orders and identity, but no such things happened. They weren't even suspicious about the fact that there were 2 of them when there should have been just 1. Zack, being an idiot, actually asked them about this. Zorian was about to wipe their memories and shout at him, but it turned out they saw nothing wrong with his question. Awful security. You must be new, the guy talking to them said. That place gets inspected constantly. The royals are afraid someone is going to steal their precious sovereign gate, so they check up on it constantly. That's why there's so much security around the place. Honestly, I don't understand why the researchers tolerate it. If I was in their shoes, I'd send the damn thing back to the royal treasury so I can work in peace. I bet it isn't even the real thing. After that, they were directed to a fancy magical elevator on the edge of the hole, which took them down to the facility in question. Along the way, they passed next to the various other, less secretive research facilities. One of the armed guards that rode along with them was talkative and wouldn't shut up about them. Zack actually engaged the man in conversation, which was nice, because it allowed him to stay silent without looking too rude. The other guard was as silent as Zorian. The two of them shared a friendly eye roll with each other in regards to the two gossips next to them and then ignored each other for the entire ride. Finally they reached the place, passing through two more armed checkpoints that merely glanced at their papers before shooing them inside, and then they were finally inside. They were greeted by a pair of researchers, one middle-aged, and one that couldn't be more than 18 years old in Zorian's estimation. They offered to give them both a tour of the place, and were quite surprised when they accepted the offer. "We don't often get inspectors that are actually interested in our work," the middle-aged man commented. He had introduced himself as Cranton Keklos earlier. "Most just want to see the Sovereign Gate to see it's still there and intact, and then leave as soon as possible." "Oh, we definitely want to see the Sovereign Gate as well," Zack said, smiling. "We just thought it might be interesting to see what else you have got down here." "Of course," Cranton said. "Rest assured that we have been taking good care of it. We're grateful to the Crown for allowing us to study such an amazing artifact." "You don't believe it's a fake like everyone else seems to?" asked Zorian curiously. "I'm not sure if it's the Sovereign Gate of historical legend," Cranton admitted. "But it is surely a genuine artifact from the Age of Gods." Over the next hour, Cranton and Ariad, his younger assistant who mostly let Cranton take the lead, led Zack and Zorian through the facility to demonstrate their work. Zorian could tell that Cranton was absolutely ecstatic to give someone he considered influential a tour of the place, despite his subdued attitude. He wanted more funds and support from the Crown, and thought that pandering to them might help him get it. There were three main portions of the facility. The first was a series of 3 black rooms. The first and smallest was reserved for experiments on plants and animals, while the 2 bigger ones saw human use. The second portion dealt with combining alchemy and temporal acceleration in various ways. Finally, the third and last part was based around a large black cube about 4 meters long on each side. There was a door-like depression on the side of the cube, but Cranton explained that they had never managed to get it open. Carved into this door was a very familiar geometric diagram, a horizontal line with an upturned triangle balanced on top of it. "There it is," Cranton said, sweeping his hand towards the black cube. "The Sovereign Gate. Despite the legend surrounding it, we believe it is some kind of powerful time acceleration room rather than a literal gate to another world. Sadly, we have never really managed to activate it. I had high hopes that the upcoming planetary alignment and the resulting amplification of dimensional magic might be the key to getting it to work, but no such luck. Shame." "Amazing," Zack said, staring at the cube with an unreadable expression on his face. "Yes," Cranton agreed. "It's hard to believe something like this had just been gathering dust in the Novita family treasury for countless decades. If it weren't for Mr. Zveri's generosity in donating some of Novita's unneeded artifacts to the Crown, who knows how long it would have languished there undiscovered." "Yes," Zack said frostily, grinding his teeth. "What a generous guy, that Tezen." "Well," Cranton coughed, realizing he had struck some kind of nerve, "although I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, this is about it for what we do here. If you would dash." Zorian looked around to confirm they were alone in the area for the moment and then reached out to the 2 researchers' minds. Though both Cranton and Ariad were highly trained mages, they were specialists in time magic and had no real mental defenses. In just a few seconds, Zorian forced their minds into mindless stupor. They remained standing on their feet, and looked fine at first glance, but they were effectively unconscious. Zack raised an eyebrow at their sudden silence. "You got them?" he asked, turning to Zorian. "Yes," Zorian confirmed. "So, do you know how we can activate this thing? And is it even wise to do so? I mean dash." "We should try touching it," said Zack. "Yeah, okay." It wasn't like Zorian had any better idea. "We should do it together, though," Zorian remarked. "Oh, right, that way we will hopefully both activate it at the same time. We both have the same marker thing, so it should work, right?" Right, Zorian agreed uneasily. He wasn't so sure personally, but what else he could do? If the matriarch was right, Red Robe already knew about this place and could leave whenever he wished. The time loop still existed, though, so clearly he didn't. Why not? Zorian would have in his place. He needed the answers the thing held. On 3, said Zorian. 1, 2, 3. The both pressed their palm against the diagram on the door in perfect synchronization with each other. 2 seconds passed. Nothing is happening, Zack complained. Damn. No, Zorian frowned. He could feel something reaching out from the cube in front of them, trying to access his marker. Asking for confirmation. I could feel something. I don't know if you can feel your own marker yet. Not really, no, Zack said. Well, anyway, I think if I just . He flipped one of the switches on his marker. The mysterious force reaching out from the cube immediately rushed into him. Everything went black. Zorian half expected to wake up in Siren again, with Kiriel jumping on top of him and wishing him a good morning. But he didn't. He was instead floating in a black, featureless void. And Zack was right beside him. Whoa. What happened? Zack asked, looking around. Where are we? The cube wanted me to give it confirmation of some sort, said Zorian. So I said yes. And here we are. If we're permanently stuck in this void because of you, I'll never forgive you, Zack warned him. You would have done the exact same thing in my place and you know it, Zorian said. Well yeah, but aren't you supposed to be the paranoid, sensible one? Agreeing to unknown requests from a mysterious ancient artifact sounds pretty stupid to me. Before Zorian could say anything, another person popped into existence in front of them. No, not a person. The entity in front of them was vaguely human-like, but that was clearly just a crude facade. It wore no clothes, but that was okay because it had no genitals, body hair or anything else other than smooth skin. Its face was blank and apathetic, and its eyes were glowing white voids devoid of iris or anything else except soft light spilling out of them. Welcome, controller, the entity said, its voice soft and emotionless. Zack reacted faster than him. He immediately reached for his spell rod, only to find it effectively glued to its holster. Checking himself, Zorian noticed his own spell rod suffered similar fates. In fact, his very clothes seemed to be glued onto his skin, and though he could feel his mana reserves, he didn't seem able to manifest any of that mana at all. Who are you? Zack demanded. What is this place? I am the guardian of the threshold, the entity said, as apathetic as its face. And this is the control room. I don't think this is a physical place, Zorian noted. Notice how your clothes seem to be a part of your body. Hey, you're right, Zack said, frowning as he tried to roll up his sleeves and failed. We're some kind of projections, Zorian said. As is the entity in front of us. They both stared at the entity in front of them. It seemed to interpret their attention as some kind of prompt. What is your request, controller? The guardian asked. Can we leave this place? Zorian asked. Of course, the guardian agreed easily. Do you want to do that now? By leave, we mean go back to the bodies we're being projected from, Zack clarified. The answer remains the same, the guardian easily responded. What about leaving the time loop? Zorian asked. Time loop, the guardian mouthed uncomprehendingly. Its eyes flashed for a moment before it refocused on them again. I'm sorry, but the gate is barred. What? Zack protested. What the hell do you mean, the gate is barred? The controller has already left the time loop, the guardian explained. It's not possible for anyone else to leave. There was a brief silence as Zack and Zorian processed this claim. But I thought we were the controller, Zack protested. You are the controller, the guardian agreed easily. But you just said the controller has left the time loop, Zorian frowned. He has, the Guardian confirmed. Why is the time loop still in existence, then? Zorian asked. The time loop cannot end while the controller is still inside the time loop, the Guardian said. So the controller has left the time loop, but you can't end the time loop because the controller is still in the time loop? Zack asked incredulously. Don't you realize how stupid that sounds? I don't think we're dealing with a sapient being, Zorian said. It's some kind of animated spell performing its function and getting confused that there are multiple controllers when there is only ever supposed to exist one. Guardian, how many people are you talking with right now? Only the controller can access this place, the Guardian placidly answered. So wait, Zack said in a trembling voice. You're saying Red Robe has somehow tricked the control room into thinking he's the controller of the loop, Zorian sighed. He has already left. And so no one else can leave. The gate is barred, the Guardian confirmed. Well, fuck. End of Arc 2. 55, Threshold. Chapter 055 Threshold. For nearly half a minute, the endless void they floated in was silent. Neither Zack nor Zorian knew what to say, and the Guardian of the Threshold seemed content to placidly wait for further questions. Zorian would have liked to say he was considering the implications of this new knowledge at the time, but the truth is that he spent most of it being surprised at how well Zack was taking all this. He kind of expected the other boy to freak out and start swearing and shouting by now. But no, Zack was surprisingly calm and quiet about the situation. The only evidence he was in any way upset was a slight frown on his face. So, Zack eventually said, his voice cutting through the unnerving silence that sprung up around them. What now? I honestly don't know, Zorian admitted. I really didn't think Red Robe had already left the time loop. It makes so much sense, though, now that I look back on things. Yeah, he really screwed us over, didn't he? Zack sighed. Well, I wouldn't exactly put it like that, Zorian smiled. I'm pretty sure this is not what he had been planning. We were meant to disappear. The time loop was supposed to collapse when the controller of the time loop left this place, permanently removing us as a threat. But we're still here, and if the time loop is this out of its normal parameters, it might actually be possible to get out of this place. Heh, Zack chuckled. Now that you mention it, yeah. And also, this means I can stop holding back. You too, for that matter. We've both been doing our best to keep a low profile to stop Red Robe from noticing our activities. Now that we know he is no longer here. Yes, Zorian agreed. The way I see it, we have three main priorities. Number 1, we need to find out how long we have until the time loop collapses. Number 2, we need to find a way to get out. And number 3, we have to try and find out who the hell Red Robe really is so that we can take care of him quickly when we exit this place. Zorian turned to the side to look at the Guardian of the Threshold, who had been quietly floating in place not far from them while they talked. It didn't appear bothered by them ignoring it. We should question the Guardian about everything we can think of, Zorian noted. Who knows what kind of critical secrets it knows, and it doesn't appear as if it cares to share anything on its own initiative. Though that could take a while, we should probably return to our bodies for a while to make sure we aren't interrupted. Do we even have to worry about that? Zack asked, pulling on his jacket in order to demonstrate the way their clothes seemed an integral part of their body. The cube seems to have ripped our souls out of our bodies to bring us here. Does it even matter if our bodies get killed out there? We could be just projected here, Zorian shook his head. It sounds like the simplest way to achieve this, to be honest. Then again, that would leave the loop controller awfully vulnerable while messing around with controls. Guardian. You are merely projected into this place, but your stay will not be cut short by events in the outside world, the Guardian explained. It was apparently smart enough to interpret what his question was likely going to be based on his and Zack's conversation. Interesting. If your physical forms suffer critical damage, or if soul tampering is detected, I will draw in your souls inside the gate for safekeeping. Your time here will remain uninhibited, though you will have to start a new iteration of the loop in order to leave the place, as I cannot re-anchor your souls back to your bodies if they are not sufficiently intact. Well. Good to know, I guess, Zorian mumbled. He looked at Zack, and found that the other boy was already staring at him. Do you have anything you want to ask the Guardian or? You go first, Zack told him, shaking his head. All right. First of all, is there a time limit as to how long we can remain here? Zorian asked. When this iteration of the loop ends, so will your current visit to this place, the Guardian responded. Other than that, no. So when the time loop restarts, they will be flung back to their bodies at the beginning of the month, but other than that, they could stay here as long as possible. They had plenty of time, then. What are the criteria for each iteration's end? Zorian asked curiously. Is mere passage of time sufficient, or is there more to it? Passage of time is sufficient, the Guardian confirmed. No iteration is allowed to last for more than a month at the time. Beyond that, there is a multitude of contingencies that will cause the iteration to terminate prematurely. Can you list those contingencies? Zorian asked. No, the Guardian stated emotionlessly. You aren't authorized for that information. Zorian blinked in surprise. Though he had suspected the Guardian wouldn't be able to answer all of their questions, he thought it would have to do more with it being just a dumb animation spell in the end, not that it would literally refuse to help them like that. What? But I thought we're the controller, Zack piped in suddenly. How can we not be authorized to know? The controller doesn't have unrestricted authorization, the Guardian explained. Only the Maker and his agents have access to information about the workings of the gate. Maker? Zack repeated incredulously. Maker of what? Of the gate, of course, the Guardian said. Zorian could almost imagine the Guardian rolling his eyes at the question, even though its eyes didn't work like that and its voice never changed in tone. So the controller isn't the ultimate authority when it comes to the gate or the time loop? Zorian asked. The Guardian immediately confirmed this. What can you tell us about this Maker, then? You aren't authorized to know the identity of the Maker, the Guardian informed him. Of course it was going to be something like that. Ugh. This thing is so damn annoying. Zack complained. 10 more fruitless minutes were spent on trying to question the Guardian about the Maker, its agents, whether it was a god, like Zorian suspected, or not, how long it had been since the Maker had last interacted with the gate, and so on. The Guardian's response was the same for each of them, they weren't allowed to know. Zorian wished he could just invade the thing's mind and be done with it, but their inability to perform magic in this place extended to his psychic abilities. They had no way to force the entity into cooperation, and eventually decided to move on to other topics. You said no iteration is allowed to last for more than a month, Zorian reminded the Guardian. Can you tell us why? When an iteration is over, everything in it is destroyed, the Guardian began. Well, good to have that confirmed. Zorian had assumed it was so for a while now, but having the Guardian verify it was nice. Under certain philosophical outlooks, this could be viewed as mass murder. But not under all of them, huh? Zorian mumbled distastefully. Others do not view destruction of copies as a problem, so long as they do not diverge excessively from the original, the Guardian continued, ignoring Zorian's interjection. The time loop is set up under such an assumption. Thus, it is imperative that entities copied by the time loop are not given enough time to meaningfully diverge from the originals, as their destruction would then become unethical. A month was determined to be a good cutoff point. What if one of the copies managed to achieve awareness of the time loop and found a way to maintain continuity across different iterations? Zorian asked. Hypothetically speaking. That would be very unfortunate for the copy, the Guardian noted. Only the controller can actually leave the time loop, after all. See, this is the part one don't get, Zack suddenly interjected. Why was such a rule put into place? I mean, there is only one controller to begin with, so why put that sort of limitation in place? To stop the controller from trying to smuggle some of the copies out of the time loop, the Guardian said matter-of-factly, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. There was a short pause as both Zack and Zorian processed this. Why is that important? Zorian asked shakily. Because only the controller has their real soul pulled into the time loop, the Guardian said. Everyone else is a copy. For a controller of the loop to leave, I only have to re-anchor their soul back to their original body. For one of the copies to enter the real world, I would have to switch their soul with the soul of the original. This would effectively kill the original. There was another, longer pause following this explanation. Zorian wasn't terribly surprised at the fact that him leaving the loop would require he switch his soul with his original. It was one of the first ideas he came up with himself, after all. What surprised him was that Zack was apparently not a copy. Being the controller had more to it than just having a marker stamped on your soul, it seemed. So the controller has their original soul drawn into the time loop when it is first made, Zorian said. They aren't a copy, so there is no problem with them leaving. But everyone else would have to kill someone to get out, and that's unacceptable. Is that correct? Yes, the Guardian agreed. But you could do that? Zack suddenly spoke up. If one of the copies wanted to leave this place, you could switch their soul with that of the original. Theoretically, the Guardian admitted, but that goes against what I was made to do. I am the Guardian of the Threshold. One of the main tasks the Maker gave me was to ensure things inside the time loop could not menace the source of the template. If a diverged copy tried to kill the original by switching their souls with it, I would do my best to stop them. What about a normal, undiverged copy? Asked Zorian. Surely there is no harm in replacing the original with a normal copy. They're practically the same thing. It's what makes it okay to destroy millions of souls every month or so, isn't it? The Guardian hesitated. A short, tense silence descended on the scene as it considered the scenario. So long as the copies do not diverge too much from the original, such a switch would be theoretically acceptable, the Guardian eventually admitted. But it is my purpose to keep the time loop from spilling out in the real world as much as possible, so I would still refuse to perform such a switch. Only the controller, with the knowledge and secrets they gathered inside the time loop, is allowed to leave and make their mark on the world outside, since they are technically of that world to begin with. Alright, Zorian nodded, signaling Zack with his hand to drop the issue. Though still very placid, the Guardian seemed almost agitated by their current line of questioning. Zorian was afraid that if they pushed it too much it might realize one of them was a copy somehow and do something to correct this. Best to leave the topic alone for now. Let's move on to something else. Guardian, you said the gate is barred because the controller has already left the time loop. Yes, the entity confirmed. Can you tell me how many iterations that was ago? Zorian asked. The controller is still inside the time loop, controller, the Guardian said unhelpfully. Some more variations of that question confirmed that the Guardian had no idea when Red Robe left. The controller left, but didn't actually leave, and the Guardian was hopelessly confused about the whole thing. Asking the Guardian for Red Robe's description or other identifying information didn't work either. The Guardian didn't seem to perceive the world in the same way they did, despite its fairly human-like appearance and the lifelike avatars he and Zack were inhabiting. It seemed to ignore just about everything in terms of identifying characteristics when it came to the controller. Other than the marker, of course. So the controller that left has the marker, then? Zorian asked. Of course, the Guardian confirmed. How could he have left, otherwise? How does the controller get the marker in the first place? Zorian asked. Is it hereditary, assigned by the gate itself according to some criteria or what? The controller is marked by the key, by the Maker, or by its agents, the Guardian said. I am not aware of what criteria were used in choosing any particular controller. It is ultimately irrelevant to my purpose to know such things. But the key is lost, Zack said, frowning. Scattered across vast distances. And if the Maker is a god like you suspect he is, well, the gods have been silent for centuries. That only leaves his agents. Who would that be? Impossible to say for now, Zorian shrugged. But apparently you were purposely chosen by someone to go in here. Or maybe Red Robe was, Zack said gloomily. I know you think I'm the original looper, but the fact that Red Robe was capable of leaving just like that, it could be that he's the one who's the real deal. You saw how the Guardian reacted to the possibility of switching souls between the copy and the original. How did Red Robe leave if he's just a copy? I don't know, Zorian sighed. It's too bad the Guardian gets all stupid whenever anything involving Red Robe leaving is brought up. If it didn't get all stupid about it, we would have probably been erased out of existence when Red Robe left, Zack told him. So that's probably a blessing in disguise. Anyway, Guardian. This marker I have on me is unique, yes. There is no way for there to be multiple controller markers. None, the Guardian confirmed. Before the time loop is activated, marking a new person will invalidate the old marker. Inside the time loop, the controller marker cannot be invoked, and only lesser markers can be placed. Lesser markers? What the hell are those now? Zack protested. The controller can temporarily add people to the time loop by placing a lesser marker on them, the Guardian explained. What? Zack squawked. There is a way to include someone in the time loop and you're only mentioning this now. And what do you mean temporary? Though I'm happy to answer any question you may have to the best of my ability, I am ultimately not designed to teach the controller how to operate the time loop, the Guardian said. That is the job of whoever placed the marker on you. And by temporary, I mean that the target of the lesser marker will retain their memories and abilities for up to 6 iterations before the marker dissolves. Why would this lesser marker be temporary like that? Zack asked, baffled. Is there a way to make it permanent? It is temporary to keep divergence from the original to a manageable level and discourage the controller from getting excessively emotionally attached to copies marked in such a fashion, the Guardian explained. There is no way to make it permanent, as that would be needlessly cruel. They cannot leave the time loop, after all. But if copies that retain awareness for more than a month count as people and killing them is wrong, doesn't that mean that using these lesser markers is effectively murder? Yes, the Guardian readily agreed. But it is not the gate that does it, so it is acceptable. It is up to the controller to decide when and if they feel comfortable using such an ability. So, Zorian began after a short pause. I would never have used such a spell, Zack immediately said, correctly guessing what Zorian was about to ask. Never. Why would I torture myself by bringing people into the loop, knowing that they would suddenly go back to their old, ignorant self in just 6 restarts? Fair enough, Zorian said, guessing he had touched upon a sensitive topic. Guardian, what about the ability to expel people from the time loop? Make them start each iteration soulless and dead. Does this ability exist? The controller has such an ability as well, the Guardian confirmed. By now, Zorian knew better than to ask whether such an ability had been used in the past. The Guardian had very limited awareness about what happened in the time loop itself, caring for little except the controller itself. How about the ability to restore people, erased, in such a manner back, he asked instead. He was still angry at the matriarch for planning to betray him, but he wanted her back anyway. No, the Guardian said. The ability instructs the gate to make changes to the base template that is used to construct each iteration. There is no undoing them without direct intervention from the maker. The controller is advised to use this ability with wisdom and restraint. For the next 20 minutes, Zack and Zorian tried to question the Guardian about the manner in which these abilities could be performed by the controller or about any other abilities they may have at their disposal. Sadly, neither of those inquiries achieved results. The Guardian did not know how any of these abilities might be accomplished, and it refused to list all the abilities the controller had, saying they were not authorized to know that information. This makes no sense, Zack complained. It's happy to tell us about specific abilities if we ask, but a simple list of all options is forbidden. Well, it sort of makes sense if the maker didn't want every controller to know about all the features at their disposal, mused Zorian. If some or all of the controllers are given limited information, you don't want to let the Guardian tell them all about it anyway. Another fruitless question and answer session occurred, where Zorian tried to ask the Guardian about the history of the time loop and its purpose. The Guardian claimed not to have any knowledge of previous time loops, though, beyond simply knowing they existed. Apparently it did not retain its memories between different time loops. As for the purpose of the time loop, the purpose of the time loop is between the controller and the one who marked them, the Guardian concluded. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say it is whatever the controller wants it to be. There is little to stop them from doing whatever they want while inside the time loop, after all. Alright, next question, then, Zorian sighed. Can you tell me how long will it be before the time loop runs out of whatever is powering it and shuts down? That is to say, how long do we have to leave this place? Yes, of course. The time loop has enough power for 52 more iterations before it must shut down, the Guardian said. Assuming maximum utilization of each iteration, that is equivalent to little more than 4 years of operation. 4 years, maybe he was just greedy, but that seemed very short to him. He asked the Guardian about that just to see what it would say. He expected it to refuse to answer, bringing up their lack of sufficient authorization or whatever, but the Guardian actually had an answer for them this time. The time loop is normally supposed to be initiated at the peak of planetary alignment, the Guardian explained. Unfortunately, something seems to have gone wrong and the time loop has been activated 1 month prior to it. This made everything more costly, causing the time loop to degrade far more rapidly than it is supposed to. Do you know how long the time loop had been in existence thus far? Zorian asked. 967 iterations, the Guardian answered. Approximately 30 years in linear time. Wait, those numbers were kind of strange. How could almost 1,000 iterations equal 30 measly years? Wait, frowned Zorian. So the time loop spends power per iteration, not according to how much time passes. Yes, the Guardian confirmed. But I cut a lot of restarts short by dying to some stupid shit in the first few days, Zack protested. Are you telling me I've been burning through our allotted time every time I did that? Yes, the Guardian confirmed again blandly. It is the controller's right to do such a thing, however. Presumably you felt the gains were worth the sacrifice of additional time. Hell no, I didn't. Zack protested. I just didn't know any better. If I knew all this, I would have been a lot more cautious about this shit. Unfortunate, the Guardian said. It did not sound very sorry or compassionate, however, using the same pleasantly bland voice it always did. It seems you were poorly prepared for this undertaking. You should complain to whoever gave you the marker once you get outside. Yeah, I'll get right on that. Just as soon as I manage to find the bastard, Zack said gloomily, so anyway, let's just get this finally out of the way. Guardian, how can we unbar the gate? You would have to present me with the key by bringing it before the gate, the Guardian said simply. If you present all 5 pieces, you will gain sufficient authorization to reopen the gate. I don't suppose you could tell us where to find those things, then? Zack tried. No, the Guardian immediately answered. Of course. But finding them should not be too difficult for you. Your marker can sense their presence. Not for the first time, Zorian wished the damn marker stamped on his soul came with an instruction manual or something. Though they continued to question the Guardian for 2 more hours, very little new information came out of it. When they finally decided to leave, the Guardian informed them that they would have to start a new iteration of the time loop because their bodies had been excessively damaged, while they talked to the Guardian and the dumb thing didn't find it important to mention that until they were ready to leave. After about 5 minutes, when Zorian realized Zack was not going to stop ranting at the Guardian any time soon, he just reached into his soul and flipped the marker restart switch. Everything went mercifully dark and silent. Break. Like always, Zorian's awakening was done via Curiel jumping on top of him. The events immediately following the awakening were also fairly typical, with him having his talk with Ilsa and dodging Mother's attempts at conversation while having breakfast. He even ended up inviting Kiriel to come with him to Syoria, despite initially planning to leave her behind. Partially, this was because he realized his vague plans of rushing to gather the key as soon as possible and find a way to fool the Guardian into letting him out were rather premature and he should really take some time to calm down and digest things a little. But an equally important reason for it was that he realized he needed a break. The previous restart had been very exhausting, what with all the non-stop Urania hunting and the various revelations at the end, and he didn't feel like jumping into another long-term mission right away. Taking a restart or two to relax a little and think things through wasn't going to kill them. The time limit they had was uncomfortably short for his tastes, but not that short. He was just wondering how to explain all this to Zack when they next meet each other when he was interrupted by the knock on the door. What? That doesn't usually happen. He went to open the door, reaching out with his mind sense towards the unknown visitor, only to find Zack on the doorstep. Apparently his fellow time traveler wasn't content to wait for him on Syoria's train station. Zorian was kind of shocked, and not just by the fact Zack decided to come to his home. He could actually sense Zack's mind now. It was still shielded, but the boy wasn't under the effect of mind blank anymore. Zorian was kind of touched at the show of trust this represented. "Hello, Zack," Zorian said. "Fancy seeing you here." "Yeah, well, our last meeting's ending was a little abrupt," Zack told him with a little glare. "So I thought I should drop by and finish our conversation." "Sorry," Zorian winced. "I know ending things so suddenly was a jerk move, but I was already kind of depressed from what the Guardian was saying and you getting into a one-sided shouting match with the thing was." "It's fine," Zack said, waving him away. "I lost my nerves too. It's probably for the best you shut me down before I did something stupid. That thing seemed pretty uncaring, but if anyone can manage to piss off a non-sapient spell construct, it's me." "Zorian, who is that?" Mother suddenly said, walking up to them. Turning around, Zorian could also see Kiriel peering from behind the kitchen door as well, watching the situation unfold. "It's just Zack," Zorian said. "He's one of my classmates from Syoria." "Oh my, Zorian finally has friends visiting him at home," Mother noted in exaggerated mirth. "I never thought I'd see the day. Could I get an introduction?" "Sure," Zorian agreed. "It was only polite. Mother, this is Zack Novita, a friend and a classmate. Zack, this is Sikin Kaczynski, my mother. The little girl peering from behind the door is my little sister, Kiriel." Mother gave Kiriel an annoyed glare and gestured her to come over and introduce herself properly. Huffing slightly at the order, Kiriel approached and shook hands with Zack as proper manners dictated. "What, no Fortov?" Zack asked with a whisper. Mother always had good hearing, though, so she ended up hearing anyway. "He's at his friend's place right now. He'll meet us at the train station, so you can see him there. I assume you intend to take a train to Syoria along with Zorian, yes?" "Yes. The train." "Of course," Zack fumbled, giving Zorian a questioning glance. He had probably expected them to just excuse themselves and teleport to Syoria. "I decided to take Kiriel with me to Syoria this time," Zorian said. "I hope you don't mind her traveling with us." Kiriel gave Zack the hardest look she could muster, daring him to disagree with her coming along. Right. "Of course I'm okay with that," said Zack. What followed was about 20 minutes of Mother trying to talk Zack into accepting something to drink and fishing for information about him. Zack decided not to mention he was the last living heir of a noble house, possibly because he still remembered what Zorian had told him about his mother, and simply described himself as a wealthy orphan from Syoria. Based on the looks Mother gave him, however, Zorian was pretty sure she suspected the truth. She was quite perceptive about these sorts of things. Eventually, the four of them packed up and left towards Siren's train station. "How come Zack doesn't have any luggage to carry along?" Kiriel protested, glaring at the bag of her own things that Mother had forced her to carry herself. Well, I'm from Cyoria to begin with, Zack said with a grin. My luggage is already there. Unfair, she mumbled. Oh, you'll see unfair when we get to Cyoria, Zorian told her. There's an hour walk from the train station to where we'll be staying, and I heard it's going to rain too. When they finally reached the train station, they found Fortov already there, talking to his friends. Mother insisted on introducing Zack to him, which annoyed Zorian far more than it probably should have. No offense, Zorian, but your family seems pretty nice to me thus far, Zack told him later, when he finally managed to excuse himself from Fortov's group. Maybe I'm a little biased, since my family all died and I wish I actually had a family, but I honestly can't figure out your animosity for them. It's personal, Zorian told him in a clipped tone. There's a lot of history that you aren't aware of. Just drop it. Fine, whatever, Zack sighed. I don't want to start a fight. I actually want to apologize. Zorian gave him a strange look. Apologize? Zorian asked curiously. What for? Well, you mentioned last time how I keep up a mind blank around you at all times and how it means I don't trust you. You don't have to apologize for that, Zorian told him, shaking his head. I also told you I would have done the same in your place, remember? No offense, but I don't want to be like you, Zorian, Zack said, shaking his head. Well, screw you too, Zack. The feeling was mutual. The point is, you were right. We don't trust each other, and we're not going to get anywhere if we have that constantly hanging over our heads. We need to work together if we want to have any chance of getting out of here. Well, that wasn't quite what he said, but since Zorian actually agreed with the sentiment, he didn't interrupt. So anyway, I think you already noticed I'm not under the effect of mind blank, Zack said. Of course, Zorian nodded. I do notice your mind is still shielded, though. Well yeah, Zack said, rolling his eyes. Trust your neighbors but lock your door, you know. I wasn't complaining, Zorian said. I was just going to notice the shield doesn't feel like a spell. That's a non-structured mental defense, yes. Of course you already tested it, Zack sighed. Goddamn mind readers. But yes, it's non-structured. I got it a long time ago, back in the first decade of my looping. It's kind of rough for something you've been practicing for decades, Zorian admitted. I mean, I know it's hard to practice non-structured mind magic when you aren't psychic like me, but I've seen other regular mages with similar defenses and theirs were a lot better than this. I never really refined it much since, well, I never needed it for anything more complex than resisting casual mind reading and the like, Zack said. This isn't just me being lazy, mind you. This is pretty much conventional wisdom about non-structured mental defenses among mages. Or at least that's what the various magic instructors I learned from told me. Get just enough skill in the ability to foil casual attacks and deal with anything more severe with proper defensive wards and the like. If you don't have time to set up those, locate the source of the mental attack and go on the offensive. Or just outright flee from the scene. Most mages agree that fancy non-structured mental defenses are more trouble than they're worth. Well, I'm kind of biased, but I don't agree, Zorian said. Yes, I feel a bit stupid now for just accepting conventional wisdom when it comes to that, Zack admitted. I've been stuck in a time loop for decades, it's not like I didn't have the time. I've honed far more useless skills to perfection just for bragging rights, so I really shouldn't have skimped out on something like this. But enough of that. I have a request for you. Go ahead, Zorian nodded, motioning him to continue. Don't mess with my mind without my express permission, Zack said. Even if you catch me without any mental protection or something. Well, okay, Zorian agreed. I can respect that. What if I suspect you to be under the influence of another mind mage already, though? I have to think about that, Zack fumbled. For now, no. Don't mess with my mind even then. Just knock me out and wait for the effect to wear off. Zorian wanted to point out that some mind effects didn't wear off, but he could see that Zack was still very uncomfortable around mind magic and decided to postpone this talk for some other time. Alright. I'll leave your mind alone. I will only use my mind sense and empathy on you, since they require no mental invasion to use and it's almost impossible for me to not use them on someone. Anything else? Yeah, Zack said. The fact you can sense and manipulate the marker placed on us and I can't really burns, you know. I can accept you're a better mind mage than I'll ever be since it's your special ability and all, but this personal soul sense of yours is something I could have easily acquired myself if I knew about it. Do you think you can teach me how to do that? I think I'll have to set you up with one of my teachers to do that, Zorian frowned. Alanik has access to potions I have never even encountered elsewhere and knowledge of how to help if something goes horribly wrong. I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem, though. He's a pretty helpful person, despite initial appearances. Eventually the train arrived and they were forced to cut their conversation a little short. Since they were going to share a compartment with Kiriel for the rest of the ride, any sensitive conversations would have to wait for a while. Even if they had wanted to talk about something arcane, though, Kiriel wouldn't have let them. Any apprehension she felt towards Zack melted away during the first 20 minutes of the train ride and the resulting boredom. She started asking Zack questions about Syoria and the academy. Later on, Zack would remark how surprised he was at the way Kiriel treated him, as Kiriel had been rather more unfriendly towards him in the previous restart. But, as Zorian explained to him, that Kiriel was one who had a far worse impression of Zack, and that bad first impression of Zack had never really left her for the rest of the restart. The way Kiriel was treating him now was actually far closer to her true personality than what he experienced before. Kind of strange that you don't like most of your family, but you're so close to your little sister, Zack remarked. Was it always like that, or? I always did like her best out of all of them, Zorian said. But no, I did not have this good of a relationship with her before the time loop. There was a reason why I had never brought her along before I started retaining my awareness across restarts. Ah. I figured it was something like that, Zack said. So do we have a plan for this restart or what? I was hoping we could take a break for a restart or two, Zorian sighed. I need to think about things and come to terms with all of this. It's a lot to take in. Fine, Zack said eventually. I guess we should spend some time getting to know each other anyway. You can still introduce me to that Alanik fellow that teaches personal soul sensing, right? Absolutely, Zorian confirmed. You can work on your soul sense while we decide what to do. It's not like I intend to literally do nothing myself, you know. Oh. What do you have in mind for yourself? Zack asked. I've been pursuing lessons from my mentor, Svim, but I could never really properly focus on them thus far. Now that I don't have the decaying memory packet in my head demanding most of my attention, I figure I should finally be able to give him all my attention and see what the results are. I'm still not sure how much to really tell him about the time loop and how it functions, though. I mean, I'm freaked out by how it works, and I'm actually aware of the restarts. I'm not sure it's a good idea to explain to Svim what's really going on. I can't help you there, Zack shook his head. I never had much luck in convincing people about the time loop, and that was before I knew all this crazy stuff about it that I do now. I have no idea how you even convinced Svim to take you seriously about time travel, considering he never believed me when I tried to do the same. You went to Svim to try and tell him about the time loop? Zorian asked. I guess you really meant it when you said you went to just about everyone with the story. Yeah, Zack agreed. Do you think it might help you convince him you're telling the truth if I came with you? I can do some pretty crazy magic on demand, by now. I don't know, Zorian said. I didn't mention you when I talked to him previously, but that was mostly to minimize any links between the two of us in case Red Robe somehow caught wind of Svim's investigation in the time loop. Now that we know Red Robe is gone, it might be a good idea to include you into the story. Zorian considered things for a few seconds. I'll go alone on Monday, Zorian decided. But I'll tell him you're also a time traveler and see if he wants to meet you. Break. Of course Svim wanted to meet him. Frankly, if Zorian was in Svim's place and a student came to him with a story about being a time traveler and then another student was also a time traveler, he'd react the same way too. Thus, the very next day after Zorian's talk with Svim, he returned to the man's office with Zack in tow. So, Mr. Novita, Svim began. Mr. Kaczynski here claims you and he are stuck in a time loop, and have lived through this month many times before. You've lived longer than him, apparently. I've already heard Mr. Kaczynski's story and saw the evidence he had for it, and now I'm curious to hear your side of it. But before we get to that, I admit I'm curious about your level of skill. Do you mind if we take an hour or two to test your magical abilities? Sure, Zack shrugged. I guess we're going to have to leave the office for that, though. That won't be necessary, Mr. Novita, Svim told him. The test will consist of simple shaping exercises. Shaping exercises? Zack asked, surprised. Kind of underwhelming, but okay. Ready when you are. Oh dear. Should Zorian warn him? No. No, it would be more amusing this way. Levitate this pen, please, Svim told Zack, handing him one of the many pens strewn along his desk. And then make it spin in the air. Zack smiled, doing just that with total ease. At which point a marble nailed him straight in his forehead, causing him to lose concentration and stop levitating the pen, never mind spinning it. What? Zack asked incredulously. You failed, Svim informed him, finger tapping against the table impatiently. But, you threw a marble at me. Zack protested. And you immediately lost concentration, Svim said with a long sigh. Shameful. And you're supposed to be someone who trained magic for literally decades. What could you have possibly been doing all this time? Zorian here would have never let some little thing like that distract him, and he has only been stuck in the time loop for a few years. There was a long pause as Zack looked incredulously between Svim and Zorian, as if unable to believe what he was hearing. Zorian was struggling not to laugh. He could kind of understand why Svim had done this. It was an asshole move, and completely inappropriate for a teacher, but damn if it wasn't amusing. Well, I suppose it's to be expected, Svim said. Decades of shoddy instruction is nonetheless shoddy instruction. One more promising student failed by the poor state of our magical education. Let's try that again, only properly this time. Start over. Break. I hate this guy, Zack told him as they left Svim's office. I don't think I've ever wanted to strangle someone more in my entire life. Yeah, Svim has that kind of effect on people, Zorian agreed. I mean, I knew he was an asshole, but I never quite realized he was that much of an asshole. You know. Yes, he knew. Oh, how Zorian knew. If he's always like that, then why the hell did you keep coming back to him restart after restart? Zack asked incredulously. I wanted to prove him wrong, Zorian shrugged. He was an ass, but he was demanding excellence in something I'd always felt I was good at, and so I just couldn't let it go. Besides, he's not utterly terrible, once you get to know him a little. Not utterly terrible, Zack repeated, rolling his eyes. I really hope this is the end of it and I never have to talk to the guy again. You know, Svim is pretty good at non-structured mental defenses, Zorian said innocently. No, Zack said immediately. What? Zorian grinned. I was just going to suggest you ask him for help in mastering the ability. I'm sure he'd be happy to help you train. No. Absolutely not, Zack shook his head. And don't think I didn't notice how much you were enjoying yourself while I suffered in there. I'll find a way to pay you back somehow, you'll see. Rather than be intimidated by the threat, Zorian finally laughed. 56, Obscure. Chapter 056 Obscure. Despite how much the experience had annoyed Zack, Zorian judged their meeting with Svim to have been a full success. Sure, Svim had been openly dismissive of Zack's skills, but that was just Svim being Svim. The man had been impressed in his own way, else he would not have kept pushing Zack towards ever more demanding shaping exercises as their meeting progressed. Not that this outcome was surprising, there was a lot to be impressed about when it came to Zack's shaping, especially if one knew how big his mana reserves were. His fellow time traveler had not honed his shaping skills to the same ridiculous standard that Zorian had achieved under Svim's tutelage, but he was clearly far better than he had any right to be. Zorian was confident that the skills Zack displayed in that office would be taken as a point in their favor. The next day, Zorian decided to introduce Zack to Alanik as well and see if the priest was open to the idea of teaching Zack some of his soul defenses. Accordingly, they went to the priest first thing in the morning, effectively skipping an entire day of classes. Not that skipping classes was much of a problem for either of them at this point. The start of the meeting went about as Zorian expected it would. Zack talked, Alanik listened, and Zorian mostly stayed quiet. The priest already knew the nature of their request, since Zorian had already explained things to him while arranging the meeting, but he wanted to hear Zack's version of the story as well before he agreed to anything. Thankfully, Zack successfully kept to the script and didn't blurt out anything he wasn't supposed to. Their story was, in essence, very simple. The two of them had ended up on the receiving end of a soul magic attack and now had some kind of marker stamped on their soul. Zack, being shaken by the experience, now wanted to learn how to defend himself from similar attacks. There is one thing that is bothering me about this, Alanik told them when Zack finished his tale, shifting his attention from Zack to Zorian. If both of you suffered from this attack, how come only Zack is interested in learning how to defend his soul? Does the experience you went through not worry you as well? Ah, well, I already know how to perceive and defend my soul, Zorian admitted. Really? Alanik said curiously, raising his eyebrows in a silent question. Why would I lie? Asked Zorian with a shrug. Alanik stared at him for a second before reaching across the table they were gathered around and grasping his shoulder tightly in his hand. Zorian was about to ask him what the hell he thought he was doing when suddenly all of his senses went haywire. He swayed in his chair for a moment, the world around him spinning and melting like a bad illusion and his body feeling like it was being twisted into some unnatural form. Then he realized what was happening and used his magic to violently shove Alanik's attack away from his soul. It worked, and the world immediately returned to normal, but Zorian had an uncomfortable feeling that had more to do with Alanik backing off at the first sign of resistance than him being all that good. He gave the man a nasty glare, and Alanik removed his hand from Zorian's shoulder. Shoddy defenses, Alanik said. Serviceable, but shoddy. You should reconsider your decision, Mr. Kaczynski. You could use my instruction as much as Mr. Novita here. I know that. Zorian snapped. I just thought that Alanik would refuse to teach him, since he didn't want to do so in previous restarts. Well, not without receiving explanations that Zorian had been unwilling to give the man at that time. You know what? Never mind that, Zorian sighed. Does that mean you're willing to teach us, then? Both of us? I suppose I am, Alanik said, tapping his fingers against the table for a few seconds. You are hiding things from me, but I don't think it's something sinister. Who taught you how to feel your soul, if I may ask? A friendly shifter, said Zorian. Partially true, even if Alanik had done the lion's share of the work. A shifter, huh? Alanik said, giving him another long look. Very well. Come with me so I can check up on this marker you two received from your attacker. We don't want it removed, Zack hurriedly said. Yes, you already said that, Alanik said. I just want to have a look. Don't worry, I'm not doing anything to you without your consent. You mean like launching a surprise soul attack to test our claims of already having a soul defense? Asked Zorian snidely. Don't be so whiny, Alanik told him unsympathetically. That was just a light tap, spiritually speaking. That light tap almost caused me to vomit all over your table, Zorian told him. Humph, Alanik scoffed. Your defenses are even shoddier than I thought, then. Sighing, Zorian decided to drop the issue. What is it with you and annoying teachers? Zack whispered to him as they followed Alanik deeper into the temple that served as his house. Is this going to be a recurring thing with you? I don't think I can handle a repeat of the swim episode this soon. Zorian was tempted to bring Zack to Silver Lake after this, just to show him the true meaning of annoying. At least Alanik and Svim were each helpful in their own way in addition to being hard to deal with. He wondered if Zack was good enough to deal with the Grey Hunter. He probably could kill the beast, but could he do it in a way that keeps the eggs intact? Though now that he thought about it, Silver Lake probably doesn't count as a teacher. She had taught him precisely nothing so far. Mr. Zosk is way less annoying than Svim, he whispered back to Zack, putting his musings aside for the moment. He can be pretty harsh at times, but he's always fair. He doesn't insult people without good reason. The truth is my soul defenses really are shoddy at the moment. Give him a chance. I'm happy you have so much faith in me, Mr. Kaczynski, Alanik said, butting into their conversation. Oops, guess they weren't quiet enough. Or maybe Alanik's hearing was just that good. This Svim fellow you keep talking about sounds fascinating. I hope you can introduce us sometime. Zorian made a sour face. Bringing Svim and Alanik together into the same room? Yeah, no way in hell was he letting that happen. Alanik seemed to have noticed Zorian's distaste for the idea because he actually laughed at him. I was just joking, Mr. Kaczynski, the priest said, his voice still tinged with amusement. If I really wanted to meet this Svim, I would have sought him out on my own. With a name like that, I doubt he'd be hard to find. I suppose you're right, Zorian admitted. Svim was a fairly exotic name, and he had a feeling that his mentor was rather famous within certain circles as well. Everyone who worked in a prestigious institution like Scioria's Royal Magical Academy was at least somewhat famous. All in all, Svim probably wasn't very hard to find for someone like Alanik, who clearly had connections to one or more spy organizations. Not for the first time, Zorian found himself wondering what exactly would happen if he told Alanik about the time loop. Not in this restart, obviously, but as an idea for the future, well, he could use the battle priest's help and advice. Then again, he wasn't working alone anymore, was he? He would have to see what Zack would say about that. Oh well. Hopefully Alanik would leave a better impression on Zack than Svim had. Break. Ugh, Zack said as they departed from Alanik's home. That psychedelic potion is pure hell. And I'm apparently going to have to go through several restarts worth of that stuff. You didn't have to take it, Zorian pointed out. Its only purpose is to speed things up. You could have taken the slow, painless way and meditated your way to soul perception. No, I know my limits, Zack said, shaking his head. Even you opted for the fast route, and I'm even more impatient than you are. How you managed to pretend to be unaware of the time loop all this time I'll never fathom. What did he have you do while I was off hallucinating, anyway? That light touch stuff he tried on me earlier, grimaced Zorian. He kept using weak soul attacks on me while having me fight him off. It's helpful, I guess. At the very least it gives me some experience in fending off soul manipulation. I usually rely on actual defensive wards to counter hostile soul magic, but this sort of stuff is useful if I'm ever caught off guard with some casual soul spell. It's strange, though. Why is Alanik willing to help me refine my soul defenses now that I've brought you along? Why does your presence make him less suspicious of me? I guess I just look like a more honest person than you do, Zack said with a grin. Zorian rolled his eyes at him. Anyway, what now? Now? Well, you either go home and do whatever you want, or you go with me to Nyazov Dveri while I visit the local dungeon, Zorian told him. I was going to go there while you had your lessons with Alanik, but that idea obviously had to be scrapped, so I guess I'll do it now. You were going to go have fun in the dungeon while I suffered back there. Zack frowned. Depends how you define fun, Zorian said. I'm just going to load up on crystallized mana before getting back to the surface. I'm not sure I understand, Zack said. Why would you need so much crystallized mana? Money, of course, Zorian said. I use some of it for my magic items and golems, but most of it is sold for some quick cash. I memorized where the crystal clumps are over the restarts, so it doesn't take long to pick up a lot of them. It's almost like collecting money. Zack was quiet for a while. Well crap, said Zack after a while. That's clever. Why didn't I think of that? I could have used that trick a decade or so ago. What, you had cash problems? Zorian asked curiously. Aren't you obscenely rich? I don't have nearly as much money as people think, Zack shook his head. Oh, right, his guardian kind of robbed him. Hell, I don't have nearly as much money as I thought I did, thanks to my slimy caretaker. But the real problem is that most of my money is unavailable to me. It's all either banked into long-term accounts or stored away in ways that make it really hard for me to get to it on short notice. And even if I could get to it easily, I would still have to justify my expenses to my caretaker and get his permission in order to spend any significant sum. Which means that when I really wanted to spend a lot of money during the restarts, I basically had to get the money from scratch somehow. And how did you solve that? Well, these days I just kill some rare magical creature and sell the corpse, Zack shrugged. You can earn huge amounts of cash if you know who to sell it to. I really like your solution, though. It's a lot safer, and not even that much more time-consuming. Doesn't dumping a huge amount of crystallized mana on the market collapse the price, though? Zorian shook his head. In the grand scheme of things, the amounts of crystallized mana I can gather in a few days are a drop in the bucket. Even if I focused on doing nothing else for the entire restart, I'd only produce a fraction of what dedicated mines produce on a daily basis. Though trying to sell too much to individual shops does tend to bring unwanted attention. All right, Zack nodded. So how are we doing this? Break. Later that day, when they finally returned to Cyoria, Zorian was lugging no less than 5 luggage boxes full of crystallized mana, a lot more than his excursions into the dungeons beneath Nyazov very usually got him. They probably went a little overboard with their crystal collection, but that was fine. One could never have too much money. Zorian usually stuck to the safer areas of the dungeon he had mapped and explored a long time ago when embarking on his crystal gathering expeditions, but Zack had insisted they explore the dungeon a little deeper than usual this time. Since the other time traveler was so powerful, Zorian had agreed. He was actually somewhat curious if they could find something interesting. In the end, though, they didn't discover anything too amazing, just several new crystal clumps and some strange cave plants that Zorian couldn't identify and decided to bring along with him. He could then show them to Kale when the boy finally showed up again. They didn't stumble upon anything particularly dangerous, which pleased Zorian, who didn't want to end the restart short because they died to some stupid monster in the dungeon depths, and disappointed Zack, who had been hoping for a good fight to blow off some steam. Just as they were about to separate and go each to their own homes, Zack suddenly spoke up. That was kind of fun, he said. We should go deeper next time. That's a bad idea, Zorian said. We already went past the depth where I met this floating mass of eyes that killed me just by looking at me. It's only luck we didn't meet anything like that today. Do you really want to cut one of our restarts short by dying to some stupid monster? Ugh. You're no fun, Zack complained. We can always go hunting all the monsters that are terrorizing the city now that Arania are gone, Zorian pointed out. I already did that with Taven in previous restarts, but, well, I can never really set myself loose when I'm around her. She knows me too well to accept my growth in skill at face value. Taven. I remember her, Zack said. She was your date for the evening that time when I invited all the students to my home for the summer festival. Are you close to her? Not in the way you're probably thinking of. We're just friends, Zorian said. Friends that go on dates together. Zack said with a grin. Ugh. I'm pretty sure I told you something like this back then, but Taven isn't interested in guys like me. I'm not her type, Zorian responded, hoping this was the end of it. Yeah, fat chance of that. Ah, so she shot you down then, Zack nodded sagely. Well, don't let it get to you. You can't get to them all, even with the time loop and its multiple retries. I never managed to talk either Rainy or Akoja to go out on a date with me, for example, no matter what I tried. Zorian was sorely tempted to ask Zack about his attempts to woo Akoja, since that was bound to have been amusing, in a train wreck sort of way. In the end, however, he decided that he really didn't want to know. I hope you realize that I've been in this time loop for only a handful of years and that most of that time has been spent while under threat and under pressure from various emergencies, Zorian told him. Yes, so? Zack asked, not understanding his point. Aside from picking a girl for the date at the end of the restart, I never went out on any dates, Zorian told him. Did his meetings with Rainy count as dates? No, probably not. I certainly didn't go after every single girl in the class like you seem to have done. Zack stared at him in silence for a few seconds, apparently struck speechless at Zorian's statement. Seriously, he eventually asked, his voice incredulous. Seriously, Zorian confirmed. You're crazy, Zack told him. Mark my words, you'll regret this once we're out of this time loop. You'll never get a chance like this in your life. You sound like an old man, Zorian said. Well, I am several decades older than you, Zack pointed out. Listen to your elders, young man, I know what I'm talking about. 10 minutes and a lot of pointless banter later, they finally called it a day and separated. Strangely enough, despite the fact he spent the entire day either having his soul slapped around, crawling through dark, monster-infested tunnels or being teased by his fellow time traveler, Zorian found himself happy with how it turned out. Though he really could have gone without that last conversation, now he couldn't stop thinking about the various girls in his life. And he was certain that if Zack knew about it, he would be laughing at his predicament. The jerk. Break. 2 days after their meeting with Svim, the man called Zorian in his office to tell him that he had tentatively accepted his story as plausible and to talk about what they should do next. That was, surprisingly fast. It was interesting to experience just how big of an effect Zack's presence had on people he talked to. Both Svim and Alanik seemed to be taking him more seriously this time around, just because there was a second person backing his story up. Was it just that multiple people were convincing in a way that a single person wasn't, or was there more to it? He was tempted to ask Svim about the topic directly, but it was unlikely he could offer much insight into the thought processes of his previous incarnations and would force him to admit he was purposely restricting Svim's access to relevant information about the time loop. Regardless, he currently found himself standing in front of Svim on one of the Academy's many training grounds, waiting for the lessons to start. So, Svim said. I see you are here alone. I take it your fellow time traveler declined my offer, then. I'm afraid you didn't leave the best impression on him the last time you met, sir, Zorian told him respectfully. A pity. He could have used my help. But enough about the easily discouraged, we're here to help you. You say you've already worked with me to hone your dimensionalism. Show me, then. Zorian didn't have to ask what Svim was talking about. He took out a large, oval rock from his jacket pocket and outstretched his hand in front of him so Svim could see the stone. And then he generated a flawless dimensional boundary around the stone. Visually, nothing happened, but Zorian knew Svim could tell the difference somehow. He supposed that his ability to sense magic was just that good. Passable, Svim said, passing his judgment. Keep working on it in your free time, but I suppose I can work with this. Zorian nodded, and quietly pocketed the stone, his long experience with Svim allowing him to shrug off his mentor's ridiculous perfectionism without really getting upset. His dimensional boundary was more than just passable, and they both knew it. Zorian had already started to work on forming a dimensional boundary over complex objects like small statues and planned to move on to live, moving insects soon. You seem to have rather good grasp on the basic teleport spell, and even know a great many variants, Svim said. So today I will show you how to defend against teleportation instead. I already know how to ward places against teleportation, pointed out Zorian. Truly? Svim said. Let's test that. He waved his hands, conjuring 4 glowing orbs of light that quickly assumed a square formation over a large section of the training ground. Ward that area against teleportation, and then I'll do my best to teleport in, Svim told him. Shrugging, Zorian went and did just that. He was quite good at warding, in his humble opinion, but he had no illusions that his wards would actually hold against Svim's attempts to sidestep it. Who knows what kind of sophisticated teleportation spells his mentor had at his disposal. There. Not his best work, perhaps, as he was slightly rushed for time and didn't have any fancy materials to work with, but that should at least force him to spend some time to. Without saying a word, Svim unceremoniously dispelled his teleportation ward with a wide area dispel and teleported into the previously warded area. Though he knew it wouldn't help, Zorian just couldn't help himself. He just had to say it. That's cheating, he said. You told me you were going to try to teleport in, not that you'd just dispel the ward. And an actual attacker would play by the rules, Svim asked him. You don't think they would just teleport to the edge of the ward and get rid of it? If you gave me time to prepare, the ward would be anchored to something and be nigh impossible to dispel like that, Zorian said. And if you gave me time to prepare, I'd bring a couple of mana siphons to starve the ward into collapse, Svim said pitilessly. Ugh. Fine. Can I have another try? Zorian asked. Of course, Svim nodded. You can have as many tries as you want. 2 hours later and 5 ward refinements later, Zorian had a warding scheme that Svim couldn't just casually dispel whenever he wished. He had to extend the ward far outside the limits of the area indicated by Svim's glowing orbs, but apparently that wasn't cheating either. The man even praised him for finally thinking outside the box. And then, when he finally couldn't dispel the ward, Svim promptly teleported into the area as if the ward had never existed. Zorian wouldn't have been so upset about that, except that Svim didn't appear to have used anything more complex than a basic teleport to do so. What happened? He asked the man. How did you teleport in with just the regular teleport? There are 3 stages of the basic teleport, and I made sure to suppress each and every one of them. I made a microscopic dimensional gate and used it to extend a ward-suppressing bubble in the middle of the area, Svim said. Then I simply teleported into a patch of effectively unprotected land. It is a standard way of getting into heavily warded areas, though most people use magic items thrown into the area instead of creating a microscopic gate like I did. I presume this is because they can't create a gate like that, even a tiny one, Zorian said. Yes, Svim confirmed. But I'm hardly unique in this capacity, so it would be best to know how to deal with the tactic. Fine, Zorian said wearily. I admit defeat, Master. I don't know how to ward against teleportation effectively, so please teach me how. And if possible, I'd also like to know how to make the microgate thing, too. I suspect that level of skill is still beyond you, my student, Svim told him with a small smile. But we'll see. Now listen closely. Break. Days passed. Aside from getting lessons from both Alanik and Svim, Zorian spent his time playing games with Curiel and creating experimental spell formula blueprints. He sought out Nora Boole's help for the latter task, discussing his designs with the enthusiastic woman that helped him start on his current path so long ago. She was surprisingly helpful, even after all this time, though it did bring him a bit more attention than he would have liked, since Nora couldn't shut up about this amazing spell formula talent she had found among the students. With Red Robe out of the picture, however, he didn't care as much about attracting attention. He and Zack also went to hunt monsters that kept spilling into Scioria a couple of times. Zorian already knew where a lot of them made their nests and which paths they took to the surface, and since he didn't have to feign ignorance around Zack, they thinned out monster populations considerably during those couple of visits to Scioria's underground. At Zorian's request, Zack mostly let Zorian tackle the monsters on his own, only getting himself involved when he had to. Which was embarrassingly often. To Zorian's annoyance, his combat skills were steadily growing, but he still wasn't a one-man army like Zack was. Eventually Kale arrived at Amaya's place, and Zorian brought both him and Taven into the time loop. Kale was very easy to convince, like usual, but Taven was still rather incredulous about the idea. Then again, she always was rather hard to convince that he was telling the truth. Currently he and Zack were just lazing around in an empty meadow, far from any settlement. Well, any inhabited settlement. There was a small village nearby, but it had been completely depopulated during the weeping, and now the locals considered the entire area cursed and refused to move back in. Zorian didn't expect that to last for long, but for now the village remained empty and the fields overgrown with grass. Though the background of the place was rather morbid, it was a very beautiful location otherwise. Zack had really found some nice sights in his decades of wandering the continent. So what was Kale being so excited about the other day? Zack asked him. I don't remember him being so excited about the time loop in the previous restart. Well, since I no longer have to worry about keeping my head down to stay below Red Robe's radar, Kale decided he can conscript some of the local alchemists for that research he keeps transferring across restarts, Zorian said. That sounds very expensive, Zack said, frowning. It probably will be, Zorian said, nodding. I'd be annoyed at him throwing my money around like that, but in truth I really don't have much use for most of it. Besides, I can always dip into other sources of cash if I ever run out. Other sources? Zack asked. I know the locations of several secret stashes of the Abasins and the cultists scattered around Scioria, Zorian said. And I can always rob their houses too, since I know where a lot of them live and all. But that's stealing, Zack protested. Yes. Zorian confirmed, mystified at Zack's response. Why wouldn't I steal from them? They're a bunch of murderous invaders. Well. I guess it makes sense, Zack admitted. But it just feels wrong to me, you know. But you didn't feel uncomfortable helping me violently break into Iranian settlements so we could violate their mines for practice and skill theft? Zorian asked curiously. Zack winced. I didn't think of it that way. Besides, they're giant spiders. It's easier to justify that sort of thing when I can't read their body cues and they don't bother to talk to me about it. That's because you had a mind blank on, Zorian noted. They literally couldn't talk to you. They did talk to me, though. They asked, even begged us to stop plenty of times. Wow, said Zack awkwardly. That's pretty messed up. I always did wonder why you were so reluctant to go attack more than one colony each day. Zorian nodded silently. He wasn't exactly dying of guilt over what they did, but that was one restart he never intended to reenact in the future. There was no way he could keep doing that without becoming a monster. After a short silence, Zack spoke up again. You know, Zorian, he said. After watching you fight against the Urania in that restart and against other monsters in this one, I couldn't help but notice your combat magic is a little basic. I guess, Zorian said slowly, wondering what the other boy was getting at. It's not bad. Zack hastened to add. It's pretty good, all things considered. But, well. I don't think it's good enough for what we need to do. Fair enough, Zorian agreed. I am working on it, though. I suppose you think I'm not doing enough. Actually, I was going to offer to teach you some more spells, Zack grinned. I'm not much of a teacher, but I don't have to be one in order to increase your arsenal of combat spells. There was no reason to say no. Zorian was always happy to learn more spells, especially restricted ones like most combat spells. Of course, learning spells was not the same as being able to use them effectively in combat, which was why Zorian still relied primarily on classics like Magic Missile, Shield, Fireball and the like. It quickly became obvious that many of Zack's favorite tricks wouldn't work well for Zorian. For instance, Zack loved the shield variations that created multiple layers of force instead of a single shielding plane. While extremely effective, they had extreme mana costs associated with them as well. He also loved using spells in large swarms to overwhelm enemy defenses, which was likewise an impractical tactic for Zorian. Still. Okay then, this is one of those fancy hexagon shields you sometimes see in illustrations, said Zack, casting the spell deliberately slowly so Zorian could memorize the movements and chants. A ghostly sphere made of interlocking hexagons sprung out around Zack. I personally find it too much of a chore, but it sounds like it can work well for someone like you. The main advantage is that if an attack punches through, it will only destroy one hexagon instead of collapsing the entire shield. Though this does make the shield as a whole somewhat weaker than the layered aegis I showed you earlier. Hence me not using it much. That does sound more suited to me, Zorian admitted. We should probably stop for today, Zack said, dismissing the shield. It promptly dissolved into glittering motes of lights instead of simply winking out of existence like a regular shield did. Pretty. Yes, Zorian agreed. It's best I spend some time experimenting with stuff you've already shown me before I bother learning more new stuff. Don't be afraid to ask for help, Zack said. Hell, maybe one day you'll even teach me something. Zorian cocked his eyebrow at him. Who says I can't teach you something now? He asked the boy. I meant something related to combat magic, Zack clarified, waving his hand through the air dismissively. So did I, Zorian immediately countered. Zorian, please, Zack snorted derisively. Combat magic is my thing. I've been working on it for decades now. Even if you know some obscure spell I've never encountered, I probably already have something better in my arsenal. Any feat of combat magic you can do, I can either duplicate or exceed. Zorian hummed thoughtfully. That calls for a little test, I think. Do you think you're up to it? Sure, Zack shrugged. What do you have in mind? See that rock over there? Zorian said, pointing at a large stone some distance away from them. Zack motioned for Zorian to continue. Keep an eye on it while I cast my spell. All right, Zack said, retreating to a healthy distance and positioning himself so he could easily see both Zorian and the stone at the same time. Slowly and carefully, Zorian went through the motions of the spell. Zack looked torn between confusion and amusement, since the spell was clearly just a magic missile, but said nothing and opted to just watch instead. Zorian finished the spell. For a second, nothing seemed to happen. Then the rock Zorian designated as his target exploded into a shower of stone fragments, causing Zack to flinch in surprise at the sudden, unexpected detonation. What? He asked uncomprehendingly. He gave Zorian a suspicious glance. Did you put an explosive glyph on that stone beforehand or something? Nope, Zorian said, grinning widely. I cast an invisible magic missile at it. Invisible magic missile? Zack asked slowly. Didn't you know? Zorian asked innocently. A flawlessly cast force spell is perfectly transparent, making it effectively invisible. It took me quite a while to achieve this, but I'm sure a master combat mage like yourself has mastered this years ago. Zack stared at him for a second before shifting his gaze to the shattered rock the magic missile had demolished. So, Zorian began, smiling brightly. How long do you think it will take you to duplicate that? Break. 3 days later, Zorian was kind of regretting one-upping Zack like he did. Ever since then, his fellow time traveler seemed obsessed with duplicating Zorian's feat, refusing to understand that this wasn't something you could achieve by working on it really hard for a couple of days. I'm not even sure why you're so upset about this, Zorian finally told him. It's just a neat trick that people like you have no need for anyway. It's the principle of the thing, Zack said, casting another magic missile at the tree in front of him. Zorian didn't think the poor plant would last long if this continued for long. I'm the combat guy. It's my thing, and I've been at this for decades longer than you. I can't let you outdo me in this area. Zorian sighed at the explanation. He was getting uncomfortable flashbacks to Taven's little episode when she figured out how good of a combat mage he is. Was this a general combat mage thing? Well, at least Zack was not crying over it like Taven had. That would have been really awkward. At least let me show you how to do it properly, Zorian said. You'll never succeed by going at it in your current fashion. Zack stopped for a second, considering it, before shaking his head. Maybe if I still can't figure it out in a few days, he said. I like to figure out these sorts of things on my own. Oh well, he tried. With a helpless shrug, Zorian left Zack to his pointless attempts at brute-forcing a problem that required finesse to solve. Eventually Zack either ran out of mana or got sick of casting magic missile, probably just got sick of it, considering his monstrous mana reserves, and decided to sit down next to Zorian for a while. Do you mind if I ask you a little about what you remember about the start of the time loop? Zorian asked after a while. Feel free, Zack shrugged. But keep in mind that the beginning of the time loop is very fuzzy in my mind and I keep having trouble remembering specific things about it. Yeah, you mentioned that, Zorian nodded. But I've been thinking about what you've said, both recently and back when you still thought I was unaware of the time loop. That was an asshole thing for you to do, said Zack, interrupting him. I know I've said it before, but it bears repeating. You're never going to shut up about it, are you? Zorian complained. Nope, Zack confirmed. Anyway, Zorian said, deciding there was no point in continuing that topic, I remember you mentioning how you kept trying to convince everyone who would listen about the existence of the time loop. What was your logic behind that? I found myself in some crazy time loop and there was an invasion of the city at the end of every month, Zack said. Of course I wanted some help. So just to confirm, Zorian tried. Your earliest memories are of being confused by the situation you found yourself in, yes? The time loop was strange and novel to you, not something that felt natural. Zack frowned, lost in thought for a while. Yeah, Zack nodded. Sounds about right. It doesn't feel like the time loop was something I was informed of in advance or specifically groomed for, if that's what you're asking. I guess that's a point in favor of Red Robe being the true controller, huh? Him being the original controller still makes no sense to me, Zorian said. Why would he tolerate you all this time if you weren't somehow critical for the loop? Do you remember ever experiencing a time loop being cut short for no apparent reason? No, Zack said. I would have remembered something that abnormal. I did experience a few unexpected restarts while sleeping, but I'm pretty sure those were due to assassinations. I doubt Red Robe never died prematurely, so that means the time loop only resets when you die. That's a pretty obvious indicator it considers you more important than the two of us. They continued discussing the issue for another 10 minutes or so, with no solid conclusions by the end. Eventually they shifted to the topic of how to convince people around them they really were in a time loop and Zack started sharing some of his more amusing failures in his initial quest for allies. You told Benesek that you're a time traveler? Zorian asked incredulously. I can't believe you thought that was a good idea. Shut up, Zack said. Aren't you friends with the guy? Sort of, Zorian admitted. But I'm afraid our friendship didn't quite survive the time loop and its influence on me. I kind of feel bad, since it's not his fault he can't learn and grow like I do, but... You don't have to explain that to me, Zack said. I used to be casual friends with a lot of our classmates, but I feel completely alienated from most of them by now. Right, said Zorian. Best not to dwell on such a depressing topic. So what exactly happened when you told Benesek about the time loop? I thought he took it quite well at first, Zack said. Then I came to school the day after and found that he told half the school I've gone completely nuts. Though funnily, everyone seemed to have a different idea of what kind of crazy thing I believed in. Yeah, that sounds like Benesek, Zorian nodded. So when you said you tried to convince everyone, you really meant everyone, huh? Well, obviously I couldn't try to convince literally everyone in Scioria, Zack said. But it was a lot of people. students, teachers, city authorities, you name it. Zorian tapped his fingers against the ground around him, trying to think of some person from their class whose reaction to the time loop would have been amusing. Oh. How about Veyers? He asked Zack. Did you ever tell him about the time loop? Who? Zack asked, looking confused. Veyers Boranova, Zorian said. You know, the guy who punched you in the face during class in our second year? He got expelled from the academy before the time loop began, but he had technically been our classmate, so I thought. He stopped when he noticed Zack was giving him a strange look. What is it? He asked. Zorian, who the hell are you talking about? Zack asked him slowly. Zorian stared at Zack for a while, before he began to explain things in more detail. I'm talking about Veyers Boranova, he said. Member of Noble House Boranova and our classmate during the first 2 years of our education. Tall, blonde, and with vivid orange eyes that had a slitted iris and made him look sort of like a snake. You two hated each other, well, just about everyone hated the asshole, and he seemed to hate everyone around him, so I guess that doesn't say much but. Anyway, the point is that there is no way you could have forgotten the guy. Zack shifted in place uncomfortably. I have no idea who you're talking about, he finally admitted. Wow. Now that was very, very interesting. 57, Unwanted. Chapter 057 Unwanted. Zorian stared intently at the 2 sheets of paper in front of him, methodically going through every single line of text and marking down the matches and differences between the 2 documents. Zack sat beside him, watching him work with a thoughtful frown, not saying anything. Despite the oppressive silence and serious mood, the 2 papers were simple lists of names. Classmates, teachers, public officials, each of them had listed anyone they considered even remotely important on their own sheet of paper, with no input from the other whatsoever. It was Zorian's hope that by comparing the 2 lists with each other, they could see if there were any other obvious holes in Zack's memory. Or Zorian's memory, for that matter. It was unlikely, but Zorian didn't entirely discount the idea that his own mind had been tampered with too. Is this really necessary? Zack asked him. Maybe I just forgot the guy. Zorian looked up from the 2 papers to give Zack an incredulous look. Hey, I'm just saying. Zack protested. I mean, it has been a pretty long time since I've been stuck in this time loop, and he was expelled before the time loop even began. I'd have to specifically seek him out, and what reason did I have to do that? We apparently didn't even like each other, if I understood you correctly. Please, Zorian scoffed. There was no doubt in Zorian's mind that Zack's curious inability to remember anything about Veyers Boranova was artificial in nature. I can understand you putting the jerk completely out of your mind. Hell, I pretty much did that myself. But to completely forget that he existed at all and everything about him? Yet that was precisely what happened, if Zack was to be believed. Zorian could only conclude someone had scrubbed Zack's mind clean of everything related to the Boranova heir. He wasn't sure why Zack was so unwilling to accept that conclusion, though he did have his suspicions. Zorian returned to his task of matching names for a while, eventually stumbling onto a name on Zack's list that he was unfamiliar with. That was not very surprising, though. Zack's list was way longer than Zorian's, as the other boy was far more social than he was. Who is this Ilanim Cam guy? He asked Zack. He was a student in one of the other groups during our first 2 years in the academy, Zack said. We used to hang out together sometimes. You weren't very friendly back then, so that's probably why you don't remember him. I don't think you ever mingled with the other groups, did you? No, Zorian admitted. I was always very busy back then. I barely interacted with my own classmates, never mind people I had no reason to talk to. Still, I did take a brief look at the other groups, back when I was investigating our classmates for potential red robe candidates. I don't remember ever seeing any Ilanim Cam. Well, I did say he was a student, Zack pointed out. He failed the certification exam and dropped out of the academy. Well, that would explain it. He had completely ignored people who failed to advance into the third year, thinking them irrelevant. That's how he'd missed Veyers too, actually. We're going to have to make a list of people like that and see if it holds any more surprises for us, Zorian noted. Scanning the names below Ilanim, he noticed quite a few names from other student groups. That said, I can't help but notice that you know quite a few students outside our class. I know what you're getting at, Zach interrupted him. You're going to point out how I can list half of our year mates on demand but can't remember a guy that went to our class. And? Zorian prodded. Your response to that? You're right. There is definitely something abnormal about me forgetting this Veyers guy like that. You happy now? Zach said resignedly. Yes, Zorian nodded. Now tell me who this Anixa Pravoski girl is. For the next hour and a half, they slowly went through the two lists of names, searching for any peculiarities. The good news was that Zach didn't have any other glaring holes in his memories, as far as Zorian could tell. Only Veyers seemed to be a total blank. So, do you think Veyers is Red Robe? Zach asked cautiously. That's the question, isn't it? Zorian said, taking off his glasses and inspecting them for dirt. It was mostly a way to waste some time while he thought about what he wanted to say. Yes it is, said Zach slowly, as if talking to an idiot. So why don't you try answering it? Ugh. So impatient. It's possible, Zorian said. But I don't know. I'm kind of bothered by some things about this. Like what? Zach asked curiously. Like the fact Veyers apparently wiped only himself out of your memory, Zorian said. That is so, amateurish. I would expect more from Red Robe. I mean, if it was me doing something like this, I would have blanked out your recollection of another 4 or 5 random students to muddy the trail a bit. Zach gave him an unamused look. You know, Zorian, sometimes I can't help but wonder if you're actually Red Robe, he said. You saw both of us in the same room, though, Zorian pointed out, completely unconcerned by Zach's words. I already know Red Robe can make simulacrums, so that proves nothing, Zach said, folding his hands over his chest. Zorian made a mental note to ask Zach to teach him how to cast the simulacrum spell, since it was unlikely that Zach had never learned the spell in all the decades he had spent in the time loop and Zorian really wanted the spell. They had more pressing issues at the moment, however, so he reluctantly set the idea aside for the moment. The second thing that bothers me is that it's hard to swallow that someone like Veyers could be the relatively discreet and patient Red Robe, Zorian said, dragging the conversation back to the topic of Veyers. I mean, he lost his temper at a disciplinary hearing, for God's sake. He is even more impulsive than you are. Hey, Zach protested. Then again, neither of us are very similar to the person we used to be before the time loop, are we? Admitted Zorian. There are plenty of similarities, Zach said, shaking his head in disagreement. But I do think that him having a short fuse before the time loop proves little. You were also rather unpleasant to interact with before the time loop, and look at you now. This was probably payback for Zorian's earlier comment about Zach's impulsiveness. He supposed he did kind of deserve that. I had reasons for behaving like I did, Zorian noted. Who says Veyers didn't? Zach asked. I'm sure he felt his behavior was totally justified, too. That was true, Zorian conceded. In fact, it could be that the nature of the time loop removed most of Veyers' problems and allowed him to calm down. Much like it did for Zorian himself. I suppose you're right, said Zorian after a pause. He shook his head to clear his thoughts a little. I think that, in the end, it doesn't really matter whether Veyers is Red Robe or not. The fact you have no memory of him means he's someone Red Robe didn't want you to interact with, which makes him automatically important. We have to check him out. Oh, no argument about that, Zach nodded. Though this makes me wonder, if Veyers really is Red Robe, what will we find when we track him down? Depending on what method Red Robe used to leave the time loop, we would expect his counterpart in this world to be either a soulless corpse like the Urania or an unaware person no different from the rest of the people around us, Zorian said. Why a soulless corpse? Zack asked, baffled. Well, I've been thinking of the ways Red Robe could have tricked the Guardian into letting him out of the time loop reality, and I realized he might have just asked for his soul to be shoved into his real-world body, explained Zorian. For a necromancer like him, it might be fairly trivial to just eject his old soul out of the body and continue as normal from there. Would the Guardian agree to do that, though? Zack asked. Can it even do that? It did claim it would have to switch souls if the body in the real world already has one. I can't give you an answer to any of that, obviously, Zorian huffed. I don't know enough about either necromancy or the Guardian's capabilities to say if it's possible. It's just an idea I've been considering, that's all. For a while, they kept throwing various possibilities at each other. It was all just wild speculation, however, so they gave up on that discussion as pointless soon enough. They would have to wait until they found Veyers before they could properly consider the issue. A brief silence descended between them, each of them lost in their own thoughts. Are you sure you don't want me to take a look at your mind? Asked Zorian after a while. What? Zack asked with incomprehension, jolted out of his musings by Zorian's question. A second later, when he finally processed the question, his face contorted into an annoyed glare. No. Absolutely not. I'm sorry, but I already had my brain scrambled by one mind mage and I don't want to be at the mercy of another. Besides, what would be the point? I may not be an expert on mind magic like you, but even I know there is no way to restore magically erased memories. I'd be letting you rummage through my mind for nothing. Well, it's true that a properly blanked-out memory is irrecoverable, Zorian admitted easily. But why assume Red Robe executed the mind wipe flawlessly? I saw his mind magic in action at one point, when he tried to use it against me, and he wasn't all that good with it. There is a good chance he missed something. You have a very skewed image of what constitutes as good when it comes to mind magic, Zack told him. It's not Red Robe that's bad, it's you who is terrifyingly good at it. And the answer is still no. What if I tell you that you could still be under the magic's influence? Zorian asked. Zack gave him a surprised look. What the hell do you mean by that? Zack asked him with a raised voice. It's hard to believe you never encountered anyone mentioning Veyers in one of the previous restarts, Zorian pointed out with a sigh. He's not often mentioned, but people do talk about him on occasion. At some point over the decades, you really should have noticed there was a guy everyone in our class knew of, yet you have no memories of. Well. I was only rarely in class after some point, Zack tried. Zack, you've been strangely evasive about Veyers this entire time, Zorian told him bluntly. Hell, not long ago you again floated the idea you may have just forgotten the guy. As if it hadn't been abundantly obvious by then that the guy had been purposely deleted out of your memories. I would have expected you to be excited about discovering something so important, but instead you seemed really keen to dismiss the whole thing. Zorian, you're overcomplicating things again, Zack complained. Please speak plainly. Fine. You're probably under some kind of compulsion not to focus on the topic of Veyers, Zorian said. And possibly forget about it after a while, if it was ever forcibly pointed out to you. We'll have to see if you still remember this conversation tomorrow. Don't even joke about that last part, Zorian, Zack warned him. It's what I'd have done in Red Robe's place, Zorian said, shrugging. But I have a feeling you don't have to worry about that. If Red Robe didn't bother masking his memory wipe better, it's likely that he didn't bother with something so relatively sophisticated. The compulsion to dismiss the topic itself might have been enough, anyway. I mean, if it hadn't been for me being so pushy and insistent about the hole in your memory when it comes to Veyers, you'd have likely dismissed it and eventually put it out of your mind. Zack hissed something under his breath that Zorian didn't quite catch but which he was pretty sure were insults and swear words directed at Red Robe. Something about his canine ancestry and fondness for male genitals. Regardless, Zack spent the next several minutes pacing around the area and muttering to himself. He looked dangerously unstable, if Zorian was to be perfectly honest. And it wasn't the first time Zack had done something like that, either. It occurred to Zorian that all those decades Zack spent in a time loop, with only limited ability to interact with other people, must have been harder on his fellow time traveler than he had supposed. How much worse, then, would he have ended up if the time loop worked as intended and he stayed inside for hundreds of years or however long it was supposed to last? Maybe the ghost serpent was onto something. Finally, Zack stopped his pacing, ran his hand through his hair in a frustrated manner, and turned to Zorian. "I can't believe I'm doing this," he said. "I really can't, but I don't seem to have a choice." "Zorian?" "Yes?" Zorian asked, curiously. Was Zack finally going to let him take a look at his mind? Probably, he couldn't imagine what else. "I want you to bring me to swim again," Zack said, a sour expression on his face. "I'm going to need those mind magic lessons after all." "Oh," Zorian said, blinking in surprise. He didn't expect that. "Yeah. Sure." He wasn't sure whether to be amused or annoyed by this outcome. It wasn't what he had been trying to do by broaching the topic, but at least it was bound to bring plenty of amusement to him in the days to come. Break. The next 3 days proved to be rather frustrating. On the bright side, Zack did not forget about Veyers after a while, so any compulsion he might be laboring under did not extend that far. Unfortunately, that's where the good news ended. Their search for Veyers had gone nowhere. They knew the boy's name, what he looked like and where his home was, but they still couldn't find him. In the end Zack and Zorian blanketed the entire city with divinations, and they still couldn't track him down. Either Veyers was under some heavy anti-divination wards, or he was not anywhere near the city of Scioria. To make matters worse, nobody seemed to know anything about the guy, not even the various authorities. Zorian knew from questioning Academy officials, and reading their minds when they refused to give him an answer, that Veyers had never interacted with the Academy again after his expulsion, even though he was supposed to come and sign some documents to finalize things. The Academy sent a message to Veyers' house to complain about that, but received no response whatsoever. The police, for their part, received no report that the boy was dead or missing, despite the fact Veyers hadn't been seen in weeks. They even tried contacting Noble House Boranova directly to see if they could arrange for a meeting. Sadly, their representatives told them to get lost. Not in those words, admittedly, they were actually rather polite, but they had still made it clear they didn't want to talk to them. All in all, investigating Veyers was proving to be a lot harder than Zorian initially thought it would be. At this point in time, however, Zorian didn't find that either surprising or particularly disappointing. When was anything about this time loop simple? Though it was a long shot, Zorian decided to ask their classmates about Veyers to see if they knew something. At the very least, Benesek was bound to have heard some rumors about the disgraced Boranova heir, even if there was no telling how accurate any of them were. "You're on time for once, I see," Akoja told him as he approached the classroom. She marked his arrival on the attendance sheet she was holding in her hands. A positive sign. "What's the occasion?" Zorian thought about pointing out he was actually incredibly early, but decided not to. Let her have it her way this once. "I actually wanted to talk to you," he said. "Me?" she asked incredulously, giving him a wide-eyed look. I mean, sure, what did you want to talk about?" "Veyers Boranova," Zorian said. "Him?" she asked in distaste. He felt a twinge of disappointment coming off her. "You really know how to pick a topic, Zorian." "Sorry," he said, genuinely a little remorseful. He probably gave her a bit of false hope he would ask her out or something, if the feelings he got from her were of any indication. Not what he had intended. "I just thought you might know something about him, since you're the class representative and all." "To be honest, I did my best to put him out of my mind," she said. "I can't tell you how glad I was when I heard he got expelled." "Well, about that, do you know what exactly he did on that hearing to get expelled?" Zorian asked. No. Nobody does, Akoja said, shaking her head. I heard people saying he attacked one of the judges, but that's probably rubbish. That's a little too much, even for Veyers. As much as Zorian didn't like the guy, he had to admit there was truth to that. Veyers usually had some restraint around teachers and other people that had power over him, so he probably wouldn't have done something stupid like attacking a judge deciding his own fate. But he wouldn't put it past him either. So you've never seen him lately? Zorian asked. Never heard about anything about what he did afterwards. No and no, she answered, giving him a suspicious look. Why the sudden interest in Veyers? Zack wants to talk to him about something, but can't find him, Zorian said. I agreed to help, so I'm asking people if they know something. He sensed a twinge of annoyance from her when Zack's name came up. Him being suddenly friendly with Zack didn't sit well with her, he could tell, but to her credit she didn't say anything about it. One of these days he really had to ask her why she disliked the boy so much. Maybe his house placed him under private arrest when he got expelled. Akoja offered. It was quite a scandal for them, so they probably don't want him walking around in public for a while. At least until things died down a little. Knowing Veyers, he probably couldn't handle people talking behind his back and mocking him. He'd lose his temper and make things worse than they already were. Maybe, Zorian agreed. It was also possible that Veyers was currently a soulless corpse and his house didn't want that to get out for whatever reason. He and Zack were definitely breaking into the Boranova estate at some point if they failed to find any other clues to Veyers' location. It would make sense, but his house didn't seem to care about his outbursts before, so. Yes, Akoja agreed, nodding. It's shameful how much they let him get away with. I can't even imagine what my parents would do to me if I tried to behave like that. Getting myself expelled. I would probably be sent away to one of our rural relatives as punishment. I bet Veyers would have learned how to rein in his temper real quick if he had to work at a farm every time he did something stupid. Wow. Akoja's parents were pretty strict apparently. No wonder she turned out the way she did. How do you think your parents would react if you got expelled? Akoja asked curiously. I honestly don't know, Zorian admitted. Truthfully, I think I'd be too afraid to find out. They already don't like me much, and academic success is the only thing I really have going for me in their eyes. If that happened, I'd just gather all my savings and portable belongings and leave the country or something. I wouldn't even bother coming back home. Akoja stared at him in surprise for a moment, at loss how to respond. Ah, she finally said, a little uncomfortably. I see. Don't worry about it, said Zorian. It's all highly theoretical, since there is no way I'm getting expelled like Veyers. One last question. This may sound strange, but do you know what Veyers was capable of? Akoja still stared at him thoughtfully for a moment, probably still focused on his previous admission. He was tempted to take a quick peek at her thoughts to see what she was considering, but managed to restrain himself. If he started looking at people's surface thoughts for no reason, where would it all end? Besides, looking at the thoughts of a girl that had a crush on him was probably a bad idea to begin with. I assume you mean magically speaking, she said finally. Zorian nodded. Well, his atrocious behavior aside, I do know he was actually doing well in terms of academics. I'm guessing his house hired some private instructor to teach him, or maybe even did the teaching themselves. I also know he could make fire without chants and gestures, and really easily too, but that is probably not unusual for a Boranova. Zorian nodded. Noble House Boranova was famous for their mastery of fire magic. The orange, slitted eyes that all core members of the house shared hinted that this was a result of some bloodline or enhancement ritual, rather than secret training method, but there was no publicly available information on the specifics of it. Houses were notoriously secretive about such things. Thanking Akoja for her time and patience, Zorian continued on into the classroom. There were still a couple of people he wanted to try his luck with. Break. Hello, Benasek, Zorian said, sitting down next to the boy. Do you mind if I ask you about something? Ah. So the great Zorian finally deigns to come back to his old friend. Benasek said. And here I thought you had replaced me with Zack. If Benasek hadn't been smiling widely when he said that, Zorian might have been actually worried that the boy felt slighted. As it was, he just thanked his luck that Benasek was a very laid-back person who didn't take things personally. It also helped that they weren't terribly close friends, in all honesty. Though that was Zorian's fault more than Benasek's. Don't be so melodramatic, Zorian told him. You can have more than one friend, you know. True, Benasek agreed readily. And you look way happier this year than you usually are, too. Got a girlfriend too, perhaps? He wiggled his eyebrows at Zorian suggestively, causing Zorian to roll his eyes at him. Fine, don't tell me, Benasek scoffed. You know I'll find out on my own soon enough, right? Do you know anything about Veyers? Zorian asked him, ignoring the question. Veyers? Benasek asked. Ah, I guess you only now found out why he's not with us this year. I keep forgetting you live in the middle of nowhere and don't really talk to people. Anyway, yeah, he lost his temper on his disciplinary hearing and got expelled. I guess even noble houses have only so much political capital to burn on people like him. Do you know what he actually did? Zorian asked. Benasek didn't. He knew all sorts of speculation about it, such as the one that he set fire to one of the written witness testimonies or the one where he slept with the daughter of some high-ranking academy official and bragged about it during the hearing. They were all, heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend sorts of story, though, and Zorian didn't put much stock in them. Unsurprisingly, Benasek had no idea where Veyers could be at the moment. That's not to say he didn't have anything useful to offer in regards to the topic, though. You know, you're not the only person asking for him, Benasek said. I've been hearing there are people discreetly asking people about his whereabouts for a while now. They're offering money to anyone who can prove they've seen him. Ha! Do you know who they are? Zorian asked. I'd already have mentioned it if I did, Benasek said, shrugging. But looking at the most likely suspects. I think it's his house that hired them. If it's not them, it's unlikely they would let someone basically offer a bounty on one of their own. Maybe they don't know, offered Zorian. If I know, there is no way they missed it, Benasek said, shaking his head. I'm just a curious amateur. Noble houses all have actual professionals on their payroll. So Veyers' house was looking for him too. Curious. Strange that they could not find him. If Noble House Boranova had its own intelligence network like Benasek claimed, they really should have tracked him down by now. Especially since they were his kin, and thus presumably knew him far better than Zorian ever could. He thanked Benasek for the information and moved on. Break. No, I don't know what Veyers did to get expelled, Tinami said. It didn't have to be anything particularly heinous, though. If the academy actually puts you through a disciplinary hearing, they are already thoroughly sick of you. He probably shouted at the judge or something similarly minor, and they decided it was as good an excuse as any. It's really a shame he couldn't control himself more. The last thing his house needs is something like this. Why? Zorian asked curiously. What's wrong with his house? Noble House Boranova is a military house, Tinami said. They suffered a lot in the Splinter Wars. Oh, is this something like what happened to House Novita? Zorian asked. Were they too robbed of their assets? Ah, you know about that, she said. No, it's not like that. They weathered the weeping without losing too many people, unlike the Novita. But they still suffered crippling losses in the dissolution of the old alliance, and they're a long way from recovering. Having the designated heir of the house behave like that, that's not going to help the other houses take them seriously again. So House Boranova was weakened, but not so much that people could loot them the way they did the Novitas. It probably wasn't in their interest for Scioria to be destroyed, so why would Vayer support the invasion? Perhaps he just doesn't care about his house. Zorian mused out loud. I'd normally scoff at the idea of a noble house heir that doesn't care about the house they had spent their entire life being groomed to take over at some point, but there is clearly something funny going on with Vayers, Tinami said. So I don't know. It's possible. While her explanations were interesting, Tinami ultimately couldn't tell Zorian where to find Vayers. And since Tinami was the last of his classmates he had planned to ask about the quarrelsome boy, this was the end of his current investigation. It had been, surprisingly helpful. He left the class to go find Zack and report his findings. The other time traveler had decided to talk to Svim about getting mind magic lessons instead of accompanying Zorian to class, but he should be long done by now. Break. Surprisingly, when Zorian actually reached Svim's office he found that Zack was still inside. That could be either very good or very bad. He didn't have to wait long, thankfully. About 15 minutes after he arrived, the door opened and Zack stepped out of the office. So, how did it go? Zorian asked. Surprisingly bearable, Zack said. He was still kind of insulting, but he didn't outright provoke me this time. Yeah, that's pretty much his real personality as far as I can tell, Zorian said. So did he agree to teach you? Yes, Zack confirmed. It was easy. We hashed out an agreement about that in the first 15 minutes or so. So what have you been doing all this time? Zorian asked curiously. Did he decide to hold your first lesson right then and there? No. Yes, Zack said. Zorian gave him an unamused look. What I mean is, he did give me a brief lesson there at the end, but that's not why it took so long. We spent most of the time arguing about your theory that I have a compulsion placed on me. He thought it was stupid of me not to have someone check up on me right away to see if there is any truth in that. Well, he's right, Zorian bluntly told him. Even if you don't trust me to do it, you should at least go pay one of the certified mind mages in the employ of the Mage Guild to examine you. They're quite reliable. I used their services myself at one point. I actually trust you more than I do experts like those, Zack said. It's just. I don't want anyone using mind magic on me. Having someone looking through my thoughts is a last resort as far as I'm concerned. This compulsion, if it even exists, clearly isn't a pressing issue. It's pretty much rendered irrelevant at this point. I'd rather take the time to learn how to deal with this myself. If you say so, Zorian said. They had this argument before. There was no need for another rehash. In other news, I've been asking around our class about Vayers. He told Zack about the scarce few things he found out from questioning their classmates. The most important fact, of course, was that noble house Boranova appeared to be searching for Vayers as well. Damn, Zack said. I guess there is no point in breaking into their estate, now, is there? If we still can't track down Vayers by the end of the restart, we should still probably do it. Just to make sure, you know. But if they really are looking for him, then he obviously isn't there. I don't understand, Zack said. A person like him is too distinctive to just disappear. His eyes alone ensure most people would note his passage wherever he goes. Yet it's like the earth swallowed him. Maybe he physically walked out of the loop. Zorian frowned. Theoretically. It could happen. The copies of people inside the time loop were every bit as real as their counterparts in the real world. Barring Guardian intervention, it should be possible for a copy to simply step out of the time loop reality and into the real world. I guess it's possible, but we shouldn't jump to conclusions, Zorian said. Let's try to locate him first and see what happens. I don't see what we can try that we haven't done already, Zack shrugged. Aside from breaking into the Boranova estate, that is, and we already know that's probably a dead end. The restart is still young, Zorian said, though he largely agreed with Zack. We'll wait and see if he turns up somewhere. Perhaps his house, with their greater manpower and resources, can track him down for us. It wasn't like they didn't have anything to do in the meantime. Break. Over the next week, both Zorian and Zack slowly advanced their lessons with Svim and Alanik and kept an eye for Veyers. Sadly, the Boranova heir never turned up anywhere and their attempts to find him went nowhere. They even visited many of the nearby settlements near Scioria in their search, only to come back empty-handed. Zack floated the idea that maybe Veyers purposely went somewhere far, far away instead of sticking to the city and its surroundings. In that case, they may have more luck in tracking him down at the beginning of the restart, before he had time to get too far from familiar ground. It was as good idea as any they had, but it was of no help to them at the moment. And it also didn't explain why Veyers would want to do something like that. Despite their issues with finding Veyers, Zorian was happy. They finally had a real clue about Red Robe's identity. Alanik agreed to teach him more about soul magic and his personal projects were going along nicely. He had even managed to convince Taven to accept him and Zack as time travelers, despite being very suspicious initially. Initially, the point of making Taven aware of the time loop was so that they could continue with their project of making a perfect training plan for Taven. However, once Taven was actually convinced he was telling the truth, she decided she could also help him by finding him someone of his own skill level to spar with. She claimed it was the best way to really practice combat magic, and that he was going to start stagnating if he only kept fighting training dummies and dungeon monsters. To that end, she first pitted him against her two teammates and then against some of her former student peers that she managed to convince to spar with him. He won about half of the fights. He could have won them all, of course, but using his mental powers or various magic items was against the spirit of the spars. "I'm tempted to ask you for a spar," Taven told him one day. "But a real one, not these ones where you limit yourself to invocations. But I have a feeling I'd get my butt kicked and I don't think my pride can take that." "Yeah, if I took you on with no holding back I'd just batter down your mental barriers and blast your mind into unconsciousness," Zorian said. "You don't have the power to take me down before I dismantle your mental defenses. You did once, but not anymore." "Yeah, I figured it was like that," she nodded. "And don't even get me started on all those bombs you're carrying. I've seen the tests you and Kale did with all those experimental potion grenades. You could probably beat me just by saturating the entire area with those, considering how many of them you made. Are they as expensive as they look?" "Worse," scowled Zorian. "The grenades themselves aren't that bad, but the experimentation needed to refine their recipe into something that effective is murder on my money stash. I'm actually running out of cash these days. Looks like I'll have to start robbing the invaders after all." Taven shook her head ruefully. "You say that so casually," she said. "I think this time loop thing is having a bad influence on you." "Funny, most people think the time loop improved my behavior," said Zorian with a smile. "But yes, I guess in some ways I really am getting worse." After a brief discussion about the morality of the time loop and permissible behavior for people aware of the restarts, the two of them said their goodbyes to each other and went to their respective homes. The next morning Zorian and Zack entered Svim's office, thinking they would be having yet another routine lesson from the man. But they were wrong, because once they arrived, they found the office already occupied by someone. It was Alanik. He and Svim were casually chatting with each other when Zack and Zorian arrived, sipping tea and generally behaving like long-lost friends that were finally reunited. "Ah, Mr. Kaczynski and Mr. Novita," Svim said. "Just the people we were looking for. Go ahead and sit down. Mr. Zosk and I were just exchanging some very interesting stories." 58, Questions and Answers. Chapter 058 Questions and Answers. Svim's office was fairly typical as far as teacher offices went, a small room dominated by a large table and several bookcases, with much of the free space taken up by mysterious stacks of paper that every teacher piled up in their offices for some reason. It was relatively cramped even in normal circumstances. With 4 people inside, it crossed solidly into uncomfortable territory. There weren't even enough chairs for everyone. Though that was admittedly something easily solved with basic conjuration spells. Of course, much of Zorian's current discomfort stemmed from the nature of the meeting he and Zack had stumbled upon, rather than the lack of elbow room. Interaction between Svim and Alanik could make the rest of this restart very uncomfortable, or even force a premature end to it. Still, the suddenness of this development, as well as the cramped nature of their current environment, greatly amplified the threatening undertones of the meeting, and Zorian couldn't help but wonder how much of it was deliberate. Did Svim and Alanik purposely arrange for this meeting to happen here and now in order to exert additional psychological pressure on them? Bit of a risky move, if they did. Some people reacted really badly to being cornered. Zorian would not have pulled such a stunt, were he in their place. But no matter. It could be that he was reading too much into it and they just didn't consider things that way. Besides, it wasn't like they were really cornered. Zorian could start a new iteration at any time, after all. After exchanging an uncertain look between themselves, Zack and Zorian greeted their two teachers back, moved into the room and made themselves as comfortable as possible under the circumstances. As they settled into the room, Zorian found himself wondering what kind of information the two men had exchanged. Alanik had probably told Svim everything he knew about them, but that honestly wasn't much and mostly just proved that Zack and Zorian were keeping some things secret from Svim. Svim, on the other hand, had a far more complete picture of what was going on than Alanik, but would he really tell the warrior priest about the time loop? And would the other man believe Svim, even if he would? Considering the way the two teachers were watching him, he reckoned he would find out the answers to those questions in very short order. Surprised to see me here? Alanik asked them challengingly. Yes, Zorian freely admitted. It's very interesting to see you here. I didn't think you and Svim knew each other. We don't, Alanik shrugged. I grew concerned about some things about you two and knew you would never tell me the truth. So I tracked him down to see if he knew something that could help me. And you just happened to visit him at the time we have a session scheduled with him? Zorian asked, raising his eyebrow at the man. That's some curiously lucky timing. Luck has nothing to do with it. This is actually my third meeting with your mentor, Mr. Kaczynski, Alanik admitted readily. I came here today specifically to meet with you too. Ah, Zorian nodded. Alright, let's stop dancing around each other and get to the point, Zack said, apparently not in the mood for verbal sparring. He turned towards Svim. How much did you tell him? Given the nature of the situation, we felt it would be foolish to try and trick one another, Svim said. I told Mr. Zosk everything I know about the time loop, a courtesy I wish the two of you had extended to me as well. It is quite obvious at this point that you know far more about it than you've chosen to tell me. A rather poor way of repaying my cooperation and generosity, if I may say. Ouch. Zorian supposed he could add delivering guilt trips to the list of Svim's many talents. People react very badly if you try to tell them everything, Zack said, completely unapologetic. Unlike Zorian, his experience with Svim and Alanik was both recent and relatively short. He didn't care much for Svim's appeal to emotions. I know because I tried it. Give too many details and people either freak out on you or dismiss you as a lunatic. And this was back when I didn't know half the stuff I do today. It's hard enough to convince people the time loop is real. I feel I have been fairly open-minded about this, Svim noted. It took Zorian several years of mind-numbing shaping exercises for you to take him seriously, Zack said, rolling his eyes. And even then, you tend to stall for weeks if he mucks up his timing or says the wrong thing. And that's Zorian, when I tried to convince you, you didn't entertain my story for a second. Svim frowned deeply, but said nothing. Okay, this is getting a little too heated, Zorian said, trying to stave off an argument. First things first. Mr. Chow, Mr. Zosk. I apologize for keeping you in the dark. Keeping some of the story secret from you made perfect sense from our perspective, but I can understand why you would feel a little betrayed by our behavior. Alanik snorted derisively. Zorian suddenly remembered something. Actually, do you mind if I ask you something? Zorian said, looking at Alanik. What did Svim say that convinced you the time loop is real? So you know how to convince me yourselves in the future. Olenek guessed. Zack and Zorian immediately confirmed his supposition. To be honest, I'm still not convinced this is not nonsense. Oh, said Zorian, visibly deflating. Damn. So why the hell are you giving us grief over this if you don't even believe what we're saying? Zack demanded, folding his arms over his chest defensively. Because I can tell you believe what you're saying, Olenek said. So at worst you're delusional, rather than just a bunch of liars. I am somewhat hurt that Svim here got to hear this tale from you, but you apparently don't think I'm worth convincing. It's not like I would have cut all ties with you if I didn't believe you, you know. I would have just thought you were a little crazy. Zorian gave Olenek an unamused look. You say that, but if I came to you with sole defenses that you yourself had taught me and used time travel as my explanation when you confronted me about it, it would matter a lot whether you believed my story or not, Zorian told him. Ah, so they are my techniques, Olenek said, nodding to himself. I admit that had been bothering me for a while now. It's one of the things that caused me to seek out Svim. It was just so unlikely that a shifter knew how to teach you some of those things. I did learn some of my soul awareness from a shifter, Zorian said. But the majority of it comes from you. Right. I can see how that could be a bit of a problem, Olenek mused. While a time loop would explain things, there are simpler explanations than time travel for something like that. You could be a powerful mind mage, for example. I am, Zorian admitted. 3 surprised looks were immediately directed his way. Even Zack was caught off guard, probably because he expected him to keep this little factoid a secret at all costs. Hey, they wanted the whole truth. Let them have a taste of it, Zorian shrugged. Yes, I am a powerful mind mage. It's one of the things I had focused on over the restarts. An excellent choice for someone in your situation, Svim nodded approvingly. Endlessly useful, and it would be quite dangerous to train outside the time loop. Olenek gave Svim a mildly scandalized look. So, anyway. I come to your place and demonstrate the soul defenses you taught me, Zorian told Olenek, looking him straight in the eye. You ask me how this is possible and I say time travel. You don't believe me and check me for mind magic. As it turns out, I am a mind mage. What now? Things get complicated, Olenek admitted. There was a short pause as everyone considered things in the privacy of their own minds. Well, this didn't go as planned, said Svim, giving Olenek an annoyed glance. The scarred battle priest shrugged at him unrepentantly. Let us put hypotheticals aside for the moment. I will concede that simply telling us everything may not be as simple as it first appears. Nonetheless, I will have to insist that you try just this once. If you don't, then both of us will withhold our lessons from you for the duration of this restart. Additionally, Olenek quickly added. If you honestly tell us everything, I will tell you what you need to do to stop me from getting suspicious at you in future restarts. Zorian hummed thoughtfully. The carrot and the stick. Truthfully, the threat didn't worry Zorian much. Losing their lessons for the 2 weeks or so left in the restart would be kind of annoying, nothing more. He shared a look with Zack, who shrugged uncaringly. I'm fine with this, Zack said. We already planned on doing something like this in the future, didn't we? Worst case, we get an example of what not to do when we try for real. Thinking about it some more, Zorian had to agree with this. This wasn't nearly as planned and controlled as he wanted the eventual reveal to be, but what else was new? Few things went entirely according to plan, even in the time loop. He may as well tell them everything and see how they react. He opened his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by Svim. We would prefer if Zack were to tell the story, if you will, Svim said. Me? Zack asked in a surprised tone, pointing a finger at his own chest. Why? Zorian would explain it way better than I could. Not only did he figure most of this stuff out before me, he knows you two far better than I do. Perhaps, Alanik conceded. But it is far easier for me to gauge your honesty than it would be to judge Zorian's. Zack shot him an uncertain look. They're not using mind magic on you, Zorian said, shaking his head. I'd be able to tell. But between this and some of Alanik's past comments, it seems likely that he has some supernatural way of checking people's honesty. He then frowned. Something was bothering him. A memory that danced at the edge of his awareness, trying to make itself known. Suddenly, he realized what this reminded him of. Kylie, the priestess that predicted the future, had also claimed she had some way of telling if he was being honest with her. You know, you are not the first priest that claimed he could tell if people are lying to them, Zorian told Alanik. Is this some kind of ability priests possess that I'm not aware of? It's an ability connected to soul magic, Alanik said. But higher-ranking priests are quite often trained in soul magic, so you're not far from the truth. The outer portion of the soul, the aura, reacts to its host's thoughts and emotions to some extent, and those with soul sight can learn how to read and interpret its movements. Since most people have no awareness of their own soul, and thus no control over it, a soul mage can often get far stronger and reliable tells about people than you would get by relying on body language and intonation alone. But I can sense my own soul, so it's not a reliable indicator where I'm concerned, Zorian surmised. Alanik nodded. But I can't actually detect and manipulate my aura to such an extent, Zorian noted. All you've taught me is how to harden it to resist spiritual attacks. And I only have your word for it, Alanik shrugged. Alright, I'll do the explanation, Zack said, interrupting their exchange. He waved his hands in front of him, conjuring an illusion of the planet above Svim's table. This is the world, Zack said, pointing at the gently spinning green and blue sphere. He then shifted his hand to point at green blob that looked vaguely like Altazia. And this place here is roughly where Scioria is. Beneath the city there is a time magic research facility studying a powerful ancient artifact, likely of divine origin. The researchers think it's an advanced time dilation chamber, and in a way they are right. When activated, it takes a detailed record of everything in existence, and copies it. Zack waved his hands again, and the ghostly planet forked into two identical spheres, one floating to the left of the original, and the other to the right. The difference was that the left copy was no longer spinning, standing still as if frozen in time, while the right one was rotating madly like a spinning top. The copy of the world exists in its own pocket dimension that is under tremendous time dilation. From the point of the copy people living in this copy world, the original world is frozen between moments. 100 years passes in a fraction of a second. Not that they know this. The only tell that the world is a copy bound to its own pocket dimension is that the spiritual planes have been cut off from the material world. From the corner of his eye, Zorian saw Alanik suddenly stiffen. Time does not flow normally within the copy world, Zack continued. He adjusted the illusion again, altering the right planet slightly. It still spun, but there was a subtle, stuttering quality to it now, since every couple of rotations it reverted to its initial position before fully completing the spin. Instead of always going forward in time, the world is periodically reverted to its original state. Everything is utterly undone, the land and its people constantly recreated from that initial record of the real world that was used to make the copy world in the first place. Time repeats itself over and over, month after month after month. From the perspective of someone living in such a world, it would be like they are trapped in a time loop. Zack leaned back in his conjured chair and gave Svim and Alanik a dramatic stare. Zorian had a feeling Zack was kind of enjoying this, despite his earlier complaints. As a matter of fact, there is someone like that, Zack announced. 3 of them, in fact. 3? Alanik asked, raising his eyebrow. 3, Zack nodded. There was supposed to be only one, a single person aware of the repetition, a mysterious marker stamped onto his soul to make sure he retains his memories through the restarts. Zorian thinks that is me. If so, I do not remember being this chosen one. A second person found a way to retain awareness across restarts and messed with my mind, deleting many of my memories. Much later on, I decided to take on an ancient lich head-on in battle, and he tried to blend my soul with Zorian's as punishment. That got him a curious look from both Svim and Alanik, but Zack didn't try to elaborate on that, choosing to instead finish his story. We survived, but the experience granted Zorian a functional version of my marker, granting him awareness of the time loop, Zack said. Unfortunately, it also eventually motivated the second time traveler to leave the copy world. For reasons I won't go into right now, this means nobody else can leave without cheating the system somehow. And the fake world is running out of power and will collapse in little more than 4 years. And there you have it, Zack finally concluded, erasing the 2 illusionary planets with a wave of his hand and directing a bright smile at the 2 teachers. Zorian suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Just a million details, that's all. And did he really have to phrase things so provocatively? It would have already been hard to convince them, there was no need to make the job harder. But fine, he would play Zack's game. An Abasan invasion force is going to invade Scioria at the day of the summer festival. The cult of the World Dragon intends to release a primordial in the center of the city while the defenders are distracted. The mayor of Nyazov Dveri is a necromancer and intends to harvest all of the souls killed in the conflict in some mad scheme to resurrect his dead wife as a lich and legalize necromancy, Zorian enumerated blandly. That isn't strictly time loop related, so I was going to bring it up afterwards, Zack said dismissively. A long, uncomfortable silence descended upon the room. Both Svim and Alanik seemed at loss for words, simply staring at the 2 of them in indecision and occasionally sharing strange looks between each other. Zorian imagined that was how he and Zack had looked when they first stumbled into their meeting, so this was kind of poetic punishment in his eyes. So, Zack said, clapping his hands. Any questions? Break. Several hours and many, many questions later, Svim and Alanik decided they had had enough and stopped the meeting. They didn't get everything in the end, not even close, but at the very least they knew the major details surrounding the time loop mechanism and invasion of Scioria. Damn, that was exhausting, Zack told him afterwards as they wandered the city. So much for your nice, relaxing restart to calm down and plan, huh? Between this and the Veyers thing, this is turning into a pretty exhausting month. I've had worse ones, Zorian said. But yes, this was not quite what I had in mind when I told you I wanted a restart or 2 to unwind a bit. Do you think it will be worth it in the end, at least? Zack asked. They looked rather incredulous towards the end there. It's the invasion stuff, Zorian said. If I hadn't lived through it, I'd have trouble believing it too. It sounds almost as far-fetched as the time loop itself. I'm not worried about that, to be honest. Unlike the time loop, the stuff about Abasans, Cult of the World Dragon and Sudamir is pretty easy to confirm. I just hope they won't panic and do something stupid when they confirm that part of the story. In the end, they had to meet with Svim and Alanik 2 more times in the next 4 days, giving further explanations and details to their 2 increasingly nervous teachers. Like Zorian feared, they fixated more on the invasion of the city and Sudamir's plots than on the time loop. He understood, but was kind of annoyed anyway. Another thing that was annoying was that Alanik, despite his earlier promise, didn't tell them how to stop his future iterations from getting suspicious at them. His explanation that he wanted to check things first was kind of understandable at the beginning, but now Zorian was starting to feel a little cheated. He was therefore pleasantly surprised when Alanik came to him on the 5th day of their first talk to give him the promised information. So we just have to claim we're junior members of this shady church organization of yours and that's it? Zorian asked the man incredulously. You would have just accepted a claim like that? The Mazalian order is not shady, Alanik told him with a small glare. Sure, Alanik, sure. It's just not well known. And of course I would not just accept it. But neither would I drop everything to confirm your identity, especially if you forge a legitimate-looking letter of recommendation and give me something else to focus on. Like Sudamir, for example. If I tell you about the mansion, everything blows up soon afterwards, Zorian said, shaking his head. I'm pretty sure I already told you that. So don't tell my future self about the mansion, then, Olenek shrugged. Use some other piece of information. There is no shortage of crimes that man is guilty of. I'm sure we can work something out in the coming days. Fair enough, Zorian nodded. He took a long look at Olenek, and noticed how tired and disheveled he looked. It didn't look like he was getting a lot of sleep these days. So, does this mean you believe us about the time loop? Olenek released a long-suffering sigh. I don't know what to believe anymore, he said. But I figure there is no harm in helping you with this. If there is no time loop, the trick will be useless to you. If there is a time loop, well, you and Zack seem to be our only hope for a decent ending to all this. At this point Amaya found them talking and gave Zorian an earful about being a poor host. He hadn't offered Olenek anything to eat or drink. Rather surprisingly, she then managed to talk Olenek into joining them for dinner. He didn't expect that. After prodding him a bit, Olenek admitted that he was so busy checking up on things he and Zack told him that he didn't have a proper meal since yesterday. Amaya was terribly smug about the whole thing. What was that you said? She asked with a smirk on her face. It was a rhetorical question, of course. They both knew what he had said. Something about how he was obviously not interested and how it was a pointless courtesy. Seems that old people like me do know a thing or two about being a proper host, eh? Zorian let her have her little victory. She did turn out to be correct in this case, after all. In any case, Olenek was back the next day, though he didn't want to eat this time. Zorian had offered. Amaya couldn't say anything now, and instead wanted the two of them to visit Lukav about something. Are you sure we shouldn't have taken Zack with us as well? Zorian asked as they put some distance from Amaya's house. I want to discuss shifters and the primordial, Olenek said. From what I understood of your story, Zack has nothing to contribute there that he didn't hear from you first. I can't see a reason to bring him along. Unless you think he'll be insulted he's left out of the talks. Zorian considered it. If they were doing something exciting, like fighting monsters and the like, then maybe. As it was, Zack was already getting annoyed by their talks with Svim and Olenek, complaining how much time they take and how boring they were. He probably won't care much that Zorian did this without him. No, probably not, he said, shaking his head. I'll just fill him in later about what we talked about. Good. Let's hurry to the edge of the city so we can teleport to Lukav's place, Olenek said. There is no need, Zorian said with a self-satisfied smile. Let's just find a deserted alley and I'll teleport us out straight out of the city. The teleport beacon hasn't been able to stop me for quite some time now. If Olenek was surprised by his claim, he did not show it. Zorian supposed it was a minor thing after the revelations in the past few days. They found a sufficiently isolated place and soon arrived not far from Lukav's house, just outside the village he lived in. He spoke with Olenek while they walked, the warrior priest telling him about some of the theories he had thought up over the past few days. Most of them centered on the release of the primordial from its prison dimension. So you think this whole time loop was created to stop the release of this thing? Zorian said. I can see where you're coming from. On one hand, both the time loop and the primordial release ceremony are clearly reliant on the planetary alignment to work. It's not a coincidence that those two are happening at roughly the same time. On the other hand, the time loop did start a month earlier than it was supposed to, for some reason. Each restart just happens to end at the time of the primordial's release. And on top of it all, the one time the primordial was released prematurely, the time loop immediately reset itself on its own. Seems like an open and shut case to me, Olenek pointed out. Nothing is open and shut about this time loop business, Zorian sighed. If you say so, Olenek said. We're almost there. Let me do the talking in the beginning. As it turned out, this was not the first time Olenek talked to Lukav about the topic. He had already told his friend about some of the things he found out from Zorian, specifically, the part where a group was trying to sacrifice shifter children in order to set a primordial loose into the world, and asked for his advice on tracking down the sacrifices before the ritual takes place. Lukav asked a lot of questions, and eventually Alanik grew annoyed and decided to just bring Zorian along on his next visit to clarify things. Not that Zorian could truly help Lukav understand the issue, since he didn't truly understand it himself. Primordial essence was almost as big of a mystery to him as it was to Lukav. "I don't understand why they're killing all these children," Lukav complained. "If the primordial essence is just a key to access the prison dimension, you'd think they needed only a drop of essence to work the magic. They could just, I don't know, bleed them a little." "A bridge, not a key," Zorian said. Not that he truly understood what the difference was, but Sudamir had phrased it like that, so it was probably important. Apparently that means they need as much primordial essence as possible for the ritual to work, so they're draining the victims of everything they have. Partial extraction of life force just doesn't cut it. Even if it wasn't necessary, they would have likely killed them in the end, Alanik said. "You don't set up a ritual like that and then leave witnesses afterwards." In the end, Alanik didn't get what he wanted out of the meeting. He was trying to find a way to track down the sacrifices before the ritual began, as well as a way to locate the exact position of the anchor point of the primordial prison, something more accurate than Zorian's, inside the hole, somewhere. Unfortunately, the only advice Lukav could give him in the end was to try and contact the local shifter tribes for help. Alanik then left his friend's house, but Zorian stayed behind. He wanted to talk to Lukav about his idea to accelerate his training with the help of transformation potions. The idea was to transform into magical beings with useful special abilities and then use the experiences gained in that form to upgrade his own abilities. He was especially interested in creatures that possessed a form of advanced magic perception, since he was unhappy with his rate of growth there. Svim claimed he was advancing along adequately there, but Zorian didn't really have time to be merely adequate. Lukav gave him both the good news and bad news. The good news was that his idea was solid. It was a known training aid, just one that was sparingly used due to extreme expense of such transformation potions. Not an issue for him and Zack. The bad news was that transformation potions like the ones he wanted couldn't be found on the open market. This was the sort of thing you needed good connections and various licenses to obtain. Especially in the sort of quantity he would need. Fortunately, Lukav was perfectly capable of making potions like that and willing to help Zorian out. All Zorian had to do was bring Lukav an appropriate magical creature in good enough condition and pay a moderate fee, and the man was willing to make a transformation potion or two out of it. Any leftovers not used to make Zorian's potions would belong to Lukav. Zorian had a feeling he was being thoroughly cheated there, but at the end of the day it was just money and he should probably be glad that Lukav was willing to essentially break the law for his sake. He still had an urge to learn how to make transformation potions on his own so he wouldn't have to rely on the man. Something to think about, at least. He made a note in the list of ideas he was making in his free time and moved on. Break. The next couple of days were surprisingly peaceful. Alanik and Svim agreed to continue teaching them, cutting down on their usual questioning of them whenever they saw them. They were still clearly keeping in contact with each other, discussing the time loop and the invaders, but for now they kept their conclusions to themselves and plotted something in the background. Zorian was a bit concerned about that, but not enough to lose sleep over it. Their minds were sufficiently open for his empathy to work on them, and they didn't feel like they had any malicious intentions towards him and Zack. Zorian wasn't doing anything substantive during this time, his motivation suffering due to his recent dealings with Svim and Alanik. He tried his hand at drawing again to pass the time, messed around with theoretical spell formula and learned some new spells from Zack. He also let Taven talk him into several rounds of physical combat. Normally he would never agree to something like that, no matter how bored, but recently his golem-making skills had progressed enough that his lack of fighting skills was becoming an issue. He couldn't make golems fight any better so long as he only knew the crudest basics of normal fighting. After talking to Edwin, his fellow golem enthusiast in the class, he had found out that Edwin was, rather reluctantly, taking martial arts lessons to preempt this very problem. That was how he met Naeem, actually. And no, there was no solution except to learn how to fight the hard way. Taven absolutely demolished him, of course. She was superior to him in strength, technique and practical experience. It was not nearly as bad as he feared, though. She actually toned down the violence to something manageable and gave him some solid advice about what he was doing wrong. She still kind of sucked as a teacher. Zorian was pretty sure the student wasn't supposed to end the lessons covered in bruises. He should look into hiring a proper fighting instructor someday. Maybe Naeem knew a good one. Another thing to add to his list. Break. It was another quiet day. Most of Amaya's household, plus Zack and Taven, were gathered around the kitchen table, playing a game of cards. Since there were only so many players that could join a game at once, and since they were horrible players on their own, Kana and Kiriel were each attached to another person. Kiriel was attached to Zorian, of course, since he was her brother. She gave terrible advice and complained loudly when he didn't listen to her, giving clues to other players as to what his hand looked like. Kana, on the other hand, was sitting in Amaya's lap. Kale was away currently, negotiating some kind of deal with one of the alchemists in the city, so Amaya decided to take her under her wing while she played. The little girl mostly just watched the game, but occasionally Amaya prompted her for advice and she dutifully suggested a card by silently pointing at it with her finger. Amaya always played the suggested card, no matter how terrible the suggestion. And she was still doing better than Zorian and Kiriel. He wondered if it would be okay if he started glancing at people's thoughts from time to time. It was cheating, but he had Kiriel dragging him down and they didn't, so it kind of evened out, didn't it? He studied his opponents a little. Right now, Zack was solidly winning the game. He was kind of suspicious about that, but if his fellow time traveler was cheating somehow, Zorian couldn't figure it out. Amaya was second, despite the occasional help she solicited from Kana. Taven was in third place, but she had a solid 3-point lead on him. Considering his current cards and the confidence all three of them radiated, he doubted that was going to change in this game. Play this. Kiriel demanded, pointing at a card. Another poor choice on her part. He played it anyway. Let her see the consequences of her folly, for once. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Seeing how this was shaping up to be another loss for him, he immediately handed the cards to Kiriel and volunteered to check up on it. As it turned out, the visitor was Svim. Apparently his mini-vacation was over. "Greetings, Mr. Kaczynski," Svim said. "Am I interrupting anything?" "No, not really," Zorian said. "Well, sort of. But it's nothing really important, so don't worry about it. Please come in." Surprisingly, Svim didn't want to jump straight to business like Zorian thought he would. Instead, he accepted Amaya's offer of something to drink, tea, and took the time to talk to everyone in the house, except for Kana, who didn't talk. He got especially interested in Taven, since he realized halfway through their talk that Zorian had told her about the time loop. Zorian almost had a panic attack when he realized this. He was virtually certain that he was on the verge of another crisis, and would spend the next few days running damage control. He never actually told Taven and Kale the whole truth about the time loop, after all. Thankfully, Svim seemed more interested in the training regimen he was devising for Taven and his help with Kale's alchemy research, rather than her opinion on time loop mechanics. Eventually he managed to get Svim alone for a while and explained to him that she and Kale only know a part of the truth, and that he would appreciate if things stayed that way. Svim didn't seem to approve, but promised to respect his wishes. Svim also used this opportunity to ask why he was never informed about Kale and Taven during their talks, and Zorian admitted he totally forgot to tell Svim and Alanik about those two. It wasn't really relevant to the whole truth in his mind. Svim accepted this explanation without complaint, but still wanted to talk to them about their perspective on things. In the end Zack and Svim barricaded themselves in Kale's alchemy lab to have a proper talk in peace. So. More questions, huh? Zack said with distaste. Yes. But not the kind you are thinking of, Svim told them. I actually came here to talk to you about your plans for the future. Well, they are still in the process of being made, Zorian admitted. You have to understand, it has only been a single restart since we found out we're trapped in this world. The lead up to that was very stressful, and this restart was supposed to be something of a short vacation. I have been slowly assembling some kind of plan in my head, but it's still very rough. Currently, Zorian's plan for moving forward was very simple. Use time loop cheats to amass a lot of funds. Recruit various experts across the city, and perhaps the country and beyond, as their researchers, investigators and teachers. Take over the Iranian criminal contacts and see if they could be harnessed for something useful. Trade with Iranian settlements for their mind magic secrets. Raid Mage Guild records and various magical libraries, including the Academy Library, for information and forbidden magic. I think you should use your mind magic more, Svim told him. What? Zorian frowned. That wasn't advice he heard very often. What do you mean? I mean that you should attack mages and steal their secrets with your mind magic, Svim told him bluntly. Not only spells and training methods, but also things you could use to convince them to cooperate with you. Are you sure you should be giving out that kind of advice? Zack asked him incredulously. You have very little time to catch up to Red Robe and find a way to reach the real world, Svim said. Even for me, the enormity of the task in front of you would be rather daunting. You should use the tools you are given. Wordlessly, Svim reached into his jacket and handed Zorian a thick notebook. Opening it, Zorian found it full of names, addresses, and accompanying short notes. There are people that should be able to help you, whether to increase your skills or track down some crucial piece of information or material component. Not all of them will be willing to help you out, however, and sometimes the things you need most out of them, they will not be willing to part with. In such cases, I suggest you employ more aggressive, even illegal persuasion methods. By the end of Svim's explanation, the notebook felt incredibly heavy in Zorian's hands. It was just a trick of the mind, he knew, but it didn't help him feel better about it. You have no idea what you are asking of me, Zorian told him bitterly, fighting the urge to throw the notebook at Svim. Probably not, no, Svim agreed. I was never in your kind of situation in my entire life, and I have serious doubts I would have risen to the challenge if I was. Especially at your age. You're asking me to attack people who have done nothing wrong, just because they have something I want, Zorian said. That kind of stuff changes you. I couldn't even do that to giant spiders without feeling terrible afterwards. And really, I don't want to be the sort of person who became used to stuff like that. Then feel free to ignore my advice, Svim said. I'm only giving you advice, I have no power over you. If you feel you can do without reaching for methods like these, or that going along with it would cost you something you cannot afford to lose, then don't do it. It's as simple as that. There was a short silence where Svim and Zorian stared at each other, Zorian clutching the notebook so tightly in his hand his fingers went white. Zack seemed to be at loss what to do, watching them both uneasily as if waiting for a fight to break out. Eventually, Svim broke the standstill by reaching out and pushing Zorian's hand, still clutching the notebook, toward Zorian's chest. Keep the notebook, whatever your decision, Svim said. It will be useful regardless. Following that, Svim politely excused himself and left. After he was gone, Zorian looked at the notebook one last time before slamming it loudly on top of Kale's alchemy table in frustration. Worst vacation ever, he announced bitterly. Zack said nothing. 59, One Step Forward. Chapter 059 One Step Forward. Not too long after Svim had left the house, Zorian did as well. He had no particular destination in mind, he just wanted to get out of the house for a while. As far as he could tell, it was the only way for him to get some time alone. The rest of the house's inhabitants could tell something had happened between him and Svim that had greatly upset him and kept prodding him for answers. He knew they meant well, but gods were they annoying. Their questions were especially inconvenient because he couldn't actually answer any of them. Not without explaining the true nature of the time loop and multiple other things he had been keeping secret from them. Maybe he had no right to be annoyed. Considering the magnitude of the secrets he was keeping from them, their nosiness was well justified. But he was not in a good mood at the moment and it was hard to be understanding and rational. Best to get away from everyone until he had a chance to cool off. Zack didn't try to follow after him, thankfully. Zorian made a mental note to thank him for his consideration later. For a while he simply walked aimlessly through Scioria's streets, checking out storefronts and watching the people around him. Eventually, though, he grew bored with that and decided to visit some of the more significant places from his past. He checked out his old, academy-provided apartment that he had lived in during the initial restarts. It was now occupied by someone else, as it turned out, and spent some time on the roof of the building, just watching the city and feeling the wind blow over him. He then descended into the dungeon beneath Scioria and walked through the lifeless corridors of the Iranian settlement hidden within it. Finally, he walked over to Hole and spent some time peering into its fathomless depths, idly wondering whether the Primordial's prison was placed here because of the hole or if the hole was the product of the prison being placed here. As he departed from the immediate vicinity of the massive mana well, he encountered a small group of cephalic rats hiding in the shadows of a nearby building. With him no longer trying to mess up the invasion and with so many things happening in a short period of time, he almost forgot about them. He was pretty sure his mind magic had long since surpassed the swarm's ability to hurt him, so they didn't frighten him the way they once had. On a whim, he extended a telepathic probe into one of the rats, trying to start a conversation with the collective mind of the swarm. Maybe he could bribe or blackmail it into switching sides. Or at least get it to gather information for him as well as for the invaders. It would hardly be the first time a spy worked from multiple sides. Connecting to the collective was easy. Trivial, even. Due to the way the swarm mind worked, it couldn't really use mental shields the way he was using them. Instead, it relied on redundancy of individual rat minds and the sheer psychic might of its combined self when faced with hostile mind mages. Talking to the collective, on the other hand, was proving to be as difficult as he had feared it would be. The swarm treated his every contact as an attack, striking back at him whenever he established a telepathic link and cutting off individual rats from the greater whole when they realized their counterattack was getting them nowhere. In the end, when Zorian refused to stop his contact attempts and gradually ramped up the aggressiveness of his telepathic probes, the swarm mind just plain wrote off the entire group he had cornered and disconnected them all from the collective rather than continue dealing with him. Only mildly disappointed by the outcome, Zorian continued on, not even bothering to kill the frightened, suddenly isolated cephalic rats. What would be the point, really? The idea of making the cephalic rats work for him stuck with him, though. What should he do to get the swarm to hear him out, though? Just keep pestering it like he just did until the swarm grew sufficiently annoyed with him to actually start talking back. If Zorian was in their shoes, he'd break the silence after a while to tell the jerk to knock it off. Just in case it actually worked. Still, maybe he was assigning excessively human thinking to what was a composite mind made out of rats. If he wanted to talk to the swarm mind, he might have to actually capture one of the rats and bind it harder to the collective. Make it impossible for them to cut the connection and abandon it. Sitting on a nearby bench and taking out a notebook, Zorian started to sketch a spell formula setup that would lock a cephalic rat to its collective. A metal cage with 3 overlapping wards that should, no, wait, that wouldn't work. Maybe he should just make his own connection instead of trying to strengthen the existing one. If he placed a small marker on 5 to 6 rats, it should create a resonance that. A while later he had to reluctantly put his plotting aside, because it was getting dark and it was time to start going back home. It would take a couple of days to finalize the design anyway. And he was feeling a lot better now too, so there was no need to stay away from Amaya's house any longer. He found it curious that making designs for contacting cephalic rats had been satisfying. What did he like so much about that? After thinking about it for a while, He figured it was because that was a problem he actually knew how to solve. He wasn't sure which one of his ideas was the best solution, but it wasn't like his time loop problems, which seemed completely intractable. He had no idea how to track down the 5 keys, and even if he did they wouldn't automatically tell him how to enter the real world along with Zack. He had no idea how to track down a kid that couldn't be found by his own noble house. Not only did he not have the skills necessary to accomplish these feats, he didn't even know which skills he needed for that. With that in mind, was the sort of thing Svim advocated even necessary? He had flipped through the notebook Svim had given him as he wandered around. Some of the people Svim had recommended were experts at divination and mind magic, which might potentially help him gather information. But most of them were more oriented towards magic in general. What he had was largely an information problem. Would being a better mage help with that? It might. What were the chances that the keys, once found, could be acquired without using a lot of magical skill and effort? Minuscule, knowing his luck. And the way out of the fake world, whatever it ended up being, would surely demand far greater skills than he could currently marshal. And that's without considering the issue of Red Robe and the fact they would have to deal with him somehow when, if, they got out of the time loop. It was dark when he finally returned, and when he entered the house, he found Amaya still awake and waiting for him. Honestly, he just didn't understand that woman. You know you didn't have to wait for me, don't you? Zorian asked her, exasperated. I do have a key of my own. Even if he had forgotten it, it would have been childishly easy to unlock the door with magic. He could have even relocked it the same way after he went inside. I know, she nodded, unbothered by his tone. But I wanted to wait for you anyway. Do you feel better now? I do, Zorian admitted. He didn't really accomplish anything, but he felt calmer anyway. Where did you go? Just wandering around? Amaya asked knowingly. Pretty much, Zorian said with a shrug. I bought Kiriel a hairclip, climbed to the top of a building, visited a graveyard, stared into a hole and tried to talk to rats. You bought your sister a gift? She asked, curious. What's the occasion? Zorian gave her a strange look. Out of all the things he said, that was what she chose to focus on. It was cheap and I felt like it, he said. He sat down opposite to his landlord, not really in the mood for going to sleep yet. He wasn't tired. Why did you wait for me? Aren't I just a tenant to you? I'm not sure. I have heard about these tenants. They are supposed to be these terrible creatures that come home drunk and late, destroy your walls and furniture and never pay rent on time, said Amaya, voice tinged with amusement. Slander, Zorian said blandly. In all seriousness, I guess you're right that I care too much, she said, sighing lightly. It's Kana's and Kiriel's fault, I think. They make me think of children I always wish I had. Zorian gave her a mildly surprised look. Not because her wanting to have children was so unbelievable, but because in all the restarts he had known her, she rarely talked about herself like that. He almost asked her why she was still single if she wanted kids, before he remembered Ilsa's warning not to discuss marriage or husbands with her. Don't look at me like that, she said. It's natural to want kids, you know. I know young people like you don't want to think about it, but that will change as you age. I didn't say anything, Zorian said, shaking his head. Though. I apologize in advance for being so brazen, but if you want children so much, why don't you just have them? Sure, some people would judge you for being a single mother, but dash. He was interrupted by Amaya bursting into laughter. Oh, that is kind of funny, she said. I guess Ilsa told you not to mention my husband and you jumped to conclusions, But no, being single isn't the problem. It's the fact I'm infertile. Oh. My husband left me when we found that out, Amaya said. He wanted kids too, and I couldn't give him any. So there, now you know about that too. It's not that big of a secret, and I'm mostly over it, so don't worry about avoiding any mention of it. I'm not as delicate as Ilsa thinks I am. She seemed to consider things for a moment. Though don't mention it on a whim either, she added. It's a depressing topic. I understand, Zorian nodded. Why would he keep bringing it up for no reason, anyway? Just one question. You being infertile, is this a problem of not being able to afford the cure, or it being literally incurable? The second, I think. The healers at regular hospitals certainly don't know of any cure that would help. If it exists, it's something that would take a budget of a small state to track down and buy, Amaya said. Zorian filed that away in the back of his head and moved on to other topics. Amaya's problem, while tragic, was not very high on his list of concerns. Still, it wouldn't hurt to look for any miracle cures when he conducted his investigation of the keys and the like. He was pretty sure Kale would appreciate something like that too, and powerful medicines might not be useless to him and Zack either. He spent the next half an hour talking to Amaya, mostly about Kiriel and what she had been doing all these days while Zorian was away. He was relieved to hear she was surprisingly well behaved. He had been absent more often in this restart in comparison to others, and he was afraid she would act out because of it. The only issue was that she had apparently broken a couple of plates a few days ago and never bothered to tell him about it. It was annoying. If she had told him immediately, he could have probably fixed them up with magic. As it was, the pieces were dumped into the trash and were long gone now, so he would have to pay Amaya back for the plates with money. Not that he couldn't afford it, but still. He was so giving the little brat an earful tomorrow. Break. The next day found Zorian sitting in his room, surrounded by a veritable mountain of books. Some of the books were mundane, borrowed from the library or bought from the stores. Others were brought over from the book cache held in the Iranian treasury, or stolen from the private collections of the cultists working with the invaders. He was looking for something, anything, that might allow him to grow fast enough without resorting to Svim's idea of advancement. Unfortunately, he had found little so far. As expected, really, if there was an obvious way to gather magical skills and power faster than normal, it would already be in widespread use. He was actually rather glad when the door opened and Zack walked inside, since it gave him the excuse to take a break from his self-appointed task. He was kind of amused to see Zack flipping through a book of his own, though. It wasn't often that Zack decided to read a book, especially one as thick as what he was currently holding. Something interesting? Zorian asked him curiously. Not really, no, Zack replied. It's a medical textbook. Kale gave it to me. He has been bothering me for a couple of days now, saying that the time loop is absolutely perfect for medical research and begging me to invest more of my time in practicing my medical magic. Apparently someone told him that I am good at medical magic. He gave Zorian a small glare while saying the last part. It had no effect on Zorian. He had no reason to keep that a secret from Kale, and he was pretty sure Zack could have made Kale back off easily enough if he really tried. Instead he decided to change the subject and get to the probable point of this visit. What do you think about Svim's idea? Zorian asked. Zack visibly scowled, throwing his book on top of a nearby book stack before replying. It makes me uncomfortable, he said. Extremely uncomfortable. That's the kind of stuff Red Robe did to me, didn't he? But that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. I'm pretty biased here, but I can see Svim's reasoning. If you feel you have to do this, I won't try and stop you. Did you ever do something like that when you were first gathering strength? Zorian asked. Not like this, Zack said, shaking his head. I didn't like mind magic much, even back then. But I did attack people and looked through their private libraries and spell collections. I usually had a good reason to attack these people, though. Maybe you can do the same. Limit yourself to people you can justify attacking. That's kind of what I'm already doing, Zorian said. Maybe not as aggressively as I could be, but only because I lack the time to truly dedicate myself to it. Svim's whole point is that this wasn't going to be enough. That I need to take what I need, regardless of how justified the target is. Zack hummed thoughtfully, thinking about that for a couple of seconds. Zorian waited patiently, curious about what his response would be. You know, most of my magic doesn't come from raiding other people's secrets, Zack finally said. The majority of it I accumulated by simply paying, begging and annoying various experts into teaching me. Granted, some of it is only possible because I'm the last of the Novitas. Before its fall, my house had a habit of financing talented mages from poorer backgrounds while they were still beginning their careers, and quite a few such people still live and feel they owe Novita a debt because of it. Me being the last of them also tugs at people's heartstrings in some cases, as does the fact my guardian practically dismantled the house and robbed me of their legacy. Plus, some of them wish for fame that comes from teaching the last Novita, or hope to profit from ingratiating themselves to me, gambling on me restoring the house to glory and paying them back afterwards. Between my money, family legacy, and fame, it usually isn't too difficult to talk people into teaching me. Maybe we can leverage that to get some of these people to cooperate willingly. That is an interesting idea, Zorian said after a short pause. I'm not sure how effective it would really be, but it's worth a try. In fact, it kind of reminds me of the fact I do have some small amount of reflected fame myself, courtesy of my older brother. It might be a good idea to see if I can get something with that. That didn't work too well for me in the past, but back then I clearly wasn't a magical prodigy like Daimen. Now, I can effectively pass myself off as a second coming of Daimen by demonstrating some of the magical proficiency I picked up in the time loop. Zack gave him a surprised look. Yeah, I know, Zorian said unhappily. It kind of rankles to rely on Daimen like that, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Zack just shook his head in amusement, not saying anything. What about black rooms? Zack asked after a while. Couldn't we get extra time using them? Actually, yes, Zorian agreed. I've been checking them out and I think we can definitely trick the operators beneath Cyoria into letting us use the room once per restart. Just once. Zack frowned. Black rooms are really mana-intensive, Zorian said. The facility beneath Cyoria can activate their black rooms twice a month, but the first activation is really inconveniently timed for our purposes. It happens right at the beginning of the restart. There is no way we can make use of it then, unless we stage an all-out assault on the facility as the very first thing in the restart. And even if that succeeds, that would surely cause the facility to shut down and postpone the second planned activation, so it wouldn't actually gain us anything. Ugh, Zack mumbled unhappily. But that still means we can essentially double our time, doesn't it? A single activation gives us an entire month for the cost of a day. In a way, that's true, said Zorian. But it's a month during which we cannot access any experts or books we didn't think to bring with us in advance. It's useful to be sure, and we should abuse it for all it's worth, but it's not nearly as useful as another actual restart would be. Maybe we can find some more black rooms elsewhere and commandeer them too. Zack offered. It doesn't hurt to look for them, Zorian agreed. In any case, we won't be able to use the chamber beneath Cyoria in this restart. We already missed the activation day, unfortunately. But starting in the next restart, we should plan to take advantage of it every single time to maximize training time. Yeah, Zack agreed. Though I can't help but think those will be some very boring months spent in there. Probably, Zorian agreed. Especially for Zack, since he didn't look like the sort of person who handled being cooped in a small room for weeks very well. We'll see how it goes in the next restart and adjust the plan from there. If it doesn't work, we'll scrap the idea. I know what you're thinking. I'm not that impatient, Zack huffed. I'm not going to throw away a golden opportunity like that just because I'm a little bored. After a quick discussion about what to bring to the black rooms to pass the time, Zack insisted the best answer to that is girlfriends, but reluctantly gave up on the idea when Zorian started enumerating problems with that idea. They lapsed into a short silence. Zack looked around the room, taking in the books Zorian surrounded himself with and even casually flipping through some of them. So is there anything else? Zack asked. Did you find something worthwhile in this little book fort you made? Not really, Zorian admitted. Enhancement rituals seem interesting, if we can find the right one. Unfortunately, mages are very secretive about those. A lot of enhancement rituals require a lot of dead test subjects before one can fine-tune them to usability, so mages are leery of admitting they use them or know how to perform them. I think someone high up in the cult of the World Dragon is very good at those, though, so we might have something there if we can track that person down. Don't enhancement rituals require you permanently tie up some of your mana reserves into maintaining them? Zack asked. Sounds like a bad deal for you. No offense, but you don't really have that much mana reserve to burn. That's why I specified we need to find the right one, said Zorian. And besides, nobody said it has to be me who makes use of them. You're good now, but it never hurts to get better, and your reserves are more than big enough for an enhancement or two. Zack considered it for a while, before shaking his head. I'm leery of messing with my magic like that, he said. I'm not vetoing the idea, but it would have to be some pretty amazing enhancement to get me interested. Fair enough, Zorian shrugged. Indeed, enhancement rituals could be quite dangerous, and some may even have effects that linger across restarts, so Zack's hesitance was quite reasonable. Oh. I've been meaning to ask you this, but I keep forgetting. Could you teach me how to cast the simulacrum spell? No, Zack said. I did find the spell once, but I couldn't cast it. The scroll said the spell requires the caster to have awareness of their own soul, which I couldn't figure out at the time. I suppose this is what Alanik is teaching me how to do right now, but at the time I couldn't figure it out and eventually gave up on learning it. Zorian hummed thoughtfully. Well, I can sense my own soul, so I should be able to do it. I don't suppose this scroll is somewhere easy to get to, at least. I don't even remember where I found it, Zack said. He seemed lost in thought for a moment, before shaking his head sadly. Sorry, but it was a long time ago. I think it was in the sanctum of that lich in Terraman, but it could have easily been in the treasury of that demon-worshipping cult in Tetra, or in that secret vault I found under Marble Cano, or in 100 other places. Damn, said Zorian. Well, try to remember. I can't find a detailed description of the spell, but depending on how it works it could greatly improve our efforts. Will do, Zack nodded. Before he could say anything else, though, Kiriel barged into the room. Posing dramatically for no real reason, she announced that he had another visitor. Yesterday it was Svim, and it was Alanik's turn to come and talk to him. Break. After a short round of greetings, Zorian ushered Alanik into his room, where Zack had been waiting for them, and retook his position on the bed, surrounded by his books. Alanik flipped through some of them, frowning at the dodgier works he stole from the cultists but saying nothing. Svim visited me yesterday, Zorian said when Alanik didn't seem like he would start talking any time soon. I know, Alanik said. There was no emotion in his voice, and Zorian couldn't feel anything from his mind. I hope this isn't an attempt to pressure me to take his advice, he warned. Heavens forbid, Alanik told him seriously, giving him a grave look. I didn't agree with his decision to begin with, so why would I pressure you to go along with him? You don't approve? Zack asked, surprised. I'm a priest, Alanik said. Why would I approve of attacking innocent people for magical power? Forgive me for saying this, but you haven't exactly been a shining beacon of morality in the previous restarts I've known you, Zorian said, frowning. Towards my enemies, perhaps, Alanik shrugged. But these are not the kind of tactics one should use on allies and those who haven't done anything wrong. For a few seconds, there was a silence in the room as everyone digested this statement. After those couple of moments passed, however, Alanik seemed to deflate and closed his eyes in defeat. That said, he began. I have to say what you've told me is both terrifying and depressing. Without your intervention, both Lukav and me end up dead at the start of the month. Even if the invasion of Scioria fails, it will still take thousands of lives, most of which will have their souls captured and fed to Sudamir's necromantic device. The aftermath could easily spawn another round of splinter wars, and I don't even want to think what this red robe of yours would do if allowed to run unchecked. What's your point? Zack frowned. We know damn well the stakes are high. I'm getting to it, Olenek said, giving Zack an unamused look. Zack just rolled his eyes at him. Rather than argue further with Zack, Olenek turned back toward Zorian. From what I understand, a crucial part of you getting out of this fake world we're trapped in is finding these 5 keys, yes? And the marker on your soul is supposed to be able to sense them, but you don't know how. Correct, Zorian confirmed. In that case, it is imperative that you learn how to sense your soul better. If we're lucky, this will allow you to understand your marker better and unlock this critical ability, Olenek said. But I'm already doing that, Zorian pointed out. You're already teaching me how to sense my soul better, are you not? I'm teaching you using the safest method I know of, Olenek said. The kind I would naturally use when a teenager comes to me for help in learning how to defend himself against soul magic. It is not the fastest one, however. Not by a long shot. The method I have in mind is absolutely lethal if done even slightly wrong and leaves a permanent mark on the user's body, and I would have never suggested it to anyone under normal circumstances. But these are not normal circumstances, and if you're telling the truth about the time loop then the downsides are minimal. The only danger for you is that you might cut your restart short if you get it wrong. Not exactly a small downside in Zorian's opinion. Still, he was willing to risk it at least once to gauge how viable it was. How much faster is this new method? Zorian asked. A lot faster, Olenek said, insisting on being frustratingly vague. Additionally, there is a level of personal soul awareness you would have never been able to reach using the safe method I'm currently teaching you. Only by utilizing some of the more extreme methods, like the one I'm suggesting, could you truly master your skill at sensing your own soul. Well, Zorian said after a short pause. I'm definitely interested, then. Yeah, not really much of a choice, isn't it? Zack said. If it's like that, of course we're going to go for it. Olenek gave Zack a strange look. I'm afraid this offer is only for Zorian for now, Olenek said, shaking his head. As you are now, you would have never survived the ritual. You need a certain amount of existing soul awareness to undergo this training successfully. What? Zack protested. No accelerated learning for me? That's not fair. I'm perfectly fine with risking my life, you know. No, Zorian is the one risking his life, Olenek said. You would just be throwing it away for no gain. You can't afford to be so wasteful with your life. None of us can. One giant argument, and some shouting. Later, Zack grudgingly accepted that Olenek wasn't going to let him go through the life-threatening training along with Zorian. Zack would still accompany them to the training site, but he would simply continue on with his current lessons rather than what Zorian was getting. Strangely, Zorian found himself actually enthusiastic at the prospect of this life-threatening training. In all honesty, soul awareness training was some of the most boring magic training he had the displeasure to experience, and he would gladly take the chance Olenek was offering. He could understand Zack's frustration perfectly. He just hoped Alanek's faith in his ability wasn't misplaced. At the very least, he was sure Zack would never let him forget it if he actually ended up dying because of a measly training exercise. Break. 2 days later, Olenek led 2 of them to a completely new place, even to Zorian. It wasn't inside the temple Olenek lived in, or any other place he had brought Zorian over to in the previous restarts. It was a literal hole in the ground in the middle of nowhere, well, in the middle of the poorly visited forest in any case, which opened to a dark, dusty staircase. Light-suppressing wards were etched into the walls of the staircase, making both magical and mundane illumination impossible. They had to use their mana to sense their environment, slowly descending down the rough, uneven stairs while cursing whomever built the place. Probably Olenek, if the surety with which he moved inside was of any indication. If he didn't build the place, he was certainly very familiar with it. In any case, once they finally reached the bottom, they arrived inside a spacious, perfectly square room. This one wasn't magically darkened, but Alanik forbade them from casting any lighting spells, insisting they use torches instead, so it ended up being pretty damn dark anyway. "It's a ritual room," Alanik said. "And the ritual I'm about to do is disastrous if done wrong. Any magic not related to the ritual could warp it in undesirable ways. Magical lighting should be safe, but it's best not to risk it." "This whole setup is sinister as hell," Zack complained. "If Zorian didn't vouch for you, I'd probably be attacking you by now." Alanik said nothing, instead focusing on lighting all the torches around the room with smooth, practiced motions. As the dim light of the scattered torches filled the room, it became obvious that there was a complex spell formula etched into the floor, arranged into several concentric circles. "So can you explain now what this ritual is all about?" Zorian asked, staring at the spell formula in an attempt to understand what it did. The outermost circle was simply a classical mana barrier that sought to isolate the inside of the circle from ambient mana, a common addition to ritual setups in order to minimize the interference of outside forces upon the magic being done. The innermost circle, on the other hand, seemed to be some kind of anchor, preventing the contents from going, what? "The point of the exercise is for you to die for a time," Alanik said, turning towards him. All the torches had been lit by this point. Zorian looked at the inner circle again. "That was supposed to anchor his soul, wasn't it? Prevent it from simply moving on. More specifically," Alanik continued, "I will eject your soul from your body while allowing you to retain awareness of yourself. By becoming a pure soul with no body to distract you, you gain unparalleled awareness of your soul and how it works. Partially because there is no body to distract you from concentrating on your soul, and partially because pulling a soul out of the body makes its structure and quirks less muddled and easier to study." "See, what did I tell you?" Zack whispered to him. "He is trying to kill you. Pay up." "We never put any stakes on the bet," Zorian whispered back. "And you're right only on a technicality. The point of the exercise is for me to return back to life in the end. I think. If you won't take this with utmost seriousness, I'm stopping this right now." Alanik said angrily. Zack quickly mimicked shutting up and Zorian schooled his features into a properly severe expression. Alanik stared at them for a few seconds to make sure they were properly contrite and then continued on. "The longer you remain outside the body, the more time you have to hone your skills and the clearer your soul will become to you," Alanik said. "But the longer you stay outside the body, the more tenuous the link that tethers your soul to your body will become. It is a fine balancing act, and the price of being incautious and guessing it wrong is death." Alanik paused for a second. "There is still time for you to back out," he finally said. "What, seriously? Like he would back out now?" "I'm willing to risk it," Zorian said, shaking his head. "What do I need to do?" "Go sit in the center of the ritual diagram," Alanik instructed. "Before we do this, we must make preparations. Several spells have to be cast on you. One is a spell that will tether your soul to your body, but not pull you back in unless you will it. Another is a spell that will make a sort of magical brain for your soul to think with, allowing you to retain awareness as a soul without a body. If any of them is done wrong, you will just die." For the next 15 minutes, Alanik kept explaining the mechanics of the ritual to Zorian, and even quizzed him several times to make sure he was paying attention. It was a bit tiresome, but he supposed that for something this dangerous it paid to be overcautious. Alanik felt that he should be able to handle the ritual, but stressed that there were no certainties when it came to things like this. A procedure like this was never really safe. One thing was interesting, though. Zorian couldn't help but notice how much of the setup clearly relied upon the leader of the ritual having soul sight and being able to cast soul magic on the trainee. This was not something an expert in soul defense could set up, it was full-blown necromancy. Another clue that Alanik might have a bit of a dark past. "Oh, and one last thing before we start," Alanik said. "As you may be aware, bodies of living beings are not designed to work without a soul. Having your soul absent from your body does terrible things to it. The damage done by a person's life force running wild throughout one's body is insidious and hard to recover from. Many people have permanently ruined their health through abusing this method of honing their soul awareness. Due to the way the time loop resets your body, you should be immune to this long-term damage. However, this will do nothing to shield you from the immediate aftermath of separating your soul from your body for a while. Even if everything goes flawlessly, you will wake up feeling incredibly sick and in terrible pain. "I see," said Zorian. "I'm telling you this so you don't freak out and hurt yourself," Alanik continued. "It would be best if you don't try to talk or move after waking up. Just endure the pain and the sickness for a while and wait for your body to re-establish equilibrium." Zorian nodded, already dreading the experience. "Ready?" "No." "Yes," he said, sounding more certain than he actually felt. There was no warning. With a sudden movement, Alanik clasped his hand around the top of Zorian's head and pulled. Only once had Zorian felt such pain, and that was when Quadikikl had tried to fuse his soul to Zack's. He tried to scream and found that he had no control over his body anymore. His vision grew dark around the edges, his body felt numb and unfeeling, and all the sound in the room gradually disappeared. His awareness quickly shrank into a single point, until there was nothing left. Break. And then there was something. His soul blazed into his awareness, bright and clear in a way it never had been before. He panicked at first, struggling to understand what had happened to him and instinctively flailing around for some leverage with non-existent limbs and finding nothing. After a moment, though, he remembered what was happening and what Alanik's instruction said. The very first thing he had to do was find the link that tethered his soul to his body. He must never let it out of his sight, lest he stay this way for too long without realizing. He was alone in a way that was difficult to put into words. He could sense his soul, but everything outside the outer boundary of his soul was an empty, silent, featureless void. It was absolutely terrifying, and he felt a powerful urge to return to his body immediately. But he didn't. Gradually he calmed down and got to work. He didn't know how long he stayed as an aware soul, tracing the structure of his soul and the way it interacted with the marker woven into it. It was hard to tell the passage of time in his current form. It didn't really matter if it was just moments, though, because this one visit told him so many things. Everything was so much clearer and more obvious in this form, and he could already see. The tether. It was weakening. After fumbling in panic for a moment, Zorian activated the tether and his tether and soul rushed down to reunite with his body. Break. After going through Alanik's new soul awareness training a couple of times, Zorian could finally say with certainty that coming back to life was worse than dying. Having Alanik rip his soul out of his body hurt like hell, but only for a moment. The pain and the sick feeling from returning to life lasted for hours, only slowly fading away. He had to give Alanik some credit, though. It was effective. Very effective. After the fourth session, Zorian finally managed to locate the part of the marker that was in charge of detecting the keys. It turns out the reason it was so hard to puzzle out was that it didn't work over unlimited distances, it could only detect a marker when it was relatively close. That meant that, unfortunately, they couldn't just follow the path laid out by their marker in tracking them down. But at least they would know now if they got close to one of them. None of the keys were around Cyoria. He had checked just to be sure, since he would have felt like an idiot if it turned out there was a key just under his nose and he had never bothered to check. Aside from that, he also identified a marker function that would tell him exactly how many restarts they had left until the collapse. They already knew that by now, courtesy of the Guardian, but it was nice to have a way to check that information at a whim. In other news, Zack was kind of jealous about Zorian's increased soul awareness and corresponding marker control. He was working extra hard on his basic training and was not at all discouraged from following in Zorian's footsteps once Alanik pronounced him as ready, despite Zorian describing to him in loving detail how horrible the procedure felt. Zorian refrained from noting that Zack had only just started his basic training in soul awareness, and that it would take multiple restarts before he reached the level Alanik wanted him to be at. In any case, the restart was nearing its end, so preparations had to be made. Kale once again brought him his research notebooks to be carried over into the next restart, and Zorian also updated his own notes, as well as the outcome of Curiel's and Taven's training regimen for the restart. And this time, there were new additions to his collection. Both Svim and Alanik brought him their own notebooks to transfer into the next restart. Well, Svim actually brought more than one. I must admit you've outmatched me with your ingenuity in this regard, Svim told him. I would have never thought to just bring over entire notebooks by storing them in my mind. I trust there is no issue with giving me the same deal that you gave your friend, yes? It's fine, Zorian said. Since he no longer carried the matriarch's memory packet, he had plenty of free space for more notebooks. He looked at Alanik standing beside his mentor. What about you? Are you sure you only want to transfer this one little notebook? It's all I need, Alanik said, shaking his head. Unlike Svim and Kale, I don't intend to use the time loop to conduct some kind of research. I just need facts and names, so that I waste less of your time the next time you tell me about the time loop. I guess we shouldn't give this to you if we don't plan to tell you about the time loop in that restart, then, Zorian mused. Obviously, Alanik agreed. But if you want to undergo the same training you just did, you're going to have to tell me about it or else I'd never agree to it. I already guessed that, Zorian said. Well, if that's all, then this is it. This is probably the last time we will speak to each other before time resets itself. Svim and Alanik shared an uneasy look between each other. Actually, there is something else, Alanik said. Me and Svim plan to lead a combat group into the hold during the invasion in order to disrupt the so-called summoning. Well, I'm not going to stop you, Zorian said, confused at where this was going. I know, Alanik said, giving him a look implying that he was being stupid. I want you to come with us. If we can fight our way through to the ritual site, we can identify the mages in charge of the summoning and you can then interrogate them in future restarts. There is also a high chance that leaders of the local cult of the World Dragon will be there too. All in all, this is definitely information you should be interested in. I am, Zorian confirmed. And yes, what you say makes sense. I guess I just wasn't thinking of the implications of what you were planning. I guess I'm just so used to failing against the invaders when trying to fight them directly that I just unconsciously discounted the chance you might succeed. You know you're going to have to fight Quatakikl if you want to reach the ritual site, right? We know, Svim said. He might be old and mighty, but he's still just one mage. Well, one mage commanding a whole army of monsters and underlings, Zorian noted. But fine, we'll give it a shot. Good, Alanik said. Do you think Zack will also come? Are you kidding me? He'd never forgive us if we excluded him out of a good fight like that, Zorian said. Just tell me where the meeting point is and we'll be there. Break. When Alanik told him he and Svim would come at the head of a combat group, Zorian had assumed they meant 20 or so mages as the main combat force and maybe twice that many riflemen to serve as support. Instead, when he and Zack came to the meeting point they found almost 100 men, all of them mages. Some of them were indeed carrying rifles, but Alanik explained that they were mages carrying firearms rather than regular soldiers. Svim and Alanik clearly took their warnings about the invaders and Quatakikl very seriously, which was a good sign. In any case, Alanik, who was the overall commander of the group, with Svim being content to follow the man's lead, decided not to waste their strength by fighting through the city to reach the hole. Instead, the entire group hid themselves near their destination and waited for the invasion to begin. The point of this operation is to catch the leaders of the attack red-handed, Alanik explained when one of the mages asked why they weren't attacking the summoners immediately. We must wait for the attack to begin and gather steam, or else they might decide not to stick around the ritual site. Svim and Alanik had clearly been talking to the defenders of the city, making preparations, because when the fighting started, it immediately turned fierce around the hole. Defenders focused much of their efforts into fighting the invaders there, and the invaders reacted to this by concentrating their forces around the hole even more. We'll wait for the city defenders to soften the invaders up a little before making our move, Alanik announced, dispassionately watching the carnage. Zorian was watching it too, scanning the crowd for any sign of Quatakikl. The ancient lich was prone to teleporting often when he fought for real, which made it a chore to keep tabs on him, even from this distance. Every time I lose sight of him I keep expecting him to suddenly appear behind me and blast me in the back, Zorian admitted to Zack quietly. Yeah, I know how you feel, Zack replied back equally quietly. I've fought against other liches and won, but I could never really beat that son of a bitch. And he does have a tendency to pull crap like that on you when you least expect it. Idly, Zorian began to do the same thing he often did these days to calm his nerves. He checked up on the key detection mechanism in his marker. He never got a valid response from it, of course, but it reminded him that he had actually succeeded in something recently, and that usually helped his mood. Except he actually did feel something now. Excited, he focused on what the marker was telling him and... Fuck, Zorian hissed, suddenly stiffening. What? Zack asked worriedly. I found Quatakikl, Zorian said bitterly, pointing at a spot to the left of them. The lich was just standing next to a building, placidly watching the battle unfold without bothering to intervene. Oh, Zack said, quickly noticing the lich now that he knew where to look. What the hell is he doing just standing by the sidelines like that? I don't know, Zorian said. I don't really care at the moment to be honest. I found one of the keys. Oh. Zack said, his mood rising. You know that crown Quatakikl is always wearing? Zorian asked. Zack looked at him blankly for a moment before his face twisted in a grimace. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Zack complained. But unfortunately, Zorian wasn't kidding. According to his marker, Quatakikl was wearing the crown of the Icosian emperors, one of the 5 keys they needed to assemble to leave the time loop. This restart just keeps getting better and better, Zorian sighed. 60, Into the Abyss. Chapter 060 Into the Abyss. Zorian didn't have time to ponder Quatakikl and his crown for long. Right after his brief conversation with Zack, a trio of artillery spells impacted the enemy lines in front of them, kicking up plumes of dust into the air and throwing the battlefield into chaos. Evidently that was meant to provide a smokescreen for their group, because Alanik announced they would begin their advance towards the hole immediately after. The entire battle group surged forward like a coiled spring, eager to take advantage of the distraction. Zorian found himself struggling to keep up. Most of the mages in the battle group were physically fit adults, and Zorian was physically unimpressive even by the standard of his own peers. It took everything out of him to match their speed and not fall behind. Even then, he would have never lasted more than a handful of seconds if he hadn't drunk a stamina potion before the battle. Zorian had always known that being physically fit was an important requirement for a battlemage, if only because that's what the academy named as the reason behind forcing first-year and second-year students to take physical education classes. Before the time loop, however, he had never really understood why it was important. It wasn't about the ability to take hits or having backup when someone managed to force you into close-quarter combat, though these concerns weren't wholly irrelevant either. It was about mobility. A physically fit person could move faster around the battlefield while carrying more and tiring less. It was only in moments such as these that Zorian realized how important that was and how much his weak, scrawny body limited him. He really had to figure out some kind of workaround for that, but a simple stamina potion would do for now. At least he wasn't the only one who had neglected his body. Swim also had to take the aforementioned potion to keep up with the group, which made Zorian feel a little better about himself. As they ran, Zorian noticed that Quatakikl was gone from his spot. A quick consultation with his marker determined that the ancient lich had teleported himself a fair distance from the battle site, roughly in the direction from which the artillery spells came. Well. That was, really unfortunate for those artillery mages. Looks like they would get no more support from them. However, since every second of Quatakikl's absence was good for Zorian and his group, it was probably better this way. Was he callous for thinking that way? Probably. However, maybe it was because the end of the restart was so close or because it was hard to feel sorry for people he never met, but he couldn't help but take a strictly pragmatic stance about this. He directed a silent thanks to the mages for their sacrifice and then put them out of his mind. Their approach was noticed very quickly, despite the distraction, and a portion of the enemy force broke off to confront them. The enemy organization was still in disarray from the artillery magic attack, so the response force was less numerous than it could have been. Even so, they were pitted against about 100 or so mages, 20 war trolls, a regiment of skeleton soldiers and a small ironbeak flock. Easily manageable, in Zorian's estimation. Though Alanik's entire battle group had a little less than 100 people, they were better equipped and probably more skilled than the average invader mage. Plus, they had Zack and Zorian on their side. The question was less whether or not they could sweep the enemy forces aside, but whether they could do so before Quatakikl came back. Soon, spells started flying on both sides. The enemy mages struck first, hurling wave after wave of magical projectiles at the approaching battle group. Fire bolts, beams of electricity and javelins of force were concentrated upon specific parts of the battle group and timed together so they would arrive at their target simultaneously in an attempt to overwhelm individual defenses with impossible force. In response, the battle group stopped advancing at maximum speed and shifted into a staggered advance, the front half of the group halting in place to better shield the whole and counterattack while the back half surged forward. Once the back half of the group overtook the defending half, they switched roles, the previously defending half suddenly advancing towards the enemy while the other half covered them and responded to attacks. Though such tactics greatly slowed down their advance, they were very effective. Despite repeated attacks, the battle group didn't lose a single person as it edged closer and closer to the assembled enemy forces. The incoming projectiles were dispelled, shielded against and intercepted by floating chunks of stone ripped from surrounding roadway. All the while, the battle group kept sending out their own waves of attack spells at the invaders, scattering the attacks across the entire enemy group at first and then focusing the majority of their efforts on the weak links among the enemy mages that they identified with this probing barrage. With every exchange, several invaders ended up dead or dying with very little to show for it. At this point, the enemy mages panicked. They ordered their war trolls, Ironbeaks and skeleton warriors to charge the battle group and stopped pacing themselves, burning through their mana reserves like crazy to throw out as much firepower as they could in the shortest possible time. Caught off guard by the desperate gambit, 3 of the mages that made up the battle group ended up dead in the initial rush. Afterwards, however, the battle group quickly reorganized itself to counter the attack, stopping their advance in favor of a purely defensive posture. Alanik, Svim and Zack became more active at this point. Alanik took a few seconds to conjure a huge, animated bird made out of brilliant orange flame and sent the resulting firebird at the approaching flock of Ironbeaks. It proceeded to easily annihilate the flock, simply by flying through them, and then swooped down towards a cluster of enemy mages to continue its rampage. One of the mages managed to hit it with a dispelling wave before it could connect with the group, but rather than collapse upon itself like most magical constructs did when dispelled, the firebird detonated into a massive firestorm that swallowed both the group targeted by the firebird and the groups adjacent to it. At that point, however, Alanik was no longer paying attention to the firebird. The moment he had finished casting it and sent it on its way, he had shifted his attention to the charging war trolls and skeleton warriors. He pointed his staff at the war trolls and fired 5 tiny orange bullets at them in quick succession. The small orange bullets shone very brightly, like miniature stars, and were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they reached the war trolls and detonated into massive conflagrations, far bigger and hotter than any mundane fireball could manage. Most of the war trolls were incinerated on the spot, but 5 of them were that strange sort of hyper-resilient trolls that Zorian sometimes encountered among invading forces, the sort that were extremely well warded against fire and other forms of damage. These war trolls survived Alanik's spell bombardment, but were still singed and dazed by it, so Alanik shifted his attention to the rapidly approaching horde of skeleton warriors instead. The undead horde had been thinned somewhat by a continuous barrage of attacks coming from the rest of the battle group, but there were several hundred skeleton warriors and these ones proved to be resilient against most forms of magic. Powerful wards seemed to have been etched into their bones, protecting them against common attack spells. It seemed inevitable that at least a quarter of the skeleton warriors would survive to close into melee with the battle group, which would be disastrous. The moment the horde got close, however, Alanik made a sharp, grasping motion towards it with his free hand. There was no visible spell emanating from Alanik, but the pinpricks of sinister light burning inside the empty eye sockets of every skeleton warrior were instantly snuffed out. The entire horde of skeletons silently collapsed to the ground, like puppets with their strings cut. Meanwhile, Svim mostly concentrated his energies on countering the enemy mages. Whenever the invaders attempted to concentrate their fire somewhere, he conjured translucent purple clouds in front of the area, and at least half of the spells that had entered the cloud would end up being dispelled by the time they passed through it. Sometimes, when the enemy mages tried to employ some especially powerful spell, he would fire fast-moving, milky white globes of ectoplasm that unerringly homed in and collided with the enemy projectiles, activating them prematurely. Very rarely, when there was nothing major to be countered, Svim fired bright blue bullets at enemy shields. Whenever one of those bullets connected with a barrier, it instantly collapsed and went away, regardless of how strong it seemed. Strangely enough, Zack didn't join in the rest of the battle group in peppering the enemy with spells. Instead, he spent most of his time ripping large chunks of the pavement out of the ground and hurling them at the enemy like a living catapult. It was crude, but surprisingly effective. Stone and gravel could not be dispelled, and stopping all that mass was anything but easy. For the most part, the only defense against Zack's catapult impersonation was to move out of the way, which was not always an option, and, more often than not, exposed the target to equally lethal threats. The 5 war trolls that survived Alanik's fire stars, for instance, were too dazed to move out of the way in time, and were promptly crushed to death by several tons of falling rocks. For a moment Zorian wondered why more people don't try and do what Zack was doing, but then realized that most people weren't nearly accurate enough to pull that off. Unlike normal offensive spells, Zack's rocks did not home in on the target. It probably took literal decades of practice for Zack to be so unerringly accurate with his improvised projectiles. As for Zorian himself, he didn't bother joining in on the spell exchange. He knew that spending his limited mana reserves on these spell exchanges wasn't the wisest course of action for him. Instead, he roamed through the enemy ranks with his telepathy, hunting for easy targets. Many of the enemy mages had at least some form of mental defense, but the quality varied greatly. Some of them were only weakly defended, and quite a few had no mental defenses at all. Zorian viciously punished such carelessness whenever he found it, driving telepathic knives into their thoughts and puppeteering their bodies into attacking their comrades. He was fairly sure he was doing way more damage by doing that than he ever could by casting mundane combat spells. He also used his mind sense and his marker to keep an eye for ambushes and Quatakikle's return. Because of that, he managed to catch a trio of enemy mages trying to circle the battle group and attack them from behind. Although their invisibility spell was good, they were slow to react when Zorian suddenly attacked them with a severing beam, and all 3 ended up being cut in half by it. Suddenly, Zorian's mind sense detected a mine below their feet, rapidly ascending to the surface. It wasn't the first time he experienced something like this, so he knew what he was dealing with. "Rock worm," he shouted, shining a harmless beam of light at the spot the creature was about to emerge from. Without a word, the mages scattered from the emergence point and set up a kill zone around it. The rockworm attempted to compensate, somehow detecting the shifting positions of its targets through the ground, but Zorian immediately adjusted the beam of light to warn others of its movements. Too stubborn to break off the attack, the rockworm emerged to the surface anyway, erupting out of the ground in a spray of gravel. It lasted less than 5 seconds before it was sliced apart into several pieces by surrounding mages that were waiting for it. And then it happened. The moment Zorian had been dreading and was diligently on the lookout for, Quatakikle was back. His return came in the form of teleporting right behind the battle group, and then trying to catch them off guard with a surprise attack from behind. It would have worked like a charm, too, except that Zorian by now somewhat understood how the ancient lich thought and had deliberately chosen to linger in the back of the battle group in anticipation of this. With blinding speed, the ancient lich pointed its bony finger at the thickest concentration of mages in his sight. Zorian didn't bother shouting a warning, it would never reach Quatakikle's targets in time. He just reached into his pocket and flung a pitch-black metal cube at the lich. A jagged red beam of disintegration magic erupted from the lich's finger, seeking to slice apart its unfortunate victims. The cube Zorian threw at the lich was much slower, and would never reach the lich before the disintegration beam did its grisly work. However, it did not need to. Instead of traveling in the direction the lich was pointing, the red beam curved through the air towards the black cube, hitting it instead. The cube seemed to drink in the light, absorbing it utterly instead of disintegrating. It then continued forward unimpeded, but it never actually reached the ancient lich. A quick gesture from Quatakikle sent it careening to the side, where it impacted uselessly against the pavement. While this was happening, Zorian raised his hand into the air and created a loud boom to draw people's attention to what was happening in the back of the battle group. "The lich is here," he shouted. However, rather than continue attacking the back lines, Quatakikle teleported again. The distance was very short, however, simply getting him to the right of the battle group. There he fired the disintegration beam again, and this time Zorian was in no position to counter him with another cube. Zack was there, but he was caught off guard and all he could do was raise a quick shield in front of himself. Other people managed to shield themselves too, but not everyone reacted in time. The jagged red beam cut a swath of destruction straight into the heart of the battle group, killing and wounding at least 15 mages. Rather than wait for a response, Quatakikle teleported again, this time to the left of the battle group. However, this was where Svim was stationed and he was quicker to react than Zack. Another jagged red beam shot out of Quatakikle's hand, impacting the dark green shield Svim erected between himself and the ancient lich. Quatakikle swept his hand sideways, trying to repeat his recent move and simply maneuver the beam through the whole group until he encountered a weak link or two, but found that the beam refused to obey his commands. It remained stubbornly stuck to Svim's shield, twisting and warping in order to stay connected to it. Quatakikle dropped the disintegration beam then, but before he could do anything else, Svim thrusted his hand forward and the dark green shield surged forward like a battering ram, crashing into the ancient lich. Quatakikle was forced to take a step back, but was otherwise unharmed. On the other hand, this momentary distraction allowed an entire barrage of offensive spells from the rest of the battle group to reach him. Quatakikle suddenly sped up, his movement becoming a blur, and cast shield after shield. Every spell was blocked, sidestepped or even reflected back to the caster. He then stomped his foot against the ground, causing a massive sheet of rock and gravel to rise from the pavement and fly towards the battle group. A combined wave of force from numerous mages managed to blow most of the sheet away before it could flatten everybody, but by then Quatakikle had teleported away again. At least 4 people ended up dead in the exchange, partially as a result of reflected spells and partially because one large chunk of gravel managed to get through the force wave. As if completing the circuit, Quatakikle teleported next to the front of the battle group. Not only was this where Alanik had been waiting for him, however, this time both Svim and Zack had followed him by teleporting to the front as well. Zorian remained at the back of the group, knowing he was too weak in direct combat to do more than get in the way against Quatakikle. That didn't mean he couldn't help in his own way, though. Alanik fired some kind of golden orb at Quatakikle the moment he had appeared, which produced an almost panicked reaction from the ancient lich. He immediately erected a fancy-looking triple-layered shield in front of himself, which was probably a good idea since the golden orb passed through the first 2 layers as if they weren't there and was only stopped by the third one. Quatakikle was then immediately attacked by Zack and Svim, who struck against him simultaneously from opposite sides. Zack launched 6 black, flying blades at the lich while Svim fired some kind of layered white orb at him. The lich suddenly sped up again. Zorian was entirely sure at this point that these bursts of speed represented the lich hasting itself with some pretty powerful temporal acceleration. Regardless of the truth of the matter, the extra speed allowed the lich to dodge the black blades and dispel the layered orb. Well, try to dispel the layered orb. When the dispelling wave hit it, it only shaved off the surface layer of the orb, but most of the projectile continued on unimpeded. At this point, the Lich tried to teleport again. However, it was too late. Zorian had finished hastily carving the spell formula into the ground beneath him and proceeded to pour most of his mana reserves into the ward he was casting, anchoring it to the spell formula beneath his feet. A powerful anti-teleportation field immediately snapped into place around the entire area and the Lich's teleportation spell fizzled out. The layered orb impacted straight into Quatakikle's chest. With a high-pitched grinding sound, it drilled straight through the Lich's armor and detonated inside his rib cage. The ancient Lich's entire skeleton was suddenly illuminated in arcing white light that seemed to lock down Quatakikle's movements. At the same time, Zack's flying blades that Quatakikle had previously managed to dodge suddenly reversed direction and slashed at the Lich again. Their pitch-black surface sank deep into the ancient Lich's bones, effortlessly slicing through the nigh-indestructible material. In less than a second, both of the Lich's arms were severed at the shoulder and the blades pressed on. Alanik started to make his move again. Suddenly, a massive wave of dark red force erupted from Quatakikle's form in all directions, flinging Zack, Alanik and Svim away from the ancient Lich. The wave then continued on, slamming into the rest of the battle group and flinging them about. The physical part of the wave had been blocked before it reached Zorian, but there seemed to be a soul magic aspect to the wave that went through normal magical barriers as if they weren't there. Zorian's soul, strongly shielded as it was by now, weathered the assault without issue, but many of the mages around him staggered or even fainted under the spiritual pressure of the wave crashing into them. Less than a second after the wave passed, Alanik was back on his feet again, having apparently weathered the sudden attack with little consequences. Svim and Zack, however, were a lot less fortunate. They remained on the ground, still alive and moving but in no position to counter Quatakikle at the moment. Zack looked particularly affected, rolling around on the ground as if in great pain. "Crap," Zorian hissed. He poked the mage near him that seemed least affected by the wave and pointed to the spell formula at his feet. "Guard this so the Lich can't teleport away, okay?" He didn't wait for the man's answer. He simply sped off towards Zack, hoping he was not too late. If Quatakikle hit Zack with some heavy soul magic while he was incapacitated, it would be a total disaster. Damn it, he shouldn't have agreed to this. Thankfully, the Lich didn't prioritize finishing off the two downed opponents, partially because it was too busy reattaching its arms. Apparently it just needed to levitate them back to his shoulders and they fused back on their own, such bullshit, and partially because Alanik had launched a savage attack on it almost immediately. The warrior priest launched golden orb after golden orb at the Lich, forcing it to frantically shield and dodge, but it was obvious he couldn't keep it up and was only succeeding in keeping the Lich busy. Zorian finally succeeded in reaching Zack and started dragging him away from the battle. Thankfully, despite taking a soul attack at pretty much point blank, he seemed to be largely unharmed. "Fuck, that hurt," Zack complained. "I hate soul magic." He had the presence of mind to whine about things. That was a good sign. He couldn't have been hurt that badly, then. At this point Svim also started to stagger back to his feet, apparently quicker to recover than Zack. Unfortunately, Alanik's attack also started flagging a bit by then, and Quatakikle decided that there was time to put down his two mostly disabled opponents for good before they could recover. Like the previous two times, he suddenly sped up and launched two dark red orbs, one towards Zack and one towards Svim. Zorian immediately threw another absorption cube at the path of the orb, knowing it was probably a waste of time to try and shield against it. The orb was thankfully drawn into the cube and sucked into it, just like the disintegration beam earlier, so that was one crisis averted. However, he was in no position to save Svim. Poor Svim, there was no way he could. Almost contemptuously, Svim backhanded the incoming dark red orb with his left hand, as if striking an errant child's ball instead of a magical construct. Against all common logic, the spell didn't detonate against his hand like a proper magical projectile, and was instead deflected to the side. It impacted the ground to the left of Svim, blowing up a chunk of the road but doing little else of note. Perhaps it was Zorian's imagination, but even Quadakikl seemed a little shocked at the sight. Then the moment passed and the battles began again. Alanik and Svim began exchanging spell fire with Quadakikl in earnest again, and Zorian took advantage of that to drag Zack away into the relative safety of the battle group. By now, the battle group itself was starting to recover from Quadakikl's weird soul wave attack and joined in on the battle with Quadakikl, taking off some of the pressure from Svim and Alanik. Unfortunately, most of them couldn't deal with the Lich's counterattacks nearly as well as Svim and Alanik could, so they tended to die a lot. In less than a minute, more than 20 of them ended up dead, though this didn't dissuade the rest of the battle group from trying to help. At this point, Quadakikl seemed to have decided he had bitten off more than he could chew and tried to unravel the anti-teleportation ward Zorian erected. A powerful dispelling wave swept through the area, seeking to undo Zorian's work, and failed. If Zorian had simply covered the area with a free-floating ward, Quadakikl's ploy would have probably succeeded. However, Zorian had taken the time and effort to anchor the ward to a spell formula, making it far too stable to be destroyed on a whim. Unfortunately for Zorian, Quadakikl seemed to realize this as well, and the spell seemed to have provided him with some kind of feedback information about the ward, because he immediately went after the ward anchor. In a brief pause between the attacks, he suddenly crouched and jumped, soaring through the air as if gravity held no power over him. He flew over most of the battle group and landed squarely next to the ward anchor. The mage Zorian had tasked with the anchor's defense stood his ground against the Lich, along with a dozen others, but they were all swept aside with a casual wave of Quadakikl's hand. The moment the defending mages were sent flying, Quadakikl sped up again and surged forward, slamming his hand into the center of the crudely etched spell formula. The surrounding ground immediately shattered, destroying the anchor, and before Zorian could so much as blink, the Lich was gone. Teleported away. A quick consultation of his marker told him that this time, the Lich was nowhere near. The battle group took several minutes to recover, regroup and count their dead, and then continued onward towards the hole. Out of almost 100 of them at the start of the battle, only 42 survived until the end, and 5 of those were too wounded to continue on with them. Zorian felt they had been pretty lucky, all things considered. Break. The closer they got to the hole, the fiercer, more numerous and more capable their enemies became. Despite this, they only lost a handful of their remaining mages in these conflicts. As intense as these battles were, they were something the battle mages knew how to deal with. Additionally, they were just one group of Cyaurian soldiers pushing towards the hole, there were other, bigger groups that were assaulting the place from different directions. The invaders couldn't spare to send too much of their forces against a relatively minor incursion like theirs. Quadakikl left them alone for quite a while after his departure. As far as Zorian could puzzle out from the Lich's movements and random thoughts he had lifted from the minds of enemy mages, this was because their clash with the ancient Lich kept him away from other, more critical battlefields, which led to a partial collapse of invader defenses around the hole. Thus, he was too busy propping his forces back up and putting out fires to properly deal with them. He did not entirely leave them alone, however. He occasionally teleported near them and attempted to catch them off guard in various ways. One such attempt consisted of the Lich teleporting high into the air above them and trying to bombard them while flying. Another involved him teleporting a pair of thunder lizards right next to the group. A third one involved Quadakikl teleporting a fair distance from the group and then conjuring a miniature horde of animated creatures to attack them. These attacks never really accomplished much, in large part because Zorian could track him through his crown and thus always knew when he was coming. In any case, Quadakikl never lingered long, teleporting away the moment his latest scheme failed. Zorian was especially fond of the 2 thunder lizards the Lich brought him. Since Quadakikl had taken them away from their controllers, there was no one to contest Zorian's control once he tried to subvert their minds. Instead of the thunder lizards rampaging through the battle group, Zorian ended up taking control of them and gleefully used them against every subsequent enemy group they encountered. They were so effective in Zorian's hands that Quadakikl eventually showed up just to get rid of them again. Too bad the ancient Lich didn't linger long enough for Zorian to thank him for his gift. Unfortunately, there were limits to everything. Once they started getting dangerously close to their destination, Quadra-Kickle decided that enough was enough. He teleported into the area around the battle group once again, and this time he brought 15 more mages with him. It was obvious this wasn't going to be just another probing strike this time. The ancient lich was ready for round 2. And his very first move upon teleporting in was to thrust his skeletal hand straight at Zorian, launching a shining green javelin directly towards his chest. Why? Hell if Zorian knew. Maybe he noticed that Zorian had some way of tracking his movements and detecting his presence. Maybe the way he had trapped the lich in an anti-teleportation ward and subverted his thunder lizards had left a particularly big impression on him. Ultimately, the only thing that mattered was that Quadra-Kickle evidently wanted to see Zorian dead as soon as possible. Zorian didn't try to use one of his absorption cubes this time. By now, Quadra-Kickle knew damn well that Zorian had those, so he wouldn't have bothered targeting him if he thought they could stop the spell. The way the green javelin effortlessly punched through the multi-layered shields the rest of the battle group erected in front of Zorian also led credence to this assumption. Instead, Zorian simply reached into his marker and prepared to end the restart. He had no idea if the green javelin had some kind of soul aspect to it, but better safe than sorry. Before Zorian could end the restart, however, Svim made his move. He thrust one hand towards the area in the path of the javelin and the other towards Quadra-Kickle and his group, causing 2 small spatial distortions to pop into existence. The green javelin had shattered all barriers in its way with effortless ease without visibly weakening in the slightest, but when it encountered the spatial distortion in its way, it simply disappeared. Only to reappear in front of Svim, shooting out of the second spatial distortion and hitting one of the mages next to Quadra-Kickle, whose hastily erected shield failed to stop it. It was a miniature gate, Zorian realized, not a pair of spatial distortions. By placing one end of the gate in front of the green javelin's flight path and the other in front of the enemy mage, Svim had redirected Quadra-Kickle's own attack against the enemy. For a moment Zorian wondered why Svim didn't redirect it back at the lich instead, but then realized this was a far more useful outcome. Targeting Quadra-Kickle with his own spell would have been satisfying, but it was unlikely that the ancient lich would have been felled by the javelin, whereas this way they had one less mage they had to fight. Then the battle began in earnest. The mages Quadra-Kickle had brought with him must have been some sort of elite, because they were far more capable and powerful than the typical invader. Thankfully, despite the losses they had suffered along the way, the battle group still had more than twice the number of men that Quadra-Kickle's group had, and the mages that comprised it weren't much weaker than those Quadra-Kickle had brought along with him. However, it became obvious very quickly that Quadra-Kickle really wanted Zorian dead for some reason. While he didn't drop everything to concentrate on killing him, he and his subordinates targeted Zorian whenever they had the chance to do so. It got so bad after a while that Svim had to drop everything else and dedicate all of his time to keeping him alive. It was chaos. Swarms of burning stars flew through the air, colliding with defensive barriers and each other. A massive black beam that seemed to drink in the light around it scythed through the battle group, forcing Zorian to take a page out of Quadra-Kickle's book and teleport away to evade it. A trio of bright red beams zigzagged through the defensive ranks, closely hugging the ground in an attempt to get past the shields. A massive animated tiger made of blue flames savaged a pair of mages before pouncing towards Svim and Zorian, only to hit the thin, barely visible defensive screen Svim erected around them. The tiger of blue flame passed through the screen without resistance, but something crucial seemed to have been disrupted inside the construct by the passage, because it unraveled a split second afterwards. One of the enemy mages smashed a clay pot on the ground in front of him, and a dozen or so incorporeal wraiths flew out of the shattered remains. Only to get quickly destroyed by Alanik. A dozen or so disgusting, mutated, giant rats tried to ambush the battle group under the cover of some very potent invisibility, only to be massacred by Zorian, whose mind sense saw through the illusion with trivial ease. Another group of mages tried to reinforce Quadra-Kickle's group, only to die instantly upon arrival as Zack turned the ground beneath their feet into a set of giant jaws that crushed them to death. "This isn't working," Zack complained to Svim and Zorian, having retreated to their position. "It's too slow. We'll be here forever at this rate." Yes, I'm pretty sure that's what the invaders are aiming for, Zorian said. They just have to keep us busy until the ritual is finished, not kill us all. You know, you and Svim are pretty much no use in this fight, except as damage magnets, Zack said. A pink, flower-shaped projectile streaked across the sky in a parabolic arc, heading straight toward Zorian, but Zack ripped a chunk of stone from the roadway beneath them and hurled it into the air to intercept it. The improvised projectile not only dispersed the funny-shaped, but probably not so funny in effect, projectile, but continued onward towards Quadikikle's forces, forcing them to defend against it. And I reckon Alanik and his men could hold their ground without me. What are you saying? Zorian said, scanning the battlefield for threats with senses both mundane and supernatural. It's only us who really have to reach the ritual site. So let's leave Alanik with the task of keeping Quadikikle busy and continue on without him, said Zack. Yeah, that sounded pretty logical. Zorian doubted Alanik would have anything against the idea. Okay, but how do we do that? Zorian asked. Leave it to me, Zack said, cracking his knuckles. Svim, come closer so I can minimize the affected area. The spell is stronger that way. What do you intend to do? Svim asked curiously. But Zack didn't reply. The moment Svim got closer he executed a long and complicated chant and a white, translucent sphere flickered into existence around all three of them. A moment later, it shot into the air like a cannonball, taking them with it. After they had reached an impressive altitude, bringing them beyond the range of most spells, the sphere instantly changed directions and flew off towards the hole at incredible speeds. Quadikikle and his army attempted to shoot them down, but the sphere weaved through the attacks like a hummingbird on a sugar high, swerving, altering speed and reversing direction with unbelievable rapidity. What few spells managed to hit the sphere only managed to induce weak ripples on its surface, like pebbles thrown in a still pond. Despite its great speed of movement and the rapid direction shifts it was executing, Zack, Zorian and Svim remained safely suspended inside the sphere's center, unaffected by the maneuvering. Zorian was pretty sure the effect of inertia alone should have killed them by now, but they remained perfectly alive and healthy. Well, the sight of some of the dodging maneuvers Zack was executing was making him feel slightly sick, but that was not the fault of the spell itself. Very quickly, they reached the hole and unceremoniously plunged into its depths. Now all they had to do was find where the ritual was taking place. Break. The hole was a big place. Zorian knew the ritual had to be done somewhere around it, and Alanik seemed certain that it had to happen below ground too. However, that still left lots of places to look for. Zorian had expected they would have to spend a fair amount of time divining its exact location and otherwise tracking it down. In reality, the ritual location was absurdly easy to spot. The moment their flying sphere descended a little deeper into the hole, they encountered a huge stone platform floating in the middle of the empty space. I have a feeling this is it, Svim said unnecessarily. Almost as soon as they spotted the platform, the people stationed on it spotted them too. Once again, the sphere was forced to dodge and weave between attacks, but it continued its rapid descent towards their target. Zorian mentally prepared himself for touchdown, but it seemed Zack had a better idea than simply depositing them in the middle of a hostile throng of mages. The sphere was just about to collide with the surface of the platform when it rapidly changed directions and slammed into the gathered defenders, trying to fling them off the edge of the platform. Loud, panicked screaming erupted from their targets, many of which were too slow to realize what was happening and found themselves stepping into thin air and plunging into abyssal darkness of the hole. The sphere quickly circled the entire platform, flinging more people into the dark abyss surrounding the platform. Even more were simply knocked down by the movements of the sphere or dazed and wounded when it impacted them at high speeds. Finally, the sphere ground to a halt and flickered away, depositing Zack, Svim and Zorian near the center of the platform. That spell really takes a lot from me, Zack said, stumbling slightly. Take care of me while I recover a bit, okay? There was no time to answer, Though caught off guard by their sudden arrival and the unconventional attack of the sphere, the defenders quickly started throwing themselves against Svim and Zorian. Zorian surveyed the situation as they fought. At the very center of the platform was a large stone cube covered in dense, complicated spell formulas. A larger, circular spell formula covered the ground around the cube, centered around it. Above the cube, a large red sphere floated in the air, occasionally rippling and warping under the magical forces it was subjected to. After a few seconds, Zorian realized it was blood. Standing next to the cube was one of the mages, presumably the leader of the ritual. Another 6 mages stood on the edge of the spell formula circle. All 7 were chanting and gesturing wildly, completely ignoring the commotion currently happening on the platform. Though Zorian would have liked to interrupt the ritual by attacking these 7, he couldn't. Though it was not readily apparent, the center of the platform was protected by a powerful hemispherical shield. He knew because Zack had tried to bowl through their little gathering by ramming his sphere through the platform center, but ended up bouncing off the invisible barrier defending them. Zorian tried to walk through it, just in case it only blocked magic and not people, but found the barrier as solid as stone. Zorian also couldn't help but take note of the clothes the 7 mages in the center were wearing. They were wearing scarlet-red robes that hid their faces behind a veil of supernatural darkness. How very familiar. This was exactly the same type of robe that Red Robe had been wearing. Well, the leader of the ritual standing in the center also had a stylized golden dragon embroidered on his robe, so he was a little different, but the other 6 wore pretty much identical stuff as Red Robe. Aside from the core of the ritual taking place at the center, there were only 2 other interesting features at the platform. One was a rectangular stone slab reminiscent of an altar. Several grooves had been cut into the otherwise featureless rectangle, draining into several stone bowls attached to its sides. The rectangle was completely spotless for the most part, but numerous red splotches could be seen on the floor around it. Right next to the rectangle was a haphazard pile of dead children. There were 4 of them in total, and they were completely naked, their skin pale and bloodless and their chests brutally sliced open. The second place was a collection of 7 cages, 4 of them empty and open, and another 3 occupied by 3 more living children. They had already been stripped naked by the cultists, wearing nothing except thick brown collars around their necks. The skin surrounding the collars was red and raw, and in one case outright bloody, suggesting that the children had been desperately trying to take them off at some point. Zorian assumed the collars were what was stopping them from transforming. The 3 children consisted of 2 boys and a girl. The 2 boys were total strangers to him, but he soon realized that he knew the girl. It was Nachka, the little cat shifter his little sister was friends with in some restarts. The 3 of them looked subdued and traumatized when Zack, Zorian and Svim arrived on the platform, but once they realized what was happening and that there was a chance they could be saved, they started screaming for help and shaking their cages without stopping. Though Zorian felt terrible for it, he ignored them. They were in no immediate danger, as every invader on the platform was either too busy with the main ritual or trying to kill the new arrivals. He simply dived into the heads of 2 unknown boys and memorized their names, homes and general identity, as well as when and how they were kidnapped by the invaders. Gradually, the number of enemy mages on the platform fell lower and lower. The pace with which their enemies were dying especially increased once Zack had a chance to recover a bit and join them in wiping them out. Even so, they had been fighting for quite a while at this point, and exhaustion was starting to set in. Additionally, the enemy clearly saw the situation was becoming hopeless and was starting to become desperate. Without warning, one of the mages pointed both of his hands at Zorian, launching a huge bolt of shining force at him. Zorian shielded, but some part of the spell's effect managed to bypass through the shield and slammed into him, sending him tumbling backwards. He almost fell over the edge of the platform, but managed to glue his hands to the stone floor with unstructured magic in the last moment, leaving him dangling over the dark abyss. He heaved himself back to the platform, only to find a sickly yellow beam heading straight for him before he could shield himself and dodge. Just before the beam would hit him, Svim stepped into its path. His mentor had probably run out of mana by this point, because rather than shield against the spell or reflect it, he simply shielded Zorian with his body. The yellow ray hit Svim straight into the chest, dealing no visible damage. Despite this, his mentor immediately slumped to the floor in a boneless manner and did not move again. With a harsh movement, Zorian blew the attacker's skull with a concentrated beam of force and then quickly moved to check up on Svim. Sadly, it was as he feared. Despite receiving no obvious damage from the spell, Svim was already dead. Zorian didn't linger. Nothing good would come from mourning his mentor's death, and the man would be fine in the next restart. The best way Zorian could honor Svim's sacrifice now was to make sure this entire risky trip had not been in vain. By this point, most of the enemy mages at the platform had been dealt with, and the ones that were still alive were being steadily picked off by Zack. After a moment's thought, Zorian decided that Zack didn't need his help, so he instead approached the center of the platform again. The 7 mages in red robes were still diligently chanting and gesturing, as if nothing outside their little bubble was of concern to them. Zorian did not know if this was because they had so much confidence in the barrier sealing them off from the outside world, or if they literally couldn't stop their motions without something going terribly wrong, and he didn't really care. Since he had no way to break through the invisible defensive bubble, he reached out to the 7 mages with his mind. The barrier, strong as it may be, did nothing to halt Zorian's psychic abilities. That was the good news. The bad news was that all 7 of them had shielded their mind incredibly well. Zorian had never seen mental defenses that strong and sophisticated in a non-psychic individual. They had wrapped their minds in layers upon layers of different barriers, conjured decoy minds to mislead any attackers, and even placed some reactive defenses that automatically counterattacked against any mental incursions. And that was for the 6 outer mages. The ritual leader had flat out placed his mind under the effect of mind blank, and Zorian couldn't tamper with him at all. Undeterred, Zorian picked one of the 6 outer mages at random and began his telepathic offensive. The mage in question flinched when Zorian started his attack, but said nothing and continued his chanting and waving. Probably couldn't afford to stop then. Zorian completely ignored the decoy mind the mage had set up and set about systematically dismantling his mental defenses. As seconds passed and Zorian started peeling back layer upon layer of man's mental defenses, the mage in question started to become increasingly frantic. He tried to dedicate some of his attention to fighting off Zorian, but he wasn't psychic and there was only so much he could do to support his mental defenses without resorting to structured magic. Finally, the mage could not stand it anymore and abandoned the ritual in favor of repeatedly recasting his mental defense spells. Sadly for him, he was far too late for this to work. Perhaps if he had dropped the ritual immediately he could have successfully stalled Zorian's assault, but at this point Zorian had too much momentum and was too familiar with the flaws and peculiarities of his defenses. Barrier after barrier continued to fall. Meanwhile, the rest of the red-robed mages had been growing frantic as well. It seemed that they really needed all 6 outer mages to maintain control of the ritual they were performing, and the sudden absence of one of them had thrown everything into disarray. The sphere of blood floating above the central cube writhed and wobbled dangerously, and the leading mage kept chanting louder and louder in an attempt to maintain control over it. Zorian ignored their plight, focusing on the mage he was targeting. At last, the final barrier fell and he dived straight into the man's mind. "Damn it, get out of my head," the mage screamed, clutching his head in pain. Zorian didn't listen to him, of course. He plunged roughly into the man's thoughts and memories, sweeping aside all resistance and seeking out names, goals, passwords, meeting places, addresses. "No," the lead ritual mage suddenly shouted. "No, no, and no. We were so close. This can't be happening." The orb of blood seethed and boiled, strange shapes akin to mouths and eyes occasionally dancing on its surface, before it suddenly stilled. For one single second, the sphere of blood hung motionless in the air, perfectly calm and spherical. Then everything was illuminated in bright red light and darkness consumed Zorian's world.